Rough whitewashed walls were plastered with portraits of great leaders, and the ceiling was covered in yellowed newspapers, pitted and uneven as if gnawed by worms. When Liang opened his eyes, his nostrils filled with the earthy smell unique to the 1960s, a mingled scent of firewood ash and old newsprint. He froze where he was. At the Eight Immortals table in the main room sat a man, his skin as dark as charcoal, white threaded through his temples, deep and shallow wrinkles carved across his face like knife marks. Liang's nose stung and his throat tightened. That was his father, Li Kangkai. The chaotic noise of quarreling suddenly exploded again, stabbing at his eardrums. A woman stood at the doorway with her hands on her hips, her voice so loud it seemed it could lift the roof. What's wrong with asking for 100 yuan? Was it easy for my mother to raise me? You must get me a sewing machine. Whatever city women have, I won't have any less. Your son wants to marry me. Your Li family is blessed for 8 lifetimes. There are plenty of men in the village lining up to court me. She paused, then her voice grew even shriller. I can bear children. Can your son? A roar went off in Liang's mind. This sentence was all too familiar. In his previous life, it was this line that had nailed him to the pillar of shame. He remembered how he had humbly begged his father to borrow money, remembered his father's hunched back as he walked out the door, remembered the crumpled bills his father brought home. Money secretly earned by trapping wild boars in the mountains. And then, he married that woman. After marriage, she became a blood-sucking leech, ladling the family's money one spoon at a time back to her mother's house. She forced him to divorce her and had her 2 younger brothers beat him into a cripple. His father, to raise money for him, went into the mountains and was gored to death by a wild boar. His second younger sister married a drunkard, was beaten daily, and in the end drowned herself in a lake. His youngest sister went up the mountain to gather wild greens and was torn into a bloody mess by a pack of wolves. On his 60th birthday, he burned a basin of charcoal and sealed his door. Yet before his eyes, it was still that same courtyard, that same woman, that same grating line. Liang slowly clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms until the pain jolted through his whole body. He had been reborn, returned to 1960, to a time when his father was still alive, to the very starting point before his whole family was dragged into hell. Li Kangkai lifted his head, his lips moving, his voice hoarse. 100 yuan, and a sewing machine. Girl, how could our family possibly come up with that? That's your problem. The woman rolled her eyes. I, Li Hongyun, am not the sort to marry casually. Without these things, I'd rather never marry in my life. Liang suddenly spoke. All right. The room fell silent for an instant. Li Kangkai turned his head, staring at his son in disbelief. Li Hongyun was stunned as well, then a triumphant smile curled at her lips. At least your son knows what's what. I agree to break off the engagement. Liang's voice was very even, as if commenting on the day's weather. I can't come up with 100 yuan, and we don't have a sewing machine. This marriage will not happen. What did you say? Li Hongyun's voice went off pitch. You heard me clearly. Liang stood up and patted the dust from his trouser legs. Didn't you say there are plenty of men lining up to court you? Then go find them. I can't pay 100 yuan bride price, and I don't intend to. Li Kangkai jumped to his feet. Rascal you. Father, I'll listen to you on this matter. Liang cut his father off. We may be poor, but we can't be so poor we lose our backbone. This woman our family cannot afford to marry. Li Hongyun's face flushed bright red, her lips trembling. After a long moment, she squeezed out a few words. Liang, don't you dare regret this. Whether I regret it or not is none of your concern. Liang turned his back to her. The door is over there. See yourself out. From the courtyard came the crash of a door slamming, making the portrait of the great leader on the wall tremble, almost falling down. Li Kangkai stood where he was, his lips opening and closing, tears glistening in his eyes. Rascal, you truly don't regret it. That's 100 yuan. Father. Liang turned around, his voice low. In my previous life, I let lard blind my eyes. In this life, I will never again let you all suffer that torment. Li Kangkai was stunned. He could not understand his son's words, but his son's gaze made his heart grow uneasy. That gaze was not like that of a lad just over 20, but like that of an old man who had seen too much life and death. Liang did not explain further. He turned and went into the inner room, closed the door, and suddenly a crisp chime sounded in his mind. Daily blind box system has been activated. Welcome, host. Today is the first day you have obtained the system. Each day you may open one blind box and obtain a random reward. Rewards include, but are not limited to, money, tickets, information items, beast pets, physique enhancements, talents, etc. Would you like to open the first blind box now? Liang swallowed, his heart pounding like a drum. Open it. A streak of white light flashed before his eyes, and a square wooden box appeared in his field of vision. Its lid lifted on its own, and the object inside glowed faintly with golden light. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 intelligence card. Intelligence content: beneath the cliff at the back mountain lies a nest of wild eggs, 12 in total. The wild hen has gone out to forage and is estimated to return in half an hour. Liang's breathing suddenly quickened. Wild eggs. In this era of eating wild greens and gnawing tree bark, what did 12 wild eggs mean? They were life-saving food, a treasure that could be exchanged for money without ration tickets. He grabbed the cloth bag at the head of the bed and pushed the door open, rushing out. Rascal, where are you going? Li Kangkai called from behind him. Up the mountain. I'll be back soon. Liang did not. Feet flying, he sped along the village's rutted dirt road and darted up the hillside. On the way, he passed a few villagers squatting by a wall, gnawing on wild roots. Their gazes at him were tinged with puzzlement. Has that Li family lad gone mad? Who knows? His fiancée just broke off the engagement. Maybe he's gone stupid from rage. Liang had no time for their idle gossip. He had only one thought in his mind. That nest of eggs had to be his. The shrubs on the slope scratched his arms raw, but he paid them no heed. The loose stones rolling under his feet also went unnoticed. When he parted the last tangle of thorns, the cliff was right before him. It wasn't high, 5 or 6 meters at most, with wild grass growing thick below. He crouched and looked down. Sure enough, beneath a protruding rock lay a nest of dry grass, and in it rested 12 bluish-gray eggs, full and glistening. Liang's hands were trembling. Carefully, he climbed down along the cliff face, fingers digging into cracks in the rock, feet feeling for jutting roots, inching down bit by bit. By the time he finally reached the nest, his back was slick with cold sweat. He placed the eggs into the bag one by one, cushioning them with dry grass, then tied the mouth of the bag tightly with a strip of cloth. When he climbed back to the top of the cliff, the bag in his hand felt heavy like a sack of gold. Ding. First exploration detected. Extra reward obtained. Physique 1. Current physique 12. Average person 10. Liang felt a heat surge in his chest, and half his exhaustion washed away as if doused with water. His legs no longer wobbled, his breath no longer came in gasps, and even the scratches on his arms scarcely hurt. He grinned, hefted the cloth bag onto his shoulder, and strode back down the mountain. As he passed the village entrance, a crowd of people were chattering noisily about something. Someone sharp-eyed spotted the bulging bag on his shoulder and called out, "Liang, what v you got in that bag?" Liang did not slow his steps, he only gave them a smile. Picked up some firewood. Once he had gone some distance, their muttering grew even more animated. Didn't his father fall ill from the shock of the broken engagement? And this lad still has the mind to go up the mountain. I say that Li Hongyun woman isn't any good either. 100 yuan bride price. She's asking like a lion. Whoever marries her is doomed. That may be so, but with the least this poor, who'd be willing to marry into that family in the future? Liang left all these words behind him. When he pushed the door and stepped into the yard, Li Kangkai was sitting on the threshold, pinching a dry tobacco pipe between his fingers. Ash had fallen all over the ground as he stared blankly at the spot before him. Dad. Li Kangkai lifted his head and saw his son covered in mud with several bloody scratches across his face. He froze for a moment and stammered, "Where have you been?" Liang squatted down, opened the cloth sack, and revealed the bluish-gray eggs inside. Li Kangkai's pipe slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, sparks scattering as it struck. His eyes widened as his trembling fingers reached toward the eggs. Are these wild pheasant eggs? Liang stuffed the bag into his father's arms. 12 of them. Enough for a few days. Li Kangkai's tears fell in a sudden rush, his lips quivering as he failed to form a single word for a long while. He reached out to touch the eggs, then brushed the bloody scratches on his son's face, and suddenly broke into loud, wrenching sobs. "Son, you've suffered." Liang fixed his gaze on the pair of bamboo baskets in the corner, his knuckles turning white from how hard he clenched his fingers. Inside the baskets, wild boar meat and rabbit meat were piled together. A bag of white sugar lay toppled to one side, several feet of blue cloth draped over the fish tails, and on 2 large carp, droplets of water still clung to their gills. The carrying pole leaned against the doorframe, the groove worn into the wood still the same as before. Dad has been dead for decades. His throat tightened, and his right eyelid twitched violently. Across from him sat an old man with a back as straight as a rod, reaching for the enamel mug on the table. The cuffs of his gray cotton jacket were polished from wear, and across the web of his thumb were 3 old scars, the marks left years ago by a wild boar's tusks. Liang remembered clearly that on the day his father drew his last breath, those 3 scars had already turned into dark brown dead flesh, his hand as cold as a frozen snake. "Longzi." The old man called out, his voice deep and resonant, while white steam curled up from the hot water in the enamel mug. Liang did not respond. He pinched the inside of his thigh, the pain shooting up along his nerves to the back of his skull. The sun outside the window was in the wrong place, the quality of the light unlike that of the 1990s. Even the smell in the air was different. No car exhaust, no acrid stench of burning plastic, only the raw scent of wild grass and damp earth. The year mother died, giving birth to little sister, father raised the 3 of them alone. Liang remembered the scorched cornmeal porridge father boiled at the stove, and how father pricked his fingers mending his pants. Later he married a wife and had a child, but father died in the mountains, his intestines torn out 3 or 4 meters by a wild boar's tusks. Yet now father sat right there, gulping water down his Adam's apple, rolling up and down. Liang shifted his gaze toward Li Xianghua. She sat on the edge of the Kong bed, 2 thick braids hanging over her chest, her phoenix eyes slanting toward the basket of meat in the corner. Her cheeks were indeed plump and fresh, as though a pinch could squeeze water out of them. Her mother stood behind her, hands rubbing incessantly on her apron, eyes fixed on the bag of white sugar. A bride price of 100 yuan and 3 turn in donoring. When this phrase leapt into Li Liang's mind, his heart skipped a beat. That had been in 1961. How many people starved to death that year? In the villages at the foot of Changbai Mountain, even the bark had been stripped from the trees. 2 jin of cornmeal could trade for a grown girl. Everyone in the county knew that price. 100 yuan could buy 80 jin of cornmeal. As for the 3 turn in donoring, sewing machine, bicycle, wristwatch, radio. A single sewing machine alone cost 200 yuan. How had Liang believed it back then? He had pestered father for 2 whole months. Father went to the county blood station and sold his blood 3 times. The last time he came back, his face was as white as paper, and he had to brace himself against the wall to walk. Liang recalled Father's hand, clutching a wad of Mao bills, his fingernails drained of all color. Longzi, Father called again. Liang drew in a breath. The air carried a musty odor mixed with fishiness and the greasy smell of wild boar fat. He saw the corner of Li Xianghua's mouth twitch, revealing half a smile. That same smile he had seen later when she argued with another man. I won't marry her, Liang heard himself say. Father's enamel mug halted midair, a few drops of water splashing hotly onto the back of his hand, yet the old man seemed not to feel it. Li Xianghua's mother's smile froze on her face before she screeched, Li Kangkai, what did your son just say? Father ignored her, staring straight at Liang. Longzi, what did you say? Liang bent down, grabbed the carrying pole, and wedged it across the handles of the 2 bamboo baskets. With a twist of his wrist, the baskets rose off the ground. The wild boar and rabbit meat swayed inside fish tails, slapping against the rim with a wet smack. I said we're going home. Balancing the baskets on the pole, he walked out. As his shoulder bumped the doorframe, he heard Li Xianghua's mother shrieking insults behind him. Father followed him out in hurried steps, the hem of his gray jacket flipping in the wind. As they left the yard, the sun shone squarely on the carrying pole, heating the wood until its grain seemed to glow. Liang thought of what came later. After Li Xianghua married him, she ran off within a few years, eloping with a man who drove a tractor. He remembered squatting by the Kong bed, laughing 3 times at Father's memorial portrait. The next day, while spreading fertilizer in the field, he dug up a rusty iron box. Inside were the lab reports from Father's tests at the county hospital, along with the money he had paid. The carrying pole rocked on his shoulder, and Liang shifted it to the other side, without breaking his stride. Behind him came Father's footsteps, the old man panting heavily as he lowered his voice to ask, Longzi, what happened? She wants money, Liang said. Father fell silent for a while before asking, then why didn't you say so when you proposed? Liang did not answer. He knew Father would not understand, and he himself could not explain it clearly. Some things only become clear after decades. Just as he had never understood why Father, who could have left him to his own devices, had still chosen to go that far. On both sides of the road, the wheat was still green, rustling softly when the wind passed through. Liang remembered that in later years that field had been turned into a brick factory, and he never again saw waves of wheat there. At the entrance of the village, the old locust tree had shed all its leaves, its branches like desiccated fingers stabbing at the gray sky. Li Kangkai squatted on the threshold again, trouser legs rolled up to his knees, revealing calves roped with bulging veins. He knocked his dry tobacco pouch against the sole of his shoe, sparks scattering on the muddy ground with a hiss as they went out. Dad, let's go home. Liang forced the words out from his throat, as dry and rough as if he had chewed a handful of sand. A woman's shrill voice rang out from inside the house. Liang, what kind of madness is this? The seat of the bench isn't even warm, and you're already leaving. Li Xianghua stood in the main room, her brows knotted into one mass. Her fingernails dug into the doorframe, scraping a pale streak through the white paint. She wore a floral padded jacket, a strip of red sweater visible at the collar. The latest stock from the supply and marketing cooperative, which she had asked Liang to have someone bring back for her. Li Kangkai lifted his head, his clouded eyes fixed on his son. What did you say? I'm not marrying her, Liang repeated, each word dragged from between his teeth one by one. The pipe in Li Kangkai's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. He opened his mouth, his lips were so dry they had turned white and cracked. His tongue flicked out, tasting nothing but the tang of rust. Just a few days ago, his son had seemed possessed, crouching by his bed in the middle of the night, saying that if Li Xianghua married someone else, he would not go on living. He had stroked the back of his son's head, his rough fingertips brushing over the short stubble, coaxing him, saying he would go borrow money right away, that he would pawn everything if needed to scrape together the bride price. How had his son suddenly changed, as if he were a different person? Is it about the bride price? Li Kangkai stood up, his knee joints cracking. Don't be afraid, Dad has a way. He turned and pointed at the sewing machine in the corner. The Farron brand, its lacquered surface gleaming, a strip of red cloth still tied around the wheel. He had traded it for by selling his blood 6 times in a row. Each time he sold blood, old Lou from the clinic would shake his head and ask if old Li still wanted his life. He would grin and say that nothing mattered more than his son taking a wife. In the first few days afterward, his body was so weak he could not get off the Kong, but after 2 bowls of brown sugar water, he went up the mountain to chop wood. Joining the village brigade on hunts in the mountains, he walked until walnut-sized blisters formed on his soles. He pricked them with a needle at night and kept walking the next day. They brought down a wild boar and were allotted dozens of gene of meat, which at year's end was converted to work points, then to money. Bit by bit, he saved until he finally had enough for that machine. Even if it cost me this old life, I'll see you married. Li Kangkai thumped his chest, his voice raspy like a broken gong. Liang looked at his father's deeply furrowed face, his eyes stinging with unshed tears. He remembered his father uttering those very words in his past life. And then his father truly gave up his life, his body broken, unable to withstand the wild boar's charge. The sound of the boar's tusks piercing his ribs echoed across the mountain. Father, I'm begging you, let's go back. Liang grasped Li Kangkai's wrist tightly. That hand was as hard as tree bark, knuckles thick and prominent with dirt embedded deep in the nail beds. Li Xianghua rushed out from the main room and shoved Liang aside. Let go. Your father said he has a plan. Why are you causing trouble? She turned and shouted into the house. Father, mother, look at Liang. He wants to call off the engagement. Several people poured into the yard. Li Xianghua's younger brother stood on the steps, the youngest still clutching a rolling pin. An old woman's wailing came from inside. Oh, my bitter fate. I finally hoped my daughter would marry, and now this trouble arises. Li Xianghua's father walked out, a cigarette dangling from his lips, squinting at Li Liang. What's the matter? Is the bride price too much for you? No. Li Liang began, but was cut off by Li Xianghua. Li Liang, if you dare walk away today, you'll never set foot in my house again. She stomped her feet, her cotton shoes slapping against the brick floor. If you look down on me, just say so. Li Xianghua won't have trouble finding a husband. The wind blew, stirring up dust in the yard and getting into Li Kangkai's eyes. Rubbing them, he saw his son's back standing straight and tall like that pine tree on the cliff that had been struck by lightning. Li Xianghua. Li Liang's voice suddenly became calm, unnaturally calm for a man just over 20. You're right. You won't have trouble finding a husband. He turned and pulled Li Kangkai out of the yard. Li Xianghua stood frozen in place. She hadn't expected this outcome. Just 2 days ago, Li Liang had knelt before her, swearing he couldn't live without her. Now the way he looked at her was like looking at a weed in the field, a tile on the roof, an insignificant stone. Li Liang, come back. Her voice trembled in the wind. Li Liang didn't look back. He dragged Li Kangkai out of the yard, past the old locust tree at the village entrance, past the threshing ground piled with corn stalks, past the irrigation ditch covered in thin ice. Li Kangkai remained silent the whole way, only turning back repeatedly, as if searching for an answer in his son's face. Father, Li Liang suddenly stopped. How many times did you sell your blood? Li Kangkai's steps faltered, and the cigarette fell from his lips. How did you know? Li Liang's eyes reddened, his palms slick with sweat. He grabbed his father's calloused hand, his grip so tight it startled even himself. His father's palm was rough as sandpaper, knuckles prominent with ingrained dirt in the creases. He dragged that hand towards the door, stumbling. Father, it's not happening. I want Mary, Li Xianghua. His voice was hoarse, his throat choked with emotion. He swallowed hard and continued. We'll find a girl who doesn't ask for money or expensive things. They'll find a woman willing to endure hardship with me. The words had barely left his mouth. Ding. Detected repentance and a complete change of heart. The daily blind box system is activating for you. Activation successful. Chinese martial arts. This is the real deal. Li Liang's chest burned, his heart thumping against his ribs. He closed his eyes, and with a thought the light seeped into his body. A surge of heat rose from his dantian, rushing up his spine like a living serpent slithering through the crevices of his bones. His blood boiled, and a roar filled his ears as if something had exploded within him. Shaolin Luohan Fist, Xingyi Quan Wing, Chun Bagua Palm Nanchuan Bajiquan. One set of techniques after another flashed through his mind, his muscles memorizing the trajectory of each movement. His knuckles itched and his shoulder twitched involuntarily, as if about to strike an opening pose. This was the benefit of having a system. If those beasts Li Liang and Li Hu dare to come ill, let them taste the Luohan Fist. Father, brother, you're back. Li Liang followed his father into their own yard. A carrying pole rested on his shoulder, its ends holding empty baskets, the bottoms still caked with mud. He looked up at the old bungalow. The wooden pillars were crooked, the plaster peeling off to reveal the bamboo strips and mud beneath. The roof was thatched with withered grass, some parts caved in like an old man's sunken temples. The windows were wooden frames covered with a layer of translucent plastic sheeting that bulged and flapped, dilapidated, primitive, backward. But Li Liang didn't mind. No matter how shabby this wooden house was, his father was still here. His younger sisters hadn't grown up yet. This place had the smell of home, the warmth of the stove, the pungent odor of chicken droppings in the yard, and that warm corner deep in his memory. He set down the load, his shoulders aching. 2 girls in floral-patterned cotton jackets rushed out from the main room. The jackets were red with white flowers, the cuffs worn shiny. Second sister. Little sister. Li Liang's voice trembled and his eyes reddened again. Second sister was still the same as when she was 15, with 2 braids tied with red string. She was only 15, with the lingering baby fat on her face revealing 2 canine teeth when she smiled. Little sister was only 8, barely reaching Li Liang's waist, as thin as a bean sprout, her wrists so delicate they seemed breakable. She looked up at him, her eyes big and round like 2 black grapes. Memories of his past life stabbed into his mind like a knife. Not long after his father was killed by the boar, he divorced Li Xianghua. Back then he felt he couldn't even support himself, and his 2 sisters were a burden. Second sister was only 16. He found a family in a neighboring village, took a bride price of 30 yuan, and married her off. That man was a drunkard. When drunk, he would beat her, his fists landing on second sister, leaving her face bruised and her eyes blackened. Second sister endured for over a year. When she couldn't take it anymore, she drank a bottle of pesticide one night and collapsed in the haystack in the backyard. Little sister's fate was even worse. The family had run out of food, their stomachs empty and aching. She went up the mountain to pick wild mushrooms, hoping to make a pot of soup to fill their bellies. But she encountered a pack of wolves. Those beasts pounced on her, their sharp fangs tearing open her throat. She was only 12. She hadn't even grown up, and she was devoured. In his later years, every time Li Liang thought of these things, he would raise his hand and slap his own face. Slap after slap until his face was swollen and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He hated himself for being a beast, for not finding a good family for second sister, for not taking better care of little sister. In this life, I must be good to my sisters. He swore to himself, his knuckles turning white. Father, brother, why did you bring everything back? Second sister tilted her head in confusion. Li Kongkong reached for his old tobacco pipe, which he had used for over a decade, pinched a wad of tobacco leaves into the brass bowl, and struck a match. The flame licked the tobacco. He took a couple of puffs, the wrinkles around his mouth deepening. Your brother isn't marrying Li Xianghua. Second sister turned to glare at Li Liang. Brother, are you really not going to propose to Widow Wu? No. Li Liang reached out and ruffled her hair. Second sister's gaze shifted back to her father. Brother, you don't know how anxious father has been about your marriage. He can't even swallow his food, and he's lost so much weight. Li Liang's nose stung, and his throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton. I was wrong to think that way. I've let you all down. He pointed at the 2 baskets in the corner, which were piled with wild boar meat, rabbit meat, and 2 carp. Beside them lay a pack of sugar and a roll of floral cloth. Father returned these things to their owners. The 2 little girls stared at the pile of meat, their mouths watering, yet Li Liang crouched down and patted his younger sister's head. I take Xiaomei inside to drink some sugar water. Then he said to Xiaomei, be good, go with your second sister. Brother will catch a rabbit for you later. Xiaomei looked up and smiled. Brother is the best. The 2 thin figures carefully carried the sugar into the house, chasing each other, their footsteps kicking up puffs of dust in the yard. Li Liang's heart warmed. He thought he needed to get some grain quickly to nourish his father and sisters. The family had long run out of food, with not even cornmeal left at the bottom of the jar, surviving only on wild vegetables his father dug from the mountain. His 2 sisters were so hungry their cheeks were sunken, the skin on their faces clinging to the bone. The 3 gene of wild boar and 5 gene of rabbit meat were borrowed by his father from Captain Zhou of the production brigade. The 2 carp were a gift from old Wang next door, and the sugar and floral cloth were bought with his father's own money. Li Kongkai finished his pipe of tobacco and tapped out the ashes. Son, how about I talk to old Zhou? Let's keep a few gene of the wild boar and return the rest later. Li Liang thought for a moment. Keep 2 gene and send the rest back. He knew his father was a proud man at heart. He wouldn't have swallowed his pride to ask for help unless they were truly at their wits' end. This time, if it weren't for his marriage, his father wouldn't have humbled himself to seek out Captain Zhou. Li Kongkai turned and went into the kitchen, took out a cleaver, cut off 2 gene of wild boar, and placed the remaining meat back into the basket. He shouldered the load, stepped out of the yard, and headed along the dirt path toward old Wang's house and the production brigade. Li Liang carried the 2 gene of meat into the kitchen. The noonday sun blazed directly onto the snowline of the Changbai Mountains. Snowmelt trickled down the ridges, gathering into small streams that rushed noisily down the mountain. Just as he placed the meat on the chopping board, a bell chimed in his mind. Ding! Mystery box refreshed. Li Liang's fingers paused in midair for a second. On the translucent panel that appeared in the upper left corner of his vision, the words were as clear as morning dew. Host can redeem a level 1 mystery box. First claim, no consumption of favor points. His thumb hesitated, not at all directly touching the virtual open button. There was no sound, but something seemed to gently vibrate within the walls of his skull. Mystery box opening. 3 seconds, perhaps less. A new line of text appeared on the panel. Congratulations, host. Obtained 1 piece of intelligence at the foot of Scarcity Mountain under the old locust tree. 2 hazel grouse will pass by at 1 p.m. Setting a snare under the tree guarantees 100 capture. Intelligence. His lips moved and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Hazel grouse. He recognized the scientific name. The village elders called them flying dragons, rare birds found deep in the Changbai Mountains. Their flesh was tender, and even the bones exuded fragrance. The purchasing station in town offered a price for one that equaled 3 gene of wild boar. Scarcity Mountain lay right behind Shuangshui village. He knew it intimately. His father Li Kongkai and the village team would go there every few days, each time returning with black humus and pine needles wedged in their boot seams. The mountain earned its name for a simple reason. There were indeed many black bears on it. But as long as one didn't venture deep into the dense forest and stayed near the foothills, even half-grown children faced no danger. He could sketch the outline of that old locust tree with his eyes closed. Its crown spread like a giant umbrella, and its trunk was so thick that 3 adults joining hands couldn't encircle it. In the past, every transition from summer to autumn, he would take his little sister Xiaohua by the hand and carry a bamboo basket to pick the white-capped mushrooms around the tree's roots. 2 flying dragons. He repeated the number, scraping his thumb lightly over his index finger's knuckle, a habitual gesture when he was deep in thought. Was this intelligence reliable? In the yard, the chopped wild boar meat lay spread on the stone slab, blood seeping through the cracks. His 2 sisters squatted by the threshold, poking at ants on the ground with twigs. Li Liang looked up at the sky. The sun had just moved above the withered vine on the courtyard wall, casting a shadow that was perfectly straight. It was still an hour until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He wrapped the remaining wild boar meat in oil paper, stashed it in the earthen jar on the stove, and turned to give a few instructions to his sisters. Xiaohua lifted her face, her cheeks puffed out, as if she had something in her mouth, and mumbled a reply. The other sister kept her head down, absorbed in drawing circles on the ground with a twig. Li Liang pushed open the yard gate, and the wooden axle let out a soft creak. The dirt path beneath his feet was packed hard, covered with a layer of fine dead leaves. He quickened his pace, heading toward the familiar mountain shadow behind the village. Wind swept in from the mountain hollow, carrying the scent of pine resin and decaying leaves. No matter how abundant the resources or plentiful the mountain products of Shuangshui village, they couldn't withstand the population explosion. 200 years ago, there were only a few households here, a total of about a dozen people. Now it had multiplied dozens of times, with at least 700 or 800 mouths to feed. In every household, at least 7 or 8 people were crammed into a single room. Take Li Ze's family, for example. He is father and his 2 sisters made 4 people. If his mother hadn't died in childbirth on the Kong back, then the family would have been twice as large. When the village men returned from hunting, they had little pastime. They ate plenty of venison and drank plenty of deer blood, their bodies burning with pent-up energy. The moment they stepped through the door, pulled the curtain, and closed the door, they unleashed all that brute force on their women. In those days, who had ever heard of family planning? That concept simply didn't exist. Few used protection, and every time they went to the bedroom, the woman's belly would swell. The women of Shuangshui village were like wild dogs whelping in the mountains, each one more fertile than the last. With so many people, the mountain's bounty couldn't go around. Add to that the barren harvest from the fields for the past 2 years, and the village was in turmoil again, life growing even tighter. At the foot of the Changbai Mountains and Scarcity Mountain, not even pheasants or hares were left, and even wild herbs had been dug up clean. Hundreds of people, starving until their eyes turned green, had devoured anything remotely edible long ago. When the men of Shuangshui village went up the mountain, they usually headed for 2 places, the Changbai Mountains or Scarcity Mountain. Liang was now walking toward Scarcity Mountain behind the village. After about 20 minutes stepping on the frozen dirt path and rounding a bend, he arrived at the mountain's foot. It was still deep winter, and a heavy snow had fallen the night before last. The branches of the metasequoias on the slope were laden with a thick layer of white. Every now and then came the sound of crack crack, a branch unable to bear the weight of the snow snapping and crashing down. A cold wind blew and snow dust from the treetops rustled down. This is the one. Liang looked up. Before him stood an old locust tree. The tree was at least 3 or 4 stories tall, its trunk as thick as a barrel, requiring 2 adults with outstretched arms to encircle it. The branches were bare, not a single leaf left, only piled snow resting on them like a thick cotton quilt. He looked down at the snow beneath the tree. It was perfectly smooth, not even an animal track in sight. Liang muttered to himself, "Are there really flying dragons here?" Flying dragons were actually a type of wild pheasant in the mountains, scientifically known as hazel grouse. They were common on the mountain in winter with very tender meat, and the hunters of Shuangshui village loved to pair them with wine. The villagers never called them pheasants, they always said flying dragons. After all, the saying goes, heavenly dragon meat was the ultimate delicacy. But these creatures flew swiftly, darting through the woods, and even seasoned hunters with shotguns could hardly bag a few. Liang had no gun. He came empty-handed. To catch a few flying dragons to improve the family's meals, he could only set snares. His father Li Kangkai was an old hunter, and Liang had grown up watching him mastering the arts of setting snares and digging traps. Now that I'm here, I might as well give it a try. He muttered to himself, crouching down to pull out a few animal traps from his pocket. The method was simple. Place the trap on the ground, bury some corn kernels as bait, and leave the rest to luck. Beneath the old locust tree, Liang crouched, using his fingers to sweep aside the snow, revealing a few withered yellow stems. He tore a vine from the tree's roots, deftly tying a slipknot, burying it in the snow, and fastening the other into the root. The intel said there were 2, so he'll set 2. He repeated the motion, hiding the second snare in a snow pit 3 paces from the first. After finishing, he rubbed his palms together, brushed off the snowflakes clinging to his tiger's mouth, turned, and slipped into the nearby withered grass. Snow water dripped down the blades, soaking his pant legs, but he paid it no mind. The only sound during the wait was the wind rustling through the treetops. Suddenly, a rustling came from deep within the grass. 2 grayish-brown figures emerged, one after the other, hopping through the snow toward the old locust tree. Their claws left delicate imprints on the snow's surface, each step accompanied by a crisp crack. The larger one had chestnut-brown speckles on its tail feathers, its plumage a mix of brown and gray with clear horizontal stripes. The other, slightly smaller, followed, closely pecking at the snow a few times. Hazel grouse. Liang held his breath, pressing his body lower, not even flinching as the grass blades scraped his cheek. His gaze locked onto the 2 birds, not daring to blink. They hopped under the tree. The snow was piled thickly. The smaller grouse first dug a pit, nestled in, and began to clean its wings with the snow. Snowflakes shook from its feathers, glistening in the sunlight. Wait. Liang squinted. As the female grouse drew near, he saw it clearly. On the base of its right wing, feathers were matted with dark red bloodstains. Its flight was slightly off-kilter, and it stumbled a bit upon landing. Injured. Before he could ponder further, a sharp cry rang out ahead. The male grouse's claw was caught in the vine snare, flapping its wings frantically, sending snow flying. The vine cut into its ankle. The more it struggled, the tighter the noose became. Got it. No sooner had Liang spoken than the female grouse, startled by its mate's commotion, leaped up, flailing its wings wildly, only to step into the second snare. The vine tightened, tripping it to the ground. Got it again. Liang sprang up from the grass, grabbed a thick wooden stick from the ground, and dashed to the tree in 2 strides. The stick swung up and came down, landing precisely on the back of the 2 grouses' heads. A dull thud, and both. He crouched down, picked up the male grouse, and weighed it in his hand. About 1.5 pounds. Then he weighed the female, about 1 pound. Together, just over 3 pounds. For a hazel grouse in the mountains, reaching 1 pound was already rare. These two were so plump they could barely walk. Liang tore off a vine, threaded it through the ankles of both grouse, tied a knot, and hung them at his side. He looked down at his hands. His fingers were still stained with snow and blood. The intel was real. The thought churned in his mind. This meant the daily refreshing mystery box could bring him an endless stream of information, where and when prey would appear. All he had to do was follow the map and wait. Crouching under the tree, he reached out and touched the base of the female grouse's wing. The blood had dried and the wound was crusted with hard scabs. Whether it was from a hunter's trap or another bird of prey didn't matter. What mattered was that these two birds had delivered themselves into his snares. He stood up, the cold wind cutting into his collar, and he shrank his neck. Time to go back. Two gaunt figures flashed. His second sister had been eating less wild vegetable soup these days, her smile growing more forced. His youngest sister was even smaller, her face, sunken cheekbones prominent, making her eyes look unnaturally large. Their father always saved his own portion for them, claiming had already eaten. Liang tightened his grip on the vine at his waist, the vine cutting into his palm. He set off downhill, his boots crunching into the snow with a dull sound. The setting sun cast a long shadow across. He glanced down at the two heavy lumps at his waist, the corners of his mouth twitching before he quickly composed himself. 3 pounds of meat, enough for a few meals. The mountain wind bit at his face. Liang tightened the last grouse on the vine at his waist, then bent down to check the trap under the old locust tree. It was empty, with only a few withered leaves swirling in the wind. He straightened up, dusted the dirt off his knees, and prepared to head down the slope. Halfway, he reached up and touched the female grouse's wing. His fingertip brushed the edge of the wound, feeling the hard, dry scab. He brought it close and sniffed. A faint, bitter, scorched smell entered his nostrils. It wasn't the rancid odor of a beast's bite, but more like a trace of something burned. A thought crossed his mind. The wound's shape was very regular, the edges neat, not something claws or teeth would make. The fork in the road was ahead. The gravel path split in two. One way curved toward the village, the other disappeared into the deeper woods. Just as Liang was about to turn, his ears caught a faint rustling sound. Something moving in the grass, a crack like the snapping of dry twigs. His heart tightened. He lowered his center of gravity, grabbed a thick stick as wide as a bowl from the ground, and gripped it until his knuckles turned white. This was the Black Bear Mountain Forest, where bears love to hole up in such thickets. Before hibernation, when they were fattening up, their temper was fiercer than the mountain wind. Holding the stick horizontally in front of him, his gaze locked onto the swaying grass. The blades parted, and first emerged the brim of a dogskin hat. Then a wrinkled, old face appeared with high cheekbones and sunken eyes, but those eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, carrying a pressing intensity as they swept over him. The old man stood straight back, took long strides, moved with vigor, and carried a long rifle on his back. Behind him followed a young man, taller, wrapped in a sheepskin coat, wearing dogskin boots, his face red from the cold, looking. Grandpa Zhao. Luzi. Liang put down the stick and called out. The two were coming down from the mountain, also from Shuangshui village, living next door to him. Neighbors sharing a courtyard, they often crossed paths. That simple-looking Lu Zi had grown up with him, playing together since they were kids. Though the same age by seniority, Lu Zi had to call him uncle. The old man approached, saw his grandson standing there dumbfounded, staring at Liang, and gave him a kick, growling in a rough voice. What are you gawking at? Say hello, uncle. Lu Zi snapped out of it and called out in a muffled voice. Liang grinned and waved. Don't call me uncle. We're the same age. Just call me brother. Even as he said it, it felt awkward. A peer calling him uncle felt like a curse on his lifespan. Yet a wave of warmth surged in his heart. He recalled how Li Xianghua had forced him into divorce, stripping the house of everything movable, even the pot, and how those two beasts had broken his leg, leaving him bedridden, unable even to turn over. Back then it was Lu Zi who carried grain and dried meat to his door, making trip after trip, even bringing a barefoot doctor from town to save his leg from the brink of ruin. If not for Lu Zi, his life would have been lost to the wind on Black Bear Mountain long ago. The mountain wind blew again, making the treetops howl. Liang's grip on the stick hadn't fully loosened as his gaze swept over the grandfather and grandson, then fell back to the wing of the feathered dragon in his hand. That thought surfaced again in his mind. Could that wound really not be from a gunshot? The grayish-brown feathered dragon hung at Liang's waist, its wings half spread with a trace of congealed blood still clinging to the edge of its beak. Old man Zhao squinted, his gaze tracing from the stiff claws all the way to the snow-soaked roots of the feathers, and a dry, cracked lip quivered slightly. Xiao Lang, did you set the traps for both of these? Liang nodded, slung one of them over his shoulder, and snowflakes rustled off the tops of his boots. Lu Zi, standing 3 steps away, stared at the two feathered dragons, his atoms apple bobbing several times, not even bothering to wipe the thin layer of ice on his cotton sleeve. Lucky just happened to run into them. Old man Zhao reached out and patted Liang's shoulder, his palm as rough as sandpaper. A muffled laugh escaped his throat, hoarse from the cold. He had wandered through Black Bear Mountain with Lu Zi for 3 whole days, the soles of his boots nearly worn through his trouser legs, frozen into stiff cylinders of ice. Aside from a pile of pinecone shells gnawed by squirrels, they hadn't seen so much as a pheasant feather. Yet this young man had managed to snare 2 feathered dragons in one go. It was no different from finding gold in a heavy snowstorm. He knew full well what the saying, heavenly dragon meat, truly referred to. When roasted, the fat seeps into the grain of that meat, and with one bite the juices trickle down the corner of your mouth. If stewed, even the golden sheen of the oil alone could make you swallow your tongue. The village was in dire straits now. The rice jars had long been scraped clean. These past few days all he and Lu Zi had eaten were boiled wild greens and steamed sweet potatoes, hoarding even the salt. The last traces of oil in their bellies had been scoured away completely. He had led Lu Zi into the mountains, polishing his gun barrel until it gleamed, hoping to run into a few wild hares or a silly roe deer. But after the heavy snow sealed off the mountains, the drifts could bury a grown man up to the waist. All the creatures huddled in their dens, refusing to come out. After 3 days, the grandfather and grandson's cheeks were flushed crimson from the cold frost, flowers on their eyebrows too stiff to break off, yet not a single piece of game had they caught. Your luck, it's really something else. Old man Zhao added another remark, his voice laced with undisguised envy. Having been a veteran hunter for most of his life, he knew well the difficulty of snaring feathered dragons in a heavy snowstorm. Liang just smiled and waved his hand. The daily blind box system hanging around his chest was his greatest secret. If a second person ever found out about it, the trouble would be fiercer than a wild boar in the mountains. He deftly shifted the topic. Grandpa Zhao, were you and Lu Zi just out for a stroll in the mountains? Old man Zhao grinned, revealing a row of teeth yellowed by smoke, the wrinkles on his face deepening further. He didn't respond, but that expression had already spilled all the answers onto the snowy ground. Liang asked no more. He pulled off his gloves, unfastened the larger male feathered dragon from his waist in a few swift moves, and held it out to Lu Zi. Lu Zi was half a head shorter than him, with 2 ears peeking out from under his cotton cap, purple from the cold. The boy stared at the feathered dragon, offered to him a gurgling sound in his throat, but his hands stayed clenched deep in his sleeves, not daring to reach out, only sneaking glances at his grandfather. Brother Xiaolang, this. Take it. Liang shoved the feathered dragon into Lu Zi's arms. The weight of the bird made Lu Zi's arms drop sharply. This kid had once saved his and his sister's lives. If Lu Zi hadn't pulled them back from the icy riverbank, he wouldn't be standing here today, sharing a feathered dragon with anyone. This debt he had to repay at least a little. Old man Zhao reached out, pulled the feathered dragon from his grandson's arms, and pushed it back toward Liang. The veins on the back of his hand bulged, but his voice was deliberately soft. Xiaolang, your father and sister are still at home waiting for a meal. In the village's current state, an extra mouthful of food means an extra chance at survival. We can't take this. Old man Zhao tied the male feathered dragon more securely to Liang's waist, muttering repeatedly, I appreciate your kindness, child, but I truly cannot accept it. His palms were coarse, and as he tied the rope, his nails scraped against the hemp twine, producing a faint rustling sound. Liang knew well that this old man had been a soldier, had fought in battles, and the toughness in his bones was harder than the frozen earth on the mountain. He had hoped to get Lu Zi to say a word, but when he looked up, the kid was shrinking his neck, his eyes darting away, his lips trembling, but he dared not utter a sound. The wind whipped snow pellets into Lu Zi's face. He wiped them away with his hand, not even daring to lift his head. Grandpa Zhao, 1 is enough for us to eat. Take the other back and make a stew for Lu Zi. Liang took half a step forward, his boots crunching into the snow. Lu Zi and I grew up together. I can't just stand by and watch your pot stay empty. He still had 2 pounds of wild boar meat hidden in his pocket from yesterday, and his fridge wasn't empty yet. Tomorrow, when the blind box refreshed, the system would give him new clues, and he could go up the mountain to find more. 2 consecutive chimes rang in his mind. Zhao Taijian's affinity 3, Zhao Liu's affinity 3. Old man Zhao shook his head, his graying beard trembling in the cold wind. Child, I appreciate your kindness, but you keep this for yourself. He turned and tugged at Lu Zi's sleeve. Come on, let's go home. Liang wanted to catch up and say more, but as soon as he took a step, his gaze lifted involuntarily. The snow-covered ground at the foot of the mountain stretched white and vast, with icicles hanging from the bare branches reflecting a cold pale light. A small figure was struggling through the snow pits, running this way with all its might, 2 little arms flailing desperately, the white breath from its mouth scattering into a mist in the wind. Brother. The voice was choked with tears torn into fragments by the wind. Brother, come back quickly. Dad got beaten up. Lu Zi turned around, a look of surprise spreading across his face. The wooden door was shoved open violently, the threshold letting out a dull thud. 2 burly men stepped in, one after the other, their leather boots thudding heavily on the frozen ground. Both were over 6 feet 3, with shoulders as broad as door planks. Each carried a single-barreled gun slanted across his back, the barrels glinting coldly in the dim yellow light. What bad luck. The feathered dragon was about to be caught, and it got away. The one who entered first took off his dogskin hat, steam rising from the top of his head as he grumbled. The one behind leaned his gun against the wall, took off his hat, and slapped it against his hand. Who told you not to aim properly and just shoot at the wings? The air in the room was stuffy, a stark contrast to the biting cold outside. The firewood in the stove crackled, casting flickering orange-red light across the floor. The 2 men unbuttoned their heavy cotton coats, revealing sweat-soaked shirt collars. This damn weather, the cold seeps right into your bones. The one who entered first rubbed his hands together, his rough knuckles cracking. The snow on the mountain is too deep. Huzi, after dinner go tell the captain to hold off going up the mountain for a few days. Don't worry, second brother. He'll wolf down a couple of mouthfuls and go right away. The one called Huzi grinned, revealing a row of teeth. His left front tooth was chipped, and when he spoke his tongue would lick at the gap, letting out a faint whistle. The two were twin brothers, their builds almost identical. The only difference was on their faces. Liang had a large black mole beside his right nostril, while Lihu had none. If you looked closely, you could also tell them apart by their teeth. Lihu glanced around, his brow furrowing. Brother, isn't it strange? Why is it so quiet at home today? He pricked up his ears to listen. At this time of day their mother and sister would usually have rushed out into the yard shouting to ask, but today there wasn't a single sound. The house was so quiet that only the crackling of the stove fire could be heard. A muscle twitched on Liang's face, his voice dropping half an octave. Don't tell me something's happened. The two exchanged a glance, and were about to step into the inner room, when suddenly a heart-wrenching wail tore through the house sharp, as if ripped open by a blade. Xianghua. If you leave, how can your mother go on living? You're my only daughter. Xianghua. My child. Liang and Lihu froze simultaneously, their eyes colliding as their pupils contracted sharply. Without a word they bolted toward the house, their boots pounding against the floorboards in urgent thuds that made the hanging scrolls on the walls tremble. When the door burst open, Lihu saw his elder sister Li Xianghua standing on a wobbly stool. In her hand, she clutched a hemp rope, one, and already looped over the beam, twisted twice around her hand into a tight knot. Her face was devoid of expression, like a husk drained of all emotion, as she leaned her neck into the noose, the stool beneath her beginning to sway. Lihu's pupils shrank. She was going to hang herself. Big sis. He lunged forward as second brother Liang charged from the other side, both of them clamping down on Li Xianghua's calves from left and right. Through the fabric, they could feel her bones. Their sister was terribly thin, but her struggles were frighteningly strong. Let go. Both of you let go. Li Xianghua's voice squeezed out from her throat, choked with sobs and deep despair. I've lost all faith. Every day I live is another day of suffering. The stool still swayed, the hemp rope creaking against the beam. Lihu looked up at the noose, a chill running down his spine. Mother. He turned to Wu Airong, who sat on the doorstep, his voice low. What happened to big sis? She had been fine before they left, but now she seemed like a different person. Liang seemed to grasp something, his brow furrowing. Wasn't that Li family boy Liang supposed to come propose today? Is that scoundrel involved, eh? What a curse. Wu Airong slumped to the ground, slapping her knees in lament. That little bastard backed out, won't marry your sister, and even called her a jinx in public, said she'd bring death to any man. As she spoke, she shot a glance at Li Xianghua, signaling her. Daughter, that's enough, don't overdo it. This is no joke. Lihu's mind exploded. He released Li Xianghua's leg, clenching his fists until his knuckles. That bastard. My sister looks like this, and he dares to be picky, and slanders her. This. He spun and charged toward the door, grabbing an iron pipe from the corner. Wu Airong's face went pale. Oh no, he's serious. Li Xianghua forgot about the hanging and scrambled down from the stool, her voice trembling. DeLong, go after him. Your third brother is so stubborn. If he really hits someone with that pipe and causes a death, what will we do? Liang was more composed than Lihu. He glanced at his elder sister, then at his mother, a strange, unreadable look in his eyes. Without another word, Xuanshui village was small, the two households less than 100 paces apart. Lihu's footsteps thudded on the dirt path like muffled thunder. Though barely 19, he was broad-shouldered and thick-set, looking from a distance like a standing black bear. His voice was naturally loud, one roar sent sparrows scattering from the eaves. Liang, get the hell out here. The door curtain lifted, revealing a cleaver still slick with pork fat. Li Kongkong burst out, bare-chested, still chopping meat, a pot of braised pork bubbling on the stove for his two daughters. The cleaver on the kitchen counter was still wet. When Li Kongkong heard footsteps and looked up, he froze for a beat. It's Xiaohu, what brings you here? He glanced down at the knife in his hand, thought better of it, and set it aside on the cutting board. Lihu didn't answer him, his steps urgent and aggressive. Before he even entered the yard, his voice crashed over. Old man, where's that bastard Liang hiding? Li Kongkong's heart clenched. This man's demeanor was hostile, clearly gunning for his son. He forced a smile, his Adam's apple bobbing. Liang went up Hike-Sizey Mountain to snare some rabbits. After a brief pause, his throat dry, he tried to smooth things over. Huzi, about your sister, and Xiao Lang, it's my fault. Who the hell said you could call me Huzi? Are we that close? Lihu's eyes narrowed, his gaze cutting like a blade. I bet that cowardly Liang doesn't dare show his face. Who gave him the nerve to bully my sister? Each word struck like a slap. Li Kongkong felt his temples throb, his jaw clenching with a grating sound. That was his son, whom he couldn't bear to scold, even once, let alone let an outsider disparage. His face darkened, his voice low and hard. Lihu, what happened between your sister and Liang? Our family is in the wrong. But there's a reason. Our family truly couldn't afford the bride price, and we've already apologized. What more do you? Rage surged in his chest. Head said all the kind and harsh words, offered every smile, yet this man remained unyielding. Behind the house, Li Tian peeked out, her palms slick with sweat. Fearing her father might come to blows, she whispered urgently to her younger sister, go find Uncle Wang next door. Then she crouched low and slipped out, running along the path toward Hike-Sizey Mountain. Old man, my sister is an innocent girl, and your son just throws her away. What about her reputation? How will she? Lihu's voice exploded in the yard. In these times, a broken engagement could crush a person. especially in the village. If a girl was jilted, word would spread through the entire hamlet in half a day, even reaching neighboring villages. Gossip piled on gossip, exaggerating and twisting, turning white into black. Spit could drown a man without cost. That was what Li Hu feared, those tongues stabbing his elder sister in the back. A woman's reputation was more precious than life. The more he thought, the angrier he grew, his fingers tightening around the iron pipe, the metal biting into his blanched knuckles. He stepped forward and kicked the wicker gate, the wooden slats cracking apart. "He'll ask you one last time. Where's that mongrel Li Liang? I told you he's not home. He went up the mountain." The moment Li Kangkang spoke, he clenched his molars. He was furious enough to slap himself. How could he have let slip his son's whereabouts? Staring at the dark pipe, cold sweat beaded on his palms. "Heaven's son, don't you dare come back now. Get out of my way. Li Liang, you little bastard, get the hell out here." Ow. Li Liang was running home from Haixizi Mountain when he ran into his second sister halfway. She was panting, barely able to speak. Brother Li, who came with a pipe. He hit Dad. His mind went blank, his legs moving like springs as he sprinted back, not even feeling the gravel biting through his soles. When he pushed open the yard gate, Li Liang saw Li Kangkang lying face up on the muddy ground, his back having knocked over a wooden basin, dirty water spilling everywhere. Li Hu stood 3 paces away, the pipe slung over his elbow, a smirk on his face, as if enjoying a good show. Li Liang's temples pulsed, his fingers clenching involuntarily. "Li Hu, you dare lay a hand on my father?" His voice rasped out from his throat, hoarse and strained. Li Hu slowly turned around. Seeing it was Li Liang, he let out a snort from his nose. "I thought you were too scared to show your face, sending this old bones to take the fall for you." He was half a palm taller than Li Liang, with broad shoulders and a thick back. The single-barreled gun swayed at his waist, its muzzle swinging with each step. "Your father was standing there and fell on his own. What's that got to do with me?" Li Hu took a step forward, his shadow looming over Li Liang, his tone laced with undisguised contempt. In this tiny place called Shuangshui Village, the Li brothers had never feared anyone. On the Changbai mountain range, who didn't know the names Li Hu and Li Long. Li Liang ignored him. He sidestepped around Li Hu, rushed to Li Kangkai's side, and crouched down. Supporting the old man's elbows with both hands, he slowly helped him to his feet. Li Kangkai supported his lower back with his left hand, his brows tightly furrowed, his lips pale. "Father." The second sister and the youngest sister ran out from the house. The younger one hadn't even put her shoes on properly, her toes scraped against the stone slab. As she ran, her face streaked with tears. The second sister tugged at Li Kangkai's sleeve, her voice trembling. "Father, does it hurt?" Li Kangkai sucked in a breath of cold air, forced a smile, and waved his hand. "It's nothing. Just a fall, the bones are fine." He lowered his voice and tugged at Li Liang's clothes. "Son, go find Captain Zhou. That beast is under his command. Once he speaks, Li Hu won't dare to make a peep." Li Liang glanced at the gun barrel at Li Hu's waist, didn't reply, patted Li Kangkai on the back, and said, "Second sister, help father back inside." "Son." Li Kangkai hesitated, his throat bobbing as if he wanted to say more. "That gun isn't loaded." Li Liang's voice was extremely low, almost only audible to Li Kangkai like a needle dropping into his ear. Li Kangkai was stunned for a moment, his gaze involuntarily shifting to the single-barreled gun in Li Hu's hand. He had hunted all his life and was no stranger to that thing. During the argument with Li Hu just now, he had only been angry and hadn't paid any attention to whether the fellow's gun was loaded. Now, prompted by Li Liang, he suddenly realized the firing pin wasn't engaged, the chamber was empty. He watched his son's back, his throat tightening. When had this child learned to read a gun? He hadn't even touched a knife to kill a chicken. The weapon in Li Hu's hand was called a local blunderbuss by the locals in the northeast. They called it an old foreign cannon. This thing was an old model, a type of single-barreled smoothbore gun. It couldn't use fixed ammunition. When hunting, you had to first stuff gunpowder into the barrel, then pour in iron shot, aim at the prey, and pull the trigger to fire. This thing had been in Li Hu's hands for many years. It was said to have been passed down from his great-grandfather's generation, barely considered a family heirloom. Li Hu's grandfather had even used this gun to fight against the little devils in the early years. Li Kangkai, seeing the gun chamber was empty of gunpowder, finally turned and went back into the house. Even if a real fight broke out, at worst, there would be some flesh wounds, nothing fatal. Before entering the house, he also picked up the kitchen knife. He was afraid that if his son got too riled up, he'd grab the knife and chop Li Hu up. "I thought you were hiding in your shell, afraid to show your face." Li Hu glanced sideways at Li Liang, a sneer escaping his lips. Li Liang stared straight at Li Hu, his gaze like burning embers. When enemies meet, their eyes could bleed with hatred. Li Liang remembered it clearly that day. It was this very Li Hu who swung a shovel and viciously struck his right leg. The pain at the moment the bone broke, a pain that penetrated to the marrow. The kind of pain, the feeling of lying in bed, tossing and turning, writhing in agony. Li Liang had that etched into his very bones for life. "What cat got your tongue? Tisk, weren't you just yapping away a moment ago?" Li Hu pursed his lips, his face full of disdain. "What stray dog wandered into my yard yelping and making my ears ache?" Li Liang put on an act, reaching up to pick his ear. This remark, combined with the ear-picking gesture, instantly ignited Li Hu's temper. Li Hu's nature was like a firecracker, explosive at the slightest spark. Now enraged, he raised the single-barreled blunderbuss, the dark muzzle aimed directly at Li Liang's head. Li Liang looked at the muzzle and gave a cold smile. "If you've got the guts, then fire. If you don't, then kneel down, crawl between my legs, and count out 10 times properly." Hearing this, Li Hu's face darkened instantly. The hand gripping the gun barrel trembled slightly, his finger resting on the trigger, but he hesitated to pull it. It wasn't that he didn't dare to act. He had only intended to scare Li Liang with the gun. Li Hu himself knew clearly that he had left in such a hurry that he had completely forgotten to load this gun. He knew the man before him, who had almost become his brother-in-law inside out. He was just a loafer wasting his days on the streets, a coward who wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. From the very beginning, he had looked down on this worthless wretch who groveled before his elder sister. Li Hu had always felt that someone like Li Liang was utterly unworthy of his sister. He was just a spineless parasite living only to eat and waiting to die. A piece of trash like that wanting to marry his sister. Was he even worthy? He didn't even deserve to step over the threshold of their Li family home. But he couldn't stand his mother Wu Irong constantly nagging that Li Liang was willing to pay the bride price and would listen to his sister. Li Hu thought it over and reluctantly accepted it, figuring that as long as his sister was happy it was fine. But Li Hu never expected that this almost brother-in-law of his seemed like a completely different person today. How could he be so bold, not even flinching when a gun barrel was pressed against his forehead? Could he have figured out that my gun isn't loaded? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Li Hu knew exactly what kind of reputation Li Liang had in Shuangshui village. This kid is a bit off. The yard suddenly fell silent. The gun was still in Li Hu's hand, the end of the barrel trembling slightly like a snake whose tail had been stepped on. Li Liang stood 2 paces away, the curve of his mouth unchanged, but his eyes were as cold as the frost of this 12th month. Tisk. Li Liang clicked his tongue lightly. I thought you Li Hu were something special, but it turns out you've got this little nerve. As his words fell, the boomerang struck the back of Li Hu's head. A dull thud sounded. Li Hu spun around, veins bulging on his temples. Fine. Then fire. Li Hu's roar shook the snow from the eaves, sending it fluttering down. You think I'm afraid of you? His voice was hoarse with humiliation and rage, like a beast cornered against a wall. The knuckles on the hand gripping the gun turned white. The muzzle traced an arc through the air, aiming at the youth who had provoked. Someone shouted from a distance. Put the gun down. Urgent footsteps sounded on the snow, the crisp crunch of dogskin boots treading on the accumulated snow, each step closer than the last. Li Hu, have you lost your mind? Put the gun down. Who taught you to point a gun at people, huh? Li Hu, you bastard, put the gun. 3 or 4 figures rushed out from the alley, stumbling and running along the icy road. Leading them was Li Liang, followed by Captain Zhou, and behind them was Old Man Wang from next door, his padded jacket unbuttoned, revealing the coarse cloth shirt underneath. Li Liang was the first to burst into the yard. He grabbed his brother's gun barrel and shoved it downward forcefully. The gun slipped from his hand and hit the snow, splashing up a small spray of ice shards. Have you gone mad? Li Liang raised his hand and delivered a slap to the face. A crisp crack split the cold air as Li Hu's face snapped to one side, 5 red finger marks slowly blooming on his skin. He did not fight back, only bowed his head, his chest heaving violently. From the corner of his eye, Li Liang glimpsed Zhou Lizhan standing at the courtyard gate. The team leader stood half a head taller than Li Hu, with broad shoulders and a sturdy frame as immovable as a wall. He recalled what Zhou Lizhan had said when he first joined the team. In Shuangshui village, the muzzle was only meant for the beasts in the mountains. Anyone who dared to point it at their own people could not blame him for turning hostile. This was an iron rule. The gun was for hunting, not for hitting people. Li Hu's face stung from the slap, but he knew his brother's blow was meant to save him. He lifted his head, his gaze crossing the crowd to rest on the figure leaning against the doorframe. Li Liang still wore that half-smile, as if the farce before him was nothing more than an amusing spectacle. A curse lodged in Li Hu's throat, refusing to come out. A sudden realization struck him. Had this brat known all along that Zhou Lizhan was coming? Had those words all been bait to provoke him? Li Hu, what madness has seized you? Zhou Lizhan finally spoke, his voice like a stone rolling across snow, heavy and hard. He strode over, looming above Li Hu. Who gave you the nerve to point a gun at Li Liang's head? Captain, I. Li Hu's voice faltered in his throat, dwindling into mumbles. The chill of the earthen wall still clung to Li Liang's back as Zhou Lizhan's gaze swept over him from head to toe, finally settling on his face. The moment he stepped through the door, he had caught sight of the dark muzzle of Li Hu's rifle pressed against the young man's chest. Yet the lad's eyelids hadn't so much as twitched, his breathing steady and undisturbed. Hard as bone. Zhou Lizhan nodded inwardly. He had seen too many whose legs turned to jelly at the sight of a gun, not just young men. Even seasoned hunters could panic in a sudden crisis. In Li Liang's unwavering gaze there was no flinching, no bravado. It was as if he simply didn't consider the thing a threat. This composure was far beyond that of his worthless father. Li Liang felt a thick hand land on his shoulder. The calluses on the palm were palpable, even through the coarse cloth carrying the scent of pine resin and forest air. He recognized this man. Every time his father ventured into the mountains, he had followed behind this very silhouette. He remembered one deep autumn evening when the wind rattled the locust tree in the yard. Zhou Lizhan had stood at the kitchen door handing a sack of cornmeal to his mother, calling it the month's provisions. Later, when his father's belly was ripped open by a wild boar's tusk, it was this same man who appeared at their doorstep with half a sack of grain, then pulled 2 crumpled 10 yuan notes from his pocket, calling it a token of his care. Li Liang's throat tightened, but in the end, he only shook his head gently. It's nothing. Li Hu's got a short fuse, no need to stoop to his level. Zhou Lizhan's words drifted through the scent of smoke, as if offering a way out. Nearby, Li Hu let out a snort, his face dark as a cast-iron pot. His brother Liang stood a few paces away, frantically signaling to him, with his eyes jerking his chin toward Zhou Liang. The message was clear. The captain was clearly on the other side, better to back down. Zhou Liang shifted his gaze from Li Hu to Liang. What's going on between you two? Liang's eyes swept over the Li brothers' shadows. His mind raced. This whole scene felt off. Next door, Li Xianghua and her widowed mother had surely been spreading plenty of gossip, twisting black into white and white into black. Since they cared so much about saving face, he might as well pour another ladle of fuel on the fire. When he spoke, his voice was unhurried, as if making small talk. He recounted everything. From the day Li Xianghua called him to the base of the wall, to her holding up one finger and demanding 100 yuan bride price, to the matter-of-fact tone she used when mentioning a sewing machine, laying it all out plainly before Zhou Liang and Zhao Taijun. The cigarette in Zhou Liang's hand trembled. 100 yuan. Beside him, old Zhao's eyes nearly bulged out. A sewing machine. That's one of the 3 turns and 1 ring. He counted on his fingers. A sewing machine cost at least 100 plus that bride price. Well over 200 yuan. That sum would gouge a deep pit in the dirt of this impoverished backwater. Liang, is that really what your sister wants? Zhou Liang turned. Liang's gaze wavered, a forced smile on his face. I wouldn't know. Wouldn't know. A cold laugh escaped Zhou Liang's throat. A fine wouldn't know. He thought of families gnawing on tree bark from hunger, of wild greens dug up from the fields until nothing was left of people had seen, that morning sipping bowls of plain boiled wild vegetable roots. And here someone dared to demand 200 yuan to marry off a daughter, saying it without a hint of shame. You two brothers, Zhou Liang's voice dropped. With a mother and a sister like that, you're certainly blessed. Liang's heart sank. Damn, the captain's temper was flaring now. He opened his mouth to backtrack. Captain, this thing Zhou Liang cut him off with a raised hand, silencing him mid. So Li Hu came after you today, because of this. Zhou Liang turned to fix his eyes on Liang. Liang's voice was flat, as if discussing someone else's affairs. Probably. Li Xianghua probably thinks I trampled her pride by calling off the engagement. Old Zhao nearly spat with fury. But a spineless wretch like that daring to ask for 100 yuan bride price, plus a sewing machine. Even if the Zhao line dies out, I'd never let my grandson touch that kind of trash. A stick of cornmeal cost next to nothing. The price of 2 jean of flour could in lean times save a whole family from death's door. That widow Wu and her daughter had hearts black as coal. The old man's anger grew with every thought. He stamped his foot, turned, and vanished through the courtyard gate in an instant. Ruin Li Xianghua's reputation. Zhou Liang's lips twisted, his gaze cutting like a blade across Liang and Li Hu. I'd say Li Xianghua ruined Liang's reputation. Liang had gone to widow Wu's home with sincere intentions to propose marriage, only to be handed an exorbitant bill and drenched in filth. Calling off the engagement. That was the clearest decision he could make. They'll have to warn the bachelors and the team. Zhou Liang let out a chuckle from his throat. They're all dead broke, not a coin to their names. Li Xianghua was considered one of the finest catches in Shuangshui village. A pretty face, a shapely figure with curves that filled out in all the right places. Among the unmarried men in the production team, 8 out of 10 tossed and turned at night, dreaming of her saving every ounce of strength to win her hand. Liang and Li Hu's faces went pale. Liang sighed, his voice low. So big sister's little hanging act earlier was all for our benefit. He had sensed something was off. Why would she suddenly want to string herself up from the beam? Even if things didn't work out with Liang, it shouldn't have come to that. There were plenty of capable men in the village besides Liang. Li Hu said nothing, but his eyes suddenly froze. He fixed his gaze on the 2 flying squirrels hanging from Liang's belt, especially the female with the gunshot wound on its wing. At the sight, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Isn't that flying squirrel the one I shot? Li Hu sprang forward as if his feet were on springs, his voice exploding. Liang, you shameless thief, stealing my kill. Li Hu's spittle nearly sprayed onto Liang's face as he hurled accusations. You're a thief who steals. Cursing, he lunged forward, reaching for the 2 game animals hanging from Liang's belt. Even a clay idol has a temper. Li Hu with his foul mouth had pinned a false label of theft on him right in front of Captain. A fire ignited in Liang's chest, a surge of rage rushing to his head. He swerved his body, abruptly swung his right arm in a wide arc, and his palm cut through the air with a sharp slap, landing solidly on Li Hu's face. Liang's movement was as swift as a blur. Before Li Hu's retina could even track the trajectory of that hand, his left cheek was violently twisted aside. A searing, spicy pain exploded from his cheekbone like being branded by a red-hot iron rod. How dare! Li Hu's curse got stuck in his throat. That's for that cesspool of a mouth of yours. Liang said, his voice low, but each word hammering into the air like he had just utilized the martial arts proficiency extracted from the system. The slap appeared light, but in reality his inner energy had already penetrated the flesh. Li Hu felt his left cheek swelling rapidly. The burning pain subsided into a dull, throbbing ache that distorted his entire face. Zhou Liang stood a few steps away, his eyes fixed and unblinking. He had learned some martial arts from an old hunter in the village for a couple of years, so his eyesight wasn't too poor. That slap just now was so fast he didn't even have time to blink. He reassessed Liang, the thought in his mind growing clearer. The gossip in the village about this young man probably never even touched the truth. playing the pig to eat the tiger. Those 4 words popped into Zhou Lisan's mind. He glanced at Li Hu. Didn't this fool's name just happen to have the character Hu Tiger in it? Looks like he's going to be in trouble today. 2 consecutive prompt tones flashed through his mind. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Liang noticed Zhou Lisan's direction. This guy, usually indifferent to him, had actually given him 20 favorability points in one go. A cold sneer rose in Li Liang's heart. It seemed that Li Hu's kind had long been disliked in the team. A few more slaps on him, and he'd quickly accumulate 100 points, securing tomorrow's mystery box. Li Hu held his left cheek, feeling it had swollen like it was holding a hot egg. His mouth tasted bitter. He wanted to curse, but couldn't. The blow had left his ears ringing as if wasps were buzzing around his head. Li Liang stepped over, shielding his younger brother. He looked down at the injury on Li Hu's face, a vein on his temple throbbing. Those 2 pheasants, he said, lifting his chin to point at the ground, were shot by us brothers on Black Bear Mountain. If you don't believe me, turn the female one over. There's a bullet mark on its wing. Li Liang's voice was very low, as if squeezed through clenched teeth. He and his brother had gone up the mountain early that day, hoping to catch some rabbits or pheasants to bring back for their mother and elder sister. They had spent most of the day on the mountain, their fingers frozen stiff, and caught nothing. Halfway down the mountain, Li Hu suddenly called out to him, saying he had spotted 2 pheasants. Li Hu pulled the trigger from over 100 meters away, the shot grazing the base of the female pheasant's wing. Now standing in Li Liang's yard, he spotted the 2 pheasants hanging from Li Liang's belt. The female one clearly had a fresh bullet hole on its wing, and suspicion immediately arose in his heart. What's it to you? Which of your eyes saw this thing belongs to your family? Is your name carved on it? Li Liang stepped forward, staring directly at Li Liang. Then tell me, where did you get this? Where I got it, what's it to you? Li Liang had no goodwill for this family of 4. All from the same nest, their characters were about the same. Not worth arguing with them, a waste of saliva. His eyes darted, sweeping over to Li Hu, who was holding his cheek, and his palm began to itch again. That slap just now felt incredibly satisfying, making his whole body comfortable. Delightful. A couple more, and it would be even better. As for the debt of that broken leg, no rush. These 2 brothers, take it slow. For now, let's collect a little interest first. See, you still say you didn't steal. Li Hu mumbled, his words slurred as his tongue tangled around them. His left face was swollen and numb, making it hard to speak. Captain, you have to stand up for us brothers. We went up Black Bear Mountain today and ran into 2 pheasants halfway. I fired 1 shot. After I shot, I went over with my brother, and both were gone. Captain Li Liang, he stole our game. You have to judge. Li Hu wanted to use Zhou Lisan as a backer to suppress Li Liang. They knew very well that Li Liang couldn't possibly use a gun. His father Li Kangkai was a hunter, but that gun was locked up in the brigade's armory, not in Li Liang's possession. These 2 pheasants were definitely not shot down by Li Liang. Zhou Lisan frowned, listening to Li Hu's story. He remembered Li Kangkai once mentioning that he wanted his son Li Liang to take over his job and hunt with the brigade. But Li Liang was a slacker back then, finding hunting too tiring and dirty, and absolutely refused. So Zhou Lisan knew in his heart that Li Liang couldn't hunt. He had never even touched a gun. He didn't want to suspect Li Liang, but Li Hu's story was vivid. Both pheasants had bullet wounds on their wings. Where on earth did Li Liang get them? Li Liang, what's going on? Zhou Lisan asked. Where did you get these pheasants? Li Liang still had some respect for Zhou Lisan and softened his tone. He had to tell the truth. I set my own snares and caught them. You're lying. You don't know how to set snares. You stole these pheasants. Don't try to weasel your way out. Li Liang's eyes bulged, his voice rising. No one would take you for a mute if you kept quiet. Li Liang snorted. How do you know I can't set snares? He curled his lip in a cold smile. How hard can it be? Or is it? You 2 brothers came back empty-handed from the mountain today, and now have your eyes on my 2 pheasants. Li Liang stared at the 2 in front of him, a smile on his face. A reddened face was visible under his dogskin felt hat. Lu Zi rushed into the yard with hurried steps, his toes kicking up a puff of snow. He spread his arms, shielding Li Liang, his chest heaving violently. 2 can testify. The cold wind rushed into his throat, making his words come out in broken fragments. His stutter was acting up. The more anxious he got, the less fluent he became. In the sub-zero courtyard, Li Liang watched Lu Zi's back as he stood in front of him and suddenly felt a warmth surging in his chest. The chill of the harsh winter was mostly blocked by this flailing protective stance. He reached out, grabbed Lu Zi's arm, and pulled him behind him. The Zhao family only had this one son, and Li Liang and Li Hu's eyes were gleaming with malice. Who knew what they might do? Did he really catch those pheasants with snares? Li Hu took a step forward, his tone barbed. Everyone knows you Zhao Lu are thick as thieves with him. As his words fell, a robust voice boomed from outside the door. Then what about me? Lu Zi's eyes lit up, and he called. Old Master Zhao stood at the threshold, his tobacco pipe still smoldering. The shoulders of his cotton-padded jacket were covered in snow, clearly from rushing over on the mountain path. The old man's gaze swept across the people in the yard, finally resting on the 2 pheasants at Li Liang's waist. He took a slow drag from his pipe. I'll bear witness. Li Liang and Li Hu exchanged a glance, their expressions as if they had bitten into a nail. Old Master Zhao was the most renowned old hunter for miles around. His word carried more weight than anyone else's testimony. Zhou Lisan rubbed the stubble on his chin, his gaze sweeping back and forth across the faces of the people. During the season of heavy snow, the beasts were all hibernating in their dens. Hunting depended entirely on heaven's favor. Li Long and Li, who had not been in the mountains for long, having only joined the brigade of Twin Water Village last year. In terms of experience, they were barely a step above a complete novice. Captain, don't listen to that, Li Liang's blather. Li, who grew anxious, jabbing a finger in Li Liang's direction. What does he know about setting traps? He's nothing but a lazy, good-for-nothing bum. This accusation wasn't entirely unwarranted. Li Liang's reputation in the village was as worthless as the mud on the riverbank, hopelessly beyond redemption. Lu Zi anxiously tugged at his grandfather's sleeve, making indistinct sounds in his throat. Old Master Zhao ignored his grandson, crouched down, and tapped his pipe against the snow. He stared at the footprints on the ground for a long while. The marks were a jumble disturbed by Li Long and Li Hush trampling, but also bearing the imprint where the feathered dragon had landed. These old bones of mine aren't blind yet. Old Master Zhao stood up, his voice quiet, yet cutting through the wind. Li Liang did come to borrow a snare from me yesterday. Li Liang was taken aback. He had never borrowed anything from Old Master Zhao. Having said this, Zhao put his pipe back in his mouth, squinted, and white smoke billowed from his nostrils, forming two puffs in the frigid air. He looked at Li Liang, and the meaning hidden in his eyes was something only Li Liang could decipher. He was covering for him. The scales finally tipped in Zhou Lisan's mind. He coughed to clear his throat, his voice carrying the weight befitting a brigade captain. Since old Zhao has spoken, then the ownership of this feathered dragon. Hold on. Li Liang suddenly spoke up, pointing at the blood-caked bullet wound on the feathered dragon's neck. This was clearly done by a gun. How can a snare leave a bullet hole? Zhao Lu had long sensed the tension in the air. Seeing Li Liang surrounded by the crowd with several people's faces growing darker by the minute, he quietly slipped away. He trotted all the way, intercepting his grandfather Zhao Tiejuan, who was on his way to Widow Wu's house. Grabbing the old man's sleeve, he stammered out a description of the situation in the yard. By the time Zhao Taijun arrived, the gathered villagers noticed this stooped, yet robust figure. Like wheat stalks parted by the wind, they automatically made way for him. Li Liang looked up and saw that face etched with wrinkles. His Adam's apple bobbed, but no words came out. In his youth, Zhao Taijun had crossed the Yalu River fighting for his life against enemies with bayonets and rifle butts. In those frozen snowy days, he had personally taken out over a dozen enemy soldiers. The times when bullets whistled past his ears were stories he told for a lifetime. There was hardly a soul in Twin Water Village, young or old, who didn't know this. When Zhou Lisan saw Zhao Taijun approaching, he instinctively shed his earlier arrogance, his back unconsciously bending a little as he lowered his voice and called out, "Uncle Zhao." Even the Li brothers, Li Long and Li Hu, who usually swaggered around the village, now looked like roosters with their necks wrung, forcing stiff smiles onto their faces. The shotgun in Li Hu's hand had already drooped unconsciously. Li Long steeled himself and stepped forward, his lips dry as he muttered, "Grandpa Zhao about this." Zhao Taijun didn't even lift his eyelids, just snorted, "Do I look like I'm familiar with you?" These words were like a bucket of cold water thrown in Li Long's face. He retreated a few steps in embarrassment, standing beside his younger brother. The two exchanged a glance, their faces ashen. Lu Zi leaned behind his grandfather, his voice finally steady. "Brother Liang with Grandpa here, no one can touch your prey." Li Liang didn't reply. He just watched Zhao Taijun's profile, that straight nose and slightly upturned chin, which suddenly overlapped with the memory of his own grandfather. It was like two statues carved from the same stone, one before his eyes, one in his heart. Zhao Taijun stood ramrod straight, turned to glance at the two feathered dragons, and spoke in a voice that was low yet silenced the entire yard's clamor. "Captain Zhou, these two beasts were caught by Li Liang's traps. I saw it with my own eyes from the sidelines. Not a single falsehood from start to finish." Zhou Lisan listened, nodded, and asked no further questions. He cleared his throat and declared before everyone, "All right, the matter is clear. The feathered dragons belong to Li Liang. They have nothing to do with Li Long and Li Hu." The faces of Li Long and Li Hu looked as if they had been punched. Their muscles tensed sharply, then relaxed, leaving only a wry, bitter smile. Li Long tugged at his brother's sleeve, his voice as low as if squeezed through clenched teeth. "Huzi, let's go." The two hung their heads, skirted the crowd, and their footsteps faded away on the flagstone path outside the yard. He slowly brought his hand to his cheek, which was stinging with pain. When that slap had landed just moments ago, many eyes in the yard had seen it, including Zhou Liashan, who had come down from the county. The anger in Li Hu's chest was about to explode. He had to find a chance to settle this score. "Huzi, don't do anything fool." Li Long lowered his voice, nearly pressing his lips to his brother's ear. "Captain Zhou is already not too pleased with you. Do you still want to stay in the hunting team?" These words were like a ladle of cold water. Li Hu's boiling hot mind suddenly cooled down by half. Indeed, with the famine gripping the village and the granaries nearly empty, being on the hunting team that could go into the mountains for game was a coveted position everyone envied. Not only did they earn work points which could be exchanged for cash at year's end, but whatever they caught was also shared among the families. Li Hu turned around and shot a vicious glare at the man in the yard. He didn't say a word, but his heart was cursing through gritted teeth. "Li Liang, you bastard, your uncle, who has remembered this. Just you wait. One day I will avenge this slap." Just as the two were about to leave, a calm, unhurried voice rang out in the yard. "Grandpa Zhao, what you said almost sounds like you're playing favorites. If word gets out, people might say you're protecting your own. I appreciate the kindness, but let me handle this myself." Old Master Zhao was stunned. Zhou Yashan, standing by, was also taken aback. What was wrong with this kid? Old Master Zhao had clearly just shielded him from trouble, so why was he jumping back into the fire? Brother Liang, what are you? Lu Zi tilted his head, utterly confused. Li Liang let out a chuckle. Do you think my yard is a marketplace where you can come and go as you please, eh? My father was just shoved and his back injury hasn't healed yet. This can't just be brushed aside. His gaze fell on Li, who cold as winter iron. His father Li Kangkai had been pushed by Li, who earlier fallen and hurt his back. He was still lying in bed. You injure someone and then think you can just walk away. Where in the world is there such a cheap deal? What exactly do you want? Li Hu's face flushed red. Your father fell, but wasn't on purpose. If he hadn't blocked me, I wouldn't have touched him. Finally, Liang, I wasn't going to bother you, but you've come looking for trouble first. Apologize to my father and pay the medical bills. Otherwise, you're not leaving this yard today. Li Hu only saw a blur of movement before Li Liang was standing in front of them, blocking their way. Li, Uzi, don't make a scene. Captain Zhou is still here. Li Liang frantically signaled with his eyes. Fine, I'll apologize. Sorry, all right. Too quiet. My father can't hear you. You? Li Hu clenched his jaw, enduring it again and again. Uncle Li, this was my fault. I'm sorry for hurting your back. Louder. My father's hearing isn't good. Li Liang stared at Li Hu's face, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, his voice neither loud nor soft. Uncle Li, it's my fault. I hurt your back. I'm apologizing here. He deliberately raised his voice as if to ensure it was heard inside the house. From inside came Li Kangkai's reply. Li, who stood at the yard's entrance, his face ashen, as if he had swallowed a piece of raw iron. Li Liang let out a laugh and followed up. And what else? Li Liang stepped forward in 2 strides, his finger nearly poking Li Liang's nose. Li Liang, don't push your luck. You were the one who called off my sister's engagement first. That's another matter. Li Liang did not flinch, meeting his gaze squarely. Right now we're talking about my father's medical expenses. Zhou Lishan coughed from the side and interjected, pay him. Li Hu is in the wrong here. Li Hu's jaw tightened as he spat out 3 words, name your price. Li Liang counted on his fingers, taking my dad to see about his back. The medicine costs at least 2 yuan. He can't hunt now that he's injured, so there's compensation for lost work plus a subsidy for recuperation. Altogether, 5 yuan. He stared into Li Hu's eyes, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. 5 yuan. Li Liang's face instantly darkened. You just asked for 5 yuan. Cornmeal is 8 cents a caddy, white flour 15 cents, rice 13 cents. 5 yuan can buy 40 caddies of rice. Li Liang remained unruffled, raising an eyebrow. Can't afford it. His gaze shifted to the rifle in Li Hu's hand, his voice slow and deliberate. No money, that's fine too. Leave the gun here as collateral. Come get it when you've scraped together the sum. His mind raced. Since heaven had granted him a second chance at life, he would make sure his father and 2 younger sisters lived a life of plenty. Hunting in the mountains was the right path, and hunting required a good firearm. The rifle in Li Hu's hand, though old, its bore polished smooth, its muzzle blackened by fire, could still fire and take down wild game in the mountains. With it plus the methods he had unearthed from those blind boxes in his mind, he was certain he wouldn't return empty-handed from a trip into the mountains. Li Hu's eyes bulged. Li Liang, don't go too far. This rifle has been passed down from my great-grandfather, a family heirloom of the Li clan. You want take it? Fine. Li Liang extended his hand. Then pay up. Li Hu turned to look at his brother Li Liang, who then looked at Zhou Lishan, hoping he would say something fair to get Li Liang to lower the price. Zhou Lishan turned his face away, huddling with Zhao Tiejuan, muttering about the hazel grouse hanging at Li Liang's waist. This flying dragon is really plump. Should we braise it or make soup? Li Liang sighed, accepting defeat. He waved his hand, telling his brother to go home and get the money. Li Hu didn't budge. Brother, I'm not going. One side of his face was swollen and shiny from the slap Li Liang had given him, and he was seething with anger. He truly wanted to load the rifle and blow Li Liang away. Li Liang kicked his younger brother Li Hu hard in the back. Go now? If you hadn't stirred up trouble, would our family have taken such a fall? Li Hu remained silent, turned and left the yard, his steps raising a cloud of dust as he crossed the threshold. Watching that receding figure, Li Liang clenched his jaw, a wave of resentment surging in his heart. He knew full well that the root of today's disaster lay not with Li Liang at all. The instigators were his elder sister Li Xianghua and his mother Wu Erong. Those two had set up a stage at home, manipulating him and his brother like puppets. No, this money has to come from Big Sister. Li Liang shouted at the fading figure. Who's he? Asked Big Sister for the money. If she won't give it, go to our mother. Got it. Li Hu's voice drifted back, rough as a cracked gong. This exchange did not escape Li Liang's ears. A faint smirk played on his lips. So the puppeteers behind the scenes were indeed Li Xianghua and her mother. A flicker of curiosity arose in Li Liang's heart. What color would that woman's face be when Li Hu asked Li Xianghua for money? Li Hu pushed open his family's wooden door through the game he had carried on his shoulder to the ground and walked straight up to his elder sister, extending his hand. Big Sister, pay up. My brother is still being held by Li Liang. Li Xianghua's brows furrowed, her voice rising. What? You injured Li Liang's father. Compensate 5 yuan. And I have to pay this. Big Sister, hurry up. 5 yuan. Not a chance. Li Xianghua shook her head vehemently. Li Liang had called off their engagement. He was her enemy now. If this money were for her brothers to buy food or drink, she wouldn't hesitate, but to compensate Li Liang. Dream on. Her voice grew shrill, almost a shout. That waste called off my engagement, and now he wants my money. Li Hu, you're useless too. You can't even beat a scoundrel like Li Liang, and he slaps you. She stared at her younger brother's face swollen like a pig's head, her anger surging. Li Hu shrank his neck, not daring to talk back. He could only bow his head and endure as his sister's spittle landed on his face. The burning pain on his cheek returned like a branding iron pressed against his skin. All right, Xianghua, stop it. Huzi is already hurt this badly. Wu Erong finally spoke, pulling out a crumpled stack of small bills from under the pillow on the Kong. She counted out 5 and pressed them into her son's palm. This was money her 2 sons had saved from hunting, which she had been reluctant to spend. Huzi, take it and go redeem your brother. Li Hu clutched the money tightly and turned to leave. Wu Erong stared at her son's back, her hatred for Li Liang deepening another layer. Li Xianghua tilted her head, muttering, "Mother, when did Li Liang become so formidable?" She knew Li Liang too well. That coward. She could tell him to go east, and he wouldn't dare go west, tell him to kneel, and he wouldn't dare stand. How could such a spineless wretch injure Li Hu, who stood 1.90 meters tall, and have the audacity to come demanding money? Wu Erong didn't answer. She only stared fixedly at the doorway, her gaze as cold as winter iron. The shards of enamel scattered across the floor bounced against the wall, and Li Xianghua shrank back slightly. Wu Erong stared at those white fragments, clenching her teeth so hard it hurt. 5 yuan, enough to buy 2 caddies of cornmeal. Her fingers dug into her palm, her nails leaving crescent-shaped imprints on her flesh. Li Liang, just you wait. Her voice was extremely low, scraped from the depths of her throat. This money'll make you pay back with interest sooner or later. The sunlight outside was perfect. Li Liang folded the banknotes, tucked them into his pants pocket, and raised his hand to wave at the figures outside the yard gate. As Li Long and Li Hu stepped out of the yard, a shovel clanged dully against the threshold. Zhao Taijun stood up with his cane, his knee joint cracking. Break it up, break it up. Xiaolong, come by and visit your grandpa when you have time. Got it, Grandpa, Zhao, Li Liang replied. Liu Zi turned back, grinning, and waved at him. Li Liang bent down and picked up a hazel grouse from the bamboo basket. Its feathers still held a warm touch with dark red nail marks at the base of the wing. He stuffed it into Liu Zi's arms, lowering his voice. Take it back to make soup. Don't make a fuss. Liu Zi glanced at his grandfather's back, the grouse shrinking back half an inch from his grasp. Li Liang pressed down on the furry bundle, his thumb locking onto Liu Zi's wrist. Not taking it. Then I don't recognize you as a brother anymore. Liu Zi's lips moved, but finally he tucked the grouse under his arm, ran a few steps, then looked back once. A dog barked somewhere in the alley. Zhou Lishan leaned against the doorframe, his eyes half closed, his gaze shifting from Li Liang's face to the direction Liu Zi had run off, then back. His Adam's apple bobbed, but he said nothing. Li Liang pulled 2 yuan from his pocket, the bills folded neatly, the edges already frayed. He handed them over, his fingertips brushing against Zhou Lishan's hand. Captain Zhou, the money for the wild boar meat. No need, Zhou Lishan shook his head. He paused for 2 seconds, his gaze settling on Li Liang's face, and suddenly a smile curved his lips. I lent you 2 caddies of wild boar meat. By the rules, you owe me 2 caddies of wild boar meat. Li Liang's hand holding out the money froze midair, his brow lifting slightly. Kid, how about joining our team? The sun slanted past the roof, shining on the bluestone slabs in the yard. Li Liang put the money back into his pants pocket, his thumb rubbing against the edge of the bills through the fabric. The hazel grouse fluttered as it was carried into the kitchen. The edge of the iron pot on the stove still bore the dried traces of last night's porridge. Team. He repeated, his voice neither loud nor soft, as if chewing on an unripe green persimmon. The daily blind box refreshed on time, spreading new information before his eyes. This thing came once a day, like eavesdropping by a wall, always able to ferret out those hidden movements in the dark. He could tell with his eyes closed which mountain ridge had been rooted up by wild boars and which forest had flying dragons nesting. Follow the large group into the mountains. That would be asking for trouble. With too many people, tongues would wag. If anyone saw that Li Liang could always precisely find the prey's lair, what then? In these times, brothers would turn against each other and smash pots for a full stomach. The secret he carried was more precious than the piece of cured meat hidden in the Kong hole. If others found out, there wouldn't be a bone left of him. The hunters weren't all good-natured either. Those 2, Li Long and Li Hu, were full of sinister schemes, yet they wore a mask of. Before Li Liang could speak, Zhou Lishan curled his lip first. Dozens of people in Shuangshui village are bending over backward to get into the mountain expedition team, and here you are still weighing the options. He snorted through his nose, his gaze cutting like a knife. Your father's back and legs are bad. You joining would just fill his vacancy. The words hit the ground, but Li Liang didn't rush to respond. Captain Zhou, let me go back and ask my father what he thinks. All right. All right. Zhou Lishan nodded. He had seen clearly when Li Hu's slap flew over. Just now Li Liang's backhand came back and returned the movement clean and sharp, like an old hunter from the mountains. This fellow surnamed Li was hiding deep. In a place as small as Shuangshui village, a dragon was actually lying low. Zhou Lishan was calculating. Bringing Li Liang in would certainly improve the quality of the mountain hunts. Now that heavy snow had sealed the mountains, the beasts were all dozing in their dens. Carrying a heavy load of prey down the mountain was as hard as scaling the heavens. Even Zhou Lishan, who had scrambled over these mountains for decades, wouldn't dare boast of returning with a full load. But Li Liang was different. This man could snare flying dragons and hike Sizey Mountain. He definitely had his ways. Remember, you owe me 2 caddies of wild boar meat. Zhou Lishan squinted with a smile as sweet as honey. It's our hunter's rule, pay meat for meat, pay money for money. The words landed like a hook. To repay those 2 caddies of meat, Liang either had to join the mountain expedition team into the woods or go it alone. Provoke a wild boar by himself. Those things up in the mountains had tusks longer than a woodcutter's knife, thick hide, and tough flesh. The big ones could weigh 700 or 800 caddies, and a single charge could kill a man. Going alone with a gun to stir up a boar's nest was like smashing your head against a rock. Zhou Lizhan knew it like the back of his hand. If Liang wanted to repay the meat, he could only take the path of the mountain expedition team. Captain Zhou, rest assured I will repay that meat. Liang nodded, his voice low, but as steady as a nail driven into the wall. Only then did Zhou Lizhan turn and leave the courtyard. The bamboo fence gate had been kicked crooked by Li Hu. Liang bent down to straighten it, fetched a hammer and nails from the main room, and fixed the door back in place. Dad, how's your back? Should I go fetch the barefoot doctor to take a look? When Li Kangkai shuffled out, bracing himself against the wall, his steps were lighter than treading on cotton. With every movement his mouth twitched, baring his teeth. The tendon in his lower back was indeed strained. Watching his father in this state, Liang's mental abacus beads clicked rapidly. A loss of 5 yuan, he'd have to add a bit more somehow. It's just a pulled back. A few days lying on the Kong, and he'll be fine. Why call a doctor? Li Kangkai waved his hand, the palm fanning the air. Our family's so poor we can't even scrape together 2 caddies of cornmeal. Where's the money for a doctor? Dad, look at this. Liang handed over the 5 yuan note, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. The moment Li Kangkai saw the money, his eyes nearly stuck to it. So much? Where did you get it? That bastard Li who paid it as compensation. Liang said this with a hint of satisfaction in his throat, then added, Dad, guess again. Who did this money originally belong to? Didn't you say it was Li Hus? You'd never guess. It's Wu Erong's money. Widow Wu. That iron hen who wouldn't even part with a needle. Li Kangkai's eyebrows shot up in surprise. He gave his son a thumbs up. You're the one, boy. To pluck a single hair from that miser Wu Erong. His son had real skill. Li Kangkai's face glowed as if head down 2 bowls of homemade sorghum liquor, his whole being dizzy with delight. Child's mother, can you see that? Our son has finally made something of himself. This time Liang had not only called off Li Xianghua's marriage, taught Li Hu a lesson, and squeezed 5 yuan out of Widow Wu, but he had also set traps and caught 2 flying dragons. A wave of heat surged in Li Kangkai's chest, and his eyes grew moist. In the past, his son had been nothing but mud that wouldn't stick to the wall. He ate everything in sight, couldn't do a thing right, and drifted around the village like rootless duckweed. The people of Shuangshui village shook their heads at the sight of Liang, saying Li Kangkai spoiled the child and ruined him. He had endured many scornful looks and heard plenty of gossip. As a father who doesn't want their son to become a dragon or a phoenix, even if he just farmed the land, it was better than loafing around all day. At least he'd be earning his keep with his own hands. But back then Liang was a good-for-nothing, a piece of rotten mud that couldn't be propped up. And now, the child seemed to have been given a new skeleton. Not only did he care for his father, but he also stood up for the family and fought back against the bullies. Li Kangkai felt that even if he closed his eyes now, he could die without regret. Dad, what are you muttering about over there? Why are you shedding tears? Seeing his father's emotions churning, Liang quickly stepped closer. Nothing. Li Kangkai waved his hand again. All right then. The moment the clay pot lid was lifted, white steam mixed with the aroma of fat hit the roof beam. Liang carried a pot of boiling soup into the main room, his fingertips reddened by the rough ceramic edge, yet he didn't let go. Li Tian closed her eyes, her nostrils fluttering slightly. When the scent reached her nose, her thin shoulders trembled lightly, as if touched by something warm. Brother. She opened her eyes, her voice quivering. What's in this pot? Third sister Li Shui was already sitting straight on her little wooden stool, both hands properly placed on her knees, but a shiny trail of drool hung at the corner of her mouth, glistening in the dim oil lamplight. She stared at the clay pot, her eyes fixed without moving. Liang set the pot on the table, the ceramic bottom meeting the wooden board with a dull thud. He waved his hand in front of Li Shui's face, but the little girl didn't react, still staring intently at the soup. Don't rush, let's wait for Dad. Liang tapped away third sister's hand, reaching for the wooden ladle. The force wasn't heavy, but it made the small hand retract sharply. Li Shui pouted, didn't cry, but leaned her body forward again. Looking at his 2 younger sisters across from him, Liang felt as if a ball of cotton was stuck in his throat. He remembered it clearly. In the previous world, these 2 thin figures had long turned into 2 earthen graves. The second sister had fallen during the famine, and the third sister hadn't survived that winter. And now they sat across from him, alive, drooling, craving food, acting spoiled. He thought of his mother. That woman covered in blood while giving birth to Li Shui couldn't be saved no matter how loudly the midwife shouted. In his past life, he had hated this. Hated heaven for taking his mother's life in exchange for his sister's cries. But now seeing Li Shui's gap-toothed smile, those hatreds seeped into the soil like melted snow, no longer visible. Liang lowered his eyelids, and when he raised them again, his gaze was calm. The wooden door of the main room was pushed open, and Li Kangkai walked in carrying 2 coarse porcelain plates, their edges greasy and steaming with heat. The pile of meat in the left dish towered high, its sauce staining every fiber. The right dish held less, but the meat was more neatly arranged with glistening broth clinging to the bones. Gosh, so much meat. Li Tian's eyes widened to their fullest, her sallow face, usually pallid from years of malnutrition, now flushed with a rosy hue. At this time yesterday she was still gnawing on wild vegetable patties, mixed with sawdust, her mouth filled with bitterness. Li Kangkai steadied the plates and exchanged a glance with Li Liang. Neither father nor son spoke, but the corners of their mouths lifted simultaneously. Li Tian paused for a second, then mimicked Li Liang's tone, deliberately lowering her voice. Of course, look who I am. Her imitation was far from perfect, her voice rising sharply at the end, making her sound like a little child trying to mimic an adult. Li Liang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Kangkai sat down, reached for the wooden ladle, and scooped up a spoonful of soup. Oil slicks swayed on the ladle's surface, while bits of minced meat settled at the bottom like golden grains of sand. Little Tian, he held the ladle aloft. Eating this today, you must remember someone in your heart. Li Tian tilted her head, her gaze shifting from the wild boar meat to the feathered dragon bone, finally resting on Li Liang's face. She blinked, saying nothing, but the curve of her lips widened. Li Liang looked at the dishes on the table. The wild boar meat was his reward for breaking off the engagement. The feathered dragon was caught by his own snare. 2 pounds of meat, 2 birds. That was why they could sit together today. In his past life, he caused a huge fuss over such trivial matters. In this life, he felt that just sitting at the table watching his sister drool was worth more than anything. Father, second sister, little sister. Li Liang picked up his chopsticks, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the rough wooden sticks. Let's eat. The wooden ladle stirred the chicken soup in the earthen pot, steam rising with a fragrant aroma. That scent wafted through the cracked window seams, drifted into the yard, over the wall, and reached the alleyway. Lu Laosan, who was chopping firewood at the alley entrance, paused his axe, craning his neck to sniff. He drove the axe into the stump. Who's stewing feathered dragon? That smell is unmistakable. The midday sun beat directly overhead. Li Liang glanced at the sun's position and murmured, "Time's up." A mechanical voice echoed promptly in his mind. Today's blind box has refreshed. Current affection points 138. 138 points. Still far from 500, the threshold for the second-level blind box remained out of reach. He knew well that a first-level box only required 100 points to open, and his current number was just enough for one. No rush, he suppressed the slight regret, willed it, and spent 100 points. The box shattered with a sound. Host successfully opened a first-level blind box. Congratulations. You have obtained the talent Koi Fish, duration 10 minutes. Koi Fish. The word struck his mind, and Li Liang paused. He recalled occasionally catching those vibrant red fish in the Songhua River, their scales shimmering like golden fragments under the sun. The elders called them auspicious signs. Whoever encountered one would see their fortune turn. The double happiness basin at home, printed with red koi, was still the one his mother brought when she married into the family. The fish pattern at the bottom had long faded, yet his parents cherished it like a treasure. A thought crossed his mind. Could this talent be related to luck? But the 10 minutes limit pricked him like a thorn, and he called out to the system in his mind. Is this talent permanent, or does it vanish after use? No reply. The air was silent for a few seconds. He licked his dry lips and decided to test it himself. Father, where are the animal traps? He raised his voice toward the kitchen. His father's muffled voice came from inside, hanging by the cattle pen. Are you going up the mountain? Just asking. Li Liang replied, casually turning toward the cowsheet. A string of traps hung from the iron chain, their teeth rusted black, but still sharp. He reached out and jostled them, the metal clashing with a dull thud. The aroma of last night's feathered dragon stew from next door still lingered in his nose, and the village's grumbling voices remained fresh. Gnawing bark'll be damned if I can't snare one. He recalled the trivial tasks of washing his sister's feet and applying medicine to his father, the thick quilt on the Kong still pressing on his shoulders. Outside, the crisp crunch of snow sliding off pine branches was as delicate as the mountain breathing in the night. He grabbed a trap and weighed it in his hand. 10 minutes. What could he do? He stepped toward the back mountain, his feet crushing the frozen, withered grass. The cattle pen in Xuanshui village had been empty for over 2 years. The Li family once kept 2 yellow oxen, but after his mother died in childbirth, his father sold them to buy goat's milk for the youngest. The wooden frames had been gathering dust ever since. Li Liang reached out and lifted the trap off the railing. Embedded in the trap was a thin iron plate connected to a spring. When a wild animal stepped on it, the mechanism would snap, and the wire on both sides would tighten, clamping the hoof tightly. But such traps could only handle small game like rabbits and pheasants. Against larger beasts, the iron plate could be bitten through. Father, I'm going to Liu's place. He shouted toward the house again, and without waiting for a reply, he grabbed the string of traps and clattered out the door. Liu's courtyard gate was shaken violently. When Liuzi poked his head out, he wore a dogskin felt hat and dogskin boots bundled up like a round ball. Brother Xiaolong, it looks like a heavy snow is coming. Are you still heading up the mountain? Liuzi glanced at the string of traps in his hand, his eyes wide. What's snow got to do with it? Do hunters fear wind or rain? You need that hard-working spirit. Li Liang straightened his back, speaking with great authority, as if reciting a slogan. Liuzi was taken aback. When did you become so serious? Less talk, bring your traps too. Li Liang lifted his foot and kicked Liuzi in the leg. Liuzi had followed Li Liang around since childhood and never argued. He turned and scurried back to fetch his own traps. He shouted into the house, Grandpa, I'm going to Black Bear Mountain with Brother Xiaoling to snare rabbits. Immediately, Grandpa Zhao's robust voice came from the main room. You two little rascals, the snow on the mountain is deeper than a man's waist. You want snare a damn rabbit. Just play around the foot of the mountain, don't go deep inside, or you'll run into a black bear. In winter, black bears mostly hibernated, but some starving ones occasionally wandered out. The mountain harbored not only bears, but also wild boars, lynxes, far eastern leopards, and even Siberian tigers. The two of them carrying traps trudged through the snow toward Black Bear Mountain. The crunch sounds continued unbroken. The closer they got to the mountain, the thicker the snow, the more desolate the surroundings, with icicles hanging from the branches and a cold, fishy smell in the air. At the foot of the mountain, Liang looked up at the old locust tree. Yesterday he had picked up 2 hazel grouse here, thanks to his intel. A stroke of luck. Brother Xiaolong, can we catch rabbits here? Liuzi scanned the area. All he saw was white snow and bare branches, not a single paw print on the ground. He had learned hunting from his grandfather since childhood, and his instincts told him that setting traps here would most likely be right here. Liang offered no further explanation. Liuzi pursed his lips, but finally nodded. He couldn't argue with Liang. The waist-deep snow crunched underfoot as Liang bent down, dug a shallow pit at the base of a pine tree, placed the trap inside, and casually covered the metal teeth with a few dead leaves. His hands were red from the cold, but his movements were swift. A skill he had learned from his grandfather Zhao Tiejuan, how to spot the trails frequented by wild game, how to half-bury the traps in the soil so they remained inconspicuous. Liuzi crouched nearby, watching for a while before he couldn't hold back. Brother Xiaolong, those spots you picked are no good. The rabbits won't go there. He pointed toward the spot under the snow-covered pine tree where the iron trap lay bare on the fallen leaves without even a twig covering it. The wild rabbits on the mountain were clever and sharp-eyed. Spotting such a thing from afar, they would turn and flee, never foolish enough to approach. Liang remained silent, a faint curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself this was the difference between a side character and the protagonist. He had a cheat, and Liuzi did not. Brushing the snowflakes off his gloves, Liang waved at Liuzi. Let's go? We'll come back in an hour to collect. Before the words had faded, he was already stepping through the snow down the mountain. Liuzi stood frozen, his mouth wide enough to fit a fist. Hunters always left their traps overnight before retrieving them. Who would set them and come back in just an hour? He shouted after him, Brother Xiaolong, don't mess around. What can you catch in an hour? You have to leave them at least overnight. Liang didn't look back. Only the crunch of his boots on the snow grew fainter. He calculated in his mind that if Liuzi hadn't been tagging along, he wouldn't have needed even 10 minutes. An hour later, the two climbed back up Black Bear Mountain. Liuzi's sharp eyes caught sight of it as soon as they entered the woods. Brother Xiaolang, you caught a rabbit. In the direction he pointed, a gray wild rabbit was frantically kicking its legs on the snow, its left hind leg clamped tightly by the iron trap, the flesh torn, and a small patch of crimson staining the white ground. Liang approached and studied the struggling prey, his brow lifting slightly. He had a rough idea now of what that talent called Lucky Koi was all about. Liuzi ran over panting, swung a wooden club at the rabbit's head, and the struggle ceased instantly. As he straightened up to speak, his peripheral vision caught another trap nearby. Something else was thrashing. Another rabbit. A hazel grouse. Brother Xiaolong, it's a hazel grouse. That trap of yours got one too. Liuzi's voice rose with each shout, nearly cracking with excitement. He scurried frantically between several trees, his arms piling up with more and more prey. Liang had set only 10 traps, and already they had cleared 4 rabbits and 3 hazel grouse. Liuzi ran back with a large string of game, still catching his breath, his eyes wide as saucers. Brother Xiaolong, you. All 10 of your traps hit. Liang looked at his dumbfounded expression and chuckled. Liuzi, your skills are lacking. Liuzi scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly, the snowlight gleaming brightly on his face. Not a single one of the iron traps Liuzi had set among the trees had caught any prey. In Liang's past life, they would have called that a complete waste of effort. Don't worry, you'll split half with you. Liang picked up 2 gray rabbits and 1 hazel grouse, twisted some grass stems into a rope, and tied them together. He held out the string of game. Take it. Liuzi rubbed his hands together, his face flushing with heat. Brother Liang, this is too much. He took a half step back. I only need 1 rabbit. Just take it when I say so. Why all the fuss? Does your brother Liang's word not count anymore? Liuzi broke into a grin, snatched the bundle of game, his voice brightening. Thanks, Brother Liang. Don't mention it. Hurry back and get Grandpa Zhao to roast them. Liang's lips curled up. That Lucky Koi blessing really did work wonders. In just 10 minutes, 7 of the 10 traps had caught something. It was a living testament to striking it lucky. A hazel grouse falling from the sky, ready for the picking with just a bend. Too bad this ability only lasted 10 minutes, and granted just 1 chance a day. The moment the traps clamped down on those prey, the force of Liang's Lucky Koi had dissipated. He would have to wait until the next day for it to reappear. Still, it was decent. 4 rabbits and 3 hazel grouse were who said this daily blind box was useless. It was almost too good to be true. After splitting the haul, Liang had 2 rabbits and 2 hazel grouse left. Enough for 2 days of eating. He glanced at the game, nodded with satisfaction, and then hung the rabbits and hazel grouse from Liuzi. In that moment of distraction, the kid had already dashed down the slope, racing back to report to his grandfather. Liang watched Liuzi's wild antics, torn between exasperation and amusement. He figured it made sense. Grandpa Zhao's family hadn't tasted any oil or fat in nearly half a month, surviving day after day on wild vegetables mixed with cornmeal. If not for the hazel grouse Li Liang had brought them yesterday, they'd still be choking down those bitter leaves and coarse grain. No wonder Liuzi was this overjoyed. Following behind, Liuzi Li Liang also descended from Black Bear Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, he ran into several elders from Xuanshui village. Oh, isn't this Longzi from the generous family? Hey Auntie Grandpa Zhang, how did you know I caught something with my traps? Longzi, what are you talking about? Not much, just 2 wild rabbits and 2 hazel grouse. Longzi, your aunt, he didn't ask about that. Alright, I won't hide it. I caught 4 rabbits and 3 hazel grouse in total and gave half to Liuzi. Liang. Yes, no guns used, all set with traps. You? No need for a whole night, if luck's good an hour will do. The snow in the mountains reached up to their knees. Auntie used a stick to probe the path, sinking with every step as she climbed Black Bear Mountain. Behind her followed Grandpa Zhang and a few other villagers, each carrying a basket, their faces red from the cold. This year's harvest had completely failed. Every household's grain jar was scraping the bottom, unable to muster even 2 caddies of cornmeal. In her youth, he had borne 3 sons and 2 daughters. The daughters had married into other villages. Her eldest son followed Captain Zhou on mountain patrols, and the other 2 sons scraped by gathering wild mountain goods. A few days ago, before the heavy snow had completely blocked the paths, the hunting team had encountered a 400 caddy wild boar deep in the woods. Auntie's share was a hind leg, while Grandpa Zhang got 2 caddies of meat. Her family of several had stretched that bit of meat for 2 days. Auntie herself couldn't bear to touch it with her chopsticks, only nibbling on the greasy bits from the pig's skin, giving all the meat to her sons and grandson. With nothing in her stomach, the hunger gnawed fiercely. That's why she gritted her teeth and climbed the mountain in waist-deep snow. What wild vegetables could be dug up in winter? But Auntie struck lucky today. After searching high and low, she managed to bring back a small basket of frozen mushrooms. Those mushrooms had thick, meaty flesh who simmered in a pot. The broth turned rich and white, its fragrance wafting down 3 alleys. With just a pinch of salt, they were a treasure beyond compare. And he planned to go home, boil some water, and cook a pot of mushroom soup to at least warm her family's stomachs. Grandpa Zhang wasn't so fortunate. He had circled the mountain several times, but his basket remained empty, not even a blade of grass to show for it. The group trudged down the mountain through the snow and ran into Li Liang halfway. Auntie's eyes immediately locked onto his waist, 2 wild rabbits and 2 hazel grouse swaying as he walked. Her throat moved involuntarily. Who in the Northeast didn't know that dish? A home-raised chicken paired with mountain hazel mushrooms and frozen mushrooms, a pinch of salt. The stewed broth was something you'd reminisce about for a whole year. Auntie hadn't tasted that flavor in a year. She glanced at Grandpa Zhang, and the others quickened her pace and blocked Li Liang's path, opening her mouth to strike up a conversation. Before she could utter a word, Li Liang spoke first. How did you know I caught 2 rabbits and 2 hazel grouse? He continued with a grin. Yes, I used traps right at the foot of the mountain. A whole night. No need, an hour will do. Auntie, he stood frozen in place, her mind churning without clarity. When had she ever asked him about such things? That wasn't what she had intended to say. She had wanted to borrow a chicken, a pheasant, or a hare would do, to stew with mushrooms for her grandson who was growing and needed nourishment in his belly. Li Liang wore a faint smile, his eyes fixed on Auntie's face, yet the mirth never reached his gaze. He knew that she was the village's loudspeaker, notorious for her loose tongue. At the slightest stir in any household, she could twist white into black and black into white. Perched on a small stool at the village entrance, her booming voice would embellish tales of every family's affairs, unmatched in her skill to add spice. When Li Xianghua had forced him into divorce, draining the family's savings to support her brother, the story had spread throughout Xuanshui village. Auntie, he would tell anyone who listened that Li Liang was impotent, unable to satisfy Li Xianghua. Otherwise, why would the woman have been so determined to leave him? Her mouth was a cesspool, foul and filthy. Back when Li Liang's leg was broken and he lay recovering on the Kong, hearing the gossip from the village, he could only clench his fists and bury his face in the blanket. Today, coming down from the mountain with several hares and pheasants hanging from his belt, he happened upon this familiar face. He hadn't expected to run into her here. Seeing Li Liang drop his casual demeanor, Auntie, he approached with a syrupy smile. Li Liang, just back from hunting. Li Liang's expression was as cold as winter stone. He merely nodded. He knew all too well that this old woman wasn't here for small talk. She had likely set her sights on his haul. Oh, you've struck it rich today. Auntie, he feigned surprise, her small eyes locked onto the 2 plump pheasants at his waist, unable to look away. Something you need, oi. Li Liang's tone was as bland as water, his face devoid of expression. Oh dear, I just can't. When you were little, I even held you and fed you white flour buns. Li Liang found it amusing. After more than 20 years, she still remembered so clearly. Was she trying to trade on that old favor? Auntie, your memory is truly remarkable, recalling things from so long ago. Li Liang's lips curled into a smile devoid of warmth. Her intentions laid bare, Auntie, his aged face flushed with heat. But her skin was thicker than old tree bark, and she kept grinning. Li Liang, I heard you caught 2 pheasants yesterday, and so many hares today. Could you spare 1 pheasant for me? She lifted the blue cloth from her basket, revealing yellow-brown mushrooms, plump and fleshy. I have some frozen mushrooms here, fresh and fragrant for stewing with meat or chicken. Don't worry, I won't let you lose out, I'll trade you these. Li Liang didn't even glance at the half basket of mushrooms. He just chuckled. Auntie, do you still take me for a 3-year-old? Just these few mushrooms for a pheasant. Oh, Li Liang, you can't talk like that. Auntie, he smiled, didn't falter, but her voice grew stickier. I watched you grow up, and now I'm old, my legs are failing, and I have grandchildren at home crying for food. You can't just let me starve, can you? Consider it a token of respect for your elder. I won't forget your kindness. Her words felt like something dredged from a sewer, greasy and nauseating. The smile on Li Liang's face turned ice cold. Just consider it a loan from me, he'll pay you back later, right? Auntie, his eyes roved over the pheasants, glinting with greed. Li Liang uttered a single word, get lost. Beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance, He Chunhua clutched her empty basket, her knuckles white. Her lips trembled as if to speak, but only broken gasps escaped her throat. Li Liang had already taken 7 or 8 steps when he suddenly turned, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. A smirk tugged at his lips as his gaze lingered for a moment on He Chunhua's face, now flushed a livid purple. Your memory is truly terrible, he drawled slowly. Since when were we close enough for you to take things for free? With that, Li Liang didn't look back, walking along the gravel path toward the foot of the mountain. His soles crunched over dry, cracked earth. He Chunhua stood there for about half a minute, the shock on her face gradually fading, replaced by a dark, simmering resentment. She spat on the ground, the spittle splattering onto the wild grass by the roadside. Li Liang. A slightly hoarse voice came from behind a pile of firewood nearby. Li Liang halted and turned to look. Uncle Zhang emerged from the shadows, a bamboo basket slung over his shoulder, revealing the gray caps of mushrooms inside. What was that all about? Uncle Zhang approached, his graying brows furrowed. Fighting with old He's wife. We're all neighbors here. Can't things be settled with words? Seeing it was Uncle Zhang, Li Liang relaxed his shoulders and casually loosened the bowstring on his back. He knew this old man well. Zhang Dabia, one of the village's most senior figures. Back in the day, he had shouldered a Type 38 rifle in the 8th Route Army, fought alongside General Li all the way to the Yangtze River. After liberation, the general wanted him to enjoy life in the capital, but he refused, insisting on returning to till the land in this remote village. No fight, she just had her eye on the game I caught, and I didn't give it. Li Liang said this lightly, as if commenting on the fight. Uncle Zhang was silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the hairs hanging from Li Liang's belt, their fur still damp with mountain soil freshly hunted. His expression shifted from surprise to something unreadable, and he snorted. Refuse and she turns on you. What kind of logic is that? Uncle Zhang's voice wasn't loud, but each word seemed ground out between his teeth. He tucked the basket under his arm and started toward He Chunhua. Li Liang reached out and stopped the old man. Forget it, Uncle Zhang, he said in a low voice. It's not worth bothering. I just can't stand it. Uncle Zhang turned back, his cloudy eyes glinting. Up on the mountain, brother Zhou found the mushrooms first, and she snatched them like a... Li Liang didn't respond. He untied a hair from his belt, its fur still warm, and stuffed it into Uncle Zhang's bamboo basket with swift, decisive movements. Take it, Li Liang said. You shed blood in your day. This is what a younger generation should offer to an elder. Uncle Zhang looked down at the plump hair in the basket, its fur glossy, weighing at least 3 jin. In these lean times, that hair could feed the whole family several hearty meals. He shook his head and reached to take it out. Li Liang pressed his hand down, his gaze crossing over Uncle Zhang's shoulder to meet He Chunhua's distant stare. There was something in that look, but Li Liang didn't dwell on it. He withdrew his hand and turned to continue down the mountain. Uncle Zhang stood there, the basket heavy in his hands. He opened his mouth, but in the end no words came out. The mountain wind blew, carrying the scents of earth and pine, rustling the mushroom leaves in the basket. At the eastern edge of the village, Uncle Zhang squatted on his doorstep, gripping the wild hair until his knuckles turned white. He had lived most of his life by one iron rule: better to starve than to lose one's integrity. The hare's fur was sleek, its hind legs still kicking, but his hands pushed it away as if burned. Auntie next door happened to be carrying a basin of vegetable washing water out, and her eyes nearly fell into the basin. This old Zhang is so stubborn. She muttered under her breath, her gaze chasing the rabbit as it passed from Uncle Zhang's hands back to Li Liang's, then was stuffed back into Uncle Zhang's basket. Her heart felt like dozens of ants were crawling inside. How wonderful it would be if that rabbit were hers. Li Liang pressed down on the back of Uncle Zhang's hand, the palm rough and etched with frost cracks. Uncle Zhang, don't rush to return it. I'd like to trade something with you. Trade. Uncle Zhang's brow furrowed into a knot. Salt, Li Liang said, rubbing the rabbit's ear with his thumb. I heard from my father that you have a relative who's a peddler. Could you help me get a few caddies of salt? The word salt pierced Uncle Zhang's mind like a needle. He was stunned for a moment, then looked up at the young man's face. Chapped lips, cheekbones jutting out more than they had half a month ago. The village had long been in turmoil, and the town and county were no better. Even the workers in the state-owned factories were tightening their belts. But salt wasn't something you could buy with just money. You needed salt coupons. Li Liang's family had sold everything they could, even the iron pot left by his father, which had been traded for 10 caddies of cornmeal, the bottom of the pot already chipped. My nephew is a purchasing agent at the county's state-owned factory. He often comes to the village to collect supplies for the canteen. Uncle Zhang said slowly, his eyes sweeping over the basket at Li Liang's feet. If you want salt, I'll mention it to him when he's back in the village. But the money. He'll pay with game. Li Liang cut him off, crouching down to lift the ragged cloth covering the basket. Wild rabbits, grouse, anything. The factory canteen always needs meat, right? Uncle Zhang's eyelid twitched. He had misspoken. His nephew wasn't a peddler, but a bona fide purchasing agent for a state-owned factory, a cushy job carrying a briefcase from village to village. The factory had a whole purchasing department that regularly came to the countryside to buy eggs, wild mushrooms, and mountain bird eggs, paying with money or coupons, sometimes bartering with cornmeal, soy sauce, or salt. You can still hunt. Uncle Zhang's voice was tight. He was the most seasoned hunter in the village, having carried his shotgun. In the season of heavy snow sealing the mountains, the beasts were all holed up in their dens. The village hunting team hadn't seen any living thing in half a month. How old was Li Liang? In just 2 days he had snared 4 grouse and this rabbit. Li Liang nodded, standing up and brushing the snow off his knees. Uncle Zhang stared at him for a moment. Where did you set them? His voice was low, as if afraid others might hear. The snow on Black Bear Mountain was already waist deep on an adult, yet game had been falling into the iron traps in this grove one after another. Li Fan raised his hand and pointed toward the old locust tree. Over there, Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang squinted, following his finger. The ground under the old locust tree was bare, not a single paw print on the snow. It didn't look like any wild rabbit or grouse would come this way. He frowned, the wrinkles on his face deepening. Are you messing with me, boy? Just wait till your father finds out. He'll give you a Uncle Zhang's tone carried a hint of irritation. I'm not lying to you. Li Fan shook his head, his voice unhurried. Just lucky. 7 out of 10 traps caught something. Uncle Zhang stood frozen, his words failing him. 7 out of 10 traps. What kind of insane luck was that? He had spent most of his life scrambling through these mountains. For an old hand like him, setting traps after finding rabbit tracks and getting 2 catches out of 10 was already a stroke of fortune. 7. Even if you called Zhou Lisan from the hunting team, that guy couldn't pull it off. Uncle Zhang's eyes locked onto Li Fan's face like a hawk's, searching for any hint of a lie. But the young man's expression was calm. He didn't seem to be making it up. Let me try those traps of yours, Uncle Zhang said, reaching out his hand. You want to set them too? Li Fan asked. What else? Uncle Zhang raised his voice. You bagged all that game in one go. By nightfall the whole village will know. I need to claim that spot before they do, or there won't be even scraps left for me. Li Fan's lips twitched at this, his expression a little awkward. How could he explain to Uncle Zhang? The luck he talked about and the luck the old man had in mind were 2 completely different things. All right, take them. Li Fan handed over the trap in his hand. Uncle Zhang took it, his old cold legs trudging into the mountains through the snow. As soon as he entered the woods, he bent down, pushing aside the thick snow to bury the traps one by one. And he stood by, frozen for a moment. Her eyes swept over Li Fan, then, as if a sudden realization dawned, she turned and crunched her way downhill through the snow. Within the time it takes to eat a meal, the entire village of Shuangshui knew Li Fan had bagged 3 wild rabbits and 4 grouse today at the old locust tree on Black Bear Mountain. The news sprouted legs racing along the mountain's base into every household. That afternoon, the slope at the foot of Black Bear Mountain was densely packed with traps. Grass-wrapped bundles bulged on the snow, one after another, numbering in the hundreds from a distance. Everyone in Shuangshui who owned an iron trap had brought it out to bury in the snow. The charcoal in the stove crackled a few times. Li Liang set down his coarse ceramic bowl, the liquor sloshing. His younger brother Li, who was already flushed purple, his words squeezed through clenched teeth. He brought back that much in just an hour. I've set over 20 traps in those woods on Black Bear Mountain, and I might not even catch a lame rabbit in half an hour. Li, who downed the rest of his liquor in one gulp, his Adam's apple bobbing. Those villagers were all stirred up by that old he woman. She can't keep her mouth shut, the whole village knows. That kid's luck is too strong. The snow's up to the knees, and he catches that many rabbits and grouse with just a few traps. The heated brick bed in Li Zhanghua's home was scorching hot. The 2 brothers sat cross-legged, facing each other, a small table between them piled with dried wild boar meat, some dried sweet potatoes, and half a jar of homemade sorghum liquor. The ceramic bowls clinked dully, the smell of alcohol swirling in the room. Li Hu's eyes were bloodshot from drinking, his tongue starting to stumble. That damned Li Liang swindled me out of 5 yuan. I can't swallow this. Brother, we need to settle this score with him. 5 yuan was no small sum in those days. It was a month's worth of work points for them toiling in the fields. Work points were their lifeline. The more game you caught, the more points you earned, which could be turned into money, grain, and cloth coupons at the end of the year. The 5 yuan they had to pay Li Liang meant they had worked a whole month for nothing. This kid is damn strange, Li Liang said, pouring himself another bowl, the liquor spilling over the rim onto his fingers. He used to be a lazy bum, and now he dares to mess with me. He tilted his head back and gulped it down, draining the bowl. Brother, what do we do? Go after him. Li Hu's eyes lit up at this, his drunkenness fading a bit. Li Liang rubbed his throbbing temples, his face burning hot, but his mind felt foggy. He's changed too much lately. Something's off. We need to think this through. Yeah, it's weird. He used to be like a dog in front of our sister, but now he's got some nerve, even calling off the wedding. Li Hu let out a loud burp, his body swaying. The door curtain was yanked aside with a swish. Li Xianghua walked in with a dark face. Seeing her 2 brothers still sitting on the Kong, her voice shot up. You 2 still have the mind to drown yourselves in booze. That Li Liang kid. Now the whole village is eyeing him. Li Liang and Li, who had always been afraid of their elder sister since childhood. At her roar, their backs stiffened and their drunkenness mostly cleared. He's become a hot commodity. Li Liang put down his bowl. What's going on? Li Xianghua recounted everything she had heard from old Madame He that afternoon. What? Li Hu shot to his feet, nearly overturning the table. He used those shabby traps to catch 3 wild hares and 4 hazel grouses on Scarcity Mountain. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Liang also stood up. The snow on that mountain is so thick. How could a greenhorn like him who knows nothing catch so much? And he had seen it with her own eyes. Liang coming down from Scarcity Mountain, iron traps in hand, several wild animals tied to his waist, their pelts still dripping with blood. Li Xianghua rolled her eyes and spat at her 2 younger brothers. You 2 are at least members of the village team. You went into the mountains with the brigade for days and came back empty-handed. Liang caught 2 hazel grouses yesterday, and today he added 3 hares and 4 more grouses. You can't even match a single hare of his. Aren't you ashamed? Liang rubbed his hands with a bitter face. Sis, the snow on the mountain is knee-deep. Hunting all depends on the heavens' favor. That kid just got lucky. What can we do about it? Li Xianghua let out a cold laugh and gathered the bowls of dried wild boar meat and sweet potatoes toward herself. Enough nonsense. Don't you want to mess with Liang? He stuffed half his catch into Zhao Liu's hands. You go and snatch that meat back. Zhao Liu, that kid from Zhao Taijun's family. Liang's face stiffened. Sis, this matter. Zhao Taijun was a veteran of the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, respected by everyone in the village. If that old man found out someone was bullying his grandson, he might well charge out with his gun to fight. An old man, what's the— Li Xianghua glared at her 2 brothers, fire practically blazing in her eyes. Who told you to do it yourselves? Find someone else to handle it. Do I need to teach you that? She stood up and cleared away the food. Stop dawdling. Get the hell out of here. The 2 brothers exchanged a glance, slid off the heated brick bed, pulled on their shoes, and pushed open the door to leave. On Scarcity Mountain, after the villagers had buried their animal traps and set their snares, the daylight gradually fell. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Most of the day slipped through their fingers until dusk swallowed the mountain ridges, and they hadn't even caught a glimpse of a rabbit. The mountain was deathly silent. Hundreds of traps sat in the snow, their jaws wide open, not a single one triggered. All the mechanisms had failed. Hey, we haven't even seen a pheasant feather. Could Aunt he be making things up? She's not lying. I saw Liang carrying game toward home with my own eyes. Well, I guess our luck's just bad. Can't compare to his good fortune. Did Liang really catch those with those shabby traps? This luck is too eerie. Why envy him? Today he'll be stewing meat again while I'm still gnawing on bark and wild greens. From now on I need to get chummy with Liang. Maybe I can scrounge a bowl of soup. No one had ever imagined that a lazy, good for-nothing loafer who wandered around all day opening his mouth to be fed and living off his parents would one day become the prized figure in the eyes of Xuanshui village. In those times food was the lifeline. Liang had brought back so much meat on his own, at least his family wouldn't starve. Being able to survive was what mattered most. Back in those days an empty stomach was the norm and tree bark and grass roots were hot commodities. Just drawing a breath was a sign of heaven's mercy. Yet Liang had somehow become a rare figure in this destitute pit. From that day on, the looks the villagers of Xuanshui gave him began to change. Public opinion had completely flipped. Liang himself didn't feel much different. He carried his hunted game home, his mind already planning to boil some hot water to clean the feathers off the birds. Just as the iron pot in the kitchen began to steam, footsteps sounded at the door. Brother Liang. Brother Liang. Liang was crouched by the stove, adding firewood. Hearing someone call, he wiped the water stains from his hands and poked his head out. The sight in the yard made him freeze. Liu's face was swollen like a steamed bun, his eye sockets bruised purple, and dried bloodstains clung to his clothes were torn in several places, tattered strips fluttering in the wind, and his trouser legs were caked with thick mud, as if he had just crawled out of a muddy pit. Your face, who did this? Liang's brows knit into a knot, his voice low and heavy. Brother Liang, don't panic. Take your time. Your big brother is here. Liang patted Liu on the shoulder, his knuckles turning white. An ominous premonition welled up in his heart. Liu's wretched state. Even his sheepskin jacket had been torn off him, clearly meant he had scuffled with someone and come off worse. Brother Liang, the hares and hazel grouses you gave me, someone stole them. Liu's eyes were re-dimmed, his voice choked with sobs. Who? Liang's face darkened, a cold snort escaping his nose. That bastard Sun Hosey. A face surfaced in Liang's mind. That fellow was about the same age as Liu's real name, Sun Jiefeng. As a child, he had a poisonous sore on his forehead, leaving a scar that never grew hair again. That's how the villagers came up with that nickname. Sun Hosey loafed around the village all day doing nothing useful. Relying on his second uncle's minor position in the production team, he often stole chickens and dogs. Liang stroked the stubble on his chin, sensing something behind this. Sun Hosey hung around Liang and Li Hu. It's probably Li Xianghua and her mother Wu Erong pulling strings behind the scenes again. The Liang and Li Hu brothers were impulsive, seeing red when their tempers flared, but they didn't have the brains to play such a dirty trick. Who's there? Li Kangkai leaned out from the main room. Seeing Liu's state, he gasped sharply. Liu, what happened to you? How are you covered in injuries? Uncle Li. Liu's nose tingled with emotion. Alright, a grown man shouldn't cry. Your big brother has your back. Liang pressed firmly on Liu's shoulder. Dad, I'm stepping out. The water in the pot is boiling. Help me clean those birds first. Liang gave his instructions. Then he led Liu towards Sun Hosey's house. At the battered wooden door, Liang lifted his chin. Liu stepped forward and pounded his fist on the door, producing a dull thud. Who is it? Sun Haozi's lazy voice came from inside. Sun Jiefeng, you bastard, give me back my stuff. Zhao Lu shrank his neck, then straightened his back. With Li Liang by his side, his voice was a third louder than usual. Zhao Lu, you've lost your mind, huh? You dare come to my place? Footsteps shuffled inside the yard, then the door opened, revealing a scrawny man with a bald, scarred head. This was unmistakably Sun Haozi, his cheeks nearly hollow, his eyes darting around shifty. Zhao Lu, you. Sun Haozi had just started speaking when his eyes slid sideways and caught sight of the face in the shadows. The words got stuck in his throat. Oh, brother Liang, what wine blows you here? Sun Haozi's heart quivered, but he forced a smile onto his face, acting as warm as if meeting his own father. The news that Li Liang had called off the engagement with Ding Xianghua's family had been the talk of Shuangshui village. Yang, coupled with the fact that he had recently borrowed 5 yuan from Li Long and Li Hu and had come back from Haixizi Mountain, carrying game, the village's mood was subtly shifting. Sun Jiefeng, Liu's injuries. Did you do this? Li Liang snorted coldly. Brother Liang, no, it wasn't me. Sun Haozi's face turned pale and his tongue nearly tripped. It was you. You brought people to steal my game and punched me. It was you. Zhao Lu cursed through clenched teeth. How dare you reach for something I gave away? Li Liang curled the corner of his mouth, his 5 fingers gripping Sun Haozi's wrist, twisting it gently. Ouch. Bro, easy. Sun Haozi winced in pain, a series of miserable screams squeezing out of his throat like a pig being slaughtered. Where's the stuff? Li Liang asked again, his voice unhurried. Inside. Lu Zi. Li Liang shot a glance. Zhao Lu understood, immediately ducking into Sun Haozi's kitchen. In no time, he came out carrying a plucked grouse. Bro only found one. Zhao Lu had lost a hare and 2 grouses to Sun Haozi's gang, but after turning the kitchen upside down, this was all he found. The remaining hare and the other grouse had vanished as if they'd grown wings. Spill it. Where's the rest? Who sent you to rob Lu Zi? Li Liang's voice dropped, carrying a chill. The smile on Sun Haozi's face instantly froze. I really don't. He shook his head desperately. Li Liang increased his grip, and Sun Haozi's face twisted in agony, his teeth grinding, but his mouth remained sealed. Not talking, huh? Lu Zi, give him 2 slaps to teach him a lesson. Li Liang let out a snicker. Sure thing. Zhao Lu rolled up his sleeves, spat into his palms, and rubbed his hands together vigorously. I really don't know. Please let me go. Sun Haozi's voice turned tearful. Slap. Zhao Lu swung his arm and landed a heavy slap on Sun Haozi's left cheek. The blow sent a ringing through Sun Haozi's ears like 10,000 flies buzzing. Last chance. Li Liang's voice was devoid of warmth. I really don't know. Sun Haozi's jaw remained clenched tight. If my uncle finds out, he won't let you off. Sun Haozi gritted his teeth, pulling out his last lifeline. His uncle Sun Li was the deputy captain of the Shuanggui Village Production Brigade, holding sway over many people's rations and work points. Sun Jiefeng spat out a bloody tooth, his cheeks swelling purple, the bloodstain stamped on his face like a seal. Lu Zi lowered his hand, his palm slightly numb from the 3 slaps that burned his hand. Lu Zi, don't stop. Li Liang's voice was low but sharp as a blade scraping glass. Lu Zi perked up again, raising his arm, the fabric tightening to reveal the lines of his solid forearm. This time he switched to his left hand, thinking alternating sides might give him better leverage. As the slap landed, Sun Haozi's whole head snapped to the right, saliva trailing from the corner of his mouth. The 6th one, again the 6th. He counted, feeling like a monk striking a bell. Who put you up to this? Li Liang crouched down, meeting Sun Haozi. The man's eyes were bloodshot like 2 overripe persimmons. Sun Jiefeng opened his mouth and spat out a bloody froth mixed with fragments of a broken tooth. Li Long. He said there was game at Black Bear Mountain and told me to rob Zhao Lu. Li Liang straightened up, nudging Sun Haozi's ribs with his toe. You dare to touch old Master Zhao's grandson. The old Master Zhao he referred to was the only man in Shuanggui village who had killed a foreign devil. His old rifle hung in the main hall, polished every year in August, then aimed at the old locust tree at the village entrance. Everyone in the village knew that if anyone laid a finger on Zhao Lu, the old man would indeed shoulder his rifle and block the door. I was blinded by greed. Sun Jiefeng lay on the ground, his voice mostly swallowed by the dirt. Li Liang lifted his foot, the sole precisely pressing down on the back of Sun's neck. He pressed down hard, then pushed, dragging Sun Jifeng's face half a foot across the muddy ground. When he turned over, his face was a mess of snot and tears. Lu Zi, let's go. The 2 stepped over Sun Haozi's legs, sprawled across the path, and headed east of the village. The poplar leaves on both sides of the dirt road had long fallen, leaving branches like withered fingers reaching toward the gray sky. In the distance, a dog barked hoarsely as if its tail had been stepped on. In Li Xianghua's yard, white smoke curled from the chimney. Wu Erong stood by the water vat, crushing a piece of ginger with the back of a knife, tossing the scallion greens into the stove. The water in the iron pot on the stove had already begun to simmer, bubbling softly. She took the grouse. Li Hu handed her its feathers, not fully plucked, the wingtips stained with dark blood. The hair hung under the eaves, skinned, revealing pink muscle fibers that glistened wetly in the afternoon light. Mom, hurry up and stew it. I've been craving that soup for ages. Li Hu rubbed his hands together, standing by the stove, his throat audibly swallowing. What's the rush? Good soup needs slow simmering. Wu Erong said, but her hands moved faster. The splash from the grouse hitting the pot scalded her. She shook her hand and continued adding salt to the broth. Liang stood at the yard gate, a cigarette dangling from his lips, the smoke pulled into thin threads by the wind and drifting into the dry haystack in the corner. He lowered his voice. "Who's do you think that spineless Sun Hosey will rat us out? He wouldn't dare." Li Hu's words were tough, but his eyes wavered. His uncle is the deputy production brigade captain. Deputy captain means nothing. Doesn't Captain Qian's second son have a thing for our eldest sister? If trouble comes, we can have our sister say a word. Captain Qian wouldn't refuse, would he? Liang stubbed out his cigarette in the wall crack and fell silent. Only the crackling of the stove and the bubbling of the pot remained in the yard. Wu Erong lifted the lid, steam rushing into her face. She stirred with a ladle, white chunks of meat rolling in the oil slick. The aroma drifted with the wind over the neighboring wall. Captain Qian was the leader of the Shuanggui village production brigade with 2 sons and 3 daughters. His second son Qian Wu was infatuated with the eldest daughter Li Xianghua, a fact everyone in the village knew. Relying on this connection, the brothers Liang and Li, who had no regard for Deputy Captain's son, Sun Haozi's uncle. "Don't worry, Huzi. That wart doesn't have the guts to turn on us." Liang saw his brother's brow still furrowed, gave his shoulder a pat, and lowered his voice. "Even if Xiao Taijun comes knocking, Sun Hosey will be the first to suffer." He led the attack and grabbed the game. "What does that have to do with us?" Li Hu's eyes flickered as he thought it over. His second brother was right. They hadn't shown their faces at all. With that dimwit, Zhao Lu had just charged straight at Sun Hosey to cause trouble. "Come on, let's head inside for a drink." Li Liang raised his chin, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. The thought of the grouse meat's aroma wafting from the pot made his Adam's apple bob. That would be far more satisfying than chewing on dry wild boar jerky and sweet potato strips. Just imagining the fat melting on his tongue made his mouth water. The two lifted the heavy curtain and slipped into the inner room one after the other. Li Xianghua sat cross-legged on the edge of the Kong, cracking sunflower seeds. When she saw her brothers enter, she nodded toward the room. "Sis with me and second brother on the job, no problem." Li Hu's chin lifted slightly, a hint of pride in his smile. "Look at you all smug. Where's the meat?" Li Xianghua held a seed between her fingers, raising an eyebrow. "Mom's stewing it in the kitchen." Li Hu grinned, showing. Li Xianghua nodded, then grabbed 2 handfuls of sunflower seeds from the cloth bag beside her, giving one to each. No slip-ups. No. Sun Hosey took the fall. Li Liang spat a shell onto the floor beneath the Kong, tossing out a casual remark. "Not bad, you've got some brains." Li Xianghua didn't look up, her fingers pinching a seed shell, snapping it open with a crack. This scheme of using a borrowed knife was exactly what she had set Li Liang and Li Hu to do. As long as he promised Sun Monkey a flying dragon as a sweetener, that fellow would surely scurry off eagerly to take on the task. Zhao Liu's brain couldn't wrap around it, had never dreamed of who was really pulling the strings behind the scenes. The 3 of them sat cross-legged on the Kong, slowly nibbling on sunflower seeds. Li Hu glanced at his elder sister's floral-patterned cotton-padded jacket and blurted out, "Elder sister, now that Li Liang has broken off the engagement, what are you going to do? How about letting mother find you another match? Mind your own business and eat your seeds." Li Xianghua turned her head and shot her brother a sharp glare. Whenever she thought of Li Liang's face, a surge of anger welled up in her chest. She was naturally quite attractive, considered the top beauty in Shuangshui village, and still a maiden. The village bachelors and young men from neighboring villages had worn down the doorstep with matchmakers proposing marriage. But when Li Liang broke off the engagement, it happened that Zhou Lisan from the production team was present and overheard her demanding 100 yuan betrothal gift plus a sewing machine. Within days, the news spread through the corners of Shuangshui village, by the fields, and at the well, even reaching the source. In those years when people were so hungry they treasured dried sweet potatoes, asking for 100 yuan betrothal gift just to get married. And a sewing machine on top of that. What family could afford that amount? And which household could scrape together that sum by selling everything they owned? The hunters from the east end of Shuangshui village gathered on the threshing ground smoking when a young man brought up Zhou Lisan's team. Ever since that incident spread, none of the young men in the team dared to set their sights on Li Xianghua anymore. Someone spat on the ground, saying that woman was nice to look at but covered in thorns, and anyone who wanted to touch her would have to fork out over 200 yuan just for the privilege. Wu Erong exhausted herself over this matter. She took 2 packs of pastries to visit matchmaker Wang, but before she could even finish her sentence, the woman waved her off, saying her daughter was too good for them. Matchmaker Wang let out a syrupy laugh, saying Shuangshui village was too small a temple to house such a grand Buddha, and the young lads couldn't even afford 2 caddies of cornmeal, so wouldn't her Xianghua starve if she married one of them? Wu Erong gritted her teeth and left, then visited 3 more families, each giving the same answer. Who could afford 100 yuan betrothal gift? 80 would do. We can talk about 80. Wu Erong forced a smile and tried to squeeze into the house. The matchmaker slammed the door so hard it nearly. Wu Erong stamped her feet in the yard and cursed, insisting that with her daughter's face and figure plenty of young men would line up to marry her. Inside on the Kong, Li Xianghua lounged with her legs crossed, spitting sunflower seed shells all over the floor. She wasn't the least bit anxious. She knew the men of Shuangshui village inside out. All she had to do was crook her finger or cast a glance, and their souls would be hers. 100 yuan was nothing to her. What infuriated her was that Liang had looked down on her and publicly broken off the engagement, making her lose face in the village. In looks and figure, how was she not good enough for him? If anyone should have called it off, it should have been her. This matter stuck in her throat like a fishbone, impossible to swallow. Liang dares to break off my engagement. Li Xianghua spat the shells onto the ground. Isn't his buddy Zhao Lu a fool? Let's start with that idiot and collect some interest. Suddenly a roar exploded outside. Li Hu, get out here. The voice sounded familiar. Li Xianghua listened closely. Wasn't that Li fellow? Two figures on the Kong inside stiffened simultaneously. Li Hu's sunflower seeds scattered across the Kong, while Li Long stared wide-eyed toward the door. Another round of cursing came from outside this time, not Li Liang's voice, but Zhao Liu's brutish tone. Li Hu, gotten used to being a turtle with your head tucked in, have you? Li Hu jumped off the Kong barefoot, not even bothering to put on his shoes. He could endure Li Liang's scolding, but who did Zhao Lu think he was? A fool dared to walk all over him. Who's he? Who's he? Li Xianghua called after him, her voice cracking. Why couldn't this fool keep his cool? One provocation and he was raring to go. Wasn't he just walking into a trap? She fumbled to throw on her clothes and rushed out the door in her slippers, her second brother Li Long right behind her. Under the locust tree in the yard, Li Liang and Zhao Lu stood side by side, Zhao Lu gripping a carrying pole. In the kitchen, Wu Erong was squatting by the stove boiling water, a few wet feathers pinched between her fingers plucked from it. Hearing the commotion in the main room, she didn't bother to dry her hands and hurried out in her slippers, the fine down still stuck to her palms. Li Liang's gaze fell on the white feather fragments on her hands, and a cold smile slowly spread across his lips. So it really was you. What kind of filth are you spewing? Coming to my house to cause trouble? Wu Erong's face darkened as her voice shot up, and she pointed a finger at the door. Get out, you're not welcome here. Stealing things, and still putting on airs. Li Liang tilted his head, his tone laced with mockery. Who stole anything? Which eye of yours saw anyone steal? The flesh on Wu Erong's face twitched, and her voice grew shrill. Suddenly footsteps echoed from the main room as Li Hu charged out, grabbing the iron shovel propped against the corner wall. The shovel had been forged by Li Long from a piece of pig iron at the town blacksmith's, the only one of its kind in Shuangshui village, especially handy for clearing snow. He slammed it onto the ground, the metal striking the frozen earth with a dull thud. Mother, don't waste your breath on them. They'll handle this. What's the matter? Can't stand having your dirty laundry aired. Li Liang spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. If your tongue keeps running loose, I'll tear it out. Li Hu glared with eyes as big as bulls, the shovel handle in his hand creaking under his grip. Dare to do it, but not to own up. Tisk tisk, what a coward. What wouldn't I dare to own up to? I haven't even settled accounts with you for breaking off my sister's engagement, and here you come knocking on my door. Li Hu stepped forward, brandishing the shovel. Li Liang didn't budge, just tilted his head back slightly, and said slowly, no more nonsense. Return the flying dragon and wild hair I gave to Lu, and let Lu slap you 3 times across the face, and we'll call it even today. The hard flesh on Li Hu's face stiffened for a moment, his eyes flickering. His mind raced. How did this guy know it was him and his brother? Are you wondering how I figured out all your dirty tricks? Li Liang smiled, his eyes narrowing into slits. Li Hu's face went pale in an instant. Sun monkey, that coward spilled the beans. Li Liang jerked his thumb back toward Zhao Lu. This bastard was tight-lipped, but I put in some effort, knocked out one of his teeth, and he finally coughed up the truth. You... Li Hu snorted through his nose, curling his lip in disdain. Sun Monkey's uncle is the deputy head of the production brigade. You dared to touch him. Back then, Shuangshui village didn't have a village chief. The highest official was the production brigade head, with the deputy head second in command. Sun Monkey's uncle held that second seat. Li Hu looked Li Liang up and down, thinking to himself that this idle good for nothing wouldn't dare lay a finger on Sun Monkey, even with 3 times the guts, let alone knock out a tooth. What a load of hot air. Li Liang didn't reply, just nodded toward Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu quickly stepped forward, reached into the pocket of his sheepskin coat, and pulled out a tooth stained with blood, holding it up to Li Hu's eyes like a prized trophy. See this? Sun Jifeng's tooth, I knocked it out myself. He puffed out his chest, jabbed a thumb at himself, his face beaming with pride. Li Hu stared at the tooth, his pupils contracting sharply, and instinctively turned to glance at Li Liang. This Zhao Lu was clearly being used as a pawn. Oh, anyone could see through that. Lu did the deed. In truth, it was Li Liang pulling the strings behind it all. But this Li Liang was known for leeching off his parents all day, idling about. Did he truly possess some hidden skill? Li Hu instinctively raised a hand, touching the side of his face that had been slapped the day before. The mark was still clearly imprinted on his skin, throbbing faintly with heat, like fine needles pricking him. Luzi, go. Bring that thing back to me. Li Liang saw Li Hu's face change for an instant. The knocked-out tooth seemed to have taken effect. He tilted his chin toward Zhao Lu. Who dares to move? Seeing the prize slipping away, Li Hu's eyes reddened with desperation. He snatched up a shovel, leaning against the wall, raising it high above his head. The blade glinted in the sunlight as he aimed it squarely at Zhao Liu's head, ready to strike down. Who's he? Li Long had just stepped over the threshold when he caught sight of the scene. His soul nearly fled his body as he lunged toward his younger brother. Li Hu, dare to lay a single finger on my grandson, and you'll see. A furious roar exploded from beyond the courtyard wall, like a thunderbolt splitting the sky. Old Master Zhao had rushed over in a panic. But the shout came a beat too late. Li Hu's shovel was already swinging in a full arc, whistling through the air, about to crash down on Zhao Liu's crown. Li Liang stepped forward in a single stride. His clothes snapped and crackled in the wind, the fabric straining against his bulging muscles. A Shaolin Luoan fist shot straight out, its fist wind biting fiercely. Thud! The force of that punch was terrifyingly heavy, like a sledgehammer striking a cowhide drum, slamming solidly into Li Hu's chest. Li Hu grunted, his body folding like a shrimp from the immense power. His face swelled to a purplish red, veins bulging on his temples, and the whites of his eyes turned bloodshot. Garbled screams escaped his lips. His frame, nearly 2 meters tall, and weighing a good 200 jin in his thick padded jacket, staggered back, 3 large steps, his soles dragging deep furrows in the muddy ground. A wave of nausea hit him. He lowered his head and vomited a foul, sour fluid, the stench of alcohol and bile assaulting the nose. Li Liang's fist had slammed into him like a cannonball, rattling Li Hu's entire skeleton as if it might fall apart. How is this possible? Li Hu's eyes bulged wide, fixed on the man a head shorter than him, his face a mask of sheer. Li Liang nearby was stunned, his jaw nearly dropping. He never imagined that Li Liang, whose build was less robust than his younger brother Li Hu, could casually throw a punch from a distance, forcing out all the liquor Li, who had downed that morning, and making him stagger back 3 full steps. 3 whole steps. He knew his brother at nearly 2 meters tall, and in that thick cotton coat weighed at least 200 jin. Such a heavy mass of flesh, and Li Liang had felled it with just 1 punch. This kid. When did he learn such martial skills? Li Liang himself had never trained in martial arts, it wasn't his field. But after years of hunting in the mountains with Zhou Lieshan, he had developed some keen observation. A chill of fear ran through him, leaving only one thought in his mind. If that punch had landed on him, could he have with, "Huzi, are you alright?" Li Liang, setting aside his concerns, rushed over in a few quick strides and bent down to check his brother's injuries. "Brother, my chest. It hurts so much." Li Hu's face was as pale as paper, his lips drained of color. It felt as if Li Liang's punch had snapped several of his ribs. The broken ends burned and throbbed, forcing sharp gasps of air from him, making him want to cry out for his mother. Seeing this, Li Liang's heart sank. His brother was seriously hurt. "Li Liang, you're a madman." The stench of filth and blood in the courtyard was choking. Li Xianghua's voice, harsh as a broken gong, shattered the air, making the snow on the entire alley tremble. She threw herself forward, her knees landing directly in the mud, and reached out to embrace the dark shadow on the ground. Her wails were like a pig being slaughtered. "You heartless bastard. You've beaten my brother like this. Who's his father? Open your eyes and see. We widows and orphans are being bullied." The dark shadow lay motionless, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth down its chin, staining her sleeve red. Widow Wu followed, lunging forward, her face, crumpled features squeezed beyond recognition. Her howls shook the snow from the eaves, sending it pattering down. "Huzi, my Huzi. If you're gone, your mother won't live either." Li Liang stood 3 steps away, expressionless, watching the drama. He had thrown the punch and knew very well it used only 30% of his strength. The man wouldn't die, yet most head break a couple of bones. He twitched the corner of his mouth, his gaze sweeping over the pile of wild hares in the yard. Lu's prey snatched away by Li Hu and his men yesterday. Now his fist had reclaimed them for Lu Zi, and this family had started their mourning. More and more people gathered around. On the snowy ground of Shuangshui village, men and women, old and young, all wrapped in patched cotton jackets, their hat brims pulled low, hands tucked into sleeves, necks shrunk as they watched the excitement. Someone recognized the man standing in the yard and muttered, "Isn't that Li Liang? What's he doing at Widow Wu's place? What else? Look who's lying on the ground." "Li Hu." "What?" "Li Hu got beaten. That guy's tougher than a black bear. Who could take him down?" "Take a closer look. The blood at Li Hu's mouth isn't fake." "Good. That bastard stole my chicken last time. I've wanted to punch him for ages." The speaker kept his voice low, but his eyes sparkled, clearly enjoying the show. Someone nudged his arm. "Keep it down. Don't you see Widow Wu's look? She could eat you alive." Li Liang stood at the center of the crowd, towering over everyone around him. He wore a patched black cotton jacket, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing a sturdy forearm. The knuckles on his fist, his breathing hadn't even quickened. He just stood there like an iron stake driven into the ground. Widow Wu slowly raised her head, tears and snot smearing her face. She stared fixedly at Li Liang, her voice hoarse. "Just you wait. Just you wait. I'm going to find the village head right now. He'll make sure you can't get away with this." Li Liang ignored her, turning his head, his gaze passing through the crowd to land on a hunched figure at the alley's entrance. That person walked over step by step, leaning on a cane, a layer of snow on his cotton hat. Behind him dragged a small, thin figure. It was Zhao Taijun. His hand, like an eagle's talon, clamped firmly onto Sun Haozi's nape, dragging the man into the yard as if carrying a chick. The crowd fell silent instantly. Who was Zhao Taijun? In Shuangshui village, everyone knew. He was a veteran who fought in the Korean War and was awarded a second-class merit. When he stood at the entrance, everyone instinctively stepped aside. Zhao Taijun flung Sun Haozi to the ground. The man landed face first in the dirt, scrambling up with blood streaming from his nose. He didn't dare wipe it, kneeling and trembling. Zhao Taijun didn't look at him. He turned to Li Liang, his voice as calm as winter well water. "This kid passed a message to Li Hu yesterday, saying the dear Zhao Lu shot was coming through the back mountain." Sun Haozi, kneeling on the ground, shook even harder. His lips quivered as he squeezed out, I was forced to." Li Liang finally moved. He stepped forward, crouched down, and pinched Sun Haozi's chin, forcing his head up. His eyes were cold, devoid of any warmth, like a frozen river in the depths of winter. Forced? He spoke each word deliberately, his voice not loud, but clear to everyone present. Then why didn't you go to him, but came after Zhao Lu instead? The air seemed to freeze. The elderly men and women around exchanged glances. None of them had expected Zhao Lu to be involved. Zhao Lu was such an honest, simple kid who usually wouldn't even speak loudly. How had he become a target? Zhao Taijin's cane struck the ground twice, producing a dull, heavy sound. He took a deep breath, his wrinkled face betraying neither joy nor anger as he merely uttered, "This matter demands an explanation." The crowd stirred once more. Someone whispered to the person beside them, "What exactly happened to Zhao Liu's family?" The person next to them shrank their neck, not daring to speak, only using their eyes to point at Li, who lying on the ground. The snow fell heavier. Li Liang stood up, patted the mud off his knees, turned around, and faced the villagers packed tightly at the doorway. A smile hung on his lips, but it never reached his eyes. He spoke, each word landing heavily on the snow-covered ground. "If you bully an honest man, you'd better be ready to get beaten. Anyone who disagrees, step forward now." The yard fell silent for a few seconds, then Widow Wu wailed even louder. Under the old locust tree in Shuangshui village, a crowd had gathered, their gazes fixed on Sun Haozi's bruised and swollen face. His left eye socket was swollen to a mere slit, with dried blood still clinging to the corner of his mouth. He looked as if he had been tossed through a tumbler. The villagers couldn't suppress their smirks, some even turned away their shoulders, shaking with suppressed laughter. "I heard it was because he intercepted the wild hare Zhao Lu brought home." Intercepted Zhao Taijin's grandson. That wart really has a death wish. Amid the buzzing murmurs, someone lowered their voice and added a comment. Sun Haozi, relying on his uncle being the deputy captain of the production brigade, had been swaggering around as if he owned the place, barking orders at everyone he met. Seeing him beaten to such a state, not a single onlooker felt pity. Instead, it was as refreshing as drinking a bowl of well water on a scorching summer day. Zhao Taijun had served in the army when he was young. His son passed away early, leaving only Zhao Lu as his soul. The child had been coddled in his palms since childhood. Everyone in the village knew that if anyone so much as laid a finger on Zhao Lu, the old man would stand guard at their doorstep. Sun Haozi robbing Zhao Lu was truly like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. A dull thud came from over the courtyard wall, followed by Li Ha's screams. "Well done. Give that beast a couple more punches, it'll cover the medical bills." Zhao Taijin's thunderous voice erupted from Li Zhanghua's yard, startling the sparrows on the wall into fluttering away. Li Liang turned around and saw the old man striding through the gate. He quickly withdrew his fist and greeted him, "Grandpa Zhao, why are you here?" Lu Zi followed behind his grandfather, his eyes red-rimmed with still damp tear streaks on his nose, his voice carrying a sobbing tale. "Grandfather." Zhao Taijin's rough palm pressed down on his grandson's head, rubbing it firmly, while his other hand roughly wiped the tears from the boy's face. "Don't cry. A man shouldn't have so many tears." His voice was low, but every word was steeped in affection. The old man had been boiling water on the stove to cook noodles when someone ran in and shouted that Sun Haozi had gathered a gang to beat Zhao Lu at the village entrance. Without even extinguishing the stove fire, he grabbed the kitchen knife from the chopping board and rushed out. When he reached Sun Haozi's doorstep, he saw the brat crouched on the ground, clutching his face and whimpering with half a tooth missing. After asking around, he learned that the instigators were the brothers Li Long and Li Hu. The old man grabbed Sun Haozi by the ear and dragged him like a chick to Li Zhanghua's house. As soon as he entered the yard, he saw Li Liang knock Li Hu to the ground with a single punch, fast and vicious, sending Li Hu tumbling backward. The old man's eyes lit up and a surge of exhilaration nearly overflowed. He had always liked this young man, sensing since childhood that the boy had a backbone, tough, reliable, and loyal. With Lu Zi acknowledging him as his big brother and having him as a protector, the old man's heart finally settled. Suddenly, two crisp notification sounds rang in his ears. Li Liang glanced sideways at the old man, mentally calculating. In just that short moment, the old man's favorability toward him had skyrocketed by 80 points. He could roughly guess the reason. Having beaten Sun Haozi and Li Hu, avenging Zhao Lu naturally put the old man. Zhao Taijun sized up Li Liang, a smile on his face, but the smile carried a hint of appraising a rare object. "Was that punch you just threw the Arhut fist from Shaolin Temple?" Li Liang was taken aback. The old man's eyesight was truly remarkable, recognizing the boxing style from just a single glance. "Yes, Grandpa Zhao." He didn't hide it and nodded. Zhao Taijun continued to scrutinize Li Liang before finally remarking, "You boy have ancestral blessings. Even the Shaolin Arhut fist has revealed its secrets to you." He was certain Li Liang had a master guiding him. He had noticed all of Li Liang's recent changes. The former idler who loafed around all day had suddenly transformed, catching wild hares, hunting in the mountains, and even bringing game to his grandson. Clearly someone had enlightened him, sharpening his wits. Now with the display of authentic Shaolin techniques, there was undoubtedly a hidden master behind it all. Zhao Taijun didn't press further. Everyone had things they preferred not to reveal. Why dig into someone else's secrets? Over a decade ago, during the fight against the jackals by the Yalu River, there was a monk from Hunan in the unit. The old man lifted his chin, his eyes shifting eastward. He also practiced this boxing style, and it was authentic. Hearing this, Li Liang finally understood. No wonder the old man could recognize his Shaolin Arhut fist. He had seen the real deal. What happened to that monk? Is he still around? Curiosity stirred in Li Liang's heart. He's gone. Didn't make it. The old man sighed, his voice sinking. To save a young soldier, the monk took off his own cotton coat and wrapped it around him, but he himself. Zhao Taijun couldn't help but shake his head. During the Korean War, the cold was so severe it could freeze fingers off. In temperatures dozens of degrees below zero, without a cotton coat, even an Iron Man couldn't survive. Li Liang nodded, feeling respect for that monk. Buddhism teaches compassion. This monk traveled all the way from Hunan to fight the jackals and sacrificed his own life to save others. Truly a hero. This is what it means to be a hero. Li Liang, you shameless bastard. You've bullied my daughter enough, and now you come to bully my son. Widow Wu, seeing the pain on her youngest son's face, trembled with heartache. She stood up abruptly, turned around, and vented all her fury at Li Liang. Widow Wu, I haven't even settled scores with your son yet, and you dare to bite back. Zhao Taijun's face turned cold as he stepped forward to shield Li Liang. Uncle Zhao, what are you saying? My Huzi was just drinking at home, minding his own business, and then Li Liang barged in and started hitting. Minding his own business. The old man's lips curled. Where did my grandson's injuries come from? And how did that wild hair in the game end up in your house? Widow Wu's face finally changed at the mention of the game. That wild hair. Huzi caught it in the mountains. You're lying. Li Hu took it from me. Lu's face flushed red as he shouted through gritted teeth. Zhao Lu pulled a faintly glowing blue tail feather from his pocket, pinching the quill between his fingers and holding it up for everyone to see. On the ground, the half-plucked pheasant indeed had a missing tail feather. The gap size and shape perfectly matched the root of the feather in his hand. So still not admitting it. Li Liang's voice was low, but a hint of a smile lurked in his eyes. Widow Wu's composure finally cracked. Her lips twitched a few times before she forced out a cold sneer. There are plenty of those birds in the mountains. Who's to say that feather from your Lu Zi came from this one? Zhao Taijun didn't respond. Instead, he bellowed toward the crowd, Son Jiefeng, get over here. A hunched figure immediately pushed through the crowd, scurried up to the old man, and his face creased with obsequious wrinkles. By village hierarchy, Sun Hozi had to call Zhao Taijun's second uncle. The faces of Li Liang and Li Hu darkened almost simultaneously. Zhao Taijun didn't even lean on his cane, his back straight as a ramrod. Speak, who sent you to rob my Liu's things? Sun Hozi's finger pointed unwaveringly at the two brothers. Second uncle, it was Li Liang and Li Hu. Li Hu told me to intercept Liu's haul and promised me a flying dragon as a reward. Although Zhao Lu feared those two brothers, he feared the old man before him, who had once slain wolves even more. Even if it meant burning bridges, he dared not speak a single false word at this critical juncture. Widow Wu opened her mouth, her throat bobbing several times, but ultimately, she swallowed her words. With both witnesses and evidence laid out before her, persisting would only lead to greater embarrassment. Gritting her molars, she squeezed out a low sentence. My son also had his leg broken by your Li Liang, and your grandson was beaten too. Let's call it even. Even. Zhao Taijun's voice suddenly rose like a stone striking an iron plate. Liu's father left early, he's my only remaining descendant. You've beaten him to such a state, and you call it even, eh? Then what do you want? Liuzi, go over and give each one a slap. Zhao Lu didn't hesitate. He strode up to Li Liang, raised his hand, and delivered a slap. The crisp sound echoed like a dry branch snapping. Then he turned and struck Li Hu with equal force. Both heads tilted slightly, jaws clenched tight, but their eyes bored into Zhao Liu's face like nails without a... Zhao Taijun glared at those stares, a low growl rolling from his throat. Still glaring. If you so much as touch my grandson again, it'll blow your heads off. His voice was like an old beast that had been caged for years, finally breaking its chains. Li Xianghua stood at the edge of the crowd, her face dark enough to wring water from. Her eyes locked onto Li Liang, her gaze seeming to burn two holes through him, as if a single spark could ignite the... Li Liang sensed that stare, but the corner of his mouth curled upward. He turned to Zhao Taijun, his voice unhurried. Elder, this matter needs a resolution. Just as Zhao Taijun was about to drag his grandson away, Li Liang's voice cut in from the side. Elder, what good are a couple of slaps? Liu's injuries, shouldn't they have to pay for them? The air froze for a moment. Li Xianghua and Widow Wu both whipped their heads around to stare at Li Liang, their gazes cutting like knives. Meddlesome wretch, can't you just shut up? The old man was stunned for 2 seconds, then suddenly grinned, a glint of light flashing in his murky eyes. Xiaoling speaks sense. Tisk tisk, this old fool nearly forgot about that. He turned and spread his palm toward Widow Wu. Pay up. I need to take Liuzi to see the barefoot doctor later. Widow Wu's face twitched. Pay. Infuriating. Not pay. She was in the wrong. Her lips quivered several times, but no word. Just then Li Liang leaned out from inside the house, supporting the groaning Li Hu. What about my Huzi? He took a punch from Li Liang. The medical expenses should be counted too. We need to see a doctor too. Li Liang's punch was indeed heavy. Li Hu was still slumped on the Kong, his face a large patch of purple, his lips swollen and crooked. Huh. Li Liang let out a cold snort. Those rabbits and flying dragons were my gift to Liuzi. What right did Li Hu have to rob him? I hit him because he's useless. Who's to blame if he can't defend himself? In the small confines of Shuangshui village, news that Li Liang had caught 3 wild rabbits and 4 flying dragons today had already spread everywhere. Even the shrewish Widow Wu knew she had no ground to stand on. She opened her mouth, then closed it, her throat feeling like it was clogged with a stone. 5 yuan. Not asking for much. Zhao Taijun tapped impatiently on the doorframe. Hurry up, don't dawdle. 5. Widow was face, turned from pale to green, then purple, as if she had swallowed bitter herbs, and couldn't get them down. With everyone's eyes on her, she gritted her teeth, and went inside. When she came out, she clutched a crumpled bill, and slapped it into Zhao Taijun's hand, as if swatting a fly. Zhao Taijun pocketed the money, and jerked his chin at Liang. Let's go. Liuzi followed his grandfather, but before leaving he bent down to pick up the wild rabbits and half-plucked flying dragons from the ground, holding them tight. Only then did the gathered old folks disperse satisfied. Someone already far off smacked their lips. So satisfying. I love seeing that old hag Widow Wu swallow her pride and choke on her blood. The yard was empty. Widow Wu's face was as dark as a pot bottom. She strode over to Li Xianghua in 2 steps, raised her right hand high, and slapped. The slap was crisp and loud. Li Xianghua covered her face, her eyes rimmed with red, her voice trembling. Mother, don't think I don't know you instigated this. Widow Wu's spittle sprayed onto her face. With those 2 brothers' brains, could they have gotten Sun Hosey to rob Zhao Liu's things? That 5 yuan is on your tab. Pay me back later. Li Xianghua bit her lip and said nothing more. On the path back, Li Liang glanced at the wild rabbits and flying dragons clutched tightly in Liu's arms, a smirk curling his lips. This time hold on tight. Don't let anyone intercept them again. Brother Xiaolong, I won't. Liuzi shook his head vigorously and hugged his bundle tighter. With Grandpa here, no one dares steal from me. Zhao Taijun reached out and ruffled his grandson's head, a smile on his face, but a thin layer of moisture glimmered in his eyes, so fleeting that no one noticed. All Liuzi. Grandpa can protect you for a while, but not forever. Zhao Taijun's hand landed on Li Liang's shoulder, its weight heavy, carrying the unique warmth of an old man. Xiaolong, consider that matter with Liuzi, as me owing you one. 2 consecutive sounds rang out in his mind, as if something was jingling in the depths of his consciousness. Li Liang counted. He had accumulated another 50 points from this old man. Don't say that, he waved his hand, his voice low. Liuzi is like a brother to me. When those 2 Li who bullied him, I couldn't just pretend not to see. Zhao Taijun's brow relaxed, and he tapped his withered fingers on his knee. With those words, this old bones feel much more at ease. Look out for him in the future, though don't let those bastards touch him again. He pulled a few crumpled bills from his pocket, the tips of his fingers smelling of tobacco smoke, as he handed them over. I heard you asked old Zhang's nephew to bring some salt. Take this 5 yuan first. Li Liang didn't take it, he pushed the money back. Liu's injuries are more important. Keep it. I have enough for now. Zhao Taijun looked at him, didn't insist further, and stuffed the money back into his pocket, the fabric rustling softly. All right. If you ever run out of food, just tell me. He paused, his murky eyes shifting, and changed the subject. Say you've brought back quite a bit of game this time. Ever thought about joining the team? Li Liang saw through it clearly. Zhou Lieshan must have been nagging Zhao Tiejuan, trying to use the old man's influence to pull him into the Shuangshui village team. He licked his lips, choosing his words carefully. Grandpa Zhao, please tell Captain Zhou for me. I appreciate his kindness. But I won't get involved in team affairs. I'm too used to being on my own. After a pause he added, besides Li Long and Li who are in it. Dealing with them is a headache. Forget it. Zhao Taijun nodded and said no more. In the yard, Li Kangkai walked toward them, a deep furrow between his brows. That kid Liuzi. Is he all right? He's fine. Li Liang recounted the whole story, his throat dry. Upon hearing this, Li Kangkai's face twitched and his voice shot up sharply. That bastard Sun Hosey always trailing behind Li Long, and Li Hu bullying the honest folks. And Sixth Son with a temperament as soft as dough, how could they bring themselves to lay a hand on him? He and Sixth Son's father had grown up together, sharing the bond of running barefoot along the ridges since childhood. Sixth Son was like a son to him, and hearing the boy had been bullied made him grind his teeth in fury. If Sixth Son's father were still alive, I'd break every last one of those bastards' legs. Li Kangkai spat, his saliva hitting the ground. Li Liang stood nearby, a sigh rumbling from his throat. Sixth Son and his grandfather Zhao Tiejuan lived a meager existence, intertwined like 2 withered twigs. Zhao Taijun was old, and the old injuries from the Korean War clung to his body like vines, withering him day. No one knew how much longer the old man could hold on, accompanying Sixth Son on his journey. Father from now on invite Sixth Son over for meals more often. They'll figure out the food situation. Li Liang's voice was low. That koi fish trick could turn the tables once a day, granting 10 minutes of luck each time. Tomorrow he could still scavenge at Black Bear Mountain. The trap's position needed to be changed. Auntie's mouth was like a leaky ladle. Word spread through the whole village that Li Liang had struck it rich at Black Bear Mountain. In just an hour, 3 wild hares and 4 pheasants had all ended up in his bag. In those lean years, tree bark was stripped bare and grass roots were nearly extinct. When hunger gnawed, people would do anything. Li Liang brought back a mountain of game every day, and who in the village didn't feel their throat tighten at the sight? Human hearts are not to be tested. In the famine years of old, people driven by hunger would even swap their own children to eat. This was just a tiny, impoverished village at the foot of the Changbai Mountains. Better to keep himself well hidden. That leaky-mouthed old, he'll have to deal with her someday. Carrying so much game was like holding a mountain of gold, a reputation Li Liang dared not claim. It would only invite envy with no benefit in sight. Old, he had blabbed about his trapping all over the village, She was deliberately making trouble for him. Sooner or later, he would settle the score with her. Father, there's something I need to tell you. Seeing Li Kangkai turn toward the stove, Li Liang quickly called out to stop him. Li Kangkai turned around. What's up, son? Captain Zhou from the team came by yesterday and asked me to join. I turned him down. Li Liang didn't beat around the bush. Li Kangkai was stunned for a moment. Zhou Lizhan himself came to you. That's a solid iron rice bowl. Why did you refuse? Shuangshui village was currently following the People's Commune path. Their area was called Shuangshui Commune, where all members were under collective management working together and eating together. At year's end, they'd divide the money and grain based on work points earned. The hunting team was the most lucrative job in Shuangshui Commune. During mountain hunts, they could even bring home a few pounds of meat to satisfy their cravings. Truly the cream of the crop. People in Shuangshui village would kill to get in with a crowd of hunters eagerly waiting for a slot. Yet Li Liang of all people had outright rejected the olive branch Zhou Lizhan personally extended. Son, your old man can't hold on in the team much longer. Don't be hasty, you'll go talk to Captain Zhou again. Li Kangkai, seeing his son willing to settle down and live a steady life, brought Li Kangkai some relief. Now he was thinking of finding a proper job for his son to keep him from idling around the house all day. Trapping rabbits and catching pheasants was fine, but going it alone couldn't compare to the hunting team. Those guys even dared to go after wild boars. A 600 or 700-pound boar. Its meat could fill your belly, its hide could be traded for tickets, and you'd still earn work points. This was a plum job he couldn't afford to lose. Father Li Liang and Li Hu are both on the team. I can't get along with them, so I'm not going. Li Liang waved his hand, casually making up an excuse. This was, of course, just to fool his father. He couldn't care less about Li Liang or Li Hu. The real issue was that he was bound to the system, and joining the team just wasn't worth it. Only kids pick and choose, adults take everything. All the prey belongs to me, Li Liang. Share with others. No way, not a chance. Outside the courtyard, someone was peering through the cracks. Li Kangkai tapped his pipe and told his son about it. Xiaoxue just said a woman stood by the gate for a long time. She looked familiar. I think she came to see you. Li Liang was taken aback, his wood-chopping knife pausing mid-swing. Who? Your Uncle Bai's daughter. Uncle Bai. The name circled in his mind a few times before Li Liang matched it to a blurry figure. Sister Jia. Isn't she living in town? As soon as the words left his mouth, the memory surged back. That year when he visited Uncle Bai's house, he caught her bathing in the room. 2 long glossy braids hung over her chest with water droplets trickling down their ends. As she raised her arm to scrub the soap, those 2 soft white buns swayed back and forth, mesmerizing young Li Liang, who hid beneath the window, his legs frozen in place. She was 3 years older than Li Liang. Whenever he met her, he had to respectfully call her sister. But this sister had married 2 years ago. Her husband was a steel roller at the county's state-owned factory, which even provided a small apartment. After she married, her visits to the village could be counted on one hand. The last time he saw her was during the New Year last year. He caught a glimpse of her from afar at the village entrance, her face unclear, but beneath her padded jacket, she looked fuller than before. Li Kangkai sighed, tapping his pipe against his shoe. Your Uncle Bai came by a few days ago and said your sister's fate has been cruel. Her husband was working in the workshop when a machine's bearing crushed his waist. They rushed him to the hospital, but he didn't make it after a few days. What? Li Liang's knife came to a complete stop. Sister Jia. She's a widow now. Even as he spoke, he found it. Uncle Bai had only this one daughter who grew up without a mother, following her father on hunting expeditions, enduring every hardship. She finally married at 23 to a worker who ate state-supplied grain and lived in a dormitory building, seemingly on the verge of a better life. Yet within a few years he was gone, killed by a chunk of iron. Who would believe it? But it had happened just like that. The image flashed in Li Liang's mind, those soft buns swaying, the long braids bouncing, water droplets hitting the mud floor, spreading into dark spots. That figure bustling at the stove, those arms scrubbing clothes by the river, that woman who would lower her head and smile when meeting someone, now a widow. The rope always breaks at its thinnest point. The saying gnawed at his heart like teeth. Li Kangkai hung his head, his shoulders slumping as he let out a heavy breath. He looked up at the person before him, his voice low. Take some time to go see your sister. With her husband gone and the child she struggled to conceive also lost, she's like a lost soul. The other was stunned. Sister. She had a child? Yes. Li Kangkai ground the dirt under his shoe. It was a difficult pregnancy. The baby was born, but only lived a few days. Jaundice took it. Silence weighed like a stone between them. After a long while, a reply came. All right, I'll go see her someday. Sister Jia wasn't much younger than Li Kangkai. They had been friends since childhood, growing up in the same village, swimming in the river, and climbing trees for birds' eggs together, and keeping in touch even after starting their own families. Li Liang called Xiaoxue over and asked a few questions. After confirming it was that person, he planned to take time the next day to visit Uncle Bai's house. He had brought back quite a bit of game that day. On the dinner table were grouse soup and roasted rabbit meat. A layer of oil shimmered on the soup's surface, and the shredded meat steamed as it was pulled apart. Unfortunately, salt was scarce, leaving the flavor bland, but at least it filled their stomachs and nourished their bodies. His 2 younger sisters' complexions had visibly improved. Their cheeks regained a rosy hue, and their eyes no longer held the ashen, lifeless look from days before. Meat truly sustains a person. That saying rang true. But Li Liang knew deep down that relying solely on meat wouldn't last long. He'd have to find a way to get some sweet potatoes, or perhaps cornmeal or white flour. He touched the crumpled bill in his pocket. 5 yuan, the medical compensation Li Hu had paid his father. Let's see what the blind box yields tomorrow. He muttered to himself, calculating, if it doesn't work out, I'll find someone to trade. The night passed without incident. The next day the sun climbed to its zenith, and that appointed time arrived once more. A crisp sound rang in his mind. Ding. Today's blind box has refreshed. Current favorability points 526. Li Liang's palm clenched instantly. 526 points. That number far exceeded his expectations. He quickly tallied up the accounts. Helping Lu Zi deal with Sun Hozi's gang was the biggest contributor to this surge. Old Man Zhao alone had contributed over 200. The remaining scraps came from delivering a wild rabbit to Grandpa Zhang as a messenger fee, and from the rabbit that had given his father and sisters a meal rich in oil. A series of events had effortlessly pushed the favorability points past 500. So helping others also boosts points. Li Liang pondered. Lu Zi had grown up without parents, raised only by his grandfather. As the older brother figure, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. He hadn't expected that a casual act of help would earn Lu Zi's gratitude. As for Grandpa Zhang, it was even simpler. Zhang had wandered around Black Bear Gully for most of the day and returned empty-handed. Li Liang had his nephew come to collect the game and casually slipped him the smallest wild rabbit as a referral fee. To Grandpa Zhang at that moment, that rabbit was more precious than anything. How could his favorability not rise? 526 points were exactly enough to exchange for a level 2 blind box. Li Liang hesitated no longer and made up his mind. Exchange for a level 2 blind box. As the words fell, the system chimed. Exchange successful. 500 points deducted. Host's remaining favorability points 26. Open. At the command, the seal of the blind box sprang open. The afternoon sunlight pierced through the clouds, striking the snow on Black Bear Mountain and dazzling the eyes. Li Liang crouched at the edge of the snow-covered pine forest, his palm pressed against the icy bark, his knuckles whitening from the grip. Inside the level 2 blind box he had just opened lay a string of text. The first line read, today at 3:03 p.m. a wounded 3-month-old lynx will wander off beneath the large rock in the snow-covered pine forest. If rescued in time, it can be tamed as a spirit beast. The second line made his heart race even faster. Innate skill. Heart voice allows hearing the thoughts of animals, limited to spirit beasts. Spirit beast. Lynx. Those two words circled in Li Liang's mind 3 times before truly settling. A lynx, known locally in the northeast as a mountain cat, was a feline beast with orange-yellow spots capable of reaching a meter in length and fiercely aggressive. It could take down roe deer and sika deer, occasionally snag a wild rabbit to fill its teeth, and wouldn't back down. Smaller than a far eastern leopard, but larger than smaller felines, comparable to a clouded leopard. Its limbs were taut with muscle, its claws adept at climbing trees, and its speed like a fleeting shadow. A 3-month-old lynx, its fur not yet fully grown, was still a cub of a fierce beast. If he could tame and raise it when hunting in the mountains later, this creature would be worth half a man's effort. Brother, what are you smiling about? Xiao Shue's voice came from behind, soft and gentle, accompanied by the huffing and puff. Li Liang turned around and saw his sister hopping toward him, her pigtails bouncing up and down. He scooped up Xiao Shue, bounced her on his hip, and gently tapped her nose with his finger. Tomorrow I'll bring you a little kitten, okay? Great, great. Xiao Shue clapped her small hands together, her eyes sparkling. Xiao Shue loves kittens the most. Kittens are so cute. This kitten might be fierce. Don't cry in fear. I'm not afraid. The little girl lifted her chin. If it dares to bully me, I'll have Big Yellow bite it. Big Yellow was the big northeast dog owned by Uncle Wang next door, built like a small calf. Whenever it saw Xiao Shue, it wagged its tail, its tongue lolling out, and the two were as close as siblings. Li Liang didn't respond, but inwardly he mused. A northeast hunting dog facing a lynx. That would be over in the time it takes to eat a meal. In the Changbai and Xing'anling ranges, the top beasts were Siberian tigers, far eastern leopards, black bears, wild boars, and wolf packs. Next down were mid to large-sized predators like the lynx. He looked up at the sun's position. 3:03 p.m. Without a watch, it was hard to gauge the exact time. But watches were expensive. Even the cheapest cost 1 or 200 yuan plus a watch coupon. Almost as much as Li Xianghua's bride price. Forget it, he'd deal with that later. After greeting his father, Li Liang set off empty-handed toward Black Bear Mountain. The snow-covered pine forest was halfway up the mountain, where a large rock shaped like a crouching monkey sat. As a child, he had often ridden on top of it. When he spotted the massive stone in the distance, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Just then a faint rustling came from the bushes at his feet, as if something was dragging itself across the snow. Li Liang turned his head. The grass blades brushed together, the rustling mingling with a few animal growls. His back tensed instantly. He leaped down from the rock, grabbed a dry branch, and crouched low behind the stone. Boom. A gunshot exploded, reverberating against his eardrums. Who was firing in these woods? He frowned, still processing, when a shadow burst from the grass. Its form like a leopard, with a rounded face, tufts of fur hanging from its cheeks, triangular tips on its ears, and a coat of orange-yellow spots. Damn, a mountain cat. A chill ran down Li Liang's neck. The blind box's information was all nonsense. Freeman-hold cub my ass. This was clearly an adult. He gripped the dry branch, his palms slick with sweat. Adult lynxes had fierce tempers and strong aggression. If it fixed its sights on him, the outcome wouldn't be pretty. Growing up in the mountains, he had heard plenty of hunting stories from elders, but facing a Changbai mountain feline ranked third, After the Siberian tiger and the Far Eastern leopard, with not even a shotgun in hand, fear was inevitable. Something was off. This massive rock was on the outskirts of Black Bear Mountain, kilometers away from the midslope, where lynxes usually roamed. Why would an adult come downhill? The beast flared its nostrils, sniffed the air, and let out a roar in his direction. It dug its paws into the ground, its fur bristling outward. Liang's heart sank. He had been spotted. The mountain cat fixed its gaze on him, a sharp hiss escaping its throat as it repeatedly twisted its head back. He noticed the movement and followed its line of sight. The grass rustled, and a small, blood-soaked creature stumbled out, whimpering, its legs wobbling. It looked no more than 3 months old, one hind leg seemingly injured, listing with every step. It was a lynx cub. Liang's eyes lit up. This was the taming target designated by the system. The cub struggled to look up at the adult lynx, mewling pitifully as it dragged its injured leg toward it. Boom. A second gunshot rang out. Damn, where did that wild beast go? Come on, brothers, don't let that mountain cat slip away. I haven't tasted meat in half a month. I'm eating cat meat today. A few rough shouts erupted from deep within the grass. Liang recognized the accents of several hunters from Shuangshui village, a few of them he had even crossed paths. The adult lynx, startled by the gunshot, shuddered, glanced back at its cub, and let out a mournful howl from its throat before turning and disappearing into the bushes without a backward glance. Ow! Ow! The cub stared in the direction its mother had vanished, its cries growing more urgent with each call. It limped after her, hobbling on 3 legs, but it could never outrun 4. The distance between them stretched wider and wider. The adult lynx darted into the thicket in the blink of an eye, and the snow on the pine branches fell with a rustle, swallowing its figure. Liang exhaled a puff of white breath. That mother beast was most likely the cub's own parent. But nature showed no mercy. Whoever ran slowest was doomed to die. Seeing the little one's wounded leg seeping blood, unable to flee, she simply abandoned it and escaped alone. The law of the jungle: only the survivors stand atop the food chain. A rustling came from the grass behind him, and vague figures stirred among the shadows. Liang strode over in a few steps, bent down, and scooped up the 3-month-old lynx cub. The moment his fingertips touched its fur, the silver contract card melted silently into that warm little body like wax scorched by fire. At first the cub thrashed desperately, its claws hooking onto Liang's sleeve as it squeezed out a hoarse whimper, but once the card vanished completely, it suddenly grew still, and the wild gleam in its vertical pupils extinguished like a lamp blown out by the wind, leaving nothing behind. It nuzzled against Liang's fingers. "They'll hide you. Don't make a sound." Liang lowered his voice, his palm covering its fuzzy head. "If they see you, I'll be in trouble." The little creature seemed to understand, letting out a soft, "Ow. Good'll take you to find your mother later." Liang hurried over to a nearby pine tree, brushed aside the piled-up leaves, stuffed the lynx into a hollow at the tree's roots, and covered it with a handful of pine needles and snow. Damn it, where did that beast slink off to? The grass parted left and right, and 3 or 4 figures emerged. Each was wrapped in a sheepskin coat, a rifle slung diagonally across their backs, the barrels gleaming with a cold iron blue against the pale snow. The man at the front swept his gaze downward and tapped the ground with his toe. "There's blood here." A trail of dark red stained the snow left by both the mother and the cub. The mother's ear was wounded, not too serious, but the cub's injury ran much deeper. "Liang, what are you doing here?" The man's face darkened like a stone soaked in icy water. Liang recognized that face, curled his lips, and let out a cold snort. "Is Scarcity Mountain your private property? You can come, but I can't." Of course, he knew this man. Qianwu, the son of the production brigade captain of Shuangshui commune. They lived in the same village, but had never had much to do with each other. The reason was simple: Qianwu looked down on Liang, calling him a loafer who just drifted around. The deeper grudge, however, was over Xianghua. Qianwu was the most ardent suitor hovering around Xianghua, willing to tear out his heart and lay it at her feet. But Liang had gone on a blind date with Xianghua and even brought betrothal gifts to her door. Later, Liang broke off the engagement, leaving Xianghua alone in the village, her reputation utterly ruined. A bride price of 100 yuan. Who in Shuangshui village could afford that? Qianwu's family could, but his father refused, saying Xianghua was no easy woman and advised his son not to get involved. Qianwu's marriage negotiations fell through, and he bottled up all his anger, taking it out on Liang. He was convinced that Liang's broken engagement had damaged Xianghua's reputation, which in turn brought shame. Today, running into Liang alone in the snow-covered pine forest of Scarcity Mountain, Qianwu felt that fate had handed him a chance to vent his fury. "Liang, watch your mouth. You ill-bred bastard." Qianwu's voice was as cold as frozen iron, putting on the air of a man sent to discipline Liang on behalf of his father. Liang curled his lips and sneered. "Oh, Qianwu, you can't even write your own name properly, and you know how to The word illiterate stabbed into Qianwu's heart like a thorn. His father was the production brigade captain. Last year, a few female educated youths from the city came to Shuangshui village, and Captain Qian tried to set one up with his son. The moment the girl heard that Qianwu couldn't read a single character, she didn't even give him a glance and refused on the spot. The news spread throughout the village, and Qianwu was saddled with the nickname illiterate, becoming the butt of everyone's jokes. Stung by Liang's words, Qianwu's face flushed red, and he grabbed his gun, ready to charge forward. The 2 companions behind him quickly grabbed his arm, one whispering, "Qianwu, don't be rash. That kid's been acting strange lately. Another leaned in and urged softly, Boss, we've been climbing the mountain all day. Our legs are like jelly. Picking a fight with him won't do us any favors. The hell I'm afraid of him. We've got guns. Qianwu shook off his companion's hands, refusing to listen. The three hunters behind him exchanged glances, knowing full well that Qianwu had been after Li Xianghua for ages. His targeting of Li Liang today was clearly a pretext to settle a personal score. But Qianwu was the brigade captain's son, a man of some standing in Shuangshui village, so they couldn't hold him back too forcefully. Someone muttered under his breath, Kid, you're on your own. Crossing the brigade captain's son could only be blamed on Li Liang's bad luck. Qianwu took a step forward, brandishing his gun barrel, and blustered. Li Liang, tell me honestly. Did you see a lynx? That's my prey. If you've hidden it, hand it over now. The four of them had come up Haixizi Mountain this morning and finally spotted a lynx with its cub. Qianwu fired a shot, but missed, and the beast fled into the woods with its young. They chased all the way to near the big rock, where they ran into Li Liang. Qianwu immediately concluded that Li Liang had taken advantage of the situation and stashed the prey somewhere. Hand over your mother. Li Liang's voice exploded. Who the hell stole your prey? The accusation landed like a cap, and the fire in Li Liang's chest surged straight to his head. He fixed his eyes on the guns in the four men's hands, every muscle in his body taut, like a drawn bowstring, every nerve on edge. At this distance, life and death were a matter of a blink. If Qianwu and his men dared to make a move, Li Liang would take Qianwu down first. In all martial arts, speed was unbeatable. There were only 3 steps between Li Liang and Qianwu. At that range, there was no time to even raise a gun. If Qianwu dared to pull the trigger, it would be a race between his gun and Li Liang's fist. The dark patches on the snow were still seeping outward. Qianwu stared at the damp stains, twisting his lips into a mocking grin. You think a few empty words can fool me? Did that puddle sprout legs and crawl here on its own? Li Liang didn't answer. His boot heel scraped back through the snow, his knuckles cracking with a sharp snap as he lowered his center of gravity like a leopard ready to pounce. The older hunter's pupils contracted sharply. He had seen this posture before. Deep in the dense forests of Haixizi Mountain, just before a beast bared its fangs, its eyes held that very same cold gleam. A chill ran down his spine like shards of ice, and his palms were slick with cold sweat. If a fight broke out, all their lives would likely be left behind on this vast white wilderness. Damn, it'll blow your head off. Qianwu's roar shook the snow from the treetops. He grabbed his rifle, his fingers just touching the trigger when a gust of wind was already upon him. Li Liang's figure appeared before him almost simultaneously. The toe of his boot kicked the gun barrel, sending the heavy iron weapon spinning into a snowdrift. In the next instant, one hand clamped onto Qianwu's elbow joint while the other fingers pressed together like an iron hoop locked around his throat. The entire sequence was over before anyone could blink. The old hunter watched Qianwu's face turn from flushed red to a purplish hue, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The remaining 3 hunters stood frozen in place, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Li Liang. A few fragmented syllables squeezed out of Qianwu's throat. The air was completely cut off and his lungs burned as if branded by a hot iron. The icy chill of death crept upward from the soles of his feet. The old hunter was the first to react. He tossed his weapon onto the snow and raised both hands above his head. Don't make a move. His voice wavered, the final syllable trembling. Seeing this, the other 3 quickly dropped their weapons and raised their arms straight up. Li Liang's gaze swept over them. Then he jerked his chin toward the foot of the mountain. Get lost. The 3 men scrambled down the slope, not even pausing to pull their boots out of snow pits. One lost his hat, but didn't turn back to retrieve it. Qianwu struggled to extend a hand, trying to grasp something, but his throat was constricted, allowing only hoarse, wheezing sounds. Tisk, your good buddies sure ran fast. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Li Liang's mouth. He had sensed the naked killing intent when the gun was aimed at him moments ago, which was why he had struck so ruthlessly. Now, as Qianwu's lips turned a bluish-purple, he finally released his grip. While easing the pressure, he seized the other shoulder and twisted his wrist sharply. A crisp crack of dislocated bones echoed from Qianwu's shoulder socket. It was followed by a scream that tore through the silence of the snowy wilderness like a pig with its throat slit. That arm could no longer be lifted. It hung limply by his side like a dead snake, the fingertips trembling slightly, lacking even the strength to form a fist. You. Get far away. A dull thud sounded as a boot slammed into his chest. The man named Qianwu fell face first into the dirt, mud, and grass clippings smearing half his face. He struggled to stand several times, clutching his ribs with one hand, and staggered down the mountain. His figure bobbed unsteadily among the tree shadows. The air finally fell still. Li Liang bent down to pick up the double-barreled shotgun that had been dropped on the ground. Among the 4 guns, this one was the newest. The bluing on the barrel still gleamed, and the wooden stock felt smooth and warm to the touch, without a single scratch. A Tiger Headbrand side-by-side double barrel. He was just short of a handy weapon. Head asked the old man for some cartridges later and practiced his aim. The stray thoughts in his mind were suppressed. He turned his face toward a clump of wild grass nearby and said in a low voice, "Come out." The grass leaves rustled. A small creature covered in blood, dragging one hind leg, crawled out step by step. It was a young lynx, not yet fully grown, the tufts of fur on its ear tips drooping softly. Li Liang crouched down but didn't touch it. "I'm not with those people. I won't hurt you." Now I'll give you two choices. First, I let you go right now. Second, you come down the mountain with me. I'll treat your wounds. Once you're healed, you'll be my spirit beast and help me work for a full year. When the year is up, I'll send you back to the mountains. If your parents come looking for you during this time, you can go with them. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear and distinct. Forcing a wild beast down the mountain was easy, but once it grew up and its wild nature resurfaced, the first to suffer would be his family. The essence of a creature from the mountains never truly disappears, even if tamed. The young lynx turned its head to glance at the northwestern thicket, then looked back at him and let out a series of ow wow cries. All right, I promise you. They'll help you find them later. The weight lifted from Liang's heart. He reached out and scooped the small beast into his arms. His fingers traced down its hind leg until they touched a swollen spot. The bone wasn't broken, but the skin was torn open and the blood had clotted. It's nothing serious. A bit of medicine and it'll be fine. He rubbed the little lynx's forehead with his palm, the tufts of fur soft against his fingertips like freshly fluffed cotton. In this Black Bear Mountain, any beast with even the slightest disability was doomed to die, either starved to death or having its throat torn out by a natural predator. Wolves, black bears, far eastern leopards, Siberian tigers. None of them were to be trifled with. And this creature was only 3 months old. Left alone in the wild, it wouldn't last a day before perishing. Taking it in as a spirit beast was in a way saving its life. He settled the young lynx on his shoulder and began walking down the mountain, stepping over the gravel. The dried leaves crunched underfoot, and the wind blew through the gaps between the trees, carrying the scent of earth and decaying wood. This little one was only 3 months old and already knew how to hunt. For a newly initiated hunter, this was a good partner. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly remembered something. Oh right, the koi talent still had 10 minutes left. After walking a few dozen more paces, a fallen dead tree lay across the path ahead. Its bark had completely peeled off, revealing the stark white wood. The end near the roots was soaking in a puddle of water, completely rotted, emitting a sour, musty dampness. Liang crouched down and brushed aside the frost-like snow layer on the surface of the dead wood. When his fingertips touched the edge of a mushroom cap, he felt the frozen, stiff skin spring back slightly. The scent of earth mixed with a certain dry, moldy odor rose from beneath the snow layer. Those semicircular, earth-yellow mushrooms were revealed, packed tightly together. Some were shaped like small umbrellas, while others had already spread out, looking like ears sprouting from the ground. He counted them. There were at least over 20 in this patch alone. Then he glanced at the other end of the dead tree, his eyes landing on the clusters of fungi hidden in the crevices of the branches. As his fingers probed inside, his fingertip touched a round object. Another mushroom carrying the chill of broken ice. A grin spread across his face. A short, amused laugh escaped his throat, as if he was tickled by the stroke of luck he had stumbled upon. Yesterday, when he entered the village with half a basket, the joy on her face was impossible to conceal. That frozen mushroom weighed just over a caddy at most, but she told everyone she met, and even made a detour to Liang's doorstep, letting his fatherly Konkai smell the earthy scent unique to the fungi. And now, before him lay this dead old tree, its bark mostly peeled away, exposing the whitish wood layer. The mushrooms sprouted from the cracked crevices, one clump after another. He reached out, pinched one, and twisted it gently. The stem broke off, revealing a moist, grayish-white cross-section. For caddies, he murmured to himself. Then he laughed again. At noon, his father had muttered that the salt jar was almost empty, and they needed to find a way to get more. Uncle Zhang's nephew was coming down from the town the next day, pushing his cart around the village, selling oil, salt, sauces, and vinegar. Maybe he could even trade for a few big bones. Now, with these 4 caddies of frozen mushrooms, he could at least trade for most of a bag of salt. He took down the linen sack slung over his shoulder. The knot from the last time he packed dry rations was still tied at the opening. He untied the knot, opened the sack's mouth, flattened the creases at the bottom with his palm, and began to pick. As he stuffed the first mushroom in, the linen sack made a faint rustling sound. The second, the third. He put some effort into picking those that were firmly attached. His knuckles brushed against the moss on the deadwood surface, and the back of his hand was speckled with fine bark chips. One mushroom grew on the side of the trunk. He had to lean sideways, reaching his arm under the dead tree, using his fingertips to hook the edge of the cap and slowly pull it outward. His ears caught a sound behind him. The little golden creature trod over the snow, stopped at his feet, and looked up at him. It let out a cry. The sound dispersed through the woods like a small ball of cotton falling into the snow. I know, Liang said without turning around. Wait a bit longer. He'll gather the firewood, then we go down the mountain. He'll get you some meat once we're down. The young lynx let out another low grumble, then circled around to his other side, sat down on the snow, and turned its head toward the depths of the forest, as if standing guard for him. Liang plucked the last cluster of frozen mushrooms, lifted the linen sack, and weighed it in his hand. The bottom of the bag sagged heavily, the mushrooms packed tightly together, weighing down his hand with a dense mass. He pulled a branch of cedar, its wood pliable, and wound it around the bag's mouth a few times before tying a slipknot. He set the cloth bag beside a tree root, turned, and slipped into the nearby cedar forest. Several old trees had fallen, lying haphazardly across the snow-covered ground. Some had been dead for years, their bark completely gone, revealing bleached wood grain that shed splinters at the slightest touch. He selected a few dry branches as thick as an arm, braced them against his knee, and snapped them with a sharp crack. After breaking off 5 or 6, he piled them together and picked a few longer ones to split later for kindling. The light dimmed within the cedar grove. When the wind rustled the canopy, a thin layer of snow fell from the branches, landing on the back of his neck and making him shiver. He wiped his neck with his sleeve and glanced back at the sack by the deadwood. It was bulging with a corner of the earthy yellow mushrooms peeking out from the opening. The small lynx mewed at him again, more urgently this time. Let's go, we're going now. He bent down, picked up the bundle of firewood, and hoisted the sack over his other shoulder. The weight of the firewood pressed on his left shoulder, and the frozen mushrooms hung from his right. With each step, his boots crunched into the snow. Liang bent down amidst the trees, gathering over 20 jean of dry branches. He pulled a vine, wound it around the bundle several times, tightened it, and slung it over his shoulder. He lifted the half-full sack of frozen mushrooms with one hand and beckoned to the little creature behind him. Come on, follow me. Meow. Little did he know that shortly after he descended the mountain with the cub, 2 adult lynxes, each the size of a leopard, would dart into that cedar grove. The mother, finding her den empty, threw back her head and let out a roar, pure fury in the sound. Dad, I'm home. The moment Liang stepped into the yard, he tossed the bundle of firewood against the wall beneath the cattle pen. Carrying the half-full sack, he didn't stop walking and called out, "Second sister, little sister, come out and see what your brother..." The door curtain was pushed aside and 2 young girls bounced out, their faces beaming. Brother. Big brother. Behind them followed 3 people. His father Li Kangkai, Uncle Zhang from next door, and a fat man whose face was as round as a wash basin. Liang, come here quickly. A comrade from the county is here, specially to see you. Li Kangkai's voice was brimming with barely contained excitement. The moment Liang saw Uncle Zhang, he understood most of the situation. This round-faced man was likely his nephew, a purchasing agent at the county's state-run factory. In these times, the word purchasing agent was worth more than anything else. Money, perks, and face were all in his hands. There was a popular rhyme: 8 top-notch jobs bring bliss to any stethoscopes, steering wheels, butcher knives, and shop assistants. These 4 topped the list, but the purchasing agent's position was no less prestigious. Whoever had a relative working as a sales clerk in a supply and marketing cooperative or a state-run market could get their hands on good things first. Like pork or white rabbit creamy candy, city folks couldn't even get it with their ration tickets. But if your sister stood behind the counter, she could save a few caddies for you in advance. Although Uncle Zhang's nephew was a purchasing agent, his job was to run around the villages collecting goods for the factory. Whose goods to take, what price to offer, how many ration tickets to use. It was all up to him. How much he could skim from the middle was clear from his build alone. While others were pale from hunger, he was ruddy-cheeked with a double chin and a round belly that bulged outward. The sack lay on the ground. Before Liang could speak, a sharp, piercing screech exploded behind him. Li Tian and Li Shui both turned to see a small, furry, yellowish-brown creature, about the size of a stray cat. Li Shui jumped up and clapped her hands. A cat. A little cat. The small lynx shrank behind Liang's heel, its tail stiff and upright, a low growl rumbling from its throat. Zhang Weiman's gaze first flickered over the little beast, then settled on the sacks, opening a smile, tugging at his lips. Comrade Liang, you've brought back frozen mushrooms and a live animal. It seems you've single-handedly cleared out everything from Black Bear Mountain. Liang didn't respond. He bent down, lifted the sack's opening, and loosened the rope, just a crack revealing a black mushroom cap, with bits of soil clinging to its edge. Zhang Weiman's sharp eyes caught it, and he let out an craning his neck forward. Uncle Zhang tapped his pipe on the steps. Weiman, keep your eyes in check. Don't make it look like we're here to scavenge. Zhang Weiman immediately withdrew his gaze, rubbing his hands together and forcing a laugh. Uncle's right. It's just my occupational hazard. The factory cafeteria staff are always demanding vegetables and meat. If I don't meet the quota, I get fined. I haven't had a good night's sleep in days. Liang retied the sack, lifted it, and carried it into the main room, placing it in the shadow behind the door. When he came out, the small lynx was already in Li Shui's arms, and Li Tian was crouched beside her, poking its paws with her finger. That thing's wild. Don't touch it. Liang shot them a glance. Li Shui held the lynx up high, staring into its round eyes. Brother, does it bite? Not now, but who knows when it gets hungry. Zhang Weiman stood at the yard gate, his eyes sweeping across the courtyard. He pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and offered it to Liang. Comrade Liang, let's not beat around the bush. Uncle says you have connections and can bring good things out of the mountains. I'm sincere about doing business with you. Liang didn't take the cigarette. Instead, he pulled out his own roll of tobacco from his pants pocket and lit it. What kind of business? Dried goods, game, medicinal herbs. Whatever you have, I'll take it. Zhang Weiman put the cigarette in his mouth and struck a match. The flame illuminated the cunning look on his round face. The price will be 20% higher than in the county, cash on delivery, no deferred payments. Liang exhaled a puff of smoke and looked at him through the haze. Factory procurement goes through official accounts, doesn't it? How can you pay in cash? Zhang Weiman's smile froze for half a second, then quickly returned. Everyone has their own ways. Don't worry. The money is clean and the deal is clean. Uncle Zhang crouched on the stone block by the door, knocking his pipe against the stone a few times. Liang Weiman is my own nephew. He won't cheat you. But I'll say this up front, if you don't think the deal is right, just refuse. No need to feel pressured. Liang stubbed out his cigarette and ground it into the dirt. Comrade Zhang Weiman, where are you staying tonight? Zhang Weiman was taken aback. Huh. If you really want to buy goods, meet me tomorrow at 6 in the morning under the big locust tree at the village entrance. With that, Liang turned and went into the house, closing the door behind him. The yard fell silent for a moment. Zhang Weimin turned to Uncle Zhang. Uncle, what does he mean? Uncle Zhang stood up, dusted off his pants, and said, It means he wants to see how sincere you are. Don't be late tomorrow, and don't play any tricks. As night settled, Liang emptied the frozen mushrooms from the sack into a bamboo sieve and spread them out by the stove. Li Shui had already coaxed the small lynx to sleep in a basket padded with an old cotton jacket by the con. When Li Loudeye pushed open the door and came in, he first saw the yellowish-brown lump in the basket and paused mid-step. What's that? A lynx. How big? A cub not even a month old. Li Loudeye walked over, crouched down, and poked the tip of the cub's ear with his finger. The creature grunted, rolled over, and went back to sleep. Why are you keeping it? Li Loudeye stood up, his voice flat. Lynxes can't be tamed. When it grows up, it can bite a chicken's head off with one snap. Li Liang didn't look up. Its mother is dead. I found it in the old forest. If I left it there, it would be wolf food. Old Li was silent for a moment, then picked up the enamel mug on the table and took a gulp of cold water. Has that purchasing agent from the county left? He's gone, but he'll be back tomorrow morning. Are you planning to do business with him? We'll see how it goes. Old Li set down the mug, his gaze lingering on Li Liang for a few seconds before he finally said, Weigh it yourself. Then he turned and went into the inner room. Li Liang arranged the last piece of frozen mushroom, patted the dirt off his hands, and walked over to crouch by the basket. The young lynx had woken up, staring at him with a pair of amber eyes letting out a milky whimper from its throat. He extended a finger, and the creature came up to sniff it, then drew back. Outside the window, the moon had just climbed over the treetops. The village dogs barked a few times, then fell silent again. A little girl's thoughts always revolved around fluffy things. Spotting the gray-brown shadow darting around the yard, Xiaoxue immediately pounced. She shouted, Kitty, her small hands opening wide, trying to grab the pair of upright ears. But the little beast trembled all over in fright. It had never encountered so many people in its life. Its limbs were shaking. Seeing the human child charging at it, it immediately bared its teeth, revealing tiny sharp fangs, and squeezed out a hissing mew-mew from its throat. The sound drew Li Kangkai and Old Zhang over. Where did this stray cat come from? How did it get into our yard? Li Kangkai scratched the back of his head, his face full of confusion. Old Zhang squinted and leaned in, staring at the brownish-yellow striped fur for a long while, then his eyes suddenly widened. This isn't a stray cat, this is a mountain cat's cub. What? A mountain cat cub? Li Kangkai's mouth gaped open wide enough to fit a fist. A mountain cat cub? In his yard, there was actually a lynx kitten crouching. Zhang Weimin didn't seem particularly surprised. He glanced at the fluffy little creature, then swept his eyes over the composed Li Liang, rubbing his chin. He had a rough idea. Had this lynx cub followed Li Liang back? Li Liang had picked up a lynx kitten. Kitty, don't run, let me pet you. Xiox's voice was a childish drawl as she crawled on all fours, reaching out again for the ball of fluff. The young lynx saw the hands coming again, hissed, and bared its teeth even more fiercely. But its cries couldn't scare off the human little girl in front of it. It twisted its body, dodging those claws, and scurried over to Li Liang's feet, curling into a ball, its whole body trembling. This little one was terrified by Xiaoxue. Li Liang looked down at the shivering ball of fur, finding it both amusing. He crouched down and said in a low voice, Don't be afraid, that's my family, my little sister. Her name is Xiaoxue. She wants to play with you, she won't hurt you. The moment he finished speaking, the little beast curled at his feet, relaxed its tense back, and stopped baring its teeth at the little girl. Li Kangkai and Old Zhang exchanged a glance, their faces filled with disbelief. Li Liang, is this mountain cat cub yours? Old Zhang asked in a low voice, suppressing his astonishment. Li Liang nodded, not hiding it, and recounted what had happened on Black Bear Mountain today. However, he omitted the part about subduing the lynx cub and didn't mention a single word about running into Qian Wu on the mountain. The intelligence from the system was even more tightly locked in his heart. It was his own secret, and he didn't want anyone to know, not even his father or two younger sisters. This little thing is pitiful, being abandoned. Li Kangkai nodded, a look of understanding on his face. Old Zhang also nodded in agreement. Both he and Li Kangkai were veteran hunters. They had seen it too many times. A mother beast in the mountains facing danger would abandon her injured cub to save herself. A drowning person would desperately grasp at straws, so why wouldn't a beast in the mountains? The June sun slanted over the western ridge. The old yellow dog lying by the earthen wall stuck out its tongue and panted. Li Liang crouched at the yard gate, a pinch of dry grass in his palm. The young lynx stretched its neck, its tongue sweeping across the gaps between his fingers, making a faint crunching sound. Old Zhang's fingers holding his pipe paused. His gaze shifted from the young lynx to Li Liang's face. Li Liang, are you planning to keep this little thing? Li Liang didn't reply. He turned his head to glance at his father Li Kangkai, then sideways at his two younger sisters, who were squatting in a corner of the yard, teasing the little creature with a twig to make it pounce. The young lynx was now his nominal spirit beast. He was absolutely certain that even when it grew up, it wouldn't bare its claws or teeth at his family. But how could he explain this to his father? His lips moved. Dad, this matter. Your dad is old, he'll be retiring from the livestock station soon. The burden of this family is yours to weigh. Li Kangkai leaned his hoe against the wall, his tone flat. If you think it's okay, then it's okay. This meant that from now on Li Liang was the head of the family. Whether he kept it or not, he didn't need to ask his father anymore. Li Liang looked up, nodded towards Li Kangkai's profile. Dad, rest assured, he'll train it well. Zhang Weimin, who had been leaning against the threshold smoking, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Comrade Li Liang, that's a mountain cat. Are you really planning to keep it by your side? A mountain cat's wildness was no less than a leopard's. It was used to sneaking up on its prey at night. Its claws could tear through deerskin, and its jaws could snap a hare's throat in one bite. If those jaws ever clamped down on a human neck, no one dared imagine the consequences. The cub looked soft and cuddly now, but who could say when it grew large it wouldn't turn around and bite its own family? If it got hungry one night, while everyone was asleep, it might silently crawl in through the window, jump onto the edge of the Kong, and take a bite. Comrade Li Liang, you'd better think it over again. Keeping this thing in the house is no joke. Zhang Weimin stubbed out his cigarette, his tone turning heavier. Old Zhang also chimed in. Li Liang, if you need a watchdog, your uncle's dog just had a litter a few days ago. Li Liang listened to their back-and-forth advice, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Everyone rest assured. This little creature has intelligence. It wouldn't do such a thing. Old Zhang and his nephew exchanged a look. Seeing his firm tone, they didn't say more. Zhang Weimin thought for a moment and changed the subject. Comrade Li Liang, the village is in a famine now. No one has much grain in their pot. All that's left to eat are wild vegetables and tree bark. Zhang Weimin thought for a moment and changed the subject. Comrade Li Liang, the village is in a famine now. No one has much grain in their pot. All that's left, where will you get meat? That's not for you to worry about. As long as I have a bite to eat, it won't go hungry. He had originally planned to raise this lynx for future hunting trips up the mountain. For now, the little thing wasn't fully trained yet, so he wasn't ready to reveal this plan to Zhang Weimin. The door was pushed open, letting in a gust of cold air. Zhang Weimin walked in, rubbing his hands, his gaze immediately falling on Li Liang. He cleared his throat. You should have a good idea why I'm making this trip today. Li Liang didn't respond, simply turning to grab the burlap sack in the corner. Zhang Weimin continued, the harvest hasn't been good this year. There's a food shortage across the whole country, and our purchasing station can't hold out either. The quotas from above haven't been met for several months. The boss is so anxious he's got a ring of blisters around his mouth. I was thinking, his voice caught in his throat. Li Liang opened the sack, revealing more than half a bag of something. Pale yellow mushrooms were packed tightly together, their surfaces still covered in frost, exuding the unique, wild, sweet smell of the mountain forest. Zhang Weimin's eyes nearly stuck to them. 4.5 caddies. He lifted it, weighing it in his hand, his fingertips brushing against the frost-hardened edge of the mushroom, leaving a trace of rime on his skin. In his 11 years at the procurement station, he had handled countless mountain goods. A single touch told him the exact weight and quality of anything. What luck! Zhang Weimin's voice drifted airy with disbelief. The mountain passes are sealed by heavy snow drifts nearly waist deep, and you still manage to gather so many fresh yellow mushrooms. He called them yellow mushrooms, as was the local custom. Some called them frozen mushrooms, others yuan mushrooms, all referring to the same thing. Only in winter did this fungus sprout on decaying wood, and the heavier the snow, the harder the harvest. Hunters huddled by their Kong stoves in winter. Venturing into the mountains meant digging through snow half a man's height, and with poor luck a whole day's search might yield not even half a mushroom. Old Zhang leaned out from the inner room, his eyes landing on the sack, and a sound escaped his throat. Io. He recalled a few days earlier following Aunt He's group into Black Bear Mountain, trudging through thigh-deep snow in the forest for most of the day. Aunt He was lucky, picking over half a jean of frozen mushrooms, while the others' baskets turned up empty. He with his old bones had circled the entire mountain, without even a shred of mushroom to show. Li Liang had not only brought back a lynx cub, but also carried 4.5 jean of fresh mushrooms. Old Zhang stared at the clustered fungi, his jaw working. Xiaolang, where on earth did you dig up half a sack of these? By the big rock on Black Bear Mountain. Li Liang, seeing old Zhang's expression, let a smile tug at his lips and decided to tell the truth. Weimin, you handle this with him, I have things to do. Before his words faded, old Zhang had already dashed out of the yard, leaving. What's my uncle in such a hurry for? Running like wolves are at his heels. Zhang Weimin stood rooted to the spot, his eyes wide, still stunned. Li Liang turned and exchanged a glance with his father Li Kangkai, both unable to suppress a hint of a smile. Old Zhang, you'd better steer clear of Aunt He this time. Don't let her catch you. Li Liang shouted at the retreating figure. Beneath those withered tree roots plenty of frozen mushrooms remained, though they were small. Li Liang had only picked the palm-sized ones. Old Zhang's trip into the mountains would at least yield some leftovers, repaying the favor for his introduction. God, I won't let that old woman catch wind of it. Old Zhang's voice drifted back from a distance, his figure already around the courtyard wall. Only then did Li Liang's. If Aunt He's leaky mouth got hold of this news, within half a day the entire village of Shuangshui would be chewing over how he had gathered 4.5 jean of frozen mushrooms. You two chat. They'll go heat some water and brew a cup of tea for Comrade Weimin. Li Kangkai stood up, pushed aside the curtain, and slipped into the kitchen. Comrade Li Liang, my uncle mentioned you wanted some salt. Zhang Weimin looked down at the half sack of yellow mushrooms, his atoms apple bobbing, as he barely held back his saliva. These yellow mushrooms are so fresh they could drip water. Chopped fine or sliced thin, boiled in chicken broth for a stewed chicken with mushrooms. The aroma could steal your soul. And then if you can get some, I'll trade these frozen mushrooms for it. Li Liang didn't beat around the bush, his words crisp and in these times the roads were rough. A trip to town meant a third-a-li walk on foot, and buying salt required not only money but also salt ration tickets. Li Liang's family had long used up their salt tickets. The next allocation wouldn't come until 2 months later before the new year, when they could exchange work points at the Shuangshui commune. Needing both tickets and cash, plus a special trip to the town supply cooperative, was too much trouble. It was simpler to trade goods with Zhang Weimin directly. Deal. Zhang Weimin nodded, the joy on his face impossible to hide. These frozen mushrooms were exactly what he needed for his procurement list. Fresh ones, especially those just plucked from the slopes, with a fragrance that the factory leaders craved. The leaders kept talking about stewed chicken with mushrooms, urging the procurement team to scour the countryside. Today luck was on Zhang Weimin's side, and he stumbled upon 4.5 gene. I have a gene of salt at home, I'll fetch it for you now. Zhang Weimin, though sly, was not one to dawdle. Fearing Liang might change his mind, he shot out of the yard like greased lightning and ran home. After all, the procurement officers coming to Shuangshui village for mountain goods weren't limited to their August 1st steel rolling mill. Several other state-owned factories in the county also had their eyes on this prize. Zhang Weimin wasn't the only one making procurement rounds in the countryside. His colleagues had already marked Shuangshui village as a coveted spot. Zhang Weimin was stocky and ran with heavy breaths. In no time he came back, carrying an earthenware jar, its contents, gleaming white salt crystals, catching the light. In those days salt was sold in coarse grains, nothing like the fine powder of later years. As Zhang Weimin handed over the jar, his fingertips scraped against its rough surface. Liang was crouched on the ground, pinching a bit of gray ash from the stove and sprinkling it on the wound on the lynx cub's hind leg. Beads of blood seeped out, absorbed by the ash, forming dark red scabs. He glanced up at the salt jar and said, "Dad, come take the salt." A crack appeared in the kitchen curtain as Li Kangkai poked out half his body, his apron dusted with flour. He wiped his hands on the apron several times before taking the jar and nodding at Zhang Weimin, much obliged. "Brother Kangkai, don't mention it." Zhang Weimin smiled and waved his hand. As Li Kangkai retreated into the kitchen, Zhang Weimin crouched down, his knee joints letting out a soft crack. He watched Liang's actions. No medicine, only wood ash. It was known to stop bleeding, a method passed down from the elders, familiar to all mountain folk. The cloth strip was wrapped twice and tied in a tight knot. Liang patted the lynx cub's head, his fingers sliding from its ear to its back. "Just a flesh wound, it'll heal in a few days. Once this little one's leg is better, it'll be released into the mountains." A lynx's nose can scent blood from 3 li away, its claws can pry open rock crevices, and its back can press against bark to leap upward. More importantly, it understood human speech. Liang had tested it 3 times, and each time it obeyed. Meow. The small beast lay on the ground, its ears drooping flat against its head, belly pressed to the earth, its limbs trembling as if they couldn't support it. Liang's mouth twitched, and he got up to go into the kitchen. When he came out, he carried half a wild rabbit frozen stiff with ice crystals clinging to the cut edges. He tossed the meat onto the ground. The lynx cub's ears shot up instantly. It pinned the rabbit with its front paws, sank its teeth into the flesh, and made gulping sounds as it devoured it. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, even the bone fragments were licked clean. The lynx cub lifted its head and let out another meow, its tail tips sweeping back and forth across the ground. Still not full. Liang frowned, staring at the cub's flattened belly. "What kind of stomach do you have?" "Half a wild rabbit, at least 7 or 8 liang of meat all gone, and it's still crying. Who could afford to keep this?" Zhang Weimin stood a few steps away, his Adam's apple bobbing. That half rabbit could feed a family for 2 meals. Chopped up and mixed with wild greens, it could last 3 days. And he just threw it to a cub. His lips moved, the words caught in his throat, but he finally forced them out. "Comrade Liang, this." "Mutt." Liang turned his head, raising an eyebrow. "No, nothing." Zhang Weimin forced a smile and shook his head. Liang was dead set on raising this lynx. Dozens of hunter families lived in Shuangshui village who hadn't kept a hunting dog, but had never seen anyone feed meat to a dog. People themselves gnawed on bark and swallowed wild greens, barely scraping by. How could they spare meat for an animal? When hunger bit hard and the family ran out of food, the first thing a hunter did was butcher his own dog. Liang seemed to read the meaning on his face, his voice steady. "It's my partner in the mountains. Half of the game I dragged back today is thanks to it." He paused, his gaze falling on the young lynx, which was licking the bloodstains on its forepaws. A lynx is not a domestic dog. When snow falls half a man's deep in the vast mountains, once it enters those woods, it shares my fate. Even if every rabbit on the whole mountain came running, I'd feed it all. Zhang Weimin was stunned for a moment, his fingers tapping lightly on his knee. The demeanor of the young man before him reminded him of his own youthful days learning to hunt with his master. That same unshakable certainty, not an act. "If you have any other mountain goods," Zhang Weimin leaned forward slightly, "I'll take whatever it is. You set the price, or food stamps will do." His return home was ostensibly for a visit, but in reality the monthly procurement quota felt like a noose tightening around his neck. If he couldn't meet the quota by month's end, his wages would be docked. He kept a mental ledger of which communes had game and who had stored dried goods. Liang didn't respond. He bent down, untied the mouth of the sack, and yellow mushrooms cascaded onto the Kong mattress. He crouched, his fingers sifting through the mushroom caps, picking out the largest, most evenly colored ones and setting them aside. He gathered the rest into a pile. "Take a bag for yourself." Liang's voice was unhurried. "This pile is about 3 gene. It'll be worth half a gene of salt for you." He had calculated it in his mind. Although frozen mushrooms sprouted only after winter set and they weren't rare in the mountains, it took 6 gene to trade for 1 gene of salt. Salt wasn't just costly, it also required ration coupons, making it precious. Zhang Weimin nodded. By his usual habit when dealing with villagers selling mountain goods, he'd haggle to drive down the price for his own benefit. But before leaving, his uncle Zhang Dabiao had specifically tugged his sleeve. That Liang is an honest man, don't take advantage of him. Out of respect for his uncle's weathered face, he had to show some decency. I won't let you lose out. Zhang Weimin pulled a burlap sack from his own bag, crouched down, and began scooping the yellow mushrooms into it, his movements careful, as if handling fragile objects. He'll pay you the highest price. As for the remaining 3 gene, Liang straightened up, he'll get them to you in a few days. He knew what he was doing. With that 10-minute golden touch ability each day, he could make another trip to scarcity Mountain. Even if he couldn't gather enough frozen mushrooms, substituting hazel mushrooms or tree chicken mushrooms would be just as valuable. Zhang Weimin waved his hand, no need. He tightened the sack's mouth, looked up, and lowered his voice. Others trade 6 gene for 1 gene of salt, but he'll give you 3 gene for the finest grade. But this, once it leaves this doorstep, it's between you and me. If it gets out, I won't be able to take your goods anymore. Liang was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Don't worry, I know when to keep my mouth shut. What happened today stays buried. Zhang Weimin hefted the sack of mushrooms, a faint smile tugging at his lips, then turned and pushed open the door. The mountain wind rushed in, carrying the damp scent of pine needles, sweeping away the lingering mushroom fragrance inside the room. At the entrance to the forest, Zhang Weimin rubbed his frozen fingers, his exhaled breath instantly turning to frost. He stared at the game piled on the snow before him, a cold, sharp smell of resin and blood filling his nostrils. At the factory's price, I can take all of this. Zhang Weimin's voice was muffled by his thick scarf, his boots crunching on the snow as he took a step toward Liang. I still have plenty of quota left, I can take as much as you have. The price he offered was indeed 20% higher than the town's supply cooperative. Liang lowered his eyelids, using the toe of his boot to nudge the pine needles exposed in the snow crust. When given an opening, one must take it. Since the other party had extended a hand first, he couldn't leave that goodwill hanging. I can still scrape together 3 gene of yellow mushrooms. Liang raised his face, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Weimin's suddenly brightened eyes. Zhang Weimin's Adam's apple bobbed as he recalled his uncle Zhang Dabiao, slapping his thigh at the dinner table. That rough man, after downing half a bowl of strong liquor, was full of envy for his nephew. Trap set on scarcity Mountain had brought in 2 hazel grouse on the first day and another wild rabbit the next, its pelt unblemished. With heavy snow blocking the mountains, even the old hunters were huddled by the fire, yet this kid seemed to have a radar installed in the woods. I heard you caught a few hazel grouse. Zhang Weimin's tongue unconsciously licked his upper lip, his eyes fixed intently on the basket at Liang's side. A sensation of fur brushing against his neck arose. Liang reached out and pressed down on the basket's rim, his fingertips tracing the woven vine patterns. Those aren't for sale, they're for my sister's soup. Disappointment stabbed into Zhang Weimin's chest like shards of ice. Before he could speak, the young hunter's voice cut through again. If you want them, you'll have to wait. Can you really get them? Zhang Weimin's throat tightened, his voice rising involuntarily at the end. The mountain doesn't belong to me. Liang tapped the frozen snow crust with his heel, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Weimin stared at that young face and suddenly recalled what he himself had been like at 20. Back then he too felt the entire forest was his own backyard, chasing after any wild creature. 6 hazel grouse. When Zhang Dabiao said it, had nearly dropped his bowl, his eyes as wide as brass bells. They'll take as many as you have at the highest price. Zhang Weimin pulled a dog-eared ledger from his bosom, tapping his finger twice on the paper. Liang nodded, but didn't. He shifted the basket to his other shoulder, the fabric scraping against his ear with a hoarse rustle. For the first batch, I only want supplies. After that, we'll settle in cash. A gust of wind carried snowflakes into his collar, and Zhang Weimin shrank his neck, suddenly understanding the young man's calculation. Shuangshui village was nestled in the folds of the Changbai Mountains, with the tail of the greater Xing'an Range 20 kilometers to the north and the town gate 30 kilometers to the south. The snow had long since piled past an adult's thigh. The village didn't even have a small supply depot, so holding money couldn't buy a packet of salt. The mountain wind whistled sharply through the pine forest, as if something was prowling among the trees. Liang squinted toward the gray-white horizon. In his past life, he had saved enough money, but missed far too much. In this life, he only wanted to live well in this mountain hollow, raise his 2 sisters, and let his father straighten his back a little less often. 6 wild rabbits and 2 hazel grouse. Was that considered a lot? Zhang Weimin opened his mouth, his throat feeling stuffed with cotton. He stared at the little creature, slowly licking its paw with a pink tongue frozen in place. After finishing the meat, the beast narrowed its eyes and lazily swept its tail across the ground, as if this yard were its den in the mountains. This wasn't a wild animal at all. It was clearly a spoiled, oversized kitten. But deep in its eyes lurked a wildness, something born into its very bones, impossible to erase. Suddenly Zhang Weimin understood. Was Liang trying to use a mountain lynx like a dog? An image flashed through his mind, the beast chasing a wild rabbit into the underbrush, a low growl rumbling in its throat, its sharp claws tearing through the prey's flesh. But this was a wild creature of the mountains, not a domestic pig or dog. Could it be tamed? Zhang Weiman, who had traveled far and wide for over 30 years, had even been to the south in his youth. He remembered seeing those dark water birds in a fishing village by the river. The locals called them cormorants. With their slender necks they dove faster than fish. The fishermen would tie a thin string around their necks, so when they caught a fish they couldn't swallow it, and had to spit it out obediently. In a single day, 7 or 8 cormorants could haul in 100 jin of fish. He still remembered that scene vividly. Wasn't Liang doing the same as those fishermen? Taming wild beasts into helpers, making them work for him. Comrade Liang. Zhang Weiman raised his thumb, a note of admiration in his voice. You've got some nerve. You're something else. He recalled what Uncle Dabiao had said a few days ago. Xiaoman, that Liang is no ordinary man. You should keep closer ties with him instead of fixating solely on matters within the factory. At the time he was puzzled. What could a city-born educated youth truly accomplish? Now he believed. His own uncle was indeed reliable, always thinking of his nephew when good opportunities arose. Liang crouched by the stream, rinsing yellow mushrooms as water flowed between his fingers, numbing the backs of his hands. The small beast paced back and forth on the bank, the rustle of its tail sweeping over withered leaves clearly audible. It was merely 2 or 3 months old, its frame too slight to bear the weight of a wild boar. Zhang Weiman's gaze darted between the beast and Liang, finally settling on the pile of supplies in the corner. I'm not good with words, but something's been stuck in my throat for a while. Zhang Weiman rubbed the mud off his trouser legs, lowering his voice. You're not on the roster of the Shuangshui village production team. I've asked around. You've never even touched a rifle bolt, have you? Water droplets rolled off the yellow mushrooms. Liang didn't lift his head, merely rubbing his sleeve with his shoulder. Those things you gave me. At market prices they'd cost over 10 yuan. Zhang Weiman counted on his fingers. Converted into game. Rabbits, roe, deer, hazel grouse. You'd need at least 30 or 40 caddies to fill that gap. As he spoke the final words, his voice grew thinner, as if afraid the wind might carry them away. At last Liang set the mushrooms on the slate and shook the water from his hands. 7 days, he said. Come back in 7 days, and he'll deliver the amount you want, not a single ounce short. Who said catching wild game required a blunderbuss? His gaze swept toward the forest. Let the little beast burrow into the underbrush or dig a pit among the rocks, plant a few sharpened branches, set several snares, and something would find its way in before dawn. No rifle, no trigger. That was the true way to scavenge. As for that production team, with its red plaque, there was no need to squeeze in at all. Now they ate from the communal pot. If you brought back a deer, the team divided it by head count. Your family got half a leg, the neighbor took a slab of ribs. What was left for you in the end? At year's end, you could convert it into work points, exchange for cloth and grain tickets, but every step required the team leader's approval. Liang had toiled for a factory boss in his past life, worn down like a mangy ox. Awakening to this life, he had no intention of sticking his head into another noose. Zhang Weiman stood there, his lips parting and closing, clearly still waiting for a definite answer. Only then did Liang put down the mushroom, straighten up by the stream, and turn his face toward him. Speak your highest price, don't hold back. Then, I won't be polite. Zhang Weiman cleared his throat, his fingers tracing the leather belt at his waist, his eyes skirting along Liang's brows. These goods converted into game would roughly exchange for 6 rabbits, 2 hazel grouse. No expression surfaced on Liang's face, like a frozen river. Zhang Weiman's breath caught in his chest, unable to descend for half a day. He wondered if had overreached, his molars grinding audibly. If that's too much, he'll cut back, he said, his voice suddenly softening. 4 rabbits, 2 hazel grouse. How about that? Liang suddenly smiled, revealing a full row of white teeth. He brushed the grass clippings off his pants and took 2 steps toward Zhang Weiman. Speak boldly. Don't make me think your appetite is too shallow, Comrade Zhang. Zhang Weiman stood as if nailed to the spot, his heels dragging back an inch before freezing. Only then did he realize he had still said too little. The steam from the enamel cups swirled in the cold wind. Li Kongkong had just crouched by the stove for half an hour, his cotton jacket cuffs still speckled with bits of dry bark. He watched the figure in the mink coat disappear around the corner of the earthen wall, his fingers rubbing the rim of the cup twice. 3 days ago, in that dusty office of the factory administration, a calloused palm pressed down on his shoulder, a voice low. The deputy section chief position in our procurement department is vacant. As the leader spoke, the other hand tapped the desk, 3 times, cold dust still embedded under the nails. That position would grant control over the entire procurement group of the August 1st steel plant. Li Kongkong pressed the enamel cup to his lips, the scalding tea numbing his tongue. He stared at the rusted iron contraption under the hedge, its firebox still caked with last year's soot, several iron wires tangled haphazardly around the ash vent like an abandoned beehive. Can that thing still be used? He asked, his voice muffled in the cup. What's missing is coal. A voice came from behind the door curtain, followed by a foot stepping over the threshold, clutching a few small tickets. When Li Kongkong saw those crumpled bills, his eyelids twitched. Blue background, a tractor pattern on the front. These were the subsidy payments Li, who had brought back from the commune last month, originally meant to take his father to the town clinic for an x-ray. 5 yuan. Honeycomb briquettes cost 3 cents each, you can get 3 for a dime. As Li Kongkong took the money, his fingertips touched the thin cotton paper. From the town to the village is 15 li of dirt road with 3 slopes to cross on the cart. The driver charges 1 yuan 50 for the haul. The door curtain swayed, revealing a patch of dusty cotton trouser leg. That's 100 briquettes. Li Kongkong folded the money and tucked it into the inner pocket of his mink coat. 7 days, rabbits and hazel grouse together delivered at once. Suddenly the clang of iron rang out in the yard. Liang crouched by the stove, tying the scattered iron wires with straw rope, his knuckles white from the cold. When the stove lid lifted, it revealed the rust-brown grate inside. A few wisps of coal ash fell onto the snow, staining it with dark watermarks. My father bought this on his wedding day. He didn't look up, his voice echoing hollowly from the stove. That day the snow was heavier than today. My mother circled the stove 3 times and finally used this stove to cook a pot of cornmeal mush. The steam from the enamel cup condensed into droplets rolling down the rim. Li Kongkong saw half a bundle of wet firewood piled under the wall, icicles still hanging from the bark, dead branches gathered from the back mountain that morning. Firewood doesn't last long. Liang stood up, brushing the dirt off his knees. 20 caddies of wood lasts 2 full days. Now there's half a foot of snow in the mountains, the branches are frozen brittle and snap at a touch. As he spoke, he gazed at the distant mountain ridge. On that hazy outline, a few old locust trees leaned crookedly, their branches coated with frost. Li Kongkong coughed and set the enamel cup on the windowsill. Then it settled. The coal station in Shuangshui village got 300 new briquettes last month. They'll have someone set aside some good ones. As he turned to leave, the hem of his mink coat swept across the threshold, scraping off a clod of dried mud. On the dirt road outside the yard, 2 rows of footprints were already half filled by fresh snow, only a few cracks on the surface showing that someone had passed by. The aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen. Li Kongkong remembered the cage had seen by the cattle pen yesterday evening, woven from wire, holding 3 gray rabbits with frostbitten ears nibbling on cabbage stalks. Li Kongkong leaned halfway out of the kitchen door and shouted toward the retreating figure at the gate. Wayman, leaving already? Stay a while longer. Zhang Wayman halted, turning around. He was more than a dozen years younger than Li Kongkong. Li Kongkong's father had been nearly 50 when he fathered this late-born son. Another time, brother Kongkong. I have matters to attend to. He roamed from village to village, year-round, his eyes sharp. A glance at which courtyard had cured meat hanging, which windowsill had wild vegetables drying, and he could gauge 7 or 8 parts of it. Just now passing the kitchen, the sound of hot water splashing into a basin mingled with the pungent smell of burnt chicken feathers drifting out. In the corner of the yard, Liang crouched, washing mushrooms, water splashing on the bluestone. What was cooking in the pot? Anyone with a nose could tell. In these northeastern parts, stewing hazel grouse with mushrooms and adding a pinch of salt to the broth made it so savory it could make you swallow your tongue. Zhang Wayman's Adam's apple bobbed his nostrils, already filled with that rich aroma. Yet he could not cross that threshold. Life was tight in Shuangshui village. If he sat at the table, there would be 1 less bowl of meat and 1 less bowl of soup. Li Kangkai's 2 daughters were so gaunt that their chins were as sharp as knives, their faces lacking flesh, a clear sign of years without enough oil. As their uncle, how could he bear to compete with the young girls for food? He was a purchasing agent for the August 1st steel rolling mill, earning a monthly salary, so he wouldn't starve. Yet in these times, an extra mouthful of cornmeal, an extra piece of meat, or an extra bowl of hot soup could help someone endure 1 more day. Moreover, he had a good impression of Liang. Today he had collected over 3 gene of fresh yellow fungus and even struck a deal. In the future, he would surely have dealings with this young man, so it was best to leave a good impression. Li Kangkai's voice rang out from the house again. Wayman, my filong is almost done stewing. Come back, let's have a few drinks, brothers. He was calculating in his mind. Zhang Wayman had an iron rice bowl, something hunters like them who relied on the mountains could never. If he could latch onto this connection and get his son a job in the city, that would be a real prospect. Could Liang not see through his father's little scheme? Having lived decades in his past life, he had long digested the nuances of human relationships. Uncle, stay for a meal. He shook the water off the mushrooms in his hand. My dad's braised chicken with mushrooms is the best in all of Shuangshui village. The August 1st steel rolling mill was a large state-owned enterprise with several hundred workers. The canteen steamed over 1,000 corn buns and white steamed buns daily. As a purchasing agent there, Zhang Wayman held a network of connections that Li Kangkai had long coveted. Every meal the canteen consumed hundreds of gene of vegetables like cabbage, tofu, and potatoes for the staple dishes. All these ingredients depended on Zhang Wayman and his colleagues in the purchasing department, who traveled to towns and villages under the county to collect them. In essence, Zhang Wayman held the supply route. Liang calculated clearly, if he hunted game or gathered mountain goods, his family of 4 couldn't finish it all, and the surplus could be handed to Zhang Wayman to haul back to the August 1st steel rolling mill. In Liang's eyes, Zhang Wayman was now a walking money tree, a major client. What was treating such a figure to a meal? When Zhang Wayman heard Liang address him as Uncle Wayman, his brows lifted. The title felt genuinely warm. Since the other had extended an olive branch, refusing would be a breach of etiquette. All right, brother Kangkai, I want stand on ceremony. Zhang Wayman squinted, his face crinkling with smiles. The group entered the courtyard, and Li Kangkai busied himself in the kitchen, the clatter of pots and pans filling the air. Before long, a pot of steaming filong braised with yellow fungus was set on the table. The filong meat was rich and fatty, the yellow fungus tender enough to yield juice, and the soup shimmered with a layer of glistening oil. Zhang Wayman bent over his nose nearing the pot and deeply inhaled the hot steam. Ah, so fragrant. He closed his eyes, his face a picture of pure bliss. Truly dragon meat from the heavens. No lie there. Praise poured from Zhang Weiman's lips, one sentence after another. In these times of food shortages and tightened belts, being able to pick a piece of filong meat, bite into a yellow fungus, and wash it down with a mouthful of mushroom-infused broth made Zhang Weiman feel life was worth living. Weiman, come, let me serve you some soup. Eat more, don't be shy. Li Kangkai laughed heartily, his ladle already dipping in. Li Liang sat across from them, a smile on his lips, his eyes fixed on the two. With a stranger in the house, his two younger sisters were shy, sitting at the table with their bowls, not daring to pick up their chopsticks. They looked up, their eyes glued to the fragrant pot of filong braised with yellow fungus, swallowing hard as their throats bobbed. Li Liang chuckled softly, tore off 2 drumsticks, and placed them in their clay bowls. The second and youngest sister each received a greasy drumstick. Eat up. Li Liang's voice was soft, his gaze. Thanks, big brother. You're the best brother. Meow. Meow. From under the table and outside the yard came the cries of a small beast. Almost forgot about you. Li Liang tore off the chicken head and tail and tossed them to the little lynx. The rich aroma of chicken soup like wisps of white mist seeped from the wooden house of Li Liang's family, drifting over the threshold across the yard and into the night. Ah, who's cooking chicken soup? It's driving me crazy. Filong. Yellow fungus. Which family is having braised chicken with mushrooms tonight? The smell is unbearable. It's coming from Li Liang's house. Again, Li Liang. How does he get all the good stuff? Here I am chewing on wild greens and corn buns, and he's crunching on meat with his whole family. Zhang Weiman wiped his mouth, grease still clinging to the corners. He picked up the empty bottle and shook it, hearing the last drops of sorghum liquor clink against the glass. What your uncle promised you, will make sure it's done. His voice was much louder than when he arrived. After 3 bowls of chicken soup and a jean of liquor, his ears burned hot. Li Liang stood at the yard gate clutching a dusty linen bag and took a few steps to catch up. Zhang Weiman turned back, slapping his forehead. Look at my memory. He took the bag and patted Li Liang's shoulder firmly. Tell your father for this meal, he'll remember him. When it comes to cooking skills in Shuangshui village, Li Kangkai's hands are unmatched. Li Liang laughed at this. His father had been stir-frying wild greens for 20 years, and this was the first time had received such praise. He watched Zhang Weiman's figure vanish at the end of the dirt road, his mind still tallying the accounts. 1 falong, half a jean of frozen fungus. The county purchasing agent had come personally, raising his glass to his father with deference. That old hunter who had never even been to the county town was for the first time called Brother Kangkai. It was worth it. Li Liang turned and went back inside, the scent of the stew still lingering in his nostrils. The leftover soup and scraps in the pot would be enough to make a pot of porridge for the whole family tomorrow. He thought of the few pieces of firewood on the stove and the nearly empty jar of cornmeal. A strange thought crept into his mind. 1 filong for a purchasing agent. What if he caught another? He huddled on the edge of the Kong, his fingers unconsciously picking at the straw strands on the mat. At 19, his blood ran hot. After a full meal, his body felt restless and his mind couldn't help wandering to all sorts of thoughts. Through the crack in the window came the sound of chopping vegetables from the neighboring yard. Li Liang recalled that figure in the city. When she returned to the village, she was wrapped in a scarf, her face thinner, her eyes sunken, walking as if on cotton. Li Liang shook his head and reached under the Kong mat, touching a wooden stick hard and solid against his palm. Why think about that? Outside came Li Kangkai's cough. Li Liang stood up, pulled out the wooden stick, weighted in his hand, then tucked it back. His fingers traced the old marks on the stick, scars left by the axe when splitting firewood. He picked up the bamboo basket behind the door, still bearing the bits of bark peeled off this morning. As he walked out of the yard, he kicked a stone, stinging his toes. The sound of footsteps echoed along the dirt road toward the foot of the mountain. The fire on the Kong had not yet died out. That youthful gaze flickered past, and spring split open with a crack. Later, whenever he looked at the lush green of the mountains, other images would flash in his mind. The mountain wasn't green, but a dazzling white, as if wrapped in a thin, translucent green veil. If he pulled that veil away, what lay beneath was white and plump. In 2 days, once I collect the game Li Liang has caught, my quota for this period will be cleared. Zhang Weiman trod on the dirt road of Shuangshui village, the mud seeping over his boot tops. The dog leather boots on his feet pressed down on the snow, crunching with each step. A half-full linen sack was slung over his shoulder, the mouth tied tightly, containing 3 jean of yellow fungus. His face was flushed red and his back was ramrod straight as he walked like a soldier fresh from victory. If the factory's procurement tasks weren't completed, his wages would be deducted. It could be done. Not only would he keep his job, but he could also climb a rung higher. The position of deputy director was waiting for someone to fill it. This Li Liang is truly my lucky star. I need to visit him more often and throw some benefits his way. Zhang Weiman's mind was sharp even after downing a caddy of sorghum liquor. That liquor was homebrewed and not too strong. As a purchasing agent at a state-owned factory, he was no stranger to banquets and drinking sessions. A caddy of cheap liquor down his throat was just enough to wet his whistle, warming his body to a pleasant tipsy glow. Li Liang was deft and resourceful, able to procure things others couldn't. By cultivating a close relationship with him, Zhang Weiman would no longer have to worry about the wild game and mountain goods missing from his procurement lists when he went to the countryside to collect supplies. The factory leaders also craved a change of taste now and then, longing for a bite of wild rabbit meat or a bowl of soul-stirring mushroom soup. These items were Zhang Weiman's pledge of allegiance. Once the leaders were satisfied, his promotion to head of the procurement department would be settled with just a word from them. After bidding farewell to Liang, Zhang Weimin hoisted the sack over his shoulder and headed back along the small path at the eastern edge of the village. Along the way, he ran into many villagers of Shuangshui village. Zhang Weimin was a man from the county's state-owned factory, holding an iron rice bowl with a monthly salary. In the realm of Shuangshui village, he was a figure of considerable importance. Moreover, he was the purchasing agent specializing in mountain goods and wild game. Which of the mountain-dwelling hunters and trappers who lived off the land wouldn't want to curry favor with him? As soon as they saw him approaching, the villagers immediately broke into smiles and greeted him warmly. "Hello, Director Zhang. Director Zhang, have you just returned from the county?" The title director was of course flattery from the villagers laced with ingratiation. Zhang Weimin loved hearing it. Being praised gave him face and inflated his ego, filling the hollow parts of his heart. After all, he was destined to become the procurement director sooner or later. What harm was there in being called director a few days early? At the Bai Steel Rolling Mill, he was just an errand boy, a lowly purchasing clerk whom anyone could address as Xiao Zhang. But in Shuangshui village, he was Director Zhang. "You can call me Xiao Zhang at the factory, and I won't mind. But when you see me in Shuangshui village, what should you call me?" "Director Zhang." "Hello, Director Zhang." The villagers smiled obsequiously, their faces creased with wrinkles, their words dripping with flattery. Zhang Weimin looked at these people, his face set in a stern expression, his back even straighter. He merely nodded slightly, barely lifting his eyelids. This demeanor was a complete contrast to the warm and familiar brother Kankai he had been calling Liang just moments ago at his home. It was like two completely different faces. The earth and the sky were separated by an invisible chasm. "Director Zhang, have you returned from the county?" Liang's voice came from the roadside. Zhang Weimin stopped, turned his head, and recognized the speaker as Li Xianghua's younger brother. In an instant, the broken engagement his generous brother had mentioned at the dinner table, the matter between Li Liang and Li Xianghua, flashed through his mind. He snorted through his nose, too lazy to acknowledge this brother. The whole village was starving, chewing on tree bark, and you have the audacity to demand a bride price of 100 yuan and a sewing machine. A woman so obsessed with face and money wouldn't even be allowed to step through the factory gates as a female worker. Seeing Zhang Weimin's expression darken, Li Liang's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't offended this man, so why the sudden change in mood? His brain was a bit quicker than Li Hu's, but only by a sliver of cunning. Fortunately, after a year in the Shuangshui village production team, he had learned some skill in reading people's faces. "State your business." Zhang Weimin's tone was icy. "Director Zhang, my mother and sister have gathered a batch of mountain goods these past 2 days. Would you do us the honor of stepping inside to take a look?" Li Liang took a couple of steps closer, lowering his voice, a smile creasing his face, his tone extremely warm. In this Shuangshui village, which lived off the mountains and waters, the identity of a purchasing agent shone brighter than any official badge. The village was nestled at the foot of the Changbai Mountains, 30 li of mountain road from the nearest town, Baishui. When the villagers gathered mountain goods, most could only hand them over to the commune, which would then contact the purchasing agents to sell them off. But some villagers kept their mountain goods at home, waiting for buyers from the county to come and make private deals. Living off the mountains, living off the waters, that was the logic of the land. Li Husai twitched, his gaze fixed on the half-full sack on Zhang Weimin's shoulder. This man was a purchasing agent from the county factory. Even a fool could guess that the sack was filled with today's collected mountain goods. Besides, Zhang Weimin hadn't come from the direction of the commune, so the goods must have been bought from a villager in Shuangshui village. "Director Zhang, that sack of yours." Li Hu's voice trailed off. "None of your business." Zhang Weimin shot a sharp glance at Li Liang, his words laced with thorns. Then his eyes darted around, and a grin stretched across his face as he looked at Li Hu. "Li Hu will tell you whose it is. It's Li Liang's." "Li Liang." Li Liang's mouth fell open, unable to close. How could it be this brat again? He was like a persistent ghost, impossible to shake off. "Director Zhang, are you saying this half-sack of mountain goods was sold to you by Li Liang?" Li Liang's face was full of disbelief. Hadn't that kid just caught a flying dragon? When did he get more mountain goods? Li Liang's eyes were glued to that half-sack of goods. By the looks of it, it was at least 3 or 4 caddies. Zhang Weimin tapped the table with his finger, a smile spreading from the corners of his mouth to his eyes. 3 or 4 caddies of mountain goods. In this weather, with heavy snow blocking the mountains and the beasts not stirring, how could Li Liang have scrounged these up? Li Liang shook his head violently, spittle flying onto the stove edge with a sizzle. "Impossible. That kid Li Liang has never scrambled through the mountains. Catching a flying dragon was just blind luck from a blind heaven. Gathering mountain goods. Things like monkey head mushrooms and birch fungus. Without 10 years of mountain experience, once the snow covers everything, you couldn't find a ghost of them." Zhang Weimin didn't respond. He lowered his head and took a sip of his homebrewed liquor, a muffled laugh rolling from Li Liang continued, muttering to himself, "The snow in the Changbai Mountains. 1 step, and it's up to your waist. A man feels like he's fallen into an ice cave. Lifting a leg is an effort. Even an old hunter wouldn't dare venture deep with his rifle. A team of a dozen men would have to turn back halfway up the mountain. On the outskirts, the bark and grass roots have been stripped bare by starving villagers. Where could he possibly gather anything? You couldn't spot half a wild mushroom, even if your eyes popped out." Zhang Weimin set his bowl down on the table with a thud, the porcelain striking with a sound heavy and jarring. "You don't believe me?" He bent down, and the burlap sack on his shoulder slid to his knee. His fingers untied the hemp rope at the mouth, and he flipped the opening toward Liang. Liang leaned in. The sack was packed full, all yellow frozen mushrooms large with intact edges, exuding a freshness, as if they had just been pried from a tree root. The mushroom surfaces were still dotted with fine frost crystals glistening sharply under the light. This? Liang's Adam's apple bobbed, his words caught in his throat. Zhang Weiman gathered the sack opening again, winding the hemp rope twice, and tying it tightly. A guest eats with a short tongue. I drank his liquor today, ate the flying dragon stewed with yellow mushrooms, and he even helped me secure the procurement quota for the steel rolling mill. I owe him this favor. He kicked the sack with the toe of his shoe. Interest he'll collect at first. The burlap sack made a coarse rustling sound as it was tied shut again. Zhang Weiman wrapped the sack with his knuckles, and gray powder sifted through the woven gaps. Believe it now, he didn't even lift his eyelids. You can't gather them, that's your problem. Someone else can gather them, that's their skill. Liang stood by the threshold, a feeling like a fishbone stuck in his throat. He stared at the sack of mushrooms, a full 3 caddies golden yellow with pine needle fragments still caught in the gills. How could that bratly Liang have picked so many? What gave him the right? Just a worthless piece of firewood. Zhang Wenmin snorted, his gaze scraping past Liang's face. 100 yuan in betrothal gifts. This family clearly treated their son-in-law like an ATM. A waste is a waste. Liang clenched his fist, then released it. The weight of his position as a purchasing agent for the supply and marketing cooperative pressed down on him. He dared not talk back, swallowing his words back into his stomach, tasting a hint of rust on his tongue. Director Zhang. Those 4 pounds of yellow mushrooms, did Liang really pick them himself? He still couldn't hold it in. Zhang Weiman looked at him sideways as if staring at a pile of moldy corn. Just because you don't have the skill doesn't mean others don't. Don't bluster all day like a half-wit. He shook his head, hoisted the sack, the soles of his shoes grinding over the gravel in the yard. Is it that shameful to admit someone is better than you? Liang hurriedly caught up in 2 or 3 steps, pulling a half-pack of Harvest cigarettes from his trouser pocket and stuffing it into Zhang Weiman's pocket. The movement was hasty and frantic. The cigarettes dug painfully through the fabric. Director Zhang, please help me out. Just name a price for my mountain goods. It's better than letting them rot in the house. He lowered his voice, his Adam's apple bobbing. Those dried mushrooms, fine black fungus, sun-dried ferns, all picked one by one by his mother and elder sister deep in the old forests of Changbai Mountain last summer. Apart from the work points from the production team, the family's entire pocket money came from trading these mountain goods. Zhang Weiman stroked his chin, his thumb rubbing back and forth over the stubble. His eyes narrowed, even more like a trader appraising livestock at the market. This kid was desperate. His family probably couldn't even afford to put a pot on the stove. Perfect, he could squeeze the price. All right then, he drawled, dragging out his tone. I had a good meal of meat at Liang's place today, so I'm in a good mood. Lucky for you, I still need a few more deals to meet my monthly quota. I suppose I can reluctantly take some of your goods. A buzz filled Liang's head. He didn't hear a single word after that. His ears caught only that phrase, ate meat at Liang's place. What a... His voice shot up abruptly. Liang ate meat again. The door creaked open. Li Xianghua poked half her body out, her hair slightly disheveled, her apron dusty. Dalong, what's all the shouting about in the yard? Big sis. Liang turned, pointing towards the yard gate. That Liang. He's eating meat again. Li Xianghua's face froze instantly. The expression from the day of the broken engagement resurfaced. Lips curling downward, brows knitted tightly. Isn't that right? Zhang Weiman looked at her with a grin, a note of schadenfreude in his voice. Braised flying dragon with yellow mushrooms, so fresh. The meat is tender, the broth is fragrant. Li Xianghua's jaw clenched tight, her fingers gripping the edge of her apron, twisting the fabric into a knot. That damn bastard. She ground the words out through her teeth. How can he be eating meat again? Zhang Weiman had long heard the full story of the Zhang family's engagement farce from Li Kangkai. Over drinks, after a few cups of strong liquor, Li Kangkai's lips trembled as he spoke of it, the rims of his eyes turned. In those times, hunger gnawed at people so badly they dug up every edible root from the ground. The Li family had the audacity to demand 100 yuan betrothal gift plus a 3 rounds and 1 ring set. This wasn't marrying off a daughter, it was holding a knife to a man's throat, extorting him when his pot was empty. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiman slammed his cup on the table and immediately thumped his chest, guaranteeing Li Kangkai, brother, leave Xilang's matter to me. I swear I'll find him a wife with a decent face, some learning in her belly, and who won't ask for a single cent of betrothal money. Li Kangkai's deeply wrinkled face broke into a grin so wide his eyes disappeared. Delighted, he grabbed the bottle and refilled Zhang Weiman's cup. Given his current friendship with Li Liang, the mere sight of Li Xianghua's face made him furious. That's why he deliberately mentioned having a meal of braised flying dragon with yellow mushrooms right in front of her, to twist the knife to make this woman, who scorned poverty for wealth, seethe inside. Sure enough, the moment Li Xianghua heard the word meat, her expression changed like turning a page. First her brows furrowed into a knot, then her eyes bulged wide, and then it seemed a lump stuck in her throat, her face cycling through shades of pale and red. Zhang Weiman squinted at her, his gaze dropping to see her hands clenched into fists, knuckles white, even her jaw. He knew it. The moment this woman heard Li Liang was eating meat, she was sour with envy and burning with regret. Oh, did someone knock over a vat of vinegar? The whole yard reeks of sourness. Zhang Weimin pinched his nose, putting on an affected pout. Li Xianghua's face darkened instantly. But the man standing before her was a leader from a statron factory, a buyer for mountain goods in the countryside. Even if she was burning with rage inside, she had to swallow it, not daring to talk back. Aren't we here to look at the mountain goods? Where are they? Seeing Li Xianghua too cowed to speak even after his taunts, Zhang Weimin grew bored and swaggered into the yard. Dalong, go bring out the mountain goods. Li Xianghua's voice was as cold as if pulled from an ice cave. Oh, is this what you're having for dinner? Zhang Weimin's sharp eyes caught sight of the food laid out on the table. A large basin held a heaping pile of wild greens, and beside it another basin held 7 or 8 cornmeal buns. Wild greens with cornmeal buns. Li Xianghua, is this all you're having for dinner? Tisk tisk tisk, how shabby. Can't even see a drop of oil. Zhang Weimin grinned on the side, shaking his head. Li Xianghua stood nearby silent, but her chest heaved like a bellows, her lungs nearly bursting. She knew in her heart that Zhang Weimin was here to stand up for Li Liang, deliberately coming to disgust her. Li Xianghua, do you regret it? Tisk, if you had agreed to be Li Liang's wife, you'd be sitting here like me, slurping up a bowl of braised flying dragon with yellow mushrooms till the grease drips from your chin. No regrets. What is there to regret? Even if I didn't marry Li Liang, I can still eat meat. Li Xianghua's words were as hard as stone. Oh, is that so? Zhang Weimin gave a cold snort, his eyes full of contempt. Yes, if Li Liang can snare a flying dragon, my brothers Li Long and Li Hu can do the same. Both my brothers work in the village team. What is Li Liang anyway? He can't even be considered a hunter, never touched a gun, just fiddles with a few lousy traps. Li Xianghua refused to back down, her jaw set tight. Zhang Weimin stared at her face. The impatience beneath her facade was already showing. Women, what they said and what they thought were never the same thing. When she said she wasn't tempted by the smell of meat drifting from Li Liang's house, you had to read between the lines. Not tempted meant she was tempted, but she just wouldn't bow her head. After all, Li Liang had called off the engagement in front of the whole village. The news had spread like wildfire, even reaching neighboring villages. Her face had been trampled into the mud. It was all Li Liang's fault. Zhang Weimin coming here today, just to mock me. I bet Li Liang put him up to it. That bastard is behind this. She ground her teeth, cursing Li Liang's ancestors 8 generations back in her mind. At that very moment in his own yard, Li Liang was watching his little sister play with the young lynx when out of nowhere his nose itched, and he let out a loud sneeze. Who's talking about me behind my back? Zhang Weimin shook his head. This Li Xianghua was like a stone by the latrine, stubborn and hard, impervious to reason. Give her an inch and she takes a mile. Does she really think Xuanshui village is her personal turf? He let out a cold laugh, his face instantly darkening. Your brother earns work points in the team, so what? 2 grown men can't even get a piece of meat gnawing on cornbread and pickled vegetables all day. What's there to be proud of? A country woman who's never seen the world, he scoffed inwardly. Even if she was the prettiest in Xuanshui village, giving her to Director Zhang for free wouldn't tempt him. The women workers at the Bai steel plant or the salesgirls at the supply cooperative. Any of them were more delicate and knowledgeable than her. Short hair and long since stuck in this tiny place, thinking she's a queen. Just as Zhang Weimin was about to continue his berating, Li Long trudged over carrying a bulging sack. With a dull thud, the sack hit the muddy ground of the yard. Judging by the sound, it weighed at least 40 or 50 gene. Director Zhang, take a look at these mountain goods. How's the quality? Li Long crouched down, untied the thin hemp rope at the sack's mouth, and spilled the contents out. Zhang Weimin glanced casually. All dried goods, mostly hazel mushrooms. After one look, he lost interest. With the village in a famine and grain scarce, this sack of dried mountain goods Li Long brought out was probably gathered and sun-dried before winter. Soaked, they could be stewed, but the taste was far from fresh hazel mushrooms. The main thing missing was that burst of umami. The factory leaders were long tired of dried goods. Now they only wanted fresh ones. Director Zhang, these 30 gene of dried hazel mushrooms. Do they catch your eye? Li Long put on a smile, probing. 80 cents. 30 gene of dried hazel mushrooms for 80 cents. Li Long's fingers tightened on the coarse sack's edge, his knuckles turning white. The curled sun-dried mushrooms inside, each as thick as an adult's thumb, had been picked by his mother and sister from under the fallen leaves of the Changbai Mountains, treading on pre-winter withered grass. The salt jar by the kitchen stove was nearly empty. These goods had been stored on the Kong, waiting for today. Director Zhang, this price. Li Long's voice tightened, his atoms apple bobbing. On the market it'd be at least 2 yuan. Zhang Weimin's hand had already reached under his mink collar to pull out a black wallet. Hearing this, he paused. He looked up at Li Long, twitched the corner of his mouth, and slowly tucked the wallet back inside his coat. At the commune, mountain goods are piled up like a small mountain. I'm giving you face by coming to your door. 2 yuan. He repeated the figure as if hearing a joke. Kid, put your hand on your heart. With the snow sealing the mountains, who else would make this trip but me, oi? Outside, the wind slipped through the door cracks, carrying a knife-like chill. The window paper bulged and then sagged. Li Xiang's teeth clenched audibly. She could see her own breath dissipating in the air. 30 kilometers of barren land. No one will come. Dalong, her voice was flat as ice. Sell it. 80 cents is. Her fingers released the sack's mouth. Zhang Weimin then pulled out his money again, counted 8 1-cent bills, and slapped them on the table. The edges of the bills were curled with sweat stains, carrying the smell of ink. Li Long stared at the bills, his gaze sweeping past the corner. There lay half a sack of dried hazel mushrooms originally meant to buy his younger brother Li, who a new pair of cotton shoes for New Year's. The frostbitten cracks on his sister's fingertips hadn't healed yet. And that kid Li Liang's frozen mushrooms. Li Liang suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. How much did you pay for them? Zhang Weiman was about to lift the door curtain when he turned back, his eyes narrowing into slits. Not much, he laughed, tobacco shreds between his teeth, a gene of salt. The curtain fell, and cold air rushed in. Li Xiang's nails dug into her palm. It must be Li Liang, her voice squeezed through her teeth. He must have whispered something to Director Zhang. Sis, Li Liang reached for her arm, maybe. He hesitated. We should steer clear of that kid from now on. He's latched onto Director Zhang. Bah! Li Xiang glared outside, footprints in the snow leading to the village entrance. What right does that bastard Li Liang have? Not only does he snare hazel grouse, but he also picks up 3 or 4 gene of frozen mushrooms. How come he's the only one to stumble upon them in the pine forest? And they're so uniform in size, tender and white. She recalled the expression on Zhang Weiman's face when he mentioned Li Liang, that light, dismissive smile. A gene of salt is his price. Li Xiang's voice echoed in the room. The firewood crackled in the Kong stove, and the firelight cast shadows on the wall, as if tearing something apart. These mountain goods my mother and sister picked could sell for 5 yuan at the city supply cooperative. Li Liang crouched down, folding the bills one by one and tucking them into the inner pocket of his padded jacket. And we only got 80 cents. The wind outside howled fiercer. The old locust tree at the village entrance swayed its bare branches against the gray sky, like a hand waving or perhaps refusing something. Li Liang stared at the basket of yellow mushrooms, rubbing his palms on the coarse cloth sack. Zhang Weiman flipped his hand, and the salt bag landed on the scale. 1 gene for 4 gene. On the books, Li Liang had even given an extra half gene. This wasn't a deal, it was a knife slicing their family's face. His sister Li Xianghua stood by the doorframe, arms crossed, the corners of her mouth turning down. Ever since her engagement to Li Liang fell through, this household felt like a stove without sparks. No matter how you poked it, it wouldn't warm up. First, Huzi went to settle the score, and Li Liang slapped him. Half of Hughes's face swelled for 3 days like a steamed bun, and in the end, he didn't get a cent, but had to pay 5 yuan. Second, the eldest sister came up with a plan for Huzi to goad son Hozi into ambushing Zhao Liu's prey. Li Liang saw through the scheme from the snowy ground. The eldest sister got a slap from their mother and had to cough up another 5 yuan to compensate Zhao Liu. These past few days, he and Huzi had roamed the mountains with their guns, not even spotting a rabbit's fur. The pile of dried hazel mushrooms in the cellar had sat through the winter. Today they finally encountered Zhang Weiman, who had come down to the village and handed over 30 gene of dried goods, only to clutch 80 cents in return. Yesterday, Huzi stepped into a pile of dog dung as he left the house, and their mother strained her back, moving a wooden chest. The whole place reeked of bad luck. Li Xianghua turned her head, her eyes like frozen ice shards. What are you staring at? Li Liang swallowed, his voice barely a whisper. Sis, from now on, let's stay away from that kid. There's something unclean about him. Every time we cross paths, we get bad luck. Li Xianghua let out a cold laugh from her throat. A no-go drifter, and he's got you scared. So what if he's tied himself to Zhang Weiman? Your sister still has cards to play. The snow in the yard crunched under her boots as she walked out. Li Liang took 2 steps after her. Sis, where are you going? No one answered. He stood at the threshold, that uneasy feeling rising from the bottom of a well, slowly climbing to his throat. I'm going to find Qian Wu. Li Xianghua's voice came back cold from outside the yard. That bastard needs to be... The ashes in the stove were stirred up, black specks flying onto Li Liang's sleeve. He couldn't help sneezing twice, his nose tingling, as if something was tickling deep inside. Li Kongkong poked his head out of the room. Caught a cold. Not likely. Li Liang scraped the cinders out of the stove, his voice a bit hoarse from the ash. Probably someone's talking about me somewhere. A woman's face flashed before his eyes. That mouth opened and closed, and 100 yuan betrothal gift sprang from between her teeth, like a stone hitting the ice in winter. Li Kongkong turned and went inside, pulling a small cloth bundle from the bottom of a cabinet. Half of a wild ginseng glowed with a yellowish-brown luster. He held it up and shook it gently. Dad will brew you a bowl of water to clear the chill. Dad, keep it for yourself, don't give it to me. You'll just have some sugar water later. He waved his hand. Though the ginseng was rare, it was too difficult to find, so he was reluctant to use it. Laughter and playful noise drifted in from the yard. His 2 younger sisters were chasing the small lynx, which was bounding about with great glee. Li Liang stared at the blur of gray for a thought striking him. What if this beast could help him find mountain goods? He then scoffed at himself. A lynx is a carnivore, not a herbivorous rabbit. No matter how keen its nose, it wouldn't care for mushrooms or herbs. Its greatest skill was pouncing and biting. He shook his head, a wry smile tugging at his lips at the absurdity of the idea. But what if he got another spirit beast? One for killing, and another for scouring the mountains for treasures. He stroked his chin. How this idea actually... After the meal, the family huddled together on the heated brick bed for warmth. Li Liang's wooden cabin was small, with a single large platform bed that barely fit everyone, leaving no room even to turn around. The little lynx was a wild creature after all, so he didn't let it onto the bed, only allowing it to sleep by the stove. The beast's fur was thick and layered, so it wasn't afraid of the cold. The night was quiet and nothing happened. At noon the next day, a stir echoed in his mind. The blind box had refreshed. He glanced at the panel. Affection points 159. Subtracting yesterday's 26, the remaining 133 all came from Zhang Weiman. That fellow had just bought fresh yellow mushrooms from him and clinched another deal. He wouldn't be stingy with his gratitude. From 0 to 159 in the span of a meal. He had planned to save up 500 to open a second-tier, but the little lynx whose leg injury had fully healed was circling the yard, bursting with energy. Liang gritted his teeth and switched to the first tier. That creature had a huge appetite and ate a lot. The family's stored meat was nearly gone. He had to find a way to get more. He grumbled inwardly. What kind of thing did he pick up from the mountain? It devours over half a kilo of meat a day, then sleeps and even snores. How could he tolerate that? Wake up. I raised you to work and hunt, not to lie around and enjoy a life of leisure. He clicked to exchange. The first tier blind box opened. 2 gene of cornmeal, 2 gene of sweet potatoes. His eyes lit up. He had finally drawn food. The previous blind boxes had only yielded information or talents, not a single grain of rice. Then another piece of information popped up at the east end of Shuangshui village. Head northeast for 500 paces. Under a bush lies a badger den. For badgers were hibernating inside the den. As the north wind swept across the lush slope, he tightened the drawstring on the second sack. 2 items, one was a golden yellow powder, the other were round plump sweet potatoes. He counted, 7 of them, all decently sized. For a family of 4, 2 each would last for 2 meals. He crouched down, his palm on the sack, opening fingertips, touching the fine cornmeal. It was cool, like grains of sand slipping through his fingers. The cornmeal was coarse and scratched the throat when swallowed, but at this time no one was picky. Filling the belly was paramount. He stood up, picked up the 2 sacks, and carried them into the kitchen. There was a loose floor brick in the corner. He moved it aside, stuffed the sacks in, and pressed the brick back down. The rats had been ravenous these past few days, daring to scurry across the stove even in daylight. He and his father had been constantly battling those gray-haired vermin. After hiding the sacks, he dusted off his hands and turned to look at the ball of fluff lying by the threshold. Come on, he said, let's go catch some badgers. The little lynx swished its tail, stood up, its claws making a faint clicking sound on the frozen ground. Today's luck was good. He had drawn 2 gene of cornmeal, 2 gene of sweet potatoes, and a piece of information. 500 paces northeast from the east end of the village by a bush, there was a badger den with 4 badgers inside. He told his father to watch over his 2 younger sisters, then set off along the path. Shuangshui village was small with only a few dozen households. For generations, the villagers had lived off the mountains, hunting, fishing, and gathering forest products. That was how their ancestors had always lived. A yellow dirt road ran from the west end of the village to the east, lined with low thatched cottages and rammed earth walls. He walked unhurriedly, his footsteps thudding on the frozen ground. The little lynx followed at his heels, its steps light and nearly silent. It was afternoon, and it was bitterly cold outside. The wind cut into the bones like a knife. Everyone in the village was holed up on their heated beds, passing the winter, and no one was out wandering. He walked from the west end to the east end without seeing a single soul. That was good. The fewer people who saw him hunting badgers, the better. In these times, any food in the house had to be hidden well. You couldn't go around bragging about it, or it would be stolen or robbed sooner or later. When people are starving, they don't care who you are. He headed northeast, the wind hitting him in the face, seeping into his collar, making him shrink his neck against the cold. His gaze swept over the wasteland by the roadside. Actually, it was a small hill sparsely dotted with a few poplars and other trees, and even more abundant were clumps of withered shrubs. A thicket of shrubs. He remembered that word. 500 paces. He walked for about a few minutes. The wind howled through the treetops, and the withered grass lay flat against the ground like patches of yellow skin. The little lynx suddenly stopped, its ears pricked up, its nose twitching slightly. He stopped too. 7 or 8 paces ahead, there was a clump of shrubs with dark brown branches, their leaves long fallen, leaving only bare limbs. Beneath the shrubbery, there was a dark, gaping hole in the ground, its edges worn smooth and shiny by something. A badger den. He squinted, crouched down, and rested his hands on his knees. The little lynx crept closer, its tail low, its nose almost touching the mouth of the den. From inside came a muffled, heavy breathing sound. 4 of them. He didn't move, just stared at the hole, listening to the wind whistle past his ears, carrying the scent of earth, and his hand slowly moved to his waist where a sharp knife was tucked, its blade honed to a gleaming cold shine. The little lynx took half a step back, its hind legs slightly bent, as if coiled like a spring. He took a deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs like shards of ice. Then he moved. At the 5th gap in the shrubbery, there were tiny claw marks on the soil surface. Liang crouched down and pushed aside the dead branches, revealing a hole the size of a fist. The earth around the hole's edge was rubbed smooth, bearing the oily sheen unique to animal fur. He stared at it for a few seconds, the corner of his mouth twitching. The information hadn't lied. 4 hibernating badgers were indeed holed up beneath this spot. He straightened up and looked around. The wind on the barren mountain rustled the dry grass, and there wasn't a single person in sight. After confirming it was safe, he turned his head and tilted his chin toward the gray shilo ball of fur behind him. Crawl in there. Let me see what you've got. The tips of the 3-month-old lynx cub's ears twitched, and its amber pupils contracted into vertical slits. It pushed off with its hind legs, dug its front claws into the edge of the hole, and slid its body inside like a flowing mass of mud. The hole size was just right for its shoulder width. In another half month, it would probably be too big to squeeze in. Liang pressed his ear to the ground. After a few seconds of silence, a muffled roar came from underground followed by a sharp shrill scream, as if something had had its throat crushed. From the earth came the sound of claws scraping against hard soil with gravel and dry dirt sifting down. The commotion lasted for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, then suddenly fell silent. Then came a soft meow. Liang patted his knees with his palm and let out a short, stifled laugh. He called into the hole, "Bring them all out." A few low growls echoed from inside. After a few breaths, the lynx cub backed out something clutched in its mouth. The prey it dragged out was about the same size as itself, its limbs dangling limp, its fur stained with dark red liquid. Liang reached out and took the beast, weighing it in his hands. Beneath the fur lay a thick layer of fat, and it must have weighed at least 10 jin. The creature had a long pointed snout, a short, thick neck, and coarse bristles of black, white, and yellow running from its head down its back with legs as stubby as wooden stakes. At first glance it looked like a cross between a mongrel and a weasel, the very same beast that stole watermelons from the southern melon fields. He turned the badger over. 2 deep fong holes on its neck were bubbling with blood which dripped through the coarse fur onto the withered leaves, making a faint pattering sound. The young lynx stood nearby panting. Its grayish-yellow fur bore several fresh scratch marks, and blood oozed from the wounds, matting the fur into clumps. Liang frowned at the sight. The cave was cramped, leaving the lynx no room to maneuver or pounce, and fighting for opponents meant it was only natural for it to get clawed as they struggled desperately. The lynx cub scurried back into the cave and ran back and forth 4 times. On its last trip out, its legs were trembling, its tongue hung long, and it collapsed on the ground, panting heavily with its belly heaving against the earth. 4 badger carcasses lay neatly arranged at Liang's feet. 2 large ones, 2 small ones. The whole family of 4 was right there. He tore off several vines, twisted them into a thick rope, tied the beast's legs together, and hoisted them up. The heaviest one weighed about 20 jin, and the smallest was just over 10 jin. He crouched down and reached out to stroke the fluffy head of the lynx cub. "They'll give you meat when we get home." The little beast nudged his tiger's mouth with its head and let out a purring sound like a cat's meow. 60 jin of meat pressed solidly on his shoulder. Liang adjusted the weight on his shoulder, unable to suppress the grin spreading across his face. This trip hadn't been in vain. A full 60 jin of badger meat. In his mind, he calculated the trade with Zhang Weiman. Dozens of jin of meat for salt, flour, and cigarettes would be more than enough. The rest he could keep to supplement his own household. A badger was a creature with no waste. The hide could be tanned into a vest, and the fat could be rendered into badger oil. That oil was a rare treasure. Drinking it could cure stomachaches, applying it to hands healed chilblains, and it worked wonders for burns and scalds as well. Liang's mind flashed to the hands of his younger sisters Li Tian and Xiao Shui, those swollen red hands that itched every morning. He steadied the badgers on his shoulder again and beckoned to the little lynx. Just as he was about to turn and descend the mountain, his peripheral vision caught a low thicket on his right. The little lynx suddenly meowed twice in that direction, tilting its furry head. Liang halted mid-step and studied the bush. At its base, several oval shapes were visible, bulging and grayish, looking like stones. He set down the game on his shoulder and walked over. When he crouched for a look, his pupils suddenly contracted. Those weren't pebbles. They were pheasant eggs. Eggs left behind from a pheasant's nest. His heart pounded faster. Liang took off his felt hat, bent down, and reached a hand into the gap beneath the bush. His fingertips touched the warm shells. Carefully, he pinched them and counted them out one by one. 1, 2, 3. 6. 6 eggs. All gathered into the hat, not a single one broken. He looked down at the 6 pale brown eggs in the hat's cradle, and his Adam's apple bobbed. In the village, who had eggs at home? In town, you could buy them. 2 cents each. But money alone wasn't enough. Without an egg coupon, the sales clerks at the station market wouldn't even glance your way. Shuangshui village had been struck by famine for nearly a year. Who could still keep chickens? Anything edible had long since gone into stomachs. Wild herbs had been dug up clean, and even tree bark had been stripped bare. To eat eggs, you had to go to town and rely on coupons. His family had no egg coupons. Forget about it. But today he had found 6 wild pheasant eggs for free. One word: exhilarating. He stood up, badgers on his shoulder and eggs cradled in his hat. His face flushed with excitement as he strode briskly. Meowed. The little lynx pressed close, its nose nuzzling toward the hat. No way. Liang moved his hand aside and shook his head. These eggs aren't for you to touch. Bear with it, I'll cut you some meat when we get home. The snow in the yard had thickened by another layer overnight. Each footstep made a crunching sound that echoed from the east end of the village to the west. Liang carried 4 badgers on his shoulder, at least 60 jin, and clutched a felt hat in his other hand with 7 or 8 wild pheasant eggs rolling in its cradle, bits of grass still clinging to the shells. Wild pheasant eggs were more precious than any meat. He figured it would be a waste to feed them to the little lynx. But the furry little creature behind him wouldn't let up, crying out ceaselessly in a shrill voice that seemed ready to pierce the sky. Meow, meow. The sound stretched long, its tail stood straight up, and its round eyes fixed unblinkingly on the hat in his hand. Liang rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, "Fine, I'll add a chicken leg, okay?" The noise instantly stopped. The little beast twitched its ears and obediently pressed against his heel, following his footprints all the way home. When he reached the door of his house, Liang was about to call out for his father to come help, but as his mouth opened, his gaze froze. Standing by the courtyard gate was a woman. She wore a floral-patterned padded jacket, bulky, yet unable to conceal her tall, slender figure. She stood sideways, peering into the yard, the lines of her profile sharply defined against the snow's reflection. Liang's gaze drifted upward, landing on her curvaceous silhouette, and the words caught in his throat. Sister Ch. The woman spun around abruptly, her eyes landing on his face. They brightened for a moment, then dimmed as if weighed down. She swept her gaze over Liang from head to toe, a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. Liang. Her voice trembled slightly. It's been years you've grown so tall. She smiled, the corners of her eyes crinkling gently. Her face was still beautiful, like the starlit posters that once hung on the walls. After marriage, she had acquired an indescribable aura, like a ripe peach in the courtyard, its skin so thin it seemed ready to burst with juice. Liang remembered seeing her just last winter. How could it be years? Didn't we run into each other last year, he said. Chui'er paused, then tapped her forehead with a hand, laughing a little sheepishly. Oh dear, look at my memory, getting old and useless. A woman's in her prime, sis. You're only 23, still young. His words made her burst into laughter, her shoulders shaking as her eyes and brows lit up. That mouth of yours. You've been honey-tongued since you were a kid. Liang pulled open the wooden latch of the courtyard gate and stepped aside. Sis, come inside and warm yourself by the fire. It's cold out here. She stood at the threshold, moving her foot half a step forward, then pulling it back. Her hands twisted the hem of her padded jacket, rubbing it twice, but she never stepped in. I'm just passing by. I won't come in. She shook her head. Seeing her hesitation, Liang suddenly understood. His father had mentioned a few days ago that Chui'er's husband had passed away, leaving her a widow. In these times, people in small towns cared most about reputation. She feared that crossing his threshold might bring bad luck and ruin his chances of finding a wife in the future. Liang, did you hunt all these? Her gaze fell on the pile of badgers on his shoulder, and she covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with surprise. Liang set the game down on the ground and hummed softly in affirmation. With his other hand, he subtly gestured behind his back to the little beast. The furry creature understood his signal, silently slinking along the base of the wall into the yard, leaving barely a trace of footprints. The water in the iron pot bubbled with a gurgling sound, and white steam seeped through the gaps in the lid, carrying the bitter aroma of boiled wild herbs. Hong Yun stared at the stove, her fingers repeatedly rubbing against the worn apron, which had already frayed into several. The courtyard door creaked open, a crack in the wind. She instinctively looked up and saw a pile of grayish-brown lumps in the neighbor's yard, game still clinging to mountain leaves and soil on their fur. She hesitated for a long time. That evening, Hong Yun tread across the accumulated snow. The snow grains crunched beneath her boots, the sound unnaturally clear in the empty alley. She saw Liang squatting on the ground, sorting rattan strips. The several badgers lay at his feet, the largest weighing at least 20 jin. Liang. Her voice came out a bit dry as she spoke. You caught quite a lot. The young man looked up, a flicker of surprise on his face. Hong Yun bit her lip and continued, Sis wants to borrow some grain from you, is that okay? She shifted her gaze to the pile of game. Sis won't take it for nothing. I can wash your clothes, cook for you. Liang stood up, patting the dirt off his hands. He recalled the news had heard at the village entrance a few days ago. Hong Yun's husband had met with an accident at the factory, and the compensation was entirely taken by her mother-in-law. She hadn't even been able to bring out a change of clothes. What's more, the village was in turmoil. Her father was old and frail, unable to hunt in the deep snow of the mountains. Their home had long run out of food, surviving these days on wild herbs and tree bark. Borrow grain, Liang repeated, then bent down to untie the rattan. His movements were swift. With a flick of his fingers, the coarse hemp rope quickly loosened. He grabbed the largest badger and handed it to Hong Yun. Sis Hong, take this. Give this to me. Hong Yun stood frozen, her eyes wide open. Take it back and stew it with Uncle Bai. Liang pressed the game into her arms. Badger meat is a bit gamey, but Uncle Bai should know how to get rid of the taste. Hong Yun looked at the heavy chunk of meat in her arms, and her eyes instantly reddened. She opened her mouth to say something, but found her throat felt blocked. She threw her arms around Liang, her cheek pressed against his shoulder, feeling the muscles tense beneath his cotton-padded jacket. Thank you, Liang. Consider this meat a loan from you, it'll definitely pay you back. Her voice was muffled in his clothes, somewhat indistinct. Liang's body stiffened for a moment. He could feel two soft mounds pressing against his chest, and the scent of face cream drifted to his nose. The usual fragrance on Hong Yun mingled with the warm aura of a woman. Her warm breath sprayed on his neck, tickling. This posture lasted for a few seconds, or perhaps it felt like an eternity. The air around them seemed to stagnate, leaving only their interwoven breaths. Liang looked at the woman in his arms. Her eyelashes still held droplets of water, her cheeks flushed with emotion, like a ripe peach, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. For him, a young, beautiful widow, throwing herself into his arms like this was truly overwhelming. The air suddenly stagnated like frozen grease. The small gap between them was filled with silence, neither spoke. After a long while, Liang broke the quiet. Sis, is Uncle Bai doing all right? His voice was very low. She sighed, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Not bad, but living on wild greens from the fields makes one weak after a while. Arms and legs have no strength. Her father had a chronic illness from his younger days. When it got cold, the pain seeped from his very bones. The village was in chaos now. 2 meals a day were just thin broth and watery greens. How could wild herbs ever satisfy hunger? When a person is starving, their foundation crumbles. She watched anxiously, unable to find a way out. Li Liang's brows knitted together. A widowed woman struggling to support her aged father, unable to even eat a proper meal. How could she endure the days ahead? Sis, do you plan to go back to the city? He asked again. She shook her head, her gaze fixed in the distance. No. After a pause, she added, I've cut ties with them all. From now on, no contact. When her husband had the accident at the factory, the compensation money was supposed to be a lifeline. Her daughter was gravely ill, waiting for that money to buy medicine. But her mother-in-law was old-fashioned, valuing only sons, saying spending money on a girl was a waste. She forcibly took the money to marry off her younger son. Without money for treatment, the daughter died at 3 months old. Trembling with rage, she had a falling out with her mother-in-law and returned to Xuanshui village. The compensation was a considerable sum. Theoretically, she shouldn't be living in such destitution, but every time she thought of it, her heart felt as if it were being sawed by a dull blade, hating her own bitter fate without end. Sis, let those things be water under the bridge. Li Liang gently consoled her. She looked up, tears hanging, then raised a hand to wipe them away. Right, water under the bridge. Now I have only one thought: to take good care of my father and see him off peacefully. Her face was pale to the point of being greenish, so thin her cheekbones protruded. She forced a smile at Li Liang, a look that was both haggard and carried an inappropriate hint of soft allure. Li Liang nodded. Things will get better. Just grit your teeth and get through it. He bent down, grabbed the bundled game from the ground, and called out to her. Come on, let's go inside. My dad's been talking about you these past few days. He'll be happy to see you. All right, I'll cook a meal for you. She didn't refuse again, nodded and followed. She had borrowed 20 jin of meat from Li Liang. This meat couldn't be taken for free, as she had to pay it off by doing chores like cooking and washing clothes. As a woman, she couldn't hunt in the mountains during winter nor gather mountain goods, so she could only use her labor to repay the debt. Li Liang didn't stop her. He knew she had a strong will and wouldn't accept favors for nothing. He led her into the yard and shouted towards the house. Soon old man Li Kangkai came out, lifting the curtain with his 2 younger daughters in tow. Oh, this is Badger. Li Kangkai's eyes lit up. Xiaolang, you caught this many again. Hadn't his son just gone for a stroll? How did he manage to bring back 4 more badgers in one go? The firelight from the stove cast the sister's shadow on the earthen wall as she slipped her floral cotton jacket off her shoulders. Li Liang's eyes unconsciously glanced over. The fair skin below the collar of her sweater was noticeably fuller. The sister was tall with long legs. When she bent over the stove to scoop water, her waist curved into a tight arc. Her arms were exposed, as white as freshly peeled lotus roots, shimmering in the water light, dazzling to the eye. Uncle Kangkai, I've arranged with Xiaolang to borrow 20 jin of meat. From now on, he'll come over to help clean and cook. Saying this, the sister rolled up her sleeves and went into the kitchen. Li Kangkai leaned close to his son's ear, whispering, Is she? Let her be. Li Liang waved his hand. The sister's cooking skills were renowned throughout Xuanshui village. Her movements with the spatula were quicker than most women in the village. Soon a rich aroma of oil wafted from the pot, completely different from the stews his own father threw together. The second and youngest sisters crowded at the kitchen door, eagerly watching the activity at the stove. Li Liang took off his felt hat and pulled out a few round objects which gleamed with faint speckled patterns under the light. Dad, wild pheasant eggs. Found them today. Where from? Found them in a grassy nest in the mountain hollow. He cradled the 6 eggs in his palm and headed for the kitchen. The sister was just lifting the pot lid to check the heat. Her eyes caught the items in his hand, and they instantly lit up. Wild pheasant eggs. You found them. Got lucky. Your luck is just too uncanny. She set down the spatula, turning to fix her gaze upon him with an intensity that made Li Liang distinctly uneasy. The villagers all say you brought back a rabbit yesterday, a pheasant the day before, and today you've carried home a badger along with some eggs you picked up. Her eyelashes fluttered as she spoke, the corners of her mouth lifting into a smile. A sudden clangor echoed through Li Liang's mind, as if something had gently pried open a crack. He set the eggs on the edge of the stove, boil them. 1 for each of us, including Uncle, by that makes just enough. Turning, he retrieved items from the cupboard. 2 jin of cornmeal and 2 jin of sweet potatoes, all freshly provided by the system. He glanced back at the game on the floor. The badger still lay there, its fur flecked with bits of dirt. His sister's gaze followed his movements, sweeping over the cupboard and landing on the remaining half of a rabbit store. Her eyes then dropped to the floor. By the wall, the wild hare and 2 pheasants lay quietly in the shadows, the blood on their fur already dried into dark brown patches. Her hand paused on the rim of the pot, motionless for a long moment. A crackle from the firewood in the stove broke the silence, leaving only the sound of boiling water churning in the room. His sister's breath quickened noticeably for an instant. She stared at the items by the wall, then at Li Liang's back as he gestured over the chopping board, preparing to dress the badger meat. It seemed as if she had swallowed something, her throat working as she stood there speechless and dazed. In the village, some people were so hungry they gnawed on tree bark and dug for wild vegetable roots. She remembered just a few days ago seeing Aunt Lu next door crouching by a ditch scraping together grass leaves. Yet in this kitchen, meat was piled so high there was hardly room to stand. The oil splatters on the stove of Li Taiyi's house had been appearing with unusual frequency lately. The neighbors whispered among themselves was that the house of Li Kangkai, where the aroma of meat drifted out every day. Qian Fuguwei, the captain of the Xuanshui production brigade, was curled up on the Kong rolling a tobacco leaf when the courtyard gate was pounded with urgent slaps. "Qianwu, are you home?" Qian Fugui pushed aside the curtain and saw Li Xianghua standing at the gate. His face immediately darkened. "Go on back. He's gone hunting up in the mountains." Li Xianghua was about to turn away when she heard a series of intermittent sounds behind her. She looked back and saw Qian Wu's body twisted to one side, his right arm dangling limply at his side, like a broken branch hobbling toward them. "What happened to your arm?" Li Xianghua's voice rose sharply. A scene flashed through her mind. Deep in the dense forest, a wild boar's tusk tearing open a pant leg, or a black bear's paw snapping ribs. But the marks on Qian Wu's body were not from bites or scratches. They looked more like they had been forcibly torn apart by human hands. The moment Qian Wu saw Li Xianghua, a flicker of light crossed his grimy face. Hastily, he wiped his cheeks with his sleeve and brushed the grass clippings and dirt from his clothes. "Xianghua, why are you here?" Before Li Xianghua could respond, Qian Fugui had already rushed out. He fixed his eyes on his son's dangling arm, his gaze turning somber. "Who did this?" "Dad." Qian Wu's eyes reddened, his voice trembling violently. "It was that Liang from Li Kangkai's family. He stole the game I caught and dislocated my arm. Dad, feel it. The bone is completely out of place." Qian Wu wept, tears and snot smearing his face. Li Xianghua stood to the side, her brow furrowed deeply. She had no feelings for Qian Wu, largely because the man had never made a decision on his own. If a man lacked the backbone in his very soul, he was worse than a domestic sheep. Qian Wu continued his accusations. "He also took the gun you gave me, Dad." Qian Fugui's face turned the color of pig liver. "Li Liang." He muttered the name as if chewing on a hard stone. After a long moment, it finally dawned on him. Wasn't that the wretched scoundrel who had called off the engagement with Li Xianghu? The enamel mug in Qian Fugui's hand nearly slipped. A few drops of water splashed onto the back of his hand. He stared at his son, who stood with his head bowed, and forced out a low voice. "What did you say?" Qian Wu's left arm hung in a sling, the sleeve torn in one spot, revealing a grimy cloth strip underneath. His father's prized Tiger headbrand gun now belonged to the Li family. "What's gotten into that kid?" Qian Wu ground his teeth. "I set the traps over at Liangzigu, but he insisted he saw them first. I said a few words and he came at me with the butt of the gun. Sister Xianghua saw it with her own eyes. The moment he swung that gun, my arm just..." Qian Fugui cut him off. That gun had been brought back from Shanxing last winter through Director Zhang's help, a product of the Chang'an Machinery Factory. In all of Dongbei, you couldn't find a more reliable piece. It had cost over 30 yuan plus 2 cartons of cigarettes. Li Xianghua stood by the doorframe, twisting the hem of her clothes between her fingers, her face the color of a sun-dried pig's liver. She had originally come to Shuangshui Brigade to play the victim with Qian Wu, hoping to blow the matter of Li Liang breaking off the engagement and hitting someone out of proportion so that Qian Wu would stand up for her. Little did she expect that Li Liang would have already crossed paths with him, stealing game, injuring people, and even seizing the gun. Every single deed far more vicious than the story she had concocted. Liang is really in for it now. She pressed her tongue against the roof of her mouth, swallowing the rest of the sentence, replacing it with a cold sneer. A crowd had already gathered outside. Some were passers-by carrying loads on their shoulders, others returning from work on the riverbank, and a few who had been squatting on stone steps with bowls of food now came closer. Someone recognized Qian Wu with his arm in a sling and spoke up before even swallowing the corn grits in his mouth. "Isn't that the eldest son of the Qian family? What happened to your hand?" "What else?" "Got into a fight." "Li Liang. That name sounds familiar. The one who broke off the engagement last time. That kid's always stirring up trouble. This time he's picked a fight with Captain Qian." Hearing the murmurs outside, Qian Wu's knees went weak, and he dropped to the ground in front of the gathered crowd. The muddy ground was littered with gravel, but he paid it no mind, looking up at his father. "Dad, you have to stand up for me. It's not just about the gun and the injury. Sister Xianghua has been bullied badly by him too." Li Xianghua chose that moment to lower her head and dab at the corner of her eye with her sleeve. She knew Qian Fugui was shrewd. He could see through her little tricks, but men were men. With his son kneeling there, he had to save face. Qian Fugui stared at his kneeling son, the muscles in his jaw clenching several times. He had 5 daughters and had only gotten this one son. When he was nearly 40, his wife spoiled him rotten, and he was well aware of it. But with so many people watching, his son kneeling to force his hand over a woman, this anger lodged in his chest, impossible to swallow smoothly. He held back from slapping him. "Get up." His voice was low but heavy as a millstone. "He'll take care of it." Qian Wu stood up, a grin spreading across his face, then let out an ouch as he clutched his arm. Qian Fugui didn't look at him. Instead, he turned and swept his gaze over the sea of faces outside the door, finally letting it rest on Li Xianghua for 2 seconds. That look seemed to say, "I can tell your words are half-truths." But he didn't call her out. Li Xianghua met his gaze carefully, composing her expression into one of pure victimhood. She knew in her heart, once Li Liang fell into Qian Fugui's hands, he would be skinned alive. Qian Fugui stepped forward, his palm gripping his son Qian Wu's right arm, his fingers finding the joint space. With a flick of his wrist, he lifted the entire arm upward. A soft click, and the dislocated bone slid back into place. Qian Wu winced for 2 seconds, then shook his arm, a grin spreading across his face. "Hey, it doesn't hurt anymore. Really, it's fine." Qian Fugui didn't respond. His gaze swept over his son's smug face, a heavy weight settling in his heart. He was the production brigade captain. He had spent a few days with the village barefoot doctor years ago, and setting an arm or a bone was hardly a skill to boast about. The men in the village who carried game back from the Changbai Mountains often came to him for medicinal wine when they scraped their skin or twisted an ankle. You say this arm was dislocated by Liang. Qian Fugu's voice dropped low. Who else could it be? Qian Wu ground his teeth, his jaw muscles tensing hard. How did he do it? Qian Wu gestured, recalling the scene in the snow pine forest, his palm loosely gripping as he made a twisting motion. As Qian Fugue listened, his knuckles unconsciously tightened. That young man moved with such ruthless efficiency, effortlessly twisting and breaking a living person's bones with a single turn. This technique couldn't be mastered without years of practice. No wonder Liang said Liang was a trained fighter. He must have had a master guiding his moves. Seeing his father silent, Qian Wu added a few more words, claiming that Liang had snatched his prey in the snow pine forest of Haixizi Mountain, casually dislocated his arm, and even taken his gun. He spoke with spittle flying, the onlookers straining their ears. Qian Fugue knew all too well the nature of the son he had raised, aware that the boy's words were laced with exaggeration, but with the crowd present he refrained from exposing him on the spot. A father couldn't undermine his son in front of outsiders. He patted Qian Wu on the back of the head. Let's go. Find Liang and get the gun back. The kitchen was steaming hot, the iron pot bubbling with a soft gurgle. Lin Xiu lifted the wooden lid, a cracked steam rushing to her cheeks, carrying the rich aroma of dried chili and soy sauce mingling together. She stirred the dark brown chunks of meat in the pot with a spatula and tossed in 2 more grains of salt. Cornmeal buns were piled in a bamboo basket, roasted sweet potatoes wrinkled and split open, and wild eggs peeled were stacked in a coarse porcelain bowl. Finally, the stewed badger meat was placed on the table. The meat braised until tender, the thick gravy clinging to the surface falling apart at the touch of chopsticks. The bowls and chopsticks were all set on the table, yet Lin Xiu stood by the table without taking a seat. Before her eyes flickered the sight she had seen beneath the kitchen wall. A whole row of game hung on wooden racks, wild hares, each fatter than the last, the largest weighing at least 7 or 8 jin, grouse tied by the feet with straw ropes, frozen mushrooms strung together, and the cleaned meat chunks of a badger after slaughter. Adding today's over 60 jin of badger meat in just the past few days, Liang alone had brought back no less than 100 jin of wild game. Sister Xiu, what are you staring at? The food is getting cold. Liang picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her bowl, the grease spreading a sheen of brightness over the hot rice. Lin Xiu snapped back to reality, her fingers brushing the rim of the bowl as she murmured in response, Eat, let's eat. She lowered her eyelids, her teeth biting into a small piece of roasted badger meat, her tongue tasting the fragrance of fat. The string in her heart pulled tighter. She had to earn this food with her own hands. Washing dishes, cooking, sweeping the floor, carrying water. Even the heaviest wooden bucket, she could grit her teeth and lift it. Even if Liang told her to leave, she would not move a single step. Trade sweat for meat, just get through this winter. When spring thawed, she would go into the mountains to gather wild goods and sell them so that she and her father could both survive. Liang, she lowered her voice. There's a bowl of badger oil in the cupboard. Later apply it to Shui. That girl's hands were covered in frost-cracked wounds, red and swollen, like ripe persimmons, both itchy and painful. She had simmered that bowl of oil while tending the fire using the thickest layer of fat from the badger's belly. Liang nodded. Badger oil was a folk remedy for frostbite, applied once a day. When the snow melted, those cracks would close and heal. I never imagined. She chewed the meat, her voice muffled, that I would still get to bite into meat, still get to eat eggs. She swallowed the food slowly, as if confirming it wasn't an illusion. She and her father had been chewing on wild vegetables for an entire month. Today's meat was only thanks to Liang. Xiaojie, take a few more bites, build up your strength. Seeing her gaunt face, Li Kong knew that the girl's body had long been stripped of all fat. I've packed your father's share too. I take it back with you later. Thank you, Uncle Kong. After washing the bowls and sweeping the floor, she brushed the dust off her clothes and prepared to leave. Sister Jia, Liang called out to her, they'll clean the badger and deliver it after dark. Once she had walked out the yard gate, Liang let out a heavy breath. He hadn't let her carry the 20 jin of badger meat back herself precisely to avoid drawing attention. A beautiful widow hauling so much meat through the streets. Someone might get the wrong idea. The village was uneasy now, as she had just moved back from the city, her appearance striking with a slender waist and fair skin. People had already set their sights on her home. To be safe, he would wait until nightfall, stuff the meat into a sack and deliver it then. No sooner had she left than Liang picked up his hatchet and boning knife, dragging the 4 badgers into the yard. 60 jin of meat bones attached to sinew. Every part of the badger was useful. The meat could be eaten, the hide sewn into clothes, the fat rendered into medicinal balm. He crouched on the ground, skinning and chopping the meat, the dull thud of the axe blade striking bone still echoing when several figures appeared at the yard gate. Liang, get out here. His father was inside, so Qian Wu didn't dare be too arrogant. His voice lowered, but the viciousness still seeped through. Liang looked up, the axe suspended in midair. He saw Qian Wu, and behind him the lean man, Captain Qian Fugue of the Production Brigade. Captain of the Shuangshui Village Production Brigade, Qian Fugue. Oh, Liang rested the axe blade on the badger's ribs. So you've come to settle accounts with me. He recalled the incident on the mountain earlier that day, how Qian Wu's arm had been broken and how the gun had been confiscated by him. for badgers lay sprawled in the yard, the greasy smell of meat drilling straight into their nostrils. Qian Fugui stepped through the gate, his eyes fixed on the pile of game, as if nailed there. The largest one must have weighed around 20 jin, the smallest at least 10. Did this kid do it all alone? It felt like a wad of cotton was stuck in his throat. He couldn't catch his breath for a long time. His son Qian Wu had said that what was stolen on the mountain was a big wildcat. But these badgers in front of him, at least 60 jin, undoubtedly Li Liang had hunted them all himself. Dad, look at all this haul. All this from this one bastard. Qian Wu's jaw nearly hit the ground. He exchanged a look with his father, and the two stared at each other wide-eyed. Was Li Liang really that formidable? Without ever touching a commune rifle, he dared to venture deep into the mountains alone and drag back so much game. Qian Fugui turned his head and squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. Shut your mouth for now. If you make a sound, I'll break your legs when we get home. Qian Wu was stunned. Dad, didn't you come here today to give him hell? Hell my ass. Do you think I don't know? You've had your eye on Widowless Girl. When you ran into Li Liang on the mountain, you must have started it. You couldn't beat him, got your arm twisted, and lost the gun to him. Seen through by his father in an instant, Qian Wu rubbed his nose, his guilt palpable. Then Dad, are you just going to watch your son get bullied? That tiger head gun. I only had it for half a month. You've got to get it back for me. Cut the crap. I know what I'm doing. Why are you still standing there? Get lost. Don't come into the yard. Qian Fugui pointed his palm toward the gate and shooed Qian Wu out. Dad, get lost. Don't come in until I call you. Qian Fugui turned and surveyed the game in the yard again, the scales in his mind already tilting in a different direction. He had originally planned to get the gun back for his son, but seeing the badgers neatly laid out on the ground changed his mind. Without using a gun, Li Liang had taken down dozens of jin of badgers. Those hands were born for the hunter's trade. The commune's hunting tasks were piled high, the quotas pressing down like a mountain. The hunters were starving, their eyes turning green, every household's grain bins scraping bottom, wild vegetables and tree bark nearly exhausted. Li Liang on his own could bring back this much meat. If he joined the hunting team, how much would he bring in a day? No wonder old Zhou Lieshan has had his eye on him. Qian Fugui changed his mind. He decided to recruit Li Liang into the Shuangshui village brigade. Ahem. He cleared his throat, a smile plastered on his face. Li Liang, did you hunt all 4 of these badgers by yourself? Li Liang didn't answer. His fingers tightened around the boning knife as he abruptly stood up. The Qian father and son's stance clearly signaled they were here to pick a fight. Brigade leader Qian Wu provoked me first. If you're here to stand up for him and settle scores with me, then we have nothing to discuss. Li Liang's voice was as cold as an iron tool in the 12th lunar month. No, Li Liang, you misunderstand. Qian Fugui hastily waved his hands, his smile deepening. Li Xianghua leaned against the mud wall outside Li Liang's house, grinding the gravel under the dirt with her toes. Seeing the brigade leader step through the courtyard threshold, a wave of indescribable satisfaction surged in her heart. That fellow was finally going to meet his downfall. That man who had called off their engagement, the Li Liang, who made her unable to hold her head up in front of the entire village, was finally going to pay the price today. She bit her lower lip, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the commotion in the yard, as if she could already hear the sound of slaps ringing out. Get over here and apologize to Li Liang. Qian Fugui's roar exploded from the yard, striking Li Xianghua's mind like a thrown stone. She was stunned. Apologize? This was nothing like what she had imagined. Wasn't the brigade leader supposed to be here to teach Li Liang a lesson? How could he be here to apologize? She felt a buzzing in her ears, as if someone had stuffed a hornet's nest into her head. Dad, make me bow to this brat. On what grounds? Qian Wu's voice was laced with anger. He broke my arm and stole my things. Slap. A sharp, loud slap cut off Qian Wu's words. Qian Fugui's hand was still trembling in the air. You still have the nerve to talk. If it weren't for Li Liang giving me some face, you'd have been carried down from the mountain today. Qian Wu covered his face, his eyes rimmed with red, his lips twitching a few times before he finally stopped shouting. Li Liang stood in the yard, his gaze sweeping past Qian Fugui's face. He noticed the veins bulging on the brigade leader's forehead and his hands thick with calluses, marks left by years of gripping a hoe and splitting firewood. To have reached this position, the man was no simpleton. Li Liang looked down at the few badgers at his feet. Their fur was still damp with dew and caked with mud. He had a rough idea now. What this man was really after was probably his skill at making a living in these mountains. Qian Wu shuffled forward, his shoes scraping against the sandy earth until he stood before Li Liang. He forced the words out from his throat, sorry. The voice seemed to leak through clenched teeth. Qian Wu was now kneeling on the ground, his throat tight, his cheeks burning hot. His father's calloused hand pressed down on the back of his neck with such force it nearly broke it. Just moments ago, he had been aggressively leading men to block Li Liang's doorstep, intending to teach that kid a lesson. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye he'd be the one pushed down by his old man to bow his head and admit fault to Li Liang? What gave Li Liang the right? Was he even worthy? Louder. Who can hear a mosquito buzzing? Brigade leader Qian kicked Qian Wu in the backside, the sole of his shoe landing with a meaty thud. Qian Wu gritted his teeth, forcing the words out from between them. I'm sorry, Li Liang. I was blind. I shouldn't have caused you trouble. Li Liang stood on the steps, his gaze falling on him, his tone flat. Next time be more discerning. Don't let a few words lead you around by the nose. He knew perfectly well who didn't know about Qian Wu's little crush on Li Xianghua. That woman only had to whisper a few sweet nothings in his ear, and Qian Wu would come charging in like a loyal dog to bite. Qian Wu's face suddenly turned pale. He instinctively turned his head to glance outside the courtyard gate. That familiar figure was long gone, not even a shadow remained. "You disgraceful thing, get lost." Brigade Leader Qian's roar was so loud it sent the snow on the eaves fluttering. In the village, the number of families running out of food was increasing by the day. Several elderly folks hadn't made it through the night. 2 more bodies had been carried out yesterday. The hunting quota issued by the town had doubled compared to last month, and every production team had to meet its assigned target. Qian Fugui was so anxious about this that his mouth was covered in blisters. He had no time to spare for avenging his son. Dragging a sobbing voice, Qian Wu stumbled away into the distance. Li Liang watched the retreating figure and shook his head, a grown man crying and whimpering after getting beaten with a spine as soft as dough. Qian Fugui said he was worthless, and he wasn't wrong. Li Liang, it was Qian Wu who was in the wrong. I apologize to you on his behalf. Qian Fugui rubbed his hands together, forcing a smile. It's nothing. I've already taught him a lesson. Li Liang had noticed earlier that Qian Wu's dislocated arm had been put back in place, probably set by Qian Fugui himself. Good. We're all from the same village, just a few years apart. There's no need for knives and guns. Qian Fugui let out a dry chuckle. Li Liang didn't respond but sneered inwardly. Just a moment ago you made your son kneel and apologize to me, and now you're speaking up for him. When he had the gun barrel pressed against my forehead, why didn't you say there was no need for that? He turned and went into the house, carrying out the 4 rifles one by one, lining them up on the threshold. Captain Qian, all your commune's things are here. These were the guns he had taken from Qian Wu and his cronies. Among them was one with a tiger head brand mark engraved on the barrel, a double-barreled one polished to a brilliant shine. Qian Fugui's gaze swept over the rifles briefly before quickly looking away. He pushed the guns back to Li Liang's feet. Keep these guns. Li Liang was taken aback. For me, eh? Yes, but I have a favor to ask. Qian Fugui's voice dropped a few notches laced with a cautious politeness. Li Liang was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. You want me to join the hunting team? Yes. The village's grain stores are almost empty. The hunting quotas set by the higher-ups are heavy, and on top of that this damn weather is so cold it freezes the marrow in your bones. Several elderly folks have run out of food rations, their bodies can't take it anymore. Qian Fugui spoke in fits and starts trailing off at the end. These matters shouldn't have been Li Liang's concern. He was the brigade leader, it was his failure. Watching the villagers starve to death, unable to produce even a handful of rice, was his burden. As the snow outside melted, the cold wind cut into the bones like a knife. Wrapping his sheepskin coat tightly around him, Li Liang trod the muddy path to the wall of Liu's house. Liuzi, come out. As soon as the shout fell, there was movement inside. The cotton curtain was lifted a crack, and Liuzi poked his bare upper body out. Brother Xiaoling, what brings you here? He jumped off the heated Kong and ran out. As he pulled open the courtyard gate, the cold wind rushed in, raising goosebumps on his skin. Are you an idiot? Not wearing clothes in this cold. Li Liang slapped him on the shoulder. Liuzi grinned, rubbing his arms as he backed into the house. The Kong still held residual warmth. Li Liang took off his sheepskin coat and draped it over the edge of the Kong, feeling the warmth seeping up through the brick cracks under his feet. Got something to tell you. Captain Qian wants me to form my own hunting team, just the 2 of us. A hunting team? Liu's eyes lit up. He threw on a cotton-padded jacket and leaned in. Just the 2 of us. Can we manage? Hand in 20 gene of game each month for 3 months, and the tiger head double-barreled shotgun is mine. Li Liang held up 3 fingers. 100 rounds of ammunition are thrown in for free. Liuzi added 2 pieces of firewood to the Kang's fire pit. The flames leaped up, casting a red glow on his cheeks. 20 gene for 3 months. That's 60 gene. How many work points would that get? Enough for a few meals of meat with some leftover. Li Liang stared into the flames. I've thought it over. If we're really lucky, we could finish the 3-month quota in 1 day. Liuzi swallowed hard. Brother Xiaolong, I trust your hunting skills. So when do we head into the mountains? After the sun had fully risen, melted snow trickled down the eaves, pattering onto the muddy ground. The cold wind still blew, but it was warmer than before dawn. Li Liang tightened his fur coat again, standing at the yard gate and gazing at the snow on the distant mountain ridges. Beneath that vast expanse of white lurked wild boars, roe deer, and even more valuable things. If the blind box system was feeling generous. Luzi pulled a rifle from the house, its barrel polished to a shine. He brought it to his nose and sniffed. This gun was left by old Zhao. Oh, I never had the heart to sell it. Keep it, it'll be useful. He'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain before dawn tomorrow. Luzi nodded, his eyes sparkling like firelight seen in the dark. As Li Liang turned to go back, his hand touched the roll of vouchers in his coat pocket. The exchange certificate given by Captain Qian. 100 rounds were packed in a wooden box, ready to be collected at the commune during the day. This 2-man hunting team would truly begin tomorrow. When he got home, his father was splitting firewood in the yard. The axe rose with a gust of wind and fell, sending wood chips flying. All set. Heading into the mountains tomorrow. That Luzi kid is good, quick, and nimble. His father stacked the split wood against the wall and added, don't be greedy, safety comes first. The heated brick bed was blazing, filling the room with a wave of warmth. Li Liang took off his fur coat and opened the wooden box under the bed. The blind box system refreshed daily, and he hadn't opened it yet today. His heart raced as his fingers touched the lid. This thing couldn't see the light of day, yet it had truly changed the force. He took a deep breath and lifted the lid. Inside lay a yellowed slip of paper with scrawled ink, Kite and Hound Black Dragon. Below was a drawing of a dog pitch black, its frame a full size larger than an ordinary hunting dog. The note read domesticable expert tracker resistant to cold and hunger. Liang stared at the dog's outline for a long while, a thin layer of sweat forming on his palms. If this thing was real, no deer boar or roe deer in the mountains could hide from it. He folded the paper and tucked it into his chest, then closed the wooden box again. Outside, the sound of his father splitting firewood rang out steady and powerful. Frost flowers had formed on the window glass, and through the gaps the snowy peaks of the distant mountains glowed orangered in the setting sun. Before dawn tomorrow, that black dragon would be in hand. Luzi scratched the back of his head and grinned. Hey, you're here. I hurried over to open the door. He stepped aside and gestured inward. Come on, Brother Liang, let's talk inside. Liang followed him across the threshold. As soon as he stepped into the yard, the two hunting dogs chained in the corner bristled, a series of deep growls rumbling from their throats, shaking the very air. Luzi frowned and muttered in a low voice, quiet. Brother Liang is family. The two beasts immediately fell silent, their amber eyes fixed intently on the newcomer. If the iron chains hadn't been taut, Liang would have thought they'd pounce at any moment. He gave them a glance. The dogs were terrifyingly large, their legs thick as small tree stumps, their bodies bulging with muscle, their coats a glossy patchwork of black and yellow. What breed is this? My grandfather's comrade from Bashu gave them to him. They're Liangshan dogs. Luzi's chin lifted a notch as he spoke. Raised on corn and meat since they were pups. Chasing rabbits or driving boars, there's nothing they can't handle. Liang nodded. These dogs were well kept, their coats glossy enough to reflect light, their frames as sturdy as iron. He calculated that if he could take these two dogs up the mountain, hunting would be far easier. His lynx cub was only 3 months old, its claws and teeth not yet fully grown. It could at most catch a few pheasants if they ran into a big tusker in the forest. A wild boar with hide tougher than stone and weighing at least 60 or 70 gene. The cub would be useless. Brother Liang, you still haven't told me what you need me for. Nothing major. I'm asking you to hunt with me. Whatever we get, we split 50-50. Really? Luzi's eyes lit up. A few days ago, he and his grandfather had wandered around Black Bear Mountain for most of the day without even spotting a rabbit's fur, only to run into Liang on the way down with 2 hazel grouse hanging from his waist. That skill, Luzi deeply admired it. Following Brother Liang meant there'd be oil in the pot. I'm planning to form a hunting team, just the two of us. Yuan, do you even need to ask? From now on, I'm with Brother Liang. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Liang reached out and patted his shoulder. Just as they were about to head inside, the 2 Liangshan dogs, which had been burying their heads in a bowl of corn porridge, suddenly raised their heads and began barking wildly at the neighbor's yard to the left. The barking was frantic and fierce, as if they were tearing their throats out. What's wrong with them? Before Liang could finish, a dog's bark, no, a howl, came from the neighbor's yard. Then came a man's hoarse, muffled cursing, as if he was venting a bellyful of anger. Oh, what a sin. Behind Luzi, an aged voice suddenly emerged. Zhao Taijun had somehow appeared beside them, his face deeply lined with wrinkles. Grandpa Zhao, what's going on? The neighbors have no food left. They're planning to slaughter that dog for meat. Zhao, if it were an ordinary mutt, he wouldn't be so heartbroken. But that was no ordinary dog. It was a hunting dog that had accompanied its master into the mountains chasing boars and catching rabbits, a dog of merit. Old Wu's family had raised that hunting dog for 6 years, and now they were going to butcher it. A half circle of people had gathered in the yard, their hushed murmurs barely audible. Liang stood at the edge of the crowd, his gaze passing through the gaps to fall on the dog. It was curled under the millstone, its legs pressed flat against the ground, its tail tucked beneath its belly. For mountain folk, a hunting dog was a comrade who traded life for life. Who could bear to do this? Old Wu starved to death, and there are 8 mouths left to feed. Zhao Taijun stood beside Liang, his voice rough as sandpaper. The living have to go on living. Liang, he stared at that Kite and Hound. The locals called it a Mongolian greyhound, its legs like 4 iron spikes planted in the ground, its chest broad enough to withstand a boar's charge. It was said that 3 such dogs could pin down a 500-gen boar. The dog's eyes were fixed on the sharp knife, and the blade scraped against the whetstone, each stroke producing a sandy sound, and the dog's pupils contracted with each noise. Liang turned and pushed through the crowd. As he pushed open the neighbor's yard gate, the man was crouched before the whetstone, the knife already gleaming white from sharpening. Who are you? What are you doing in my yard? I'm taking this dog. Liang walked straight to the dog, crouched down, and placed his hand on its forehead. The dog's back tensed like a bow, muscles rigid, but when those fingers rested on its head, it didn't flinch. Only let out a faint whimper from its throat. You think you can just take it? The man stood up, gripping the knife. Zhao Taijun led Zhao Lu through the gate. Xiao Wu, Uncle Taijun. Xiao Wu hid the knife behind his back. When your father was alive, this dog saved him from 3 wild boars. Zhao Taijun's voice wasn't loud, but every word landed like a stone on muddy ground. If he knew you were sharpening this knife, he'd skin you alive. Uncle Taijun, I don't want to, but there are 8 mouths in my family. Xiao Wu's voice suddenly turned hoarse and urgent. We've dug up all the wild greens in the fields. The kids are too weak to even cry from hunger. I can't just watch them all starve. Liang didn't answer. He just kept his hand on the dog's head, feeling its trembling gradually subside. He wiped his eyes with his hand and threw the knife to the ground. Liang unfastened the iron chain binding the dog. The iron chain clinked as it dragged across the ground. The dog slowly rose its four legs, trembling slightly, yet it did not flee. Liang, I still have 20 caddies of badger meat and 2 caddies of sweet potatoes in my cellar. Go fetch them. Liang patted the dog's nape where an old scar lay, a patch where fur would never grow, feeling like a piece of dry hardened bark. He lifted his head and looked at Xiao Wu. 20 caddies of badger meat and 2 caddies of sweet potatoes in exchange for this Mongolian hound. Liang's knuckles tightened around the leather leash, leaving a shallow mark on the hound's neck. He turned sideways, placing himself between the butcher's knife and that gaunt, bony frame. The voice that burst from his throat fell like stones striking frozen earth, every word hammering into the eardrums of all present. A young man held a knife, its blade still stained with the blood of a chicken slaughtered that morning, not yet wiped clean. On the 3rd morning after his father's death in the deep mountains, the family decided to slaughter the beast. No one could count how many mountains this creature had crossed with the old man, nor how many wild boars' throats it had torn open. But the water in the pot was already boiling and the chopping board was set up. Liang's fingers traced the dog's neck, finding several old scars, marks left by thorns and fangs. He stared at the young man, holding the knife, the corners of his mouth turning down. If your father were still alive, would he let you touch a single hair on its head? His voice was not loud, but every word was like tempered steel. It shielded your father from a bear, chased down Muntjac for you. When you were a child, every bowl of meat porridge you drank, didn't it risk its life to earn that? The knife in the young man's hand wavered, its tip glinting in the morning light. Liang pulled a cloth bundle from his chest, unwrapping it to reveal dark brown badger meat, its grease already soaking through the coarse fabric. He then took 2 sweet potatoes from his pocket, their skins still bearing the dampness of soil. 20 caddies of badger meat, 2 caddies of sweet potatoes. In exchange for this dog, the middle-aged man called Xiao Wu swallowed hard. He knew that hound looked intimidating, all bone and frame. If it went into the pot, there would be little meat, mostly just bones. A family of 8 could eat it for at most 3 days. Badger meat was different. Its fat was 3 fingers thick, could render oil, and mixed with sweet potatoes it would last a week. Deal. Xiao Wu nodded, his eyes never leaving the meat. Liang didn't loosen the leash. He turned and called out to an old man crouching by the earth wall, Grandpa Zhao, I'd trouble you to be a witness. Zhao Taijun pulled the tobacco pipe from his mouth and tapped the ash against his shoe sole. He was the only one in the village who could write his full name, composing spring festival couplets for everyone each year, his penmanship neater than print. The young man was called back into the house and returned with a bottle of ink, a fountain pen, and a yellowed sheet of letter paper. Zhao Taijun unscrewed the pen cap, the nib gliding across the paper with a rustle, leaving a line of text. Liang exchanges 20 caddies of badger meat and 2 caddies of sweet potatoes for 1 Mongolian hound belonging to Wu Shengli. Both parties are willing and shall not renege. He paused, glanced at the wall calendar, and added the date, the 6th day of the 12th lunar month 1960. Zhao Taijun slid the letter paper in front of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu rubbed his fingers, black dirt embedded under his nails, and grinned, revealing teeth yellowed by smoke. Grandpa Zhao, I can't write. He gripped the fountain pen like a hoe handle and scrawled a crooked circle beneath his name. Liang took the pen and signed his own name on the other side, the strokes clean and swift. He folded the letter paper, tucked it into his chest pocket, and only then loosened the leather leash. The hound pressed against his leg, its ribs digging into his kneecap, the dog's eyes reflecting the dying flames of the hearth. Liang picked up the pen and wrote his name at the end of the contract. Across from him, Wu Shengli couldn't hold the pen, so he thrust his thumb into the inkstone, rolled it, and pressed it firmly onto the paper, leaving a blurred red print. Zhao Taijun waited for both parties to finish, folded the letter paper, and handed it back to Liang. Liang, go to my house and get the meat. Liang acknowledged and left, soon returning carrying 20 caddies of badger meat and 2 caddies of sweet potatoes, dumping them all at Wu Shengli's feet. Rules were rules. Meat for the dog settled face to face. On the dirt road back to the village, old man Zhao couldn't stop praising. Liang, you've really got something. He raised a thumb, waving it in front of Liang's eyes. Folks around were starving, digging for wild vegetables and gnawing on bark. 2 caddies of cornmeal could fetch a child from someone else's home. But Liang, on the other hand, had traded 20 caddies of badger meat plus 2 caddies of sweet potatoes for a dog that was nearly toothless. In these times, survival was the only truth. What was a dog's life compared to a human's? Otherwise, why would Wu Shengli for a few mouthfuls of meat raise a knife against the hunting dog head raised for years? Yet Liang was willing to do it. It too is a life. Liang didn't respond to old man Zhao. He simply crouched down, his fingers finding the leather collar around the chitin hound's neck, and gave it a gentle tug to release the buckle. The hound, having just escaped the butcher's knife, saw its new master loosen the restraint. Its tail instantly spun like a wheel, circling around Liang's pant legs, its head rubbing against his thigh. It lowered its body, front legs slightly bent, adopting a submissive posture, then rolled onto its back, exposing its soft belly. Oh, so Black Dragon has already accepted you. Zhao Taijun circled the Mongolian hound, inspecting it, and grinned. Li boy, you've hit the jackpot. This dog. Old Wu pulled every string he had to get it from Inner Mongolia. That son of his has no eye for value. You've snagged yourself a bargain. The people of Xuanshui village had lived off the mountains for generations, every household raising hunting dogs. Those dogs were large, fierce, and relentless when chasing wild boars or rabbits. When it came to fighting prowess, Liang's black dragon ranked first in the entire village. Though not young, it was in its prime, its body a patchwork of scars, its combat experience unrivaled. In Xuanshui village and the surrounding valleys, anyone could recount several of its feats. Beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance, Zhao Taijun tapped his pipe against his shoe, his gaze drifting toward the distant ridgeline. The captain from the neighboring brigade once brought a mutt to Old Wu asking to breed it with Black Dragon. Old Wu flew into a rage on the spot, saying that mutt wasn't even fit to polish Black Dragon's shoes. Liang crouched on a rock, elbows resting on his knees. Black Dragon, is that precious? A thought turned in his mind. How could Wu Xingli with a dog this formidable be heartless enough to stew it for meat? Wasn't that like holding a golden bowl and begging for food? Zhao Taijun snorted a chuckle escaping his throat. That boy from Old Wu's family. His eyes are on the back of his feet. Even if you put a gold ingot in his hand, he'd think it was just a pebble from the riverbank. Some people are born to treat treasure. Liang couldn't suppress the smile curving his lips. This hunting dog head casually rescued from a pile of rubble turned out to be a valuable find. Your luck is uncanny. Zhao Taijun pointed at the two Liangshan dogs lying in the yard. Those two of mine are only second-rate. When it comes to tracking prey, their noses aren't half as sharp as your hounds. He paused, lowering his voice. Black Dragon is a top-tier hound. When mountain folk went into the woods to hunt, all those flashy tricks were nonsense. Only two things truly mattered: a gun in hand and a dog by your side. If you ran into a massive wild boar in the dense forest, a beast weighing 700 or 800 caddies like a boulder rolling down a cliff, it would charge at you, its shoulder slamming into your body, snapping your bones into pieces. Back then, even the most abundant experience could only get you stuck in a tree. But with a gun and a dog, the situation was entirely different. A gun could save your life. If your hand was steady and you aimed at its vital spot, you could shoot clean through or scare it off and still make it down the mountain alive. Even if you couldn't kill it, the dog could hold it off, buying you time to escape. That's why for the old hunters who spent years in the mountains, a good dog was more precious than anything else. A dog's nose is tens of thousands of times keener than a human's. They rely on that nose to track prey. Dogs are divided into two grades. The first is the low sniffer. This kind can only pick up scents left on the ground. Urine stains on tree roots, droppings in the bushes, fur rubbed off in rock crevices. The two Liangshan dogs raised by Zhao Taijun were of this sort. The other grade is the high sniffer. The high sniffer is formidable. This kind doesn't need to lower its head, just tilting it back and inhaling the mountain wind, it can detect the prey's location. The hunter follows it wandering through the mountains and is guaranteed to encounter game. A perfect find every time. High sniffers are exceedingly rare. If a village could boast 2 or 3, that was considered a stroke of immense luck. In Xuanshui village, counting the Mongolian greyhound that Liang had rescued, there were only 3 in total. Captain Qian of the commune had 1, and Zhou Lizhan from another brigade also had 1. Liang led Black Dragon back into Zhao Taijun's yard. Upon seeing Black Dragon, the two Liangshan dogs immediately lowered their heads, front legs braced, tails tucked under their bellies, a posture of submission. Black Dragon held its head high, circled Liang twice, ears standing straight up. Seeing this, the last shred of doubt in Liang's heart completely dissipated. Zhao Taijun hadn't lied. This time he had truly stumbled upon a treasure. The damp, cold air invaded his nostrils, and the mountain path of Wild Boar Ridge loomed faintly in the morning mist. Liang touched the gun at his waist. Just yesterday, he had fretted over that iron lump. After being reborn the first time he raised it, he couldn't even hit the edge of the wooden target 10 meters away, all his shots burying into the mud. Now it was different. At 5 in the morning, the world outside was still pitch black. He got up and opened the daily mystery box. The panel materialized, the favorability points instantly dropping from the 1088 accumulated yesterday to 88. Deducting 1,000 points, the mystery box opened. A warm current snaked into the crevices of his bones. With his eyes closed, he could count his own ribs. With them open, his fingertips had already memorized every pattern. Beneath his right shoulder blade, a hard lump of muscle memory had formed. Something pressed into a veteran hunter's bones over 20 years: how to adjust the sights according to the wind, how to pull the trigger in the split second before the prey turns its head. He absorbed all 3 enhancement points. His toes gripped the boot sole, sensing the lay of every blade of grass in the insole. His palms squeezed the tabletop, feeling the cracks in the brick wall as if they were extending through his hand. Yesterday, the image of Li Hu's burly frame still lingered before his eyes, and now, with the strength in his arm alone, he could press that man face first into the mud. Lying in bed that night, he tossed and turned, counting his back was much sturdier than a few days ago. But it wasn't enough. Any of those long-fanged, clawed beasts in the mountains could tear him to shreds. Fortunately, the intelligence had arrived. Today at 2:30 p.m., by the blueberry bushes halfway up Wild Boar Ridge, a yellow-furred beast with a wounded hind leg estimated at around 200 gene would come to nibble on the berries. Black Dragon. He called out towards the shed. A dark shadow shot out from the haystack, ears flat against its head, a low growl rumbling from its throat. The lynx crouched on the roof beam, licking its paw, its golden pupils narrowed into slits. 1 man, 1 dog, 1 cat stepped out through the dew. Lu's yard was at the village's end, a string of dried chilies hanging on the fence, the door coated with last night's frost. Hey Lu, are you ready? A clatter came from the yard, and the wooden door pushed open from inside. Lu, wearing a felt hat and bundled up in a sheepskin coat, like a ball, his leggings wrapped 3 times his leather boots, making a pattering sound on the ground. The gun barrel poked out from behind his shoulder, the sling leaving a mark across his chest. Brother Xiao Liang, this early in the morning the mountain mist hasn't even cleared yet. Lu exhaled a puff of white breath and rubbed his hands together. Liang said nothing, patting the gun on his back. Black Dragon circled Lu's boots twice, its nose twitching, tail wagging left then right. The lynx jumped down from Liang's shoulder, perched on a fence post, its ears swiveling towards Wild Boar Ridge. Lu swallowed hard and tightened his gun sling. The mountain path was still cloaked in the shadows of the night, dew soaking their trouser legs. Liang walked ahead, his steps not large, but each one planted firmly. When his right foot landed, the ball touched first, then the heel, just like the old hands who had lived in the mountains for decades. When he looked back at Lu, the gun in his hand was already loaded, his index finger resting outside the trigger guard, his knuckles. The mountain wind whipped snowflakes into his collar. Zhao Lu stamped his feet, clad in rubber shoes patched 3 times, and tucked his cotton pant legs tighter into his leggings. The locals called this kind of wrapping leg guards. On the slopes outside Shuangshui village, wild thorns and undergrowth grew so thick you couldn't see through them. A single step in would shred your pants to ribbons. Wrapping on these layers of thick cloth could both ward off the thorny branches and keep the cold wind out. My grandfather insisted I put them on, said. The snow in the back mountain is already up to the ankles. Zhao Lu grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth, his expression as if going into the mountains was no big deal. Liang reached out and patted a few items tucked into his belt. A rifle, its barrel polished to a shine. A hacking knife, the end of its handle curved into a hook. And a short-handled cleaver for chopping meat, its blade glinting coldly. Almost every hunter in Shuangshui village carried a hacking knife when going up the mountain. It looked much like a woodcutter's knife, but the handle was curled, useful for both hacking through weeds and vines, and for inserting a wooden pole to turn it into a spear in an instant. Generations of village experience had proven this tool to be truly effective in the mountains. Brother Xiao Liang, which mountain are we heading to today? Before Liang could answer, footsteps sounded outside Zhao Liu's yard gate. 2 elderly hunters were passing by the gate, rifles on their shoulders, a few empty iron traps hanging from the barrels, looking like they were just returning from a patrol. One with graying hair suddenly spat, damn bad luck. The prey was right there, and it got away. What happened? Last night, I set a few snares over on Wild Boar Ridge, hoping to get lucky and catch some rabbits or grouse. Guess what? I actually caught a young yellow fur. Young yellow fur. In the mountain villages of the northeast, this term referred to a wild boar that hadn't yet fully grown. Adult boars had thick black hide and could weigh 500 or 600 gene. The young ones had light brown or yellow-brown fur, some with dark stripes on their backs, and maxed out at around 200 gene. It got away. The other hunter frowned. Of course it did. The rope wasn't tied tight enough, and the beast just thrashed and broke free. Not only did I lose a snare, but I got a scolding from the captain when I got back. Liang stood still, ears perked up. Wild Boar Ridge, a young yellow fur with an injured leg. Wasn't this the very beast from the information he had gathered? The 2 hunters drew closer, and one recognized Liang and Zhao Lu standing at the yard gate. Recently, news had been spreading through the village. The production brigade captain had brought his own son to Liang's door to apologize and had personally asked Liang to join the hunting team. This was already a huge story in Shuangshui village. Liang, you 2 heading up the mountain? The aged hunter halted, his gaze sweeping over the bundle on Liang's back. Many in the village had been guessing which team Liang would ultimately choose. Since the brigade leader himself had come to invite him, surely it ought to be Captain Qian's team. The people of Shuangshui village never imagined that Liang would show Captain Qian no respect at all. This Qian Fugui was an indisputable authority in the village, overseeing the production team, the militia, and numerous small groups. Every trivial matter from daily necessities to petty squabbles revolved around him. But Liang had bluntly refused this honor. The villagers erupted in uproar. Which team had Liang that brat? Some guessed it was Zhou Laihan's militia brigade, others muttered he might have been taken in by some small squad. Neither was correct. Liang had formed his own team, of 2 people. A 2-man team. The title alone sounded pathetic. No other unit in Shuangshui village was more meager. Still, it was a team better than going solo. The villagers pursed their lips and waited to see whom Liang would recruit. News spread quickly. Old Master Zhao's 6th son, Zhao Lu, had joined Liang's team. Zhao Lu. That simple-minded Zhao Lu who grinned at everyone. Had Liang lost his mind? If he needed a partner, he should at least pick someone with nimble hands and feet. That boy Zhao Lu stammers when flustered, his mind clear one moment and muddled the next. Taking such a person into the mountains was just asking for trouble. No one had faith in the combination of Liang and Zhao Lu. When Zhou Laihan and Qian Fugui heard about it, they too shook their heads. Liuzi was old Master Zhao's grandson, and they had watched him grow up. A high fever that year had damaged his mind. He wasn't a bad person, just a few screws loose, a notch below normal folks, always laughing, foolishly carefree and simple. And Liang had chosen him. The entire village was baffled. In short, no one believed this team could accomplish anything, let alone succeed. If you could bag even a rabbit with that deadweight Zhao Lu in tow, you'd be counting your blessings. The village was small, and word of this reached all the hunters. 2 hunters carrying rifles saw Liang and Zhao Lu emerging from the village entrance and knew they were heading into the mountains. Liang said nothing. Over the past few days he had caught wind of the gossip floating around. He knew that not a single soul had faith in him and Liuzi. But he didn't care. Life was his to live, tongues were on others' faces. Let them talk. When the time came, results would speak for themselves. Liang, if you ask me, you're wasting your time. Better head back home, one hunter said with a grin. You've only been handling a gun for a few days, right? Can you even hit a target 5 meters away? Another hunter glanced at the tiger head rifle on Liang's back and clicked his tongue. Such a fine piece wasted on you. Woof, woof, woof. Heilong suddenly erupted in furious barks, its front paws scraping the ground, fur bristling as it bared its teeth at the 2 men. This Mongolian sighthound was highly perceptive and could tell they meant no good. The hunter's words died in his throat as his peripheral vision caught the dog Liang was holding. The smile on his face instantly froze. Old wuss hunting dog. His voice changed pitch abruptly. The iron chain scraped against the ground with a harsh sound as Liang's fingers loosened the metal clasp. Let Heilong handle it. The black shadow shook the fur on its neck muscles, coiling a low rumble rolling from its throat. Several screams tore through the tranquility of the forest. The 2 men in patched cotton-padded jackets hadn't yet wiped the sneers from their faces when they saw the massive creature charging at them. Their ankles slipped on the frozen ground as they tried to turn and run, but their knees were as weak as boiled noodles. Heilong's claws tore through the cotton wadding, sending white fluff flying like snowflakes drifting onto the withered grass. They'll have my grandpa deal with those 2 later, Liuzi said, his voice laced with gritted teeth. No need for Uncle Zhao, Liang replied. His gaze fell on the distant fleeing backs of the 2 men. Heilong alone is enough. The cold wind from the forest crept into their collars. The echoes of those sarcastic taunts still rang in his ears. It seemed no one in the village believed he and Liuzi could accomplish anything. He twitched the corner of his mouth and crushed a dry twig under his boot. If they don't have faith, then we'll make them turn their He let out a whistle, and the large black dog emerged from the thicket, a scrap of cotton cloth still hanging from its tongue. Liang patted its head and turned to look at his companion. Liuzi head toward Wild Boar Ridge. Huh. Liuzi's pupils dilated. Brother Liang, are we really going there? Didn't you hear what those 2 said? A wild boar broke its snare. Liang adjusted the rifle strap on his shoulder. It's wounded and can't run far. Just the 2 of us going after a wild boar. Liuzi's voice rose half a pitch, his eyes darting in their sockets as his Adam's apple bobbed. Even with his slow wits, he knew what wild boar meant. It was a mountain boar that could weigh over 200 jin. When its tusks were bared, it could rip through both a man and a tree. Just the 2 of them with 2 dogs and 1 rifle. The gun's in your hand, the hound's at your feet. What are you shrinking from? Liang's gaze rested on Liuzi's face for a second, his eyelids unblinking. Liuzi bit his lower lip, hesitated for a moment, then suddenly turned and ran toward the courtyard wall. He'll go tell Grandpa to bring out the 2 Liangshan dogs too. The sound of footsteps vanished into the gateway, then returned moments later accompanied by the clatter of metal chains. He dragged 2 gray-white dogs out of the yard, their size not much smaller than Heilong's. But the moment they saw the large black dog crouching by the roadside, their ears instantly drooped, their tails tucked between their legs, and even their breathing became cautious. Let's go to Wild Boar Ridge. Wild Boar Ridge lay northeast of Shuangshui village. Starting from the village, one had to traverse 10 kilometers of mountain paths, then another 20 kilometers north to reach the Xing'an Mountains. The 10-kilometer gravel road would take 2 hours on foot. Liuzi's boots crunched on the stones, his steps hurried, and his words grew more numerous. Brother Liang, do you really think we can take down that boar? A beast weighing over 200 jin could yield over 100 jin of wild boar meat was enough to earn face in Shuangshui village. It would make his grandfather proud. This season, every household in the village had only wild vegetable soup in their pots with dried bark ground into powder and mixed with a bit of cornmeal for a meal. If they could haul a wild boar back, it would be more festive than the new year. It should be doable, Liang said, pushing aside the withered branches in his way. That boar's still dragging a snare, it won't be fast. The 2 walked on for a while. When they were still a li away from the berry grove, Heilong suddenly stopped. Its black nose twitched in the air a few times, the muscles in its neck tensed, and a series of short, rapid barks rolled from its throat. Then it plunged headlong into the roadside bushes. Go! Heilong's on the scent. Liang's fingers tightened around the handle of his knife. There was only one reason a hunting dog barked like that. It had caught the scent of a wild boar. The branches of the shrubs scraped against their faces, leaving faint stings. The 2 followed Heilong, squeezing through the tangled thicket. A li. 500 meters. The scent grew stronger, carrying the peculiar rankness of a wild boar. Heilong's bark changed, shifting into a low whine, the signal that the prey was close at hand. When the mud mixed with snow pellets splashed onto Liuzi's face, he heard his own heartbeat pounding like a war drum. The wild boar ahead had an iron trap clamped around its hind leg, dragging a dark red trail across the snow with every limping step. About 100 meters. Liang lowered his voice, fingers rubbing along the gun barrel. In the berry thicket, a beast caked in mud was burying its snout, rooting through the snow. Its bristles were coarse and stiff, gleaming with a rusty brownish yellow under the gray sky. The trap on its hind leg clanked as it moved, the sound of iron scraping bone drifting on the wind. Lu Zi swallowed hard, his throat feeling as if stuffed with cottons. It's a yellow bristle. The boar weighed at least. Every time it rooted into the ground, the bulging muscles on its neck quivered. Its tusks jutted out from the sides of its mouth, caked with grass roots and mud. It limped on its left hind leg, but its movements tearing at the berry roots were still fierce, sending clumps of snow flying. Liang didn't reply. Instead, he pulled something from his pocket. The copper casing was bitingly cold. He bit off the bullet tip, the gunpowder's scent stinging his nostrils. His reloading was swift, lifting the hand, pushing the chamber, locking it shut, the rifle emitting a dull grinding click. Brother Liang, wait until it's closer. Lu Zi's voice trembled. My grandpa said 30 meters. Shut up. Liang pressed the stock into his shoulder and peered through the sight at the boar. The beast seemed to sense something. It stopped chewing, its ears swiveling like two mud-caked fans. White mist snorted from its nostrils, dissipating into the air. It glanced in Liang's direction, then lowered its head and plunged its snout back into the snow. It hadn't sensed the danger. Lu Zi tightened his grip on his stick, his nails digging into the bark. His grandpa had told him that a young yellow bristle's hide was tougher than old tree bark. Bullets hitting it were like striking stone. Unless 7 or 8 rifles fired together, there was no hope of bringing it down. Just then a bark erupted from the bushes on the left. A Liang Shan hound burst from a snowdrift, its fur bristling, bearing it. A second dog immediately joined in, its howls echoing through the valley, startling sparrows from the branches. The boar jerked its head up, a half-chewed grass root still dangling from its mouth. It stared at the dogs, its nostrils flaring violently, then abruptly turned, kicking up great clods of snow and mud as it charged toward the ridge. It's running. Lu Zi shouted. Liang's breath caught. His finger rested on the trigger, the sight tracking the boar's neck. Beneath the mud-caked fur, a vein pulsed. He caught the scent of rust and gunpowder mingling along with the rank, bloody smell of the beast carried on the wind. The gunshot rang out. The instant the trigger was squeezed, the clash of metal shattered the air. The bullet traced a scorching trajectory, hurtling straight toward the dark shadow rooting for berries. That beast weighed at least 200 Gene, its hide coarse, its tusks protruding. Did it really hit? Lu Zi's lips parted slightly, the scene still reflected in his pupils. Firing from over 100 meters away. Just looking at that distance made one's heart tighten. If he could actually bring down that giant. He swallowed hard, not daring to think further. Hit. Liang's gaze didn't waver. His eyes were sharp. He watched the bullet slice into the boar's neck, blood instantly bursting forth, staining the surrounding grass blades red. But a wild boar was tenacious. Even with a fatal wound, it could still drag itself along for a while. The yellow bristle struck, let out a heart-wrenching screech, its massive body spinning and charging up the ridge. Shrubs along the way snapped and cracked under its weight, leaving a trail of wreckage. Heilung chase. Liang released his grip, and the iron chain fell to the ground. Freed from its collar, the black-furred hound let out a series of low barks, its tail wagging furiously, and pounced excitedly toward the wounded, fleeing yellow bristle. You two go too. Lu Zi released his own chains. The two Liangshan hounds followed close behind Heilung, their forelegs pumping, gaining speed as they locked onto the boar's trail. That thing took a bullet, and its hind leg is failing. It won't last long. Let's go. Liang's voice was very low. Noticing Lu Zi's face flushed red, looking as if he wanted to charge, and immediately Liang reached out and smacked him on the head. Don't be a fool. That's a 200 boar. If it rams you, your bones will shatter. Use your head. Don't just rush in blindly. If something happens to you, how am I supposed to explain to your grandpa? Later, if that beast goes crazy and charges at you, find a thick tree and climb it. Its tusks are sharp and vicious. Getting hit isn't a joke. The boar, now wounded, was crashing around the mountain in agony. Lu Zi, young and hot-blooded, would lose all caution in the heat of the moment. Liang's greatest fear was that he would suddenly rush in and get rammed heat-in by the beast. Once a boar flew into a rage, even an Amur leopard would give it a wide berth. The impact force of 200 Gene. Was that a joke? Hunting was hunting, but you couldn't bet your life on it. Liang's words hit Lu Zi like a bucket of cold water. Lu Zi shrank his neck, his voice muffled. Brother Xiaolang, I remember. Good. Let Heilung and the other two tire it out first. We'll move in when the time's right. Let's go. Liang waved at Lu Zi, and the two began to follow the 3 hounds. On the high ridge, the yellow bristle, with the bullet wound in its neck, was still thrashing wildly. The bloody hole in its wound wouldn't stop bleeding. Thick, dark red fluid oozed out in waves, trickling down its fur. The great boar let out intermittent whimpers, as if something was churning in its chest. Liang and Lu Zi quickly climbed the ridge. The 3 dogs had already surrounded the beast. The boar had been limping on its left hind leg, and now, with the bullet wound, blood seeped through its fur, making its run uneven. Heilung and the 2 hounds had little trouble biting the tip of its tail. The dog's barks exploded like 3 stones thrown into a muddy pool. The black dog, the yellow dog, and the spotted dog encircled the bristling beast, fangs bared against fangs neither side, making the first move. Liang pulled Lu Zi, who had charged halfway forward, back and snatched the knife from his hand. Don't go up. Just watch from here. His voice was very low, but his eyes were bright. Lu Zi gulped, his eyes glued to the mass of yellow bristle. Over 200 Gene. How much meat would that be? He licked his cracked lips, his heels rooted to the spot. Lu Zi only listened to 2 people in his life. One was Zhao Tiejuan, who had raised him, and the other was Liang. The kid had a wild streak in him, but once he set his mind on someone, he never looked back. The boar's breathing grew faster and faster, a rasping sound like a broken bellows. It spun in place, its tusks pointed outward, snarling at each of the 3 dogs in turn. Heilung didn't rush in. Its ears were pricked, its tail held level as it circled half a turn around the boar. The other 2 Liangshan hounds followed its lead, their steps light and steady, their paws barely making a sound on the fallen leaves. The dog's barks and the boar's low growls mingled, shaking the pine needles on the ridge. Liang squinted as he watched Heilung direct the pack. The black dog let out a low growl, and the 2 Liangshan hounds immediately lunged forward. One bit the wounded leg, the other clamped onto the thick hide of its rump. The boar squealed in pain, thrashing its head wildly, trying to gore with its tusks, but the 2 dogs had already let go and leaped away, refusing to engage directly. This pup is a seasoned hunter, Liang muttered to himself, the corner of his mouth twitching upward. He could see that Heilung was wearing the boar down, letting it bleed until it grew weak. A thought flashed through his mind. If he took this dog deep into the Changbai Mountains and encountered a leopard or even a black bear, they might just manage to outmaneuver the beasts. Heilung moved. Like a horse charging into battle, it seized the moment when the wild boar was distracted by the 2 Liangshan dogs lunging forward with its teeth precisely sinking into the gaping wound on the boar's left hind leg. The wild boar screeched and twisted its head, but Heilung had already retreated 3 steps away, a small strip of bloody flesh dangling from its mouth. Liang clenched his fist. This beast knew exactly where to strike for maximum damage. The wild boar, caked in mud, had a hide like a hardened shell, but there were places it couldn't protect. The flesh on both hind legs connecting to the rump lay completely exposed to the hound's fangs. The first bite drew a piercing scream from the boar. Before long, that area was torn open, blood and shredded flesh mingling in a viscous, dripping mess. The beast, utterly panicked, charged forward, madly desperate to break through the circle of hounds. But no matter how it thrashed, led by Heilung, the other 2 dogs kept it pinned in place. When it whirled around to attack, the 3 hounds instantly sidestepped out of reach. When it fled recklessly up the slope, the dogs pursued, sinking their teeth into its hind legs and rump in a relentless assault. 3 dogs and 1 boar, they seesawed back and forth across the rugged terrain. Liang and Liuzi, hidden behind the bushes, watched with wide, unblinking eyes. These beasts were far too cunning, always choosing the perfect moment to strike, draining the wild boar's strength. Heilung was even more seasoned than the other 2. It targeted the most vulnerable spot, the softest area beneath the boar's belly. The moment its fangs sank in, those 2 bulges burst open and blood gushed out like a spring. The yellow-haired beast howled in agony, its cries echoing across Wild Boar Ridge and rattling the air. It panted heavily, its bloodshot eyes fixed on Heilung, saliva and blood dripping from its tusks. Its entire body was covered in bite wounds from the dogs, and a large chunk of flesh had been torn from its rump, exposing the dark muscle beneath. Once more it charged at the hounds, mustering its last ounce of strength. Heilung barked once, leading its 2 companions to dodge aside. The wild boar lunged into empty air, its heavy body unable to hold up any longer. Its hind legs gave way and it crumpled sideways to the ground, struggling to rise only to collapse again. Now's the time. Liang grabbed the dagger. Liuzi pulled a whittled wooden stick from his pocket, its tip carved into a wedge shape. He wedged the stick into the notch on the dagger's handle and tapped it twice on the ground. The dagger instantly transformed into a spear. Let's go. Liang gripped the spear and leaped out from the bushes. The yellow-haired beast was completely immobilized. The villagers of Shuangshui called this state Dinghua, meaning the prey had been exhausted of all energy by the hounds collapsing in place without even the strength to resist. Liu's fingers tightened around the wooden handle, the grain pressing painfully into his palm. He lowered his steps, treading on the snow as he followed behind. The hound, so dark it nearly melted into the night, immediately tucked its tail and retreated to the side upon hearing its master's footsteps, yielding the blood-stained patch of snow. The tawny heap in the den was still breathing. Its 200 weight pressed down on the frozen ground, each exhale puffing white mist from its snout. It tried to stand, but the wounds on its hind legs were too deep, the fluid seeping from the torn flesh staining the snow a dark hue. Its hooves scraped against the icy crust, leaving only shallow scratches. A sound squeezed from its throat, not a roar, but more like a plea. Liang stared at those bloodshot eyes for a few seconds, and half the weight that had been pressing on his heart finally lifted. Xiao Lu chambered around and aimed the barrel at it. He paused, then added, "Stay back." Even a 200 wild boar with broken legs could drag a man down with it in its dying moments. The old hunters of Shuangshui village had learned this lesson the hard way, thinking the beast was down, moving in to retrieve the blade only to have their throats torn out by a final bite. Some didn't even have time to cry out. Xiao Lu pushed the iron pipe to his shoulder, pressed his eye to the sight, and aimed the dark muzzle at the trembling mass of yellow fur. "Jingui, don't waste it." Liang raised his hand and pushed down the barrel. The gun wasn't loaded with a single slug, but with a handful of buckshot. Fired at close range, it would shred the meat into a sieve, making the hide and flesh spoil quickly and impossible to preserve. "Heilung, take them in." The words had barely left his mouth when the dog shot forward like a released bowstring. The 2 yellow dogs followed close behind, their 6 legs kicking up snow that hadn't even settled before their fangs sank. The one on the left bit down on an ear, while the one on the right clamped onto the base of the tail. Another dog seized the other ear, yanking the entire head backward. The wild boar's screams pierced the eardrums, its front hooves thrashing wildly on the ground, flinging up clumps of snow. Then the third dog bit into the most vulnerable spot of all. The cry changed pitch. Liang frowned. Your dog sure knows how to hit below the belt. Liuzi grinned, scratching the back of his head. My grandpa taught me that. He said the softest part of a beast is right there. Once you bite it, it loses all its strength to fight back. Liang opened his mouth, but found no words. The old man, usually so proper and full of rules, who would have thought his method of training dogs was this ruthless. But on second thought, it wasn't without reason. When that old man crossed the river with his gun, the ones standing opposite him were no saints either. He had dozens of lives on his hands, and some tricks might not be respectable, but they worked. He brought those survival tactics to the mountains, and against a different opponent, they were just as effective. Step to the side. Liang aimed the spear point at the wild boar's neck, where the flesh pulsed with each breath. If it can still move, you pull the trigger. The blade sliced across the boar's throat, and blood sprayed out. Liang didn't have a specialized knife for butchering pigs, but the weapon head, turned from a dagger into a spear, could still take a life. The yellow-haired beast weighed a good 200 jin or more, its breath rasping like a bellows, shrieks tearing from its throat as its forelegs kicked wildly at the ground, sending mud flying in all directions. When it saw Liang approaching with the cold, gleaming spike, it struggled even more fiercely, its hind legs thrashing as if about to snap. It knew it wouldn't survive this afternoon. Liang didn't give it any more time to fear. He swung his arm, aiming the spear point at the boar's heart, his bones and muscles tensing as power surged from his core through his shoulders and into his wrist. Then he thrust downward with all his might. The scream exploded. The entire wild boar ridge trembled, the sound rolling down the slope, echoing off the rocks before slowly fading away. As the spear was pulled out, the wound tore open further, and a torrent of pig blood gushed forth with fierce urgency, staining half the slope crimson. The howling grew weaker, fading into labored gasps, then the gasping softened, until finally there was silence. The 200 yellow-haired beast was utterly dead. Huff! Liang wiped the sweat trickling down his forehead. Truth be told, the tension inside him still hadn't fully. This was his first time doing such work, facing a beast that huge, whose hands wouldn't tremble a little. Fortunately, the job was done cleanly without any mishaps. This successful hunt was 3 parts luck and 7 parts careful planning. The big boar had already been nursing a wound on its hind leg, and the iron trap was still clamped onto its flesh. Dragging that burden, it couldn't run far, giving Liang the chance to track it calmly. And then there was that dog named Heilong. In the village, no other hound could match it when it came to hunting. This beast, seasoned by experience, knew precisely how to wear down the wild boar's strength and drag its pace, exhausting the frenzied creature until it lost its temper. Otherwise, Liang's spear thrust could never have landed so accurately and ruthlessly. There was another thing he knew all too well. The marksmanship head drawn from that blind box was his true trump card. Am I dreaming? Lu's voice trembled, his whole body as if scorched by fire, flailing his arms and legs, eyes brimming with light. We really got a wild boar. Liang shot him a glance. Why don't you slap yourself and see? Slap. Luzi actually raised his hand and smacked his own face with no lack of force, the sound crisp and sharp. It hurts. It's not a dream, it's really not a dream. Lu's voice grew louder. We actually took down a bit. Liang didn't respond. This kid really had a screw loose. Keep your voice down, Liang said in a low tone. This is Wild Boar Ridge. There are tigers, leopards, and even black bears in these mountains. These beasts will catch the scent of blood and come sniffing around before long. We need to carve up the meat quickly, or else they'll trace the smell right to us. Then it won't be us eating pork, but them eating us. He pulled the stick out from the hunting knife, grabbed the hand axe with his other hand, and prepared to start dismembering the meat. Just then Black Dragon pricked up its ears and suddenly turned its head toward a certain direction. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. A low growl echoed through the air and the ground trembled faintly. Black Dragon jerked its head and with all 4 limbs driving dashed toward the ridge in the northeast. Luzi, still chewing a piece of meat, mumbled, Brother Liang, what did that black fella spot? Liang's knife halted midair, grease dripping down the blade. He tossed the meat chunk back onto the pile of leaves, stood up, and followed Black Dragon's running trail with his eyes. On the slope over 50 meters away stood an animal. Its neck was slender, ears perked up, its light brown fur ruffling slightly in the mountain breeze. On its head sat 3 short forked antlers, and it tilted its head, round eyes staring unblinkingly in their direction. There was a certain dazedness to its demeanor. Liang licked his cracked lips. Had seen this creature no fewer than 10 times on Wild Boar Ridge, often darting through the underbrush in small groups. A silly roe deer. Hunters called this beast meat on the hoof. Once spotted, there was no escape, for it had no He suddenly remembered that today's lucky charm hadn't been used yet. So this fool is the 10 minutes I've got this morning, he muttered under his breath, the corner of his mouth twitching upward involuntarily. The name silly roe deer wasn't for nothing. Shot, and it wouldn't run, hearing a noise, and it wouldn't hide. Instead, it would come closer to gawk at the commotion. Hunters loved these creatures most. No marksmanship needed. Just wait for it to wander up close, then squeeze the trigger. A full-grown silly roe deer could weigh 60 jin, enough to feed a family of 5 for half a month. Luzi spotted it too, nearly spitting out the meat in his mouth. Brother, that's silly, shut up. Li Liang smacked him on the back of the head. Any louder, and you'll scare that beast right back into the ravine. He had just finished butchering the yellow-haired boar, his body covered in blood, standing upwind. Mountain beasts were more sensitive to the smell of blood than anything else. A mere whiff would send them running with their tails tucked. That silly roe deer still stood their head tilted, wearing a curious expression. Li Liang stared at the meat, his eyes gleaming. At least 50 or 60 jin, worth carrying back. He hesitated, no longer reaching for his gun, only to realize the magazine wasn't full yet. Fearing the beast might bolt, he snatched the gun from Lu Zi's hands. Lu Zi's gun was already loaded, the safety off. The muzzle aimed at the silly roe deer's neck. The creature still tilted its head, staring at the dark barrel, motionless. The trigger was pulled. The gunshot exploded through the valley, startling a flock of birds into the sky. The silly roe deer's body jerked backward, its forelegs kicking twice before it collapsed behind a bush still. Lu Zi's mouth hung open, his eyes nearly popping out. Brother Liang, that shot. That must have been over 100 meters. And it was hiding behind a thicket. Li Liang tossed the gun back to him and strode up the slope. The soles of his boots crushed dry pine needles, producing a fine crisp crunch. The smell of blood hit his face on the wind. As the gunshot faded, Lu Zi was still in shock. A gentle squeeze of the trigger, and that 200 yellow-haired boar had crumpled to the ground, barely struggling. In the distance, another silly roe deer also toppled over. He stared at Li Liang's profile, the last shred of doubt in his chest utterly shattered. This accuracy surpassed even his grandfather Zhao Taijun's skill. Zhao Taijun had hunted all his life, but even at 100 meters, he wouldn't dare guarantee a single shot, let alone taking down two prey at once. What's more, Li Liang had only come into the mountains with him for the first time, yet had already felled a huge wild boar. The meat alone, once butchered, weighed at least 200 jin. With such prowess, Lu Zi couldn't even stand straight in front of Li Liang. Don't dawdle. Go drag that roe deer over here. Li Liang shoved the gun back into Lu Zi's arms, his gaze pressing down on him. Lu Zi took off at a sprint, his feet barely touching the ground. When he came back, carrying the roe deer, the meat swaying on his shoulder, Li Liang glanced at it. 60 jin. Brother Liang, your eye is too uncanny. Can you even guess the exact weight? Lu Zi dropped the roe deer to the ground, his mouth still agape. Li Liang casually replied, just a guess, and said no more. Do this work long enough, and your eyes naturally sharpen. One look at the build, and you can estimate the weight within a whisker. Black Dragon, take two, brothers, and spread out. Blood was still seeping from the wild boar. The wind carried the scent from the slope into the woods, and that stench would drift with the breeze, luring the mountain's predators before long. Li Liang gestured to the 3 Liangshan dogs. Black Dragon immediately barked twice, leading the other 2 dogs to scatter in 3 directions, crouching at the forest's edge with ears pricked straight. Lu Zi, don't just stand there gawking. Start carving up the meat. Li Liang's voice dropped heavy as a stone. Wild Boar Ridge was teeming with beasts. Every extra minute meant more danger. That 200 yellow-haired boar needed to be dismembered quickly and carried away. As for the silly roe deer, there was no need to touch it. 60 jin of meat was perfect for trading with Zhang Weiman for supplies. But, Brother Liang, we didn't bring a hand axe. How are we supposed to carve it up? Lu Zi scratched the back of his head. Before coming up the mountain, had thought they'd only bag a few wild rabbits or pheasants. Never imagined they'd run into a wild boar. His grandfather had also said Li Liang was handling a gun for the first time with no experience. And what happened? A 200 wild boar taken down by him. I brought it. Li Liang had already gotten word about the wild boar, and with his marksmanship, now second nature, every step he took with Lu Zi up the mountain was carefully calculated. He pulled the hand axe from his backpack and handed it over. According to Shuangshui village's custom, when a big kill was made, the prey was butchered on the spot in the mountains, cut into small pieces for easier carrying. Unlike the village way of scalding and scraping the hide. You've got the strength. You do it. Li Liang pressed the hand axe into Lu Zi's palm. Lu Zi had become his team member, henceforth one of his own. Since he was family, now he deserved some chances to hone his skills so that when big occasions arose, everyone could stand on them. The youth had grown up making a living in the mountains with his grandfather handling countless wild hares and pheasants, but this 200 wild boar before him was his first time. Yet with a physique forged from years of climbing and running, he carved the meat as cleanly as splitting firewood. He gripped the hand axe, took a deep breath, and swung it fiercely at the wild boar's forelegs. The sound of snapping bones rang out in succession, and soon the 4 hocks were separated from the body. He caught his breath, and after some effort managed to completely sever the wild boar's head. Black Dragon, this is your share. Liang casually tossed the massive head, which arced through the air and landed on the ground. The large black dog approached and sniffed it. Preparing a wild boar's head was time-consuming and laborious, making it a perfect reward for this fierce beast. In the previous skirmish, Black Dragon had bitten the most fiercely, so it deserved some replenishment. The 2 mutts from Liu's household cowered nearby, their eyes fixed on the meat, drool dripping from their jowls. Yet intimidated by Black Dragon's aura, they dared not approach. One at a time, there's enough for everyone. As Liang spoke, he slit the wild boar's belly with his sharp knife. With a swoosh, the entrails, still steaming, tumbled out. A pungent stench immediately filled the air. He frowned and tossed all the organs to the 2 mutts. Without the head and innards, the yellow-haired boar still yielded 160 jin of pure meat. The two men worked with their tools, the clanging sounds echoing as they divided the meat into several large pieces, each receiving 80 jin. As Liang was about to process the silly roe deer, Liuzi repeatedly waved his hand. Bro, that's really enough. You killed both this yellow-haired one and the roe deer. I just followed behind running errands. How could I be so shameless as to take so much? He rubbed his rough palms, insisting on taking only the 2 hawks. I can't take advantage of you for nothing. Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. On this trip up the mountain, he truly hadn't exerted much effort. All the prey was taken down by Liang's shooting alone. Taking so much meat without contributing anything made his face burn with shame. Liang would hear none of it, pushing half the meat directly toward him. I'm your brother. How could I let you suffer a loss? Follow me, and there will be plenty more days of eating meat ahead. Be obedient. Only then did Liuzi stop refusing and accept the 80 jin of pork. A grin nearly split his face to his ears. If his grandfather found out, he would surely boast about it to everyone he met. The two men bundled the meat securely with wooden poles and wild vines, making 3 sleds. 2 carried the wild boar meat, each pulled by a man, while the remaining 1 held the 60 jin roe deer, with the 3 dogs pulling it from the front. Time to head back. 2 men, 3 dogs dragged their heavy bounty down the mountain. The wooden sleds carved 2 deep grooves in the snow, stretching all the way to the village entrance. When the villagers saw them from afar, they were first stunned, then erupted into an uproar. The sleds were piled high with wild boar meat, a quantity enough to stir up the entire village for quite a while. Liuzi had a hemp rope slung over his shoulder, the sled scraping against the snow with a rustling sound. Liang leaned in and lowered his voice. That yellow-haired beast we ran into today, we've got to keep it buried in our guts. Liuzi stopped and turned his head. Little Liang, why keep it a secret? You blockhead, did you see Li Wu and Saturday before we went up the mountain? Liang's voice carried a gritted teeth intensity. Those 2 were mixed in with Zhou Lisan's team. That iron trap on the pig leg in the snow was set by Li Wu. The yellow-haired one stepped on the trap, dragged it away, and ran, allowing Liang to snatch the prize. If Li Wu ever figured it out, he'd surely come and make a scene. If a ruckus starts, the whole village will know. Liuzi grinned. So what? Just cut off a leg and give it to Li Wu. This pile of meat is heavy enough, losing 1 leg won't matter. Liang slapped him on the back of the head. How can you be so reckless? Didn't you hear all those insinuating remarks Li Wu was making when he stood in your yard just now? Why should we give him anything? You Liuzi, listen up. In this world, meat can't be hidden, and rotten people will swarm like flies. Liang poked Liuzi in the chest. If that bastard Li Wu finds out we've got so much, he'll definitely stir up the whole village to demand a share. If you give a jin here and 2 jin there, how much will you and Grandpa Zhao have left to eat? Liuzi opened his mouth, then raised a hand to scratch the back of his head. Shuangshui village bore the sign of the People's Commune, eating from the communal pot and earning work points by hunting in the mountains. Everyone wore smiles on their faces, but in private, who didn't have 100 twisted schemes in their bellies? Now with the famine raging, even tree roots had been gnawed bare. Every household held empty bowls staring at wild greens. And you, this fool, want to give away meat? Liang licked his cracked lips. Liuzi, remember this for life. Don't play the saint in chaotic times. Saints end up with guns to their heads. If you want to give away meat, only give it to those who will remember your kindness and gratitude. Otherwise, take it to the market and sell it. Got it. Liuzi nodded twice, but his gaze was still distant. Liang sighed. This younger brother had never had a care in the world. When he grinned, nothing ever stuck in his mind. But in this mountain village, only those with hard fists and ruthless hearts could survive. He had seen it all in his past life. This time around, neither he nor the people around him would suffer any losses again. Besides, once Liuzi got home, old man Zhao would knock some sense into him. That old man was prudent and knew how to handle over 80 jin of wild boar meat. The 2 men dragged their sleds down the slope and came to a fork in the road. The left path led through the village, while the right was a small trail that bypassed it, cutting directly to the back of Liu's house. Liang jerked his chin to the right. Take that one. This catch is too conspicuous. If someone spots it, we'll be in trouble. Liuzi lowered his head and answered. Okay, little Liang, I'll remember everything you said. Having suffered too many losses in his past life, Liang kept a clear ledger in his heart. Besides his own family, only Liuzi and a few others had lent him a hand during his hardest times. The dried rations and spare change they had sent his way, Liang had swallowed them bite by bite, and had thus welded that bond of gratitude deep into his bones. Having been reborn, he naturally intended to pull Liuzi and the others up with him. This trip into the mountains hadn't been unlucky. The game they hauled back weighed at least over 200 jin. But the people in Shuangshui village had minds slicker than the fish in the Songhua River. Having spent half their lives rolling around the mountains, their eyes were sharp as needles. With just one glance at the prey's fur color and estimate of its weight, and a bit of inquiry about the hunting location, they could figure out in the time it takes to smoke 2 cigarettes that this yellow-haired one was the very beast they had trapped and failed to catch. Then those people would raise a ruckus, report it to the team, and lead half the village to block the door demanding meat. If Liang gave in, he would have worked for nothing. If he refused, given those loafers' nature, they would surely incite the villagers to curse him for being heartless and trample his reputation into the mud. People driven mad by hunger would do anything. Wu Shengli had even dared to drag away his loyal hunting dog of over a decade, skin it, and boil it for meat. who knew how many more of his ilk were lurking in Xuanshui village. Liang wasn't afraid of Li Wu and his gang of thugs, but if he could avoid a mess he would. Who wanted to listen to flies buzzing in their ears every day? He furrowed his brow, a thought surfacing in his mind. I need to go find Uncle Wayman, can't delay any longer. Carrying so much meat down the mountain, even if they stuck to secluded paths, they were bound to be seen sooner or later. Xuanshui village was no bigger than the palm of a hand. A couple of days ago the news that he had snared 2 grouse had spread through the entire village. And now with a 200 yellow-haired boar and a 60 roe deer in hand, how could it be kept secret? Liang made up his mind to find Zhang Weiman. He would sell him the whole roe deer and cut out half the wild boar meat. About 40 jin, enough to fill the bellies of a family of 4 for a while. He turned and instructed Liuzi, if you and Grandpa Zhao can't finish all this meat, go find Uncle Zhang's nephew and mention my name. He'll give you a fair price. Zhang Weiman worked in procurement at the county's August 1st steel rolling mill, which had several hundred workers. The ingredients for a single meal there would feed an ordinary family for half a month. With so many mouths to feed, a few hundred jin of wild boar meat would vanish without a trace. Liuzi nodded again. Little Liang, I've got it. He'll tell Grandpa when I get back. Seeing that he had taken it to heart, Liang breathed a half sigh of relief. In these times it wasn't thieves one feared, but the covetous gaze that followed. Many a hunter had met his end because of his own possessions, even losing his life in the process. Xuanshui village was dozens of li from the town, nestled against the Changbai Mountains and Haixizi Mountain. If one encountered a petty person with a heart as narrow as a needle's eye, being targeted by them meant death, without even understanding how. Liuzi was honest and simple. Without Grandpa Zhao keeping an eye on him, he might easily fall into someone's trap. Nearly 100 jin of meat piled up there was enough to drive a man with wicked intentions to risk his life for it. On the gentle slope behind Zhao Taijin's house, He Hanyun straightened up a half basket of wild greens on her arm, and her gaze collided with 2 figures dragging something up the slope. Each dragged a sled behind them, and 3 black-backed hunting dogs panting heavily pulled a third. She recognized the tall, thin one in front as Zhao's 6th son. Oh my, isn't this old Zhao's 6th boy? He Hanyun's voice was loud, carrying across 20 paces. Then she spotted the face behind him. Oh, Liang is here too. Her mind was already made up, thinking that in the dead of winter every household was short on firewood for the Kong. The Zhao family's old house was dilapidated, perhaps the stove was empty, and Liang had taken Liuzi into the mountains to gather kindling. She never even considered the possibility of game. The burlap sack soaked through with melted snow oozed a dark stain from its side. He Hanyun squinted. Her presbyopia made everything look hazy. She leaned in closer, her nose nearly touching it, and finally saw clearly. The black was laced with dark red, wet as if freshly stripped from some living creature. This isn't firewood, it's meat. Her voice shattered the valley's tranquility. 3 sleds, each piled high, peeling back the surface frost, and snow revealed chunks of meat dark in color underneath. He Hanyun had never in her life seen so much meat piled together. It had to be at least 200 jin, enough for the whole village to have a prosperous new year. Brother Liang. Liu's voice trembled violently. He saw He Hanyun's eyes fixed on the sled like leeches. She saw it. What do we do now? He Hanyun was the village's notorious loudspeaker. With that mouth of hers, she could broadcast every toss and turn you made last night to the entire village. Let her see this sled of meat, and within the time it takes an incense stick to burn, even the dogs in the neighboring village would hear the news. What's there to fear? Liang's voice was as cold as ice shards in the 12th lunar month. This meat was hunted by us from the mountain, not stolen. He had anticipated this day. He had originally wanted to keep a low profile and avoid trouble. But since it could no longer be hidden, then it wouldn't be. Meet a soldier with a weapon, meet a flood with an earth barrier. When she comes over, don't say a word. Let her do the asking. Liang lowered his voice. This old woman has a thick face and more tricks than a wild boar has bristles. If she asks for meat, tell her to go hunt it herself up the mountain. He Hanyun was already trotting over through the snow, which crunched loudly under her feet. Her eyes were startlingly bright, like a wolf starved for 3 days, spotting its prey. Greed seeped from every pore. Oh my, Liang, did you hunt all this? Her fingers were already reaching for the nearest piece of meat. The bristles on it, frozen stiff like steel needles, made her pull her hand back, but her eyes grew even brighter. Is this wild boar? Her voice changed pitch. Wild boar? What did those 2 words mean in Xuanshui village? First the tiger, second the bear, third the wild boar. Anyone who grew up in the mountains understood the weight of this ranking. It was the most ferocious beast, one that even a black bear would think twice about. You hunted a wild boar. He Hanyun's voice trembled. Not from fear, but from excitement. From greed. Liang didn't answer. He turned to Liuzi and said, let's go. Hey, don't go. He Hanyun panicked, spreading her arms to block his path. Such fine meat, where are you taking it? Liang looked into her eyes full of calculation. He remembered the last time. She had blabbed to the whole village about him catching 2 hazel grouse, and then everyone had carried traps up Haixizi Mountain. He hadn't said anything then, but it didn't mean he had forgotten. Move aside. His tone was calm, yet carried an air that brooked no refusal. A chill ran down He Hanyun's spine. This kid's gaze. How had it changed so much, as if he were a different person? Her eyes were glued to the pile of meat, as if stuck fast by adhesive. The several hundred jin carcass of the wild boar lay sprawled on the ground, blood seeping into the soil, but all she saw was the glistening promise of fat. She swallowed, her throat parched from 3 months without a taste of meat. Liang, you've got so much here, at least 2 or 300 gene. One person can't finish it all. Leave it too long and it'll go bad. Such a waste. Liang's mouth twitched, but he didn't rush to answer. He remembered clearly how this old woman had choked him with her words last time. Now it was his turn. And he wants some. He drawled his words slowly, like teasing an old cat that could smell the meat, but couldn't reach it. Hangyun's heart relaxed and a smile spread across her face. Who wouldn't? I haven't seen a drop of oil in 3 months. She thought the boy was being sentimental and would give her a few pieces for free. But Liang's next words were like a bucket of cold water. If you want some, it's simple. Pay up. I've got plenty of meat. I can sell you a few caddies. He wasn't running a charity. Why should a distant neighbor he barely knew get it for free? Hangyun's expression stiff. Money. Her pockets were cleaner than her face. If she had money, why would she be eating wild greens? She lifted her vegetable basket, shaking the vibrant green leaves inside. Little Liang, look what your auntie is eating. How could I have money to buy meat? Liang glanced at the pile of wild greens, unmoved by her sob story. No money, that's fine. Trade me work points. 100 work points, and it'll weigh you half a caddy. He calculated quickly in his head. A caddy of pork cost 80 cents, 30 work points were worth a caddy. 100 work points would buy 6 caddies of pork. Wild boar meat was much cheaper than pork. If Hangyun agreed, it would be like spending 3 yuan for half a caddy. A sure profit for him, and a way to get back at her for last time principal and interest. Hangyun's face fell completely. 100 work points for only half a caddy. Aren't you just robbing people? She worked hard all year and barely managed to save 2,000 work points. Her whole family depended on those points to exchange for grain to survive. How could she use them to buy meat? Then there's no helping it. Liang turned and shouted over his shoulder. Liuzi, pack it up. We're going home. Hey, don't go. Hangyun was frantic, chasing after him a few steps. You have so much meat, have pity on your auntie. I haven't touched meat in 3 months. Liang didn't stop, didn't even turn his head. Whether you eat or not, what's that to me? Aren't your 3 sons following Zhou Lieshan into the mountains? Let them hunt some. Hangyun was left speechless. Her 3 sons were hunting team members in name only. They loafed around all day and couldn't even hold a gun steady. What decent game could they possibly bag? Thinking of these worthless offspring, the fire in her chest blazed up. She simply let go of the basket and clamped her fingers onto the edge of the sled, her knuckles turning white. Liang, you ought to remember the rules of Shuangshui village. Whoever catches game must hand it over to the commune and let the brigade leader divide the meat per capita. You've hunted so much and you're taking it all to your own home. That's going against the commune. Hangyun's voice rose an octave, trying to overwhelm him with big labels. The village was still operating under the people's commune system. Wild game had to be turned in for work points, and then meat was distributed by household. She clung desperately to this straw, believing she had the moral high ground. Liang heard this, his mouth set in a hard line, but he didn't retort. He bent down to untie the iron chain around the black dog's neck and patted its nape. Go bite that crazy woman. The black dog let out a low growl, then with a push of its legs a dark shadow lunged. Hangyun's face turned pale as she stumbled back 2 steps, her lips trembling. Liang, you want to get rough? The courtyard door creaked open from the inside. Zhao Tiejuan, his face dark, strode across the threshold. Get lost. You worthless old woman, how dare you mention the commune? Beat it. He planted himself in front of Liang, his broad frame blocking Hangyun's view completely. The old man's voice rumbled like a winter thunderclap. I'll make this clear today. Tell Qian Fugui to come. Let him try to touch this meat. Seeing who it was, Hangyun's arrogance instantly deflated. Her mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. Grandpa. Zhao Liu's face lit up with surprise and delight as he hurried forward. Zhao Taijun ignored his grandson. He turned his head and swept his gaze over the game on the sled. His eyes lingered on the wild boar and roe deer for 2 seconds, then shifted to Liang, a hint of surprise in his look. Liang, did you take down both of these? The old man had an inkling about Liang going up the mountain with a gun. The young man had only just started a few days ago. Catching a rabbit would have been a stroke of luck. He hadn't expected Liang to bring back anything substantial with Liuzi. But the wild boar before him weighed at least 200 gene, and with the roe deer at 60 or 70 gene, that was nearly 300 gene of meat in total. The old man knew his grandson's capabilities well and had a pretty good guess who had actually taken down this meat. This wasn't just my doing. Liuzi lent a hand too. Liang shook his head, downplaying the feat. Enough. Do you think I don't know what Liuzi is worth? Zhao Taijun's words laid his grandson's abilities bare. Liang could only helplessly twitch the corner of his mouth. This old man was truly merciless with his words, not even sparing his own grandson's face. Zhao Lu stood nearby, scratching the back of his head, grinning sheepishly, without a word. In his heart, he felt not a shred of awkwardness. How had Grandpa seen through it at a glance? After all, these kills weren't entirely Liang guess doing. Zhao Taijun's calloused hand landed heavily on Liang's shoulder, the force making the young man's frame sway slightly. Kid, you were born to be a hunter. The old man's voice carried undisguised delight as his eyes swept over Liang several times. The wild boar lying across the sled weighed at least 200 gene. Its tusks curved out from its lips, gleaming a cold white in the morning light. Beside it lay a roe deer about 60 or 70 jin, its legs stiff and straight. Zhao Taijun had spent most of his life navigating these mountains and knew better than anyone how treacherous Boar Ridge was. Even black bears gave that place a wide berth. 600 or 700 jin wild boars often roamed the woods. Wolf packs howled in unison after nightfall, and occasionally one might encounter the amber eyes of a Siberian tiger. It took 20 or 30 hunters from the village shoulder to shoulder with their rifles to dare set foot in that area. Safety in numbers, weapons for protection, so they wouldn't panic at the sight of a fierce beast. But Liang, he had only Liuzi, a half-grown boy, by his side. 2 people, 2 guns, and they dared to venture into Boar Ridge. Zhao Taijun admitted he himself couldn't have mustered that courage in his youth, let alone that wild boar. Those beasts were thick-skinned and tough as iron armor. Even after being shot, they could go berserk and run for miles. A frenzied boar could gore a man with its tusks, leaving bloody holes and shattering bones. And such a fearsome creature had been taken down single-handedly by a 20-year-old youth. Zhao Taijun stared at Liang for a long moment. The more he looked, the more he felt an indescribable strength emanating from the young man. Someone who could take down a large boar alone wasn't just an ordinary hunter. He was a king of hunters chosen by the mountain god himself, a man born for this trait. A wave of warmth surged in the old man's heart. If Liang was around, even if he passed away one day to join his fallen comrades, he could close his eyes in peace. Liuzi would never starve following this lad. Grandpa. Liuzi tugged the sled rope, his face flushed red, proudly dragging the game toward Zhao Taijun. Look, Xiao Gu and I took down this wild boar. Our Liuzi has made something of himself. He can hunt big boars now. Zhao Taijun bent down his rough palm, rubbing his grandson's head, his tone full of affection. From now on, stick close to your Xiao Gu. Do whatever he says, got it? Grandpa, you should have seen it. Liuzi couldn't contain himself, gesticulating wildly. Xiao Gu shot from over 100 meters away, bang. The boar's neck just exploded. Zhao Taijun's eyes went wide. Over 100 meters. A single shot hit. In his old bones had handled plenty of guns during the Korean War, but how could this accuracy be even more uncanny than his own? Deep in the old forest over 100 meters away, that boar weighed at least 200 jin. Taking it down with one shot was no easy feat. Zhao Taijun knew well that his grandson Liuzi had never told a lie in all his years. Since Liuzi said Liang hit it, then it must be true. But this was the kid's first time handling a gun. How could he be so accurate? Zhao Taijun's gaze fixed on Liang's retreating figure, unmoving for a long time. He swallowed dryly, the shock in his chest impossible to suppress. This kid can not only hunt, he's a natural. The old man muttered to himself. If this had been on the Korean War battlefield a decade ago, with such marksmanship, Liang would have been a sharpshooter who never missed. Xiao, you must be hungry after all this work. Come inside and rest. Grandpa will stew some meat for you. The wrinkles on Zhao Taijun's face deepened with a smile as he waved at Liang. The 3 of them ignored Aunt He entirely, dragging the sled straight into the courtyard. Standing there, Aunt He watched as she got nothing out of it, grinding her teeth in frustration. With all this game, could they spare me a piece? I've never seen anyone as stingy as Liang. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Grabbing her vegetable basket, she turned and stormed off toward the commune. At Li Zhanghua's house, the curtain was yanked open, and Li Hu burst in, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Big sis!" Widow Wu was busy inside. Looking up to see her 3rd son in such a frantic state, she couldn't help scolding him. "Liang, you're grown up now. Why are you still so reckless? What's all the yelling about?" "Mom, where's my sister?" Li Hu asked, panting. "She went to visit a friend and hasn't come back yet." Widow Wu answered offhandedly, then felt something was off. "What do you need your sister for?" Seeing her son's eager expression, Widow Wu grew curious. Just then Li Xianghua pushed the curtain aside and in. She kicked off her shoes and plopped down on the heated Kong. "Who's he? What's wrong?" "Big sis, that Liang he." Li Liang. What about him now?" At the mention of that name, Li Zhanghua's brow furrowed, a knot forming in her chest. Yesterday, she had gone to Qian Wu to play the victim, hoping to get him to teach Li Liang a lesson. Instead, Qian Wu ended up with a broken arm at Li Liang's hands, and production captain Qian had to force him to go to Li Liang's house and apologize. Who did Li Liang think he was? The son of a production brigade captain. Why should he have to humble himself and apologize to Li Liang? It was Qian Wu who got his arm broken, who was the one wronged. Why did Captain Qian force his son to apologize instead? What was Li Liang anyway? A worthless man who couldn't even come up with 100 yuan bride price. Why should the production captain think so highly of him and go out of his way to recruit him into the team? Li Xianghua grew increasingly stifled, the fire in her chest impossible to suppress. A man she had never thought much of was now being held in such high regard by others, and it made her feel utterly unsettled. The more glorious Li Liang became, the more he rose, the more it proved that she had misjudged him from the start, that her eyes had been blind. But how could Li Xianghua ever admit she was blind? Li Xianghua clutched the corner of her clothes, her knuckles turning white. A spark from the firewood in the stove crackled and burst, landing on the back of her hand, yet she did not flinch. Who's this? Word struck like a stone crashing into a well, splashing water everywhere, the lingering echoes buzzing in her ears. What did you say about Li Liang? He carried back a wild boar today. Huzi licked his chapped lips. A yellowish one, over 200 jin. The rag in Li Zhanghua's hand fell into the dishwater, splashing droplets that soaked her sleeve. She stared at Hu Zi's mouth, searching his face for any trace of a lie. Impossible. She shook her head, her voice low. Even Captain Zhou alone can't take down a wild boar in the mountains. He needs over a dozen hunters to even dare. She paused, her fingernails digging into the grain of the wooden table. Liang only has 2 men, and what use is that dim-witted Lu Zi? How could he possibly kill a wild boar? And he saw it with her own eyes. Hu Zi's voice rose urgent. She came to the commune and said Liang not only killed a boar, but also bagged a roe deer. Li Xianghua felt something explode in her mind. She closed her eyes, and before her mind's eye appeared Liang's meek, submissive face. Just days ago she had bossed him around, ordering him east and west, and he dared not even look up. And now in just a few days, that yellowish boar weighed at least 200 jin, and the roe deer another 60 or 70. Together, nearly 300 jin of meat. Li Xianghua's nails scraped a shallow white mark across the wooden table. She opened her eyes, a cold glint in her gaze. How exactly did he manage to hunt them? With a gun, of course. Hu Zi curled his lips, his tone as sour as pickles soaked for 3 days. That ragtag pair of his actually took down the yellowish boar. He himself wouldn't dare go to Wild Boar Ridge. Last year Zhou Lihan had pounded the table in the team, shouting that boars on the ridge weighing 500 or 600 jin were common, and going alone meant certain death. To go you'd need over a dozen hunters, ample supplies, and be prepared not to return. Hu Zi had followed Zhou Lihan for a year, etching those words into his bones. He wasn't smart, but he wasn't foolish enough to gamble with his life. Yet Liang went. And he came back. Li Xianghua picked up the cold water on the table and took a gulp. The icy liquid slid down her throat, but her stomach burned like a fire. She set the bowl down the base, hitting the table with a dull thud. No, she gritted out. I have to go see. Li Hu's elder brother Li Long was also talking about this at home. When he heard that Li Liang had taken Zhao Lu to Wild Boar Ridge, Li Hu's first reaction was a scornful grin. That place is crawling with wild boars and blind beasts. Taking your idiot brother there to feed them. If you actually come down in one piece after running into something big, it'll change my surname to yours. He waited for the joke. But the joke never came. Li Liang not only came down alive, but on his back was a 200 yellowish boar, and in his hand, he dragged a 60 jin stupid roe deer. Having been bested by Li Liang twice in a row, and seeing the man suddenly rise, Li, who felt like a clump of rotten cotton, was stuffed in his chest. Did that kid really bring back that much meat? Widow Wu sat cross-legged on the heated brick bed, the shoe sole needle in her hand frozen. Her eyes were wide, her mouth hanging open for a long time. Everyone in the village is gnawing on bark, and the production team's pot has no rice to cook. But Li Liang. She glanced at her daughter Li Xianghua, who was huddled silently in the corner of the bed, head drooping, each sigh longer than the last. If I'd known he had this skill catching so much wild game, I should have advised you back then. Not to ask for that 100 yuan betrothal gift. These words stabbed into Li Xianghua's heart like a needle. She shot upright. Mom, who was it that said the money wasn't enough and forced me to ask him for more? Now you're dumping all the blame on me. What are you yelling about? Widow Wu's voice rose. Would your mother harm you? That betrothal money I got for you, didn't it all end up in your hands? What mother doesn't want her daughter to have a good life? That Li Liang could afford 100 yuan. That's his fortune, and he's worthy of our Xianghua. You're my only daughter. Was I supposed to watch you jump into a fiery pit and marry a man who can't even afford a betrothal gift? Widow Wu's tongue was just like Aunt He's in the village. A few sentences, and Li Xianghua's lips trembled, unable to squeeze out a single word. She plopped back into the corner, pulled a quilt over her knees, rested her chin on them, and fell silent. The fire in her heart burned so fiercely it stifled her chest. Her mother's words were sweeter than song, twisting every way to add to the betrothal price. And what happened? It backfired. That bastard Li Liang didn't take the bait at all. He simply called off the engagement, leaving her a target for gossip in Shuangshui village wherever she went. Now the man had carried back hundreds of jin of meat and become the talk of the village, while her mother, too greedy to admit she envied his catch, took her anger out on her. What kind of skill was that? The more she thought, the more furious she became. Li Xianghua suddenly turned her head, her knife-like glare stabbing at the grinning Li Hu. What are you laughing at? If you've got so much free time, why don't you go hunting? You useless piece, not even worth a hair on Li Liang's head. He brings back grouse and rabbits, a giant boar blocks his door, and he can even carry a roe deer. What about you? What about you? What have you brought home? Wild greens. A basket of wild greens. Li Hu's smile froze on half his face, the corners of his mouth slowly drooping. A man raised on the waters of the Songhua River, a fellow fed on the wild game of Changbai Mountain. How could you, Li, who not even measure up to a toenail of Li Liang? And there you are grinning like a fool. If you've got anger, take it out on me, don't vent it on Hu Zi. He didn't provoke you. Widow was face darkened. Li Hu heard his elder sister and mother bickering on the bed, his head buzzing. He rolled off the heated bed, grabbed his dogskin boots, and started pulling them on. Hu Zi, where are you going? Widow Wu asked hurriedly as he picked up his gear. Going to find my brother and head to Wild Boar Ridge. If Li Liang can hunt wild boars, why can't my brother and I? Li Hu spat fiercely. Li Liang only picked up a gun today with 0 experience, just a greenhorn. He took that simpleton Lu Zi along and managed to get a yellowish boar and a stupid roe deer. Why couldn't he and his second brother do the same? I refuse to believe this. If that kid Li Liang can do it, so can I. Li Hu slung his gear over his shoulder, pushed aside the door curtain, and stepped out. Widow Wu glared at her third son's retreating back, her face long and sour, then turned to Li Xianghua in the corner of the bed. Xianghua, listen to me. Li Liang has made something of himself now. You two were once engaged, and even if it didn't work out, there's still some affection. Our family hasn't had meat in over a month. Just wild greens and cornmeal mush every day. Look at me, I'm already gaunt from hunger. Why don't you, Mom? Li Xianghua threw off the quilt and stood up abruptly. Her face was ashen, her features twisted together. Xianghua, go to Li Liang and ask for some meat. Before she could finish, Li Xianghua cut her off. Mom, have you no shame? I won't do something so humiliating. Slap. Widow was palm landed. Shame. You still have shame. Go ask around in Shuangshui village, then ask in the neighboring villages. Where is your shame? Even Wang Pa hides from me when she sees me coming. The Li family's face has been lost because of you, and you still dare to talk about shame. Go. Ask Li Liang for 10 jin of meat. If you don't get the meat, don't call me mother. At the Shuangshui village commune. What did you say? Li Liang killed a wild boar. A yellowish one over 200 jin. The courtyard of Qianfugui's home was packed with people, all the team leaders from Shuangshui village. The town had just issued new tasks, and Qianfugui was convening a meeting of the team leaders to allocate the quotas. In the midst of the meeting, someone reported that He Honyun was looking for Captain Qian. Qianfugui had He Honyun led into the commune. As Auntie He took in the sea of people, she felt a surge of delight. The more people present, the easier it would be to demand meat from Li Liang. Auntie He pushed aside the edge of the cotton curtain, tucked her fingers stained with bits of snow back into her sleeves, and strode straight up to Qianfugui. Her lips moved as words tumbled out. Old Qian, that boy Li Liang brought back a wild boar today, plus a roe deer. His sled carried 3 loads with at least a few hundred caddies of meat on top. Qianfugui had just raised his enamel mug to his lips when he heard this. His hand paused, the rim of the mug clinking against his front teeth. Auntie He, your old eyes aren't playing tricks on me, are they? He set the mug on the table, his voice thick with skepticism. At my age, would I lie to you? Auntie He raised her voice a notch and slapped the table's edge, making the enamel mug wobble. That sled is piled up right at his yard gate, bloodstains all over the snow. I touched it with my own hands. Qianfugui shot to his feet, his palms pressing down on the table until his knuckles turned white. That kid. He's got some nerve. Zhou Lieshan, sitting beside him, had been chewing on a frozen steamed bun. Hearing the conversation, his jaws stopped moving, the half-bitten bun suspended in midair. He put down the bun and looked up at Auntie. You're saying Li Liang actually took down a wild boar? Before Auntie He could respond, Zhou Lieshan furrowed his brow. A few days ago, he had approached Li Liang about joining his team. The kid had flatly refused and even made a declaration right in front of him. Captain Zhou, rest assured, he'll definitely repay those 2 caddies of wild boar meat I owe you. At the time, Zhou Lieshan had sneered inwardly, a novice who could barely pull a bolt trying to trap a wild boar with a few twisted wire snares. Boars weren't fools, their hides were thick enough to deflect a blade, and they could snap a sapling with a charge. A snare wouldn't hold for a single day. He was certain Li Liang was just bragging and would eventually come crawling back, tail between his legs, begging to be taken in. But now, hearing Auntie He's tone, it seemed things had taken an unexpected turn. Auntie He, you'd better be clear. Zhou Lieshan stuffed the whole bun into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed his Adam's apple, bobbing sharply. I've seen Li Liang's marksmanship. He can barely hit a target. Did he shoot it or trap it? Which mountain did he go to? Was he alone, or did he call for help? A barrage of questions rained down, leaving Auntie He with her mouth open, unable to form a reply. She was bewildered. Why were these team leaders' reactions so off-kilter? Wasn't the pressing matter dividing the meat? Who had time to quibble over these details? Qianfugui shot a glance at Zhou Lieshan, his gaze lingering on the other man's face as a thought turned in his mind. This fellow must have a grudge against Li Liang, or why would his face twist like head swallowed a fly upon hearing the kid had bagged some game? Qianfugui's hand gripping his pipe suddenly froze, ash sifting onto the table. Li Xianghua's 2 younger brothers, are they in your team? He stared at Zhou Lieshan, his Adam's apple bobbing. The news of Li Liang's broken engagement had spread through Shuangshui village like wildfire. As the team leader, he couldn't possibly be unaware. Li Xianghua's twin boys Li Long and Li, who had only just been registered with Lieshan team last year, and neither had made a name for themselves in the village. A while back, those 2 had picked a fight with Li Liang, had pinned them down and scraped their faces on the ground. The incident hadn't blown up, but it had left a stone weighing on Qianfugui's mind. He didn't think much of those 2 underlings. If it came down to it, they wouldn't even warrant a seat at this conference table. But Zhou Lieshan was a different matter. Lieshan team was one of Shuangshui village's pillars. Aside from the quota Qianfugui held as the head leader, nearly half of the town's assigned tasks rested on Zhou Lieshan's shoulders. Qianfugui took the pipe from his mouth, his thumb rubbing the bamboo stem worn to a shine by sweat. He was caught in a Li Liang was a boy had watched grow up. Today's haul of over 200 caddies was proof enough. This young man, with his newly formed 2-man team, had felled a full-grown wild boar in the mountain hollow. But he couldn't afford to let Zhou Lieshan slip either. If this old hunter threw in the towel, the village's annual targets would surely fall apart. Captain Zhou, Qianfugui tapped the ash from his pipe onto his shoe, lowering his voice. Do you have a feud with Li Liang? The man across from him paused, his rough fingers scratching his ear, as if confirming he'd heard right. That kid's got real skill. I was thinking if there's any friction between you two, I could mediate and smooth things over privately. As Qian Fugui spoke, he glanced back at the meeting logs spread open on the table. Today's meeting was originally supposed to include Li Liang. Only 2 items on the agenda: assigning the year-end tasks and officially registering Li Liang's 2-man team. The militiaman head sent to fetch him reported that Li Liang's door was locked. His father Li Kangkai was sitting on the doorstep, mending a hoe, saying only that his son had gone into the mountains before dawn. Qian Fugui had to let it go, summoning all the village team leaders to the commune to hash out a plan first. Zhou Lizhan narrowed his eyes, the crow's feet deepening into furrows. Captain Qian, where did you hear such? That Li Liang kid, I think highly of him. He rapped his knuckles on the table twice, producing a dull thud. I went to invite him into my team myself. The kid's got a will as hard as mountain rock. I said everything I could, tried both soft and hard approaches, but he just wouldn't nod his head. As he uttered those last words, Zhou Lizhan's gaze unconsciously drifted toward Auntie He. She was drinking water from her enamel mug, and at that line the rim clinked against her teeth with a sharp sound. She set down the cup, wiped the splash droplets from her chin with her finger, and her mind churned. Zhou Lizhan had personally gone to recruit him, and Li Liang had refused. Joining a hunting team was a huge boon, and Lizhan team was one of the strongest in Xuanshui village. Countless young men would kill for a spot, and Li Liang had snubbed even Zhou Lizhan. Qian Fugui exhaled a stream of smoke, the haze thin as it drifted from his nostrils. So you two don't have a falling out. Good. He pointed his pipe at Zhou Lieshan, the corners of his mouth drooping slightly in relief. Zhou Lizhan squinted, his gaze sweeping across Qian Fugui's face. He tapped the table lightly with his fingers, his voice dropping low. Captain Qian, do you think that kid's got what it takes? Qian Fugui's lips curled back, revealing a row of teeth stained yellow by tobacco. He leaned back, the chair creaking. To be honest, I've approached Li Liang too to join the production brigade. That kid shook his... Zhou Lizhan's fingers suddenly froze as if had been nailed to the bench. Auntie He, standing by the door, felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. She twisted the fabric of her clothes in her hands, the cloth crumpling in her palm. Li Liang didn't want the production brigade. Why were these 2 captains circling him like starving wolves around a slab of fat? What skill did Li Liang possess that made 2 team leaders personally come to recruit him? The air was thick with the smell of tobacco mingled with the acrid tang of earth and sweat. Zhou Lizhan blew out a puff of smoke, his voice laced with admiration. That kid's got guts, daring to head into Wild Boar Ridge with just Liuzi. Qian Fugui picked up the thread, had only just handled a rifle, and already took down a wild boar. That strength, that aim, rare. Was it really his first time with a gun? Zhou Lizhan asked. First time shooting, and he hit a wild boar. Qian Fugui countered. The 2 exchanged a look, their eyes going wide. Hearing this, Auntie He felt her legs go weak. She steadied herself against the doorframe, her knuckles turning white. Zhou Lizhan smacked his lips, twirling the cigarette, but between his fingers. I've said it all along. That kid was born for hunting. This kind of skill, not everyone can master it. Qian Fugui nodded. That Wild Boar Ridge, I wouldn't dare go there alone. But him, he just goes just like that. Zhou Lizhan sighed. If he were willing to join my Lizhan squad, I'd at least make him deputy captain. You said it. Qian Fugui chimed in. He refuses to join any squad, insists on working alone. Who knows what's going on in his head? Auntie's throat went dry as she swallowed hard. She never imagined that Li Liang was held in such high regard by the 2 captains. These 2 men were actually lamenting that Li Liang hadn't joined their teams. Qian Fugui lifted his head, his gaze landing on Auntie's face. Auntie, did you make a special trip to the commune just to tell us Li Liang caught some game? Auntie's lips moved, her voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. There's something. Her fingers twisted together, knuckles turning white. She wasn't sure if she should say it. Zhou Lizhan let out a cold laugh, stubbing out his cigarette on the table. He knew Auntie all too well. Her 3 sons worked under him, and he was well aware of their character. Auntie Qian Fugui urged, out with it. We have a meeting to get to. Li Liang catching game was his own doing. As long as he handed over 20 caddies of meat each month and met his quota, Qian Fugui wouldn't meddle. If Li Liang turned over these hundreds of caddies of meat to the team for work points, he would naturally be pleased. But Qian Fugui knew Li Liang's nature. If even the production brigade and the Lizhan squad couldn't keep him, how could he possibly hand over his catch? Xuanshui village was an ancient hunting village with centuries-old traditions where everyone was reasonable. It wasn't a place that bred bandits. He Hong-Yun clutched her clothes, her knuckles white, forcing out a sentence from her throat. I heard the commune has rules about sharing meat. That game Li Liang brought back according to the rules should be shared with everyone. After she said this, her cheek stiffened. Zhou Lizhan's ear twitched, and the corner of his mouth turned down. This old woman was like a fly drawn to the scent of blood. Even daring to covet a young man's belongings, she was truly desperate. Qian Fugui's brow furrowed into a knot, and he tapped the table with his knuckles twice. Auntie Li Liang's household registration hasn't been transferred to our commune yet. Besides, he formed his own hunting team. The village does have rules about sharing meat, but that refers to matters among team members. Those hundreds of caddies of his are none of the commune's business. He paused, his gaze sweeping over He Hongyun's face. If he's willing to hand it over, well, calculate work points by weight. If he wants to keep it or give it away, that's his freedom. Having said that, Qian Fugui added, I advise you not to get any ideas. Director Zhang has already spoken. The color drained from He Hongyun's face in an instant. Her lips trembled like tattered cloth in the wind. Director Zhang, that purchasing agent from the state-owned factory in town. That figure even commune cadres had to bow and scrape to. When had Li Liang climbed that high? He Hongyun's head buzzed with confusion. She had only wanted to skim a little profit, never expecting to step on an iron threshold. Director Zhang was someone she couldn't afford to offend. All the mountain goods from Shuangshui village relied on his channels to sell. At festivals and holidays she had to put on a smile and greet him politely. Now to go and provoke someone connected to him. That would be asking for trouble. All right, you can go now. We have a meeting to start. Qian Fuguei waved his hand watching He Hongyun's dejected retreat and shook his head twice. Once settled back in the room, he opened his notebook. Let's continue with the agenda. For this task's quota, the Liaison Brigade side. He Hongyun trudged out of the commune gate, her chest tight with fresh. She hadn't gained any advantage, as she had only lost face. If this got out, where would she put her old face? And Li Wu happened to be walking over from across the way. Seeing her expression, he leaned in to ask. He had grown up with his sons and was quite close to them. Oh, it's Li Wu. He Hongyun forced a smile. No, nothing much. I just talked to Captain Qian about something. What about? Li Wu's eyes darted. Nothing major. Just that Li Liang kid, he caught a wild boar. A wild boar. Li Wu stiffened his neck, his voice suddenly rising. Aunt, here, you sure he caught a wild boar? Aunt, he stared at Li Wu, her brow furrowed. That boar must be over 200 caddies, and it had a wound on its hind leg like it was caught in a snare. A snare. She stopped abruptly, the image of the jagged flesh-tearing wound on the boar's left hind leg flashing before her eyes. It certainly didn't look like a cut from a knife or an axe. There was a wound, but before she could finish, Li Wu had already darted off as if his feet were on fire. Li Wu, say something. What's going on? When Li Wu kicked open Zhao Liu's courtyard gate, 5 or 6 figures followed behind. The moment he stepped inside, his eyes locked onto the 3 piles of meat stacked on the sled. Woof, woof, woof. The 3 black dragon hounds bristled, baring their teeth and snarling at the strangers. The barking drew the people inside out. Li Liang and Zhao Taijun looked up at the same time. Who's making a racket? Zhao Taijun stepped over the threshold, his brows shooting up when he saw who it was. Li Wu. What are you and this bunch doing here? Li Wu and the few loafers behind him were notorious in the village as idlers drifting through their days. Li Wu ignored him, lunging at the sled and rummaging through it frantically. Li Wu, are you asking for death? The old man grabbed his hunting fork and charged out. Li Liang leaned against the doorframe, watching the faces of Li Wu and Saturday, a trace of coldness tugging at his lips. He could roughly guess what they were up to. Grandpa, don't get angry. Luzi rushed out right behind him. The 3 of them confronted each other in the yard. After pawing through the sled for a moment, Li Wu's eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed a wild boar's hind leg, the left one with a vicious wound that looked like it had been clamped by something deeply embedded in the flesh. You little bastard. Li Wu held up the leg, veins bulging. This boar was caught in my snare. How dare you cut me off and claim you caught it? Shuangshui Village Commune Office. Qian Fuguei picked up his enamel mug, took a gulp of tea, cleared his throat, and swept his gaze over the team captains present. Everyone needs to get serious about this hunting business in the village. He set down the cup and tapped the table with his finger. There's a famine this year. Every household's grain jar is scraping bottom. We in Shuangshui Village live off the mountains. This meal is all on these hills. One more catch, $1 more sold, and that's 1 more grain of rice in our folks' bowls. Work hard these days, make more trips to the hunting grounds. Bring what you catch to the commune. The town's purchasing agent will come down regularly to collect. He paused there, then took another sip from his enamel mug. Also, there's one more thing to announce. The room fell silent, and the captains exchanged glances. There are currently 9 hunting teams in Shuangshui Village. Qian Fugui's gaze fell on Li Liang. After a commune meeting, we've approved Comrade Li Liang to establish a 2-man hunting team, codenamed Fire Dragon Hunting Team. For now, the members are just 2, Li Liang and Zhao Lu. Li Liang will serve as captain. For the first 3 months, you must turn in 20 caddies of game each month. Only after passing the assessment can the team be officially formed. As these words landed, the room erupted in a buzz of chatter. The squad leaders exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes brimming with surprise. By the old locust tree at the village entrance, a few men crouched and smoked, the tips of their cigarettes flickering in the twilight. Someone spat on the ground and uttered the name, Li Liang, the one who broke it off with Li Xianghua. Another chimed in. That youngster has high aspirations. None of the pretty girls in our Shuangshui village catch his eye. A third sneered. Li Xianghua demanded 100 yuan as a bride price. Only a fool would pay that sum. Li Liang was right to refuse. With that money, I could marry a female educated youth from the city. Shifting the topic, someone slapped their thigh. The one aunt he keeps talking about. The fellow who snared 3 wild hares and 4 pheasants a few days ago. The thin man squatting nearby stood up and flicked his ash. Didn't you hear He Hongyun shouting just now? Li Liang took down a wild boar weighing over 200 jin. That kind of skill is plain to see. Otherwise, why would Captain Qian have agreed so readily? The stone courtyard was already dimming with dusk. Qian Fuguei cleared his throat, his voice cutting through the noise outside. Will now proceed to a show of hands. He paused, scanning the crowd. Those in favor of Comrade Li Liang forming the Fire Dragon team, raise your hand. Zhou Lizhan was the first to raise his hand, his burly arms swaying in the air. Qian Fuguei didn't hesitate and followed suit, lifting his hand as well. With both captains in agreement, the others exchanged glances, and one by one palms went up without a single dissenter. 9 votes had settled. Qian Fuguei slammed his hand on the table, making the teacup jump. Just as he was about to continue, a figure burst through the yard gate, gasping for breath, his voice scorched with urgency. Captain Qian, you must go to Zhao Taijin's place right now. What happened? Qian Fuguei frowned. The newcomer bent over, panting twice, and pointed outside. Li Wu has brought a gang and is brawling with old Zhao. He says Li Liang stole his game. Qian Fugui's face darkened as he turned to Zhou Lizhan. Li Wu was from Lizhan's brigade. They had no connection. Why would a fight break out now? Captain Zhou, what's this all about? Qian Fuguei lowered his voice. He had just endorsed Li Liang's team at the meeting, and now someone from Lizhan's brigade was causing trouble. Wasn't that a direct slap to the commune's face? Zhou Lizhan's mouth twitched, and he gritted out, that bastard Li Wu will deal with him. He had a hunch. The boar Li Liang had taken was likely the one Li Wu had trapped and lost. Without another word, he yanked open the wooden door with a dark scowl and strode out purposefully. Let's go, all of you. Come see. Qian Fuguei called out, and the rest filed out after him. The group hurried along the dirt path toward Zhao Taijin's place, their footsteps thudding dully through the alleyways. Midway, Qian Fuguei ran into an acquaintance who spoke first. Well, Captain Qian, where are you off to with such a grand... Qian Fuguei stopped and recognized the man. Director Zhang Weiman from the procurement department of the August 1st steel rolling mill in the city. Knowing Zhang Weiman had ties with Li Liang, he got straight to the point. Director Zhang, Li Liang's gotten into a conflict. I'm heading over to mediate. Zhang Weiman's brow furrowed, and the smile vanished from his face. Someone was bullying Li Liang. Who dares to mess with my nephew? Director Zhang, is Li Liang related to you? Qian Fugui's heart skipped a beat. Were Li Liang and Zhang Weiman relatives? One was a Li, the other a Zhang. How did that connect? Yes, we just acknowledged it a few days ago. His father Li Kangkai is my brother. The two walked toward Zhao Taijin's house. Along the way, Qian Fuguei recounted how Li Liang had taken down a 200 wild boar and a foolish roe deer, telling Zhang Weiman every detail. Zhang Weiman's eyes nearly popped out. What? Li Liang bagged a 200 beast. All by, with what? A wooden club. Good for you, Li Liang. You've gathered in one day what I need for a whole month. Zhang Weiman was both astonished and delighted. Before long, they reached the yard outside Zhao Taijin's house. Even before stepping through the gate, they could see a crowd packed inside, clamoring loudly. Li Liang, that boar was caught in my trap. Look at the wound on its hind leg. That's from my snare. You're stealing my game and still claiming you shot it. Your trap? Then why didn't you keep it? Li Liang sneered. You couldn't hold on to the boar yourself, and now you come to extort me, trying to get something for nothing. Where's your shame? Li Liang stepped in front of Zhao Taijun and rolled up his sleeves. Dealing with these thugs didn't require the old man's involvement at all. Zhao Taijun retreated 2 steps, stowing his hunting rifle and yielding the stage to Li Liang. He had witnessed Li Liang's prowess firsthand. These small fry were no match for a few of his punches. Li Liang, what are you up to? Li Wu's heart quailed as he approached. What am I up to? You're trying to steal from me, so I'm going to beat you. Li Liang grinned. Brothers all together. He's just one man, what's there to fear? Li Wu shouted at Saturday and the others through gritted teeth. But Saturday's gang felt the oppressive aura radiating from Li Liang, and none dared to step forward. The news that this guy had knocked out Qian Wu and then broken his arm had spread like wildfire through Shuangshui village. Who was Qian Wu? Captain Qian's only son, who usually swaggered around and went hunting with a retinue of followers. But when he ran into Li Liang, he was thoroughly subdued with one arm broken. With such a fearsome presence, who would dare provoke him? You? Get him. Take him down and grab the meat. Each of you gets 10 jin of wild boar, 10 jin of meat. Under such a generous reward, there were always those reckless enough to try. Hearing that number, Saturday and the other thugs' eyes gleamed with greed as they grabbed wooden clubs and iron spades and charged at Li Liang. A dark shadow suddenly burst into the moonlight, its steps heavy and urgent, shaking the ground with a dull rumble. The palm came down without a hint of hesitation. Slap. Li Wu was spun halfway around, staggering 2 steps, before crashing face first into the muddy ground. He pushed himself up on his elbows, a taste of rust flooding his mouth. Spitting into his palm, he saw half a molar lying in the bloody froth, wobbling slightly. Who? Which blind bastard dares to touch me? His voice quavered as he licked the gap, with his tongue wincing from it. But when he looked up and saw the livid face of the newcomer, all the curses died in his throat, his face turning pale as ash. Boss. Boss. From tomorrow, you're no longer part of Lizhan Brigade. Zhou Lizhan's voice was low, like shards of ice squeezed through his teeth, his gaze sweeping over Li Wu and Saturday's crew, missing none. Li Wu's knees gave way and he dropped to the ground with a thud, clutching Zhou Lizhan's pant legs desperately. Boss, I was wrong. I know I messed up. I truly know I messed up. What was Lizhan Brigade? It was one of the top hunting teams in Shuangshui village, with work points far exceeding others and the occasional chance to bring meat home. Losing this job meant his family of 5, all relying on this single livelihood, would face starvation. Boss, you can beat me, you can curse me, but please don't kick me out. Li Wu's face was a mess of tears and snot, utterly unrecognizable from the swaggering bully of moments before. Zhou Lizhan stared down without a word. His gaze inadvertently swept over the 3 sleds nearby piled with goods with the 200 boar sitting prominently on top. His Adam's apple bobbed, a lump forming in his throat. To have your own trapped game escape only for someone else to bring it back with a gun and drag it home, and then have the nerve to demand it back. Was that face sandpapered to such thickness? The Lishan Brigade had produced such a disgrace, bringing shame beyond the mountains. Zhou Lishan felt a tightness in his chest, as if he had swallowed a fly. Chief, don't kick me out. Zhou Lu also fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling uncontrollably. It was Li Wu who said it. He said if we snatched the meat, he'd share Tenjin with me. It was all his idea. I was momentarily bewitched by greed. Chief, please forgive me this once. Without the protection of the Lishan Brigade's roster, he would have to venture into the mountains alone from now on. In the territories of the Changbai Mountains, the Haixizi Mountains, and the Xinganling region, going in alone was no different from seeking death. It was a stroke of luck not to encounter a black bear. Running into a wild boar would cost you a layer of skin. Those beasts could rip open a 2-foot-long gash in your belly with a single tusk. Only by following the brigade could there be a path to survival and a chance to bring game home. Zhou Liu's molars were nearly ground to dust, his guts green with regret. How could he have ever believed Li Wu's silver tongue? Li Liang stood a few paces away, watching the farce unfold with cold eyes. His lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. Brothers who pounded their chests in loyalty over drink were the first to flee like rabbits when trouble struck. He had seen through it all long ago. Brother Li Liang. Seeing that Zhou Lishan was unmoved, Li Wu turned around and crawled forward a few steps on his knees. Help me say a word to the chief. I won't do it again. I swear I won't steal your meat anymore. Li Liang lifted his foot and kicked him not too hard in the shoulder. Scram. Zhou Lishan's eyes bulged and his voice suddenly rose. Get lost now. Li Wu and Zhou Lu scrambled to their feet, as if scalded, stumbling and staggering toward the courtyard gate. Who? Zhou Lishan's steps came to an abrupt halt, his voice sinking low like the rumbling thunder before a mountain storm. Have you grown a bear's heart and a leopard's gall to dare steal Li Liang's meat? When the courtyard gate was kicked open, the door panel slammed against the earthen wall with a dull thud, startling the few chickens in the yard into flapping their wings and scattering in all directions. Zhang Weiman was the first to rush, and veins bulging on his forehead, his face flushed crimson. He came to a halt, swept his gaze across the yard, and finally fixed it on Li Wu and Zhou Lu, the corners of his mouth pressing downward. They'll say it one more time. Li Liang is my man. His voice was not loud, but it struck like a stone thrown into still water, causing Li Wu's knees to involuntarily go weak. Zhang Weiman took 2 steps forward, his boots leaving deep imprints in the muddy ground. I hear you were planning to snatch the meat he hunted. He paused. Li Wu, Zhou Lu, is that right? From today onward, I, Zhang Weiman, will not accept a single piece of game or a single medicinal herb from either of your families. Those words struck like a hammer blow to Li Wu's temple, causing a buzz in his mind. He instinctively turned to look at Zhou Lu, only to find the other man's face had turned as pale as paper. Zhou Lishan stood at the doorway, stroking the stubble on his chin with his fingers, but his gaze drifted toward Li Liang. When had this kid managed to forge a connection with Zhang Weiman? A turmoil brewed in Zhou Lishan's heart. Li Liang, who was usually quiet and unassuming, had somehow gotten Zhang Weiman to come personally to back him up. Qian Fugue squeezed in from behind, dusted off his sleeves, and spat in the direction of Li Wu and the others. Still not leaving? Is this any way for men to act? He hunted the game himself, and you have the nerve to snatch it. He took a step forward, jabbing a finger at Li Wu's chest. You couldn't trap the game yourselves, it ran away, and that's your own fault. What does it have to do with Li Liang? Li Wu's back was already drenched in sweat. He looked at Zhang Weiman, then at Zhou Lishan, and finally caught a glimpse of Qian Fugue's darkened face. Only one thought remained in his mind. He couldn't afford to offend any of these 3 big shots. Slap. Li Wu raised his hand and struck himself across the face. The sound was especially crisp in the yard. Slap, slap. 2 more times. He gritted his teeth, and a trace of bloody froth seeped from the corner of his mouth. Li Liang, it was me. I shouldn't have touched your meat. His legs buckled, his knees hit the ground with a thud, and he pressed his forehead heavily to the earth. Thud, thud, thud. After 3 sounds, he scrambled to his feet, grabbed Zhou Lu by the arm, and rushed out of the courtyard gate without looking back. Zhou Lishan let out a sigh, walked up to Li Liang, and lowered his voice. This is my fault for not keeping my men in line. He'll apologize on their behalf. He knew full well that Li Wu and his crew were just trying to extort. He hadn't mistaken the bullet holes on that yellow-haired beast's body, nor the knife wound on its neck, where the blood had nearly drained before the meat was divided. This was clearly the work of a lone hunter, having nothing to do with Li Wu. Li Liang waved his hand. He's just holding a grudge, because I let Black Dragon bite him. Black Dragon. Zhou Lishan's brow furrowed. Following Li Liang's gaze, he turned his head and saw the dog lying at the foot of the wall. It was a jet-black sighthound, its fur gleaming with an oily sheen in the sunlight, like ink-poured satin. Its frame was large, standing up it might reach a man's waist. At the moment, it was lounging lazily, but its eyes were fixed on the direction of the gate, a cold glint shimmering in its pupils. Zhou Lishan's expression shifted. He turned to look at Qian Fugue, who was also staring at the dog, a complex look in his eye. Isn't that old wuss? Qian Fugue didn't finish his sentence, his Adam's apple bobbing. He had once pestered old Wu endlessly for this Mongolian sighthound. He had wanted to borrow it for breeding, but old Wu flatly refused, guarding it like a precious treasure. And now this very dog was lying in Li Liang's yard. Captain Li, how did you manage to get your hands on this dog? Now that Li Liang was the captain of the Fire Dragon Brigade, calling him captain was only fitting. The mountain wind carrying the scent of pine resin swept into the courtyard. Li Liang rubbed his frostbitten fingers while Qian Fugui stared wide-eyed listening to the tale. That black dragon, Li Liang grinned, was simply fated not to die. I took it from Wuxing Li when it was nothing but skin and bones with a limp in its leg. He leaned back against the wooden shaft of the sled, recounting the day's events in a few brief words. When he mentioned trading 2 jin of sweet potatoes for it, Qian Fugui's cheeks puffed out, as if he had a mouthful of sour fruit. 2 jin of sweet potatoes for 20 jin of badger meat. Captain Li, heaven has stuffed a nest of fortune right into your arms. Li Liang nodded, his gaze drifting toward the pile of black-brown fur in the corner of the yard. If it weren't for that dog, the yellow-haired one wouldn't have fallen to me. The sled was piled high with mountain goods. Wild boar, roe deer, badger, all frozen solid with frost clinging to their pelts. Footsteps crunched from the direction of the gate. Zhang Weiman approached, rubbing his hands together, his breath forming frost on his bushy beard. Xiao Lang, your first trip into the mountains, and you make such a stir. What I procure in a month you've gathered in a single day. Li Liang straightened his back. Uncle Weiman, thank you for backing me up just now. Family talking like strangers. Zhang Weiman waved his hand, the creases around his eyes deepening with a smile. With so much meat you can't possibly finish it alone, can you? Spare some for me. As he spoke, his gaze deliberately flickered toward the 2 middle-aged men nearby. Qian Fugui and Zhou Lieshan, both seasoned in such affairs, caught the look, clasped their hands in salute, and turned to leave. Captain Zhou, wait a moment. Li Liang called out to the retreating figure, then bent down and tore off a large chunk of wild boar meat from the sled wrapped in oil paper, heavy at least 5 or 6 jin. This repays my debt to you. Zhou Lieshan took the meat weighted in his hand and furrowed his brow. Kid, you only owed me 2 jin. Why give so much? The rest is for your table, Li Liang said, pulling out another piece of the same size and handing it to Qian Fugui. I've just started my Fire Dragon team, and I'll need both captains' guidance in the future. Qian Fugui and Zhou Lieshan exchanged a glance, their breath mingling in the cold air for a moment before both corners of their mouths curled upward simultaneously. This young man, though not old in years, certainly understood the ways of the world. Captain Li, Qian Fugui tucked the meat under his arm. In a few days the commune is holding a hunt in the Changbai mountain hunting grounds. Make sure you come. Got it. 2 sets of footprints pressed into the snow, one after the other disappearing beyond the wicker fence. Zhang Weiman strolled back with a grin, slapping a hand on the wooden sled. You little rascal, you actually took down a 200 wild boar. I was worried you wouldn't pull it off, but in just a couple of days you've made me eat my words. Li Liang smiled, his finger tracing the cold roe deer hide. Uncle Weiman, this roe deer is what I promised you last time to trade for supplies. I plan to sell you half of this 80 jin of wild boar. Before he could finish, a knock came from the courtyard gate. 3 taps, neither heavy nor light. Excuse me, is this Xiao Taijin's home? The voice pierced the cold air, crisp and bright, like a stream flowing beneath a sheet of ice. I'm looking for Li Liang. Is he here? It was a young woman. Her voice was clear and melodious, like an oriole in the deep mountains breaking through the morning mist. Tong Yushu extended her arm, her fingers fair and slender, holding a watch in her palm. The watch face was small, its silver-white metal case gleamed with a matte finish in the sunlight. The band was a fine steel chain, several links already loose, hanging crookedly over her thumb. She didn't name a price, nor did she explain further. She simply held out her hand, as if she had picked up a random stone. Li Liang stared at the watch for 3 seconds. A crack ran across the crystal, slanting from the edge to the numeral 6. The hands were frozen motionless. Whether broken or unwound, he couldn't tell. He reached out and took it. The case was cold against his fingertips. Turning it over, he saw a faint line of engraved characters on the back, a factory mark and serial number. What do you want to trade for? He asked. Tong Yushu bit her lip, her gaze drifting past his shoulder to the row of frozen meat in the yard. I heard you have hazel grouse. Scratches crisscrossed the watch face, the hour and minute hands frozen at a moment forever unreachable, like a relic abandoned by time itself. This watch doesn't work anymore. I don't even know where I lost the band. Tong Yushu's voice dropped low, as if confessing some embarrassment. I don't know if this is enough to trade. It is. Li Liang's reply was short and decisive. The absence of a band was irrelevant. The true value lay in the gears and balance spring that might still be intact inside the case. If it could be made to run again, he could take it to town and ask Uncle Weiman to repair it. Among the daily blind boxes, fragments of intelligence occasionally appeared, marking specific coordinates and moments. Once this watch was restored to working order, it would help him piece those clues together. Really? That's wonderful. Tong Yushu's eyes suddenly grew moist, as if a great weight had been lifted from her. Comrade Li Liang, thank you so much. She had scoured through her luggage, and the only things worth offering were this broken watch and that Hero brand fountain pen. Her father had pressed the pen into her hand on her 18th birthday. Its barrel was smooth, its nib pristine. She used it for every letter, unable to bear trading it for a piece of meat. But the watch was different. It had long since stopped lying with her as nothing more than a heavy lump of metal. Are you sure you want to trade it? Li Liang asked again. You could take work points instead, he added. I'm sure, Tong Yushu said with a smile, pressing the watch into his chest. I'd be happy just to get a pheasant in exchange. All right. Liang glanced down at the watch. Even though it's broken, it's useful to me. Besides the hazel grouse, I'll throw in 5 more gene of wild boar. Comrade Liang, you really are. Tong Yushu's voice trembled noticeably. Ding. Tong Yushu's affection points 100. Still calling him comrade. Zhang Weiman chimed in with a chuckle. He's now the captain of the Fire Dragon Brigade. Tong Yushu clapped her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide as saucers. You're the captain of the brigade. Her gaze swept across Liang's face several times. He looked about her age, at most in his early 20s. How could someone so young hold such a position? I've heard Captain Qian talk about it. Whoever becomes brigade captain has real skill, a top-notch hunter without a doubt. Her voice carried undisguised admiration. Captain Li, your marksmanship must be excellent, right? Liang didn't reply, only curving his lips slightly. Zhang Weiman shot him a wink as if to say, nephew, didn't I tell you? This educated young woman from the city. She was pretty, spoke pleasantly, and knew how to act. She was far better than that Li Xianghua who had demanded 100 yuan as a bride price. Who did Li Xianghua think she was? She wasn't even fit to tie this girl's shoes. Liang seemed not to notice Zhang Weiman's look, his gaze returning to the watch in his hand. A thin layer of dust had settled on the watch face, like a forgotten memory of days gone by. He turned it over, rubbing his thumb gently across the scratches on the case back. The words Shanghai brand were already worn and faint. The educated young woman from the city was indeed endearing. She spoke and acted with propriety, was literate, handled people with grace, and had a kind heart. When a friend fell gravely ill, she didn't hesitate to trade her own watch for meat. Just that one act spoke volumes about her character. There was nothing to fault. A gentle and soft-spoken girl. Liang had a favorable impression of Tong Yushu. He sent Liuzi to fetch the hazel grouse, while he picked a large cut of wild boar and handed it to her. Captain Li, I'm truly grateful. Tong Yushu took the meat with both hands and bowed her head slightly. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Liang suddenly remembered something and called out to her. Comrade Yushu, you're an educated person. I have a favor to ask. He thought of his 2 younger sisters at home. One was 13, the other 9, both old enough to be sitting in a classroom. But Shuangshui village didn't even have a school. The nearest primary school was in town, over 30 li of mountain roads away. His sisters had been stuck at home all this time, barely knowing a handful of characters, unable even to write their own names. Tong Yushu had been sent down by the Educated Youth Office. Her educational foundation was sure to be solid. If he could ask her to teach his sisters to read, it would be ideal. Illiteracy was like being blind. With a few characters under their belts, his sisters could hold their heads high wherever they went. In these times, having knowledge was crucial. Liang understood this all too well. In his past life, he had suffered from a lack of education. Even after moving from Shuangshui village to the city, he could only do hard labor on construction sites, scraping by with odd jobs. With knowledge in your mind and skill in your hands, a person's fate could take a turn. Captain Li, just say it. If I can lend a hand, I will. Tong Yushu had just traded a broken watch for 2 pheasants, and Liang had added 5 gene of wild boar on top. Her heart was warm, and she looked at him with a newfound closeness. I'd like you to teach my 2 younger sisters to read and write. I want to ask for free. They'll pay for your lessons with game from the mountains. Does that work for you? Liang laid out his plan. Zhang Weiman stood nearby, his eyes nearly popping out. This nephew of his had a hunter born and raised at the foot of the Changbai Mountains who spent his days dealing with wild beasts, actually thought to hire someone to teach his sisters to read. He understood the value of knowledge. That was impressive. Far better than those villagers who just frittered away their days. Zhang Weiman couldn't help but steal another glance at Liang, his gaze filled with admiration. Teach his sisters to read and write. Tong Yushu was taken aback. She never expected a hunter who lived off the mountain to utter such words. She stared at Liang for a few seconds, her perception of him quietly shifting. Now Liang exuded an indescribable vigor from head to toe. Ding. Tong Yushu's affection value. Ding. Tong Yushu's affection value 50. Captain Li, I want to ask, why do you want your 2 sisters to study? Tong Yushu met Liang's gaze, her tone earnest. She was curious to hear something different from him. At those words, something seemed to snap in Liang's mind. Fragments of his past life surged forth. His second sister thrown by a man into the stove, his youngest sister crouching in the snow wrapped in a tattered cotton coat sobbing. His fingers clenched the seams of his trousers, each word ground out from the depths of his being. In our village, Shuangshui village, when a girl turns 16, her family finds a husband to send her off. His voice was low but steady. And after she's married, she has to rise before dawn, light the fire, cook, wash clothes, and serve her husband, father-in-law, and mother-in-law. When she's pregnant, she can't even finish her month of confinement. She still has to work in the fields with 1 child at her back and another in her arms. Later, 3 or 4 children become the norm. He paused, his words emphasized with deliberate force. If she does poorly, burns the rice, fails to wash the clothes properly, her husband's palm will fly across her face and his fist can fall too. As he spoke, his gaze never left the ground. Suddenly, he lifted his head to look at her. They shouldn't have to live like that. My 2 sisters deserve their own path. His Adam's apple bobbed. That's why I want them to learn to read, to study, to become people who understand reason. And then, he tilted his chin slightly southward. Cross over these mountains and walk out. Tong Yushu remained silent. She stared at Li Liang's face for a long moment, the calm surface of her eyes rippling, as if someone had cast a handful of pebbles. In her memory, this village at the foot of Changbai Mountain had only ever had one scent, a mix of firewood, animal hides, and the smoky dust of heated brick beds. She had been in Xuanshui village for over half a year, working daily with the villagers in the production team. All she ever heard was gossip about neighbors, whose daughter-in-law hadn't borne a son, whose in-laws were mistreating someone. She had once discussed studying with the village women, but they laughed at her. What use is knowing so many characters for a woman? In the end, she just marries as children and serves her man. Every time she heard this, Tong Yushu could only shake her head. She understood that saying. People can never imagine what lies beyond their own cognition. The women of Xuanshui village, though she knew, were trapped in this mountain gully, unable to leave from sunrise to sunset. But Li Liang's words just now were like a knife cutting through this stifling isolation. All right. She nodded, her voice soft but unwavering. I agree to teach your sisters to read. As soon as she spoke, a ding sounded in Li Liang's ears, and he looked at the woman before him. When the female educated youth in the blue cotton shirt stood in the yard, Li Liang noticed the frayed threads on her collar, already worn and fuzzy. Her voice was quiet, as if afraid to disturb something, but the number written on the paper slip she handed over made his heart tremble. 600. Only a few dozen steps away from that threshold of 1,000. He nodded at her, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Comrade Tong Yushu, I'll remember this kindness. You? Just call me Yushu. She lowered her head deeply, her voice muffled in her chest, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. Zhang Weiman, standing under the locust tree nearby, took in the scene clearly. The tips of the girl's ears were as red as freshly boiled shrimp. His mind brightened instantly. There was potential. He had already inquired. This girl's family was not simple. Her father managed a state-owned factory in Yinjing City, deputy director, and her mother was a cadre in charge of deliveries at a major hospital. If this worked out, wouldn't his nephew be leaping to success? At this thought, Zhang Weiman could barely contain his glee. Uncle Weiman, your face is twitching. What good luck have you run into? Li Liang turned around and saw his expression. Nothing, you two go on. I'm going to discuss mountain goods with... Zhang Weiman waved his hand and walked briskly into the house. Li Liang's gaze returned to Tong Yushu. How about I give you 2 caddies of meat every month as tuition? In the village, some were already so starved that their skin clung to their bones and tree bark had been stripped 3 layers deep. 2 caddies of meat for a month of teaching. Neither side would lose out. Tong Yushu opened her mouth to refuse. She hadn't seen any oil or grease in months, and the wild vegetables in her stomach gnawed at her intestines. But she swallowed the words. Teaching also requires strength, Li Liang said, his voice steady. Only when you're full can you hold a book. You're right. She nodded firmly. Li Liang felt that number surge upward again, breaking straight through the... Just then Liuzi carried a hazel grouse into the yard. Li Liang cut a strip from the wild boar meat, weighted a full 5 caddies, and handed it over along with the grouse. Tong Yushu cradled the meat in her arms, thanked him, and turned to leave. Her steps were quick, and the hazel grouse fluttered its wings a couple of times in her hands. Li Liang watched her slender figure disappear through the gate. Your eyes are practically glued to her back. Zhang Weiman had somehow wandered back out with old Zhao standing beside him. Both wore grins that made Li Liang... What are you two? Xiao Lang, tell your uncle. What do you think of that female-educated youth? Zhang Weiman's eyes shone like 2 lanterns. Old Zhao squinted with a smile. Need you ask? Didn't you see his eyes? They were practically stuck to that comrade, as if he wanted to paste himself onto her. Li Liang pursed his lips in exasperation. Are you two done? I went into the mountains and hauled all this back. My bones are about to fall apart. He rolled his eyes at the 2 old men. These old codgers never serious with their mouths. Seeing this, Zhang Weiman stopped teasing him and instead urged him to find more chances to interact with Tong Yushu, saying the girl had a proper appearance, a well-proportioned figure, and a sharp mind. He should try to win her over. Li Liang could only reply impatiently, all right, I know what I'm doing. How much of this wild boar meat do you plan to sell? The 2 finally turned to serious matters. Half. Li Liang nodded. With 80 caddies of wild boar meat, half was 40 caddies. As for the 60 caddies of silly roe deer, it was the final payment from the last deal, settling the account. Then it's settled. 40 caddies of wild boar meat plus Uncle Zhao's 60 makes a full 100 caddies. Zhang Weiman said. He and Zhao Taijun had discussed it. Of Liu's 80 caddies of wild boar, he wanted 60. Of Li Liang's 80 caddies, he wanted 40. That added up to exactly 100 caddies. Pork in the city now sells for 60 cents a caddy. Wild boar is cheaper at 20 or 30 cents. Wild boar meat is coarser with less fat than domestic pork, but the factory is desperate for meat. I still have a few hundred caddies left on my procurement quota for this month. They'll set aside 100 for you. At the highest price, 30 cents a caddy, 100 caddies totals 30 yuan. You two split it yourselves. Zhang Weiman explained the market price of pork to Li Liang, counted out 30 yuan from his pocket, and handed it over. For Liu's 60 caddies of wild boar meat at 30 cents a caddy, he would get 18 yuan. For Li Liang's 40 caddies, also at 30 cents a caddy, he would pocket 12 yuan. In one day's trip to the mountains, Li Liang had earned a 10 yuan note. Here are the 5 caddies of cornmeal you wanted. Hey, race 5 gene of Fujiang flour. Dakium and cigarettes for your father. A bottle of soy sauce. I made a special trip to the supply cooperative for it. White rabbit creamy candies were nowhere to be found even after checking several supply cooperatives. They're in demand, but not on the market. I bought you half a gene of Cuban sugar instead. Zhang Weiman set the bulging burlap sack down by Li Liang's feet. Inside that sack were all the goods Li Liang had exchanged with him last time. Supplies traded for 60 gene of silly roe deer. Barter for goods. Li Liang opened the sack and pulled out a bag of fuqiang flour. Fuqiang flour was essentially refined white flour. Flour was graded into 3 tiers, first, second, and third. Fuqiang flour belonged to the first grade, the finest flour available on the market. This flour was finely sifted, rich in gluten, low in impurities, and snow white in color, made from the highest quality. Li Liang examined the 5-gene bag of flour over and over, pinching the opening with his fingers as if holding some extraordinary treasure. White flour cost 2 mao and 5 fin per gene, but fuqiang flour was a few fin more expensive, over 3 mao per gene. The 5 gene before him cost 1 yuan and 5 mao, which could have bought dozens of gene of cornmeal instead. You sure know how to indulge eating in style. Zhang Weiman stood by, rubbing his chin, his face creased with a grin. Li Liang stuffed the flour back into the sack. The 2 little ones at home are growing faster. I need to save up some good stuff for them. He'll need some dough later and make dumplings to satisfy our cravings. He carried a system on him, allowing him to open 1 blind box each day. The things that came out of those blind boxes were varied and unpredictable. Recently, a few tip-offs had appeared, clearly stating when and where he could encounter certain prey. Deadly accurate. He had also honed his shooting skills. Within 100 paces, he could hit any target. As long as he didn't run into big beasts like bears or wild boars, pheasants, hares, and roe deer fell with 1 shot, almost all of them bagged. With this blind box backing him up, Li Liang felt confident. His life would only burn brighter like a fire stoked from beneath. These 5 gene of fuqiang flour were merely the first course to fill his stomach. Uncle Weiman, is there a watch repair shop in the city? When you go down, could you take this for me? I'll owe you the money. Li Liang slipped the broken watch off his wrist and handed it over. Zhang Weiman took it and casually stuffed it into his pocket. All right. He was heading back to the city tomorrow, and running an errand to the repair shop for Li Liang was no trouble at all. Also, Uncle Weiman, besides meat, what else does your factory need? We're short on a lot of things. The factory just hired a batch of new workers, nearly 1,000 mouths to feed. Aside from meat, if you can get some fish, that would be even better. Fish? Can you get some? If you can, I'll take it all. Without waiting for Li Liang's reply, Zhang Weiman grabbed the nearby sled. If there's nothing else, I'm off. I have to check in at the factory tomorrow. This haul included over 100 gene of freshly butchered wild boar meat and a roe deer, all freshly killed. The director would surely be pleased. The factory's bigwigs loved to rent a private room in winter, setting up an earthen pot and a stove stewing roe deer meat with pickled vegetables. The bubbling broth sent an aroma wafting far down the hallway. Liuzi, help Uncle Weiman carry the meat back. Sure thing. Liuzi pulled the sled and followed Zhang Weiman. Li Liang tore open the box of Dakiaman cigarettes, pulled out 2 packs, and handed them to Zhao Taijun. Grandpa Zhao, these 2 packs are for you. Zhao Taijun was used to smoking rough homemade tobacco rolls that scraped his throat. He took the cigarettes with a grin, weighing them between 2 fingers. Kid, you're going places. Smoking Dakiaman, eating fuqiang flour, and even scrounging up half a gene of Cuban sugar. From now on, your life will only burn brighter. Today, Li Liang had bagged a yellow-haired beast and a roe deer, yielding hundreds of gene of meat. He gave half to Zhao Taijun's grandson. He had also spoken with Director Zhang, who agreed to buy the wild boar meat at the highest price, no less than 3 mao per gene. And now he had 2 more packs of cigarettes in hand. Zhao Taijun's gaze lingered on Li Liang for a long time, the creases at the corners of his mouth deepening. He had seen many young men, most of whom were all talk, but this kid before him was completely different from the Li Liang he. Just a few days ago, he thought the boy was a lost cause, pestering Li Kangkai to borrow money everywhere for 100 yuan bride price, even talking about selling off the family's pots and pans. Back then, he had advised Li Kangkai not to spoil his son, warning that it would ruin the boy. Who would have thought that when Li Liang went to propose, he decisively called off the engagement, leaving Li Xianghua utterly embarrassed. When Zhao Taijun heard about it, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Good." He said that was a real man, unyielding, spirited, and calling off the marriage with style. From then on, the old man's opinion of Li Liang did a complete turnaround. But what truly stunned him was what happened next. The heavy snow had sealed off the mountains completely. Even he, an old hunter who had spent most of his life in the woods, came down empty-handed. Yet Li Liang brought back wild hares and grouse for days on end. Those creatures were cunning, even harder to catch in snowy weather. How did this kid manage it? And today was even more. It was his first time hunting with a gun, and he went to a place like Wild Boar Ridge. Yet in one go, he bagged a 200-gene yellow-haired beast and a 60-gene silly roe deer. Zhao Taijun had lived to this age and seen many people, but he had never encountered anyone like Li Liang. He recalled his own 20s when his head was filled with frivolous thoughts. He had never even touched a pheasant feather. Of course, he wouldn't mention these things to Li Liang. A series of chimes rang in his mind, and Li Liang knew that Zhao Taijun had just added another 200 points to his tally. Xiaolang, Zhao Taijun patted his shoulder. From now on, when you go up the mountain, take Liuzi with you. You enjoy the meat, let him have a bit of the broth. Grandpa Zhao, don't worry. As long as there's meat in my bowl, Liuzi won't go hungry. Li Liang said this earnestly. In his heart, Liuzi was truly a brother. All right, go on back. Your father's waiting at home. The old man waved his hand, smiled, and something flickered in his eyes before quickly fading. Li Liang said no more and turned to leave Liu's yard. By the time he reached his own doorstep, dusk had fallen. He unloaded the sack from his shoulder, which held 35 jin of wild boar meat. The wild boar he killed today yielded 80 jin of meat in total. 40 jin were sold to Zhang Weiman, 5 jin were given to the female educated youth, and the rest was all here. Dad's second sister, little sister, am home. Li Kangkai heard the commotion and came out of the house. When he saw the pile of meat on the ground, his eyes went wide. So much meat. Where did it come from? I hunted it. I got a yellow-haired beast and a roe deer today. Xiaolang you. Li Kangkai's lips trembled and the rest of the words wouldn't come out. Two little girls poked their heads out from the house, one calling out, "Big brother," and the other, "Brother," their voices brimming with excitement. The door swung open and the two girls rushed out, chattering, their braids bouncing on their shoulders. Li Liang reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of small brownish-yellow pieces. When he opened his palm, the sugar cubes glimmered faintly in the sunlight. Guess what this is, eh? Sweet. The taller girl exclaimed first. Brother, is it for me? The shorter one was already on tiptoe, reaching her fingers toward the sugar cubes. Flecks of light reflected in the children's pupils. I went specially to the supply cooperative for these. Hold out your hands, one handful each. He turned to the man by the door. Dad, you try one too. These melt in your mouth. In his other hand, he carried a paper bundle. I brought the flour back too. We'll make dumplings tonight. When the dumplings were served, steam rose, carrying the aroma of pork. Li Liang bit into a dumpling, the hot broth making him gasp. Father, he set down his chopsticks, I've found someone to teach the girls to read. It starts the day after tomorrow. Li Kangkai paused mid-pour as he added vinegar to his bowl. Learn to read. Who's teaching? It's Tong Yushu from the Educated Youth Office. Teacher Tong Yushu. Li Kangkai squinted, thinking. That girl who came from Yinjing last year. Yes. Li Liang nodded. Knowing a few characters is good. Li Kangkai reached out and touched the hair of the girl beside him. Keeps them from idling all day and piling all the work on you. The second sister smiled, lips pressed together, and placed a dumpling from her bowl into her father's dish. Li Liang watched his sister's hand. I was thinking, we men can go into the mountains and at least find a way to survive. But they're girls. They can't hunt. In a few years they'll have to marry. If they end up with someone unreliable. He trailed. A flash from his past life crossed his mind. His second sister standing in the mud in faded clothes, her eyes red. The women of Shuangshui village never entered the mountains, they only gathered mushrooms and foraged. After 16 matchmakers began to call. The life they'd have after marriage was entirely a matter of luck. Let them study. Li Kangkai set down his chopsticks. When they're older, send them to town for high school, then to college. Those two are clever. They'll surely amount to more than us. Li Liang looked at his sisters who were busy with the dumplings in their bowls, their cheeks puffed out. Son, Li Kangkai's voice dropped low, your father is old. This family relies on you now. These past days Li Liang had left before dawn and only returned with his game when the moon was already high over the mountain. Rabbits, wild boar. He brought them home one by one, always bearing fresh wounds. If not for the old injury flaring up in his waist, Li Kangkai would have followed him into the mountains. We're family. Don't say that. Li Liang picked up a dumpling, dipped it in soy sauce, and placed it in his father's bowl. Eat. I seasoned it well. It's delicious. The sun had climbed to its zenith, light streaming through the cracks in the tiles, painting golden lines on the stove. The snow outside was another 3 inches deeper, enough to bury an ankle. Li Liang rubbed his hands together, his breath forming white clouds in the frigid air. At that moment, the familiar chime sounded in his mind. Today's blind box glowed, and the system panel displayed a number. 1380 points of goodwill. A significant increase from yesterday. Even Li Liang was stunned for a moment. How had he accumulated so many? After thinking it over, he realized the bulk of it came from Tong Yushu. That female educated youth alone had given him 800 points. 800 points. Li Liang frowned, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the seam of his trousers. His mind raced. If he could build more connections with Tong Yushu and keep her contributing points, then the blind boxes for levels 4, 5, and 6 would surely be his to open one after another. The blind box cost 1,000 points, level 4 needed 2,000, and level 5 4,000. He had the math clear in his head. For now, he had only 380 points in reserve, far from the next blind box, let alone level 4. He made up his mind, in exchange for one anyway. A crisp notification sounded from the system, the points deducted by 1,000, leaving a balance of just 380. The lid of the blind box flipped open and 2 items rolled out. A bag of red powdered fish bait with the words "Al powerful fish attractant" printed on the plastic, heavy in his hand. Following that, a surge of information crashed into his mind. Master level fishing technique. Li Liang sucked in a cold breath. This talent had come at just the right time. A tributary of the Songhua River flowed just outside the village. When the ice melted in spring, the men of the village would shoulder their poles and head for the riverbank. His father Li Kangkai was also an avid fisherman. The rod at home had been bought from an old man at the town market. A 3-section bamboo pole strung together, a rarity in Shuangshui village. In this region, with heavy snow sealing the mountains at the foot of Changbai, bamboo couldn't survive. Others who wanted to fish had to cut a branch, sharpen it, tie a line, or use a net. Li Liang turned and went into the storeroom, retrieving the 3-section pole from the corner. The nylon line on the rod had grown a bit stiff, but the iron hook at the end was still sturdy. He stuffed the bag of bait into his pocket, recalling what Uncle Wayman had said a few days ago. The canteen at his Statone factory was short on fish, and the price was decent. The wind outside blew fiercely, snow pellets stinging his face. Liang turned up his cotton jacket collar, pushed open the courtyard gate, and headed toward the Songhua River. The ice on the river was thick, crunching underfoot. He found a spot where the current was gentler, crouched down, poured out half the red powder, mixed it with snow water into a ball, and baited the hook. The tip of the rod dipped the undercurrent beneath the ice, pulling the line deeper. The wooden handle felt steady in his palm, the rod's resilience reassuring. At least it wouldn't snap in two if he hooked something weighing tens of pounds. Countless images surged through his mind. In those visions, someone crouched by the river casting the line in an arc, another felt the current's direction with their fingertips, another judged where the fish were hiding from the ripples on the surface. These images burrowed into his limbs like living things, warm, spreading from his spine to his fingertips. When the heat faded, he could tell even with his eyes closed which fish liked to feed at what depth, and which bait could fool the wheeliest old carp. The iron chain in the yard suddenly clattered. Black Dragon's voice rolled over the wall like thunder, its forepaws scraping at the ground, sending snow flying in all directions. Liang leaned the fishing rod against the wall and walked out through the crunching snow. A man in a worn cotton jacket stood by the gate, rubbing his hands, a smile plastered on his face, his back slightly bent, as if standing straight might cause offense. "Captain Liang." The man spoke first, his voice carrying a cautious, probing tone. "I'm from the production brigade. Captain Qian sent me to invite you to a meeting at the commune." The man's demeanor made Liang take a second look. He had met a few people from the commune before, and every one of them carried themselves with an air of importance. But this man acted as if he were in the presence of someone formidable, not daring to meet his eyes directly. "What's the matter?" Liang leaned against the doorframe, showing no intention of agreeing immediately. "I heard someone sneaked into Wild Boar Ridge last night. Something happened." The man lowered his voice, then added, "Captain Qian said if you didn't want to go, I should still deliver the message." He followed the man through the snow, his mind quickly running through the terrain of Wild Boar Ridge. That forest was deep and treacherous. Even veteran hunters dared not venture. He followed the man through the snow, his mind quickly running through the terrain of Wild Boar Ridge. That forest was deep and treacherous. Even veteran hunters dared not venture in alone at night. Who would choose to go there after dark? In the commune yard of Shuangshui village, 4 figures knelt in the snow. The north wind scraped across the ground, cutting like a knife against their exposed skin. The 4 had been stripped of their sheepskin coats and cotton jackets, left in only a single layer of clothing. On their backs, bundles of wet branches were tied with hemp ropes, heavy and cold, forcing them to bow low. The 2 on the far right had faces pale with cold, their lips drained of color. Tremors racked their bodies from knees to shoulders, shaking like sieves. Liang and Li Hu. Inside the room, a charcoal fire burned, flames licking the bottom of a kettle, steam rising from its spout. Qian Fugui sat by the window. Across from him was an old man with graying hair, gnarled hands resting on his knees, his gaze constantly drifting toward the figures outside. Qian Fugui sat by the window. Qian Fugui lifted the enamel mug and handed it over. "I've sent for Liang. Once he's here, we'll discuss it." Zhang Dabiao took the mug, his fingers recoiling from the heat, but he didn't put it down. He just held it, staring at the rising steam, lost in thought. He was Director Zhang's own uncle, having lived in the village for over 60 years. Never before had he seen his nephew so frantic, leaving for the county town, without even touching breakfast. Footsteps sounded from the courtyard gate. Qian Fugui stood up, glanced outside, and let out a sigh of relief. The moment Liang stepped into the yard, he recognized the 2 brothers at once. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the sodden branches on their backs, then turned toward the house. Qian Fugui stood at the doorway, waving him in. The old man beside him also rose, setting the enamel mug on the table with a dull thud. Elder Zhang's throat felt as if scorched by fire, his voice rasping and dry enough to scrape off dust. "How can I not be anxious? My grandson has been trapped in the mountain hollow for a whole day and night." His eyes were as red as overripe persimmons. He pulled a gray, dusty handkerchief from his tattered cotton coat, pressed it roughly to his eyes, then brought it to his nose, squeezing hard with a muffled sound. Stuffing the handkerchief back into his coat, he turned his face, his gaze piercing toward Widow Wu like an all. "It's all your Li Hu's fault. If he hadn't instigated it, would my boy have gone deep into those wild mountains?" Wu Erong was heartbroken seeing her son kneeling in the cold wind outside, her teeth nearly ground to dust. She straightened her back, her eyes bulging wide, her voice even louder than Elder Zhang's. "Elder Zhang, what you're saying is unfair. Your grandson agreed of his own free will. My Huzi didn't hold a knife to his throat. Now that he's lost, you blame my family. Where in the world is that logic?" Her lips fluttered rapidly as she hurled those words. Elder Zhang's mouth opened and closed, opening and closing again, only managing to stammer, "Wu Irong, you. Mother, stop arguing." Li Xianghua shot a meaningful glance from the side, lowering her voice. "So many people are watching. Don't you care about?" By the fire, Qian Fugui felt his cheeks burning. He cast a sidelong glance at Widow Wu, his voice laced with coldness. "Widow Wu, I've gotten to the bottom of this. It was your Huzi who ran into Zhang Weigua halfway and coaxed him into the mountains, saying they needed some help." He paused, a cold snort rolling from his throat. Zhang Weigua is only 16, barely touched a gun in his life. How could he possibly go hunting in the mountains? After speaking, he swept his gaze around the room, his voice dropping. "Arguing is useless. The important thing now is to find the person." Yet he muttered to himself, "Why hasn't Liang shown up yet?" Just then someone shouted from outside the door, "Brigade Leader Captain Li is here." Qian Fugui's eyes lit up, and he hurried to welcome him. The moment Li Liang stepped into the commune gate, he saw a row of people kneeling in the yard. A cold wind swept through, they shrank, their necks, teeth chattering, bodies trembling like sieves. He glanced at the two figures on the right and couldn't help but click his tongue. Weren't those Li Xianghua's two younger brothers, Li Long and Li Hu? On such a freezing day, they were kneeling, bare-chested, trousers loose. What offense had they committed? The moment Li Long and Li Hu saw him enter, they dropped their heads, jaws clenched tight. They wanted to lift their knees, but Zhou Lieshan, sitting on the chair inside, only had to glare, and they knelt back down obediently. What rotten luck! Li Hu squeezed out through gritted teeth. Anyone could have seen us, but it had to be this guy. Li Long said nothing, but his face was as stiff as if coated in paste. Being seen in this wretched state by Li Liang hurt more than a knife wound. Li Liang was about to step inside when a dark crowd emerged from the main room. The village captains, including Qian Fugue and the familiar face of Zhou Lieshan. His brow suddenly furrowed. Among that group he spotted several old acquaintances he'd rather not see. He Hongyan widow Wu and Li Xianghua. Li Xianghua's expression changed when she saw him. She stiffened her face, arms crossed over her chest, her gaze cold as ice. As Li Liang entered the yard, a sharp voice cut through the cold wind. "That jinx is here again." Widow Wu clutched her sleeves, her teeth grinding audibly. Her daughter's engagement had been called off, and the whole area was gossiping about it. Every time she saw that figure, she felt a lump of cotton stuck in her throat, sour, while churning in her stomach. Two pairs of eyes pierced him like needles. Li Liang's gaze swept over the mother and daughter, the curve of their lips, the disdain in their eyes. Nothing escaped his notice. He said nothing, only the corners of his mouth twitching upward. There would be plenty of days ahead. Oh, every debt would be settled in time. He Hongyan stepped back as if treading on hot coals, retreating into the crowd. She remembered clearly that man had beaten Qian Wu nearly to death, and someone had his back afterward. Now crossing paths with him was like a mouse encountering a cat crouching in the corner. A chill ran down her spine, and she dared not approach. Li Liang didn't even lift his eyelids, walking straight past, as if he hadn't seen the dodging figure. Qian Fugue hurried over in 2 steps, wiping his hands on his clothes before extending them. "You're finally here." Zhou Lieshan followed behind, his voice booming. "What took you so long? We've been waiting for ages." This brigade leader, usually so stern, now had smile lines crinkling around his eyes, as if greeting his own brother. With him taking the lead, the other squad leaders crowded around, some nodding, some grinning, their warmth tinged with caution, all vying to speak with Li Liang. By the courtyard wall, Li Xianghua stood frozen. She turned to look at Li Long, who was equally bewildered. When had this Li fellow become such a hot commodity? Others might be excusable, but Qian Fugue was the brigade leader of Shuangshui village, the head of the village. How high an official was that? Usually he wouldn't even spare a smile for her family, his face as stern as if they owed him grain, and he'd respond with indifference. But now, he was grinning like a blooming flower, calling out, "Captain Li Liang," with such warmth and familiarity. Was it just because that guy had carried back a wild boar? Why? The more Li Xianghua thought about it, the angrier. She grew, her molars nearly ground to dust. Meanwhile, in the yard, Li Long knelt on the ground, his knees aching from the cold stone. He stared at Zhou Lieshan's back, his temples throbbing. In his memory, Zhou the elder was like a stone that could never be warmed. Few words, a cold face, never showing any leniency. Today, when they had made a mistake, Zhou the elder flew into a rage, making them kneel bare-chested in the yard in sub-zero temperatures, with dozens of pounds of firewood on their backs. But now, Zhou Lieshan was patting Li Liang on the shoulder, chatting and laughing. What? What has he done? Li Long's lips trembled, his voice so low it was almost a whisper to himself. A gust of cold wind slipped through his collar, and he shivered. The stone slab was icy cold, the firewood on his back numbing his shoulders. Yet his heart felt colder than his body. That Zhou the elder, who was usually as fierce as a tiger, could laugh so warmly in front of someone else. Li Liang's back sent a chill down Li Long's spine. He counted the days. In just a few days, that man had already gathered a team and made himself captain. The wild game he brought back filled the yard. Flying dragon birds, wild boar, roe deer, their fur still steaming. Li Long looked down at his own hands. These hands had done nothing but chop wood for days. In Lieshan brigade, he didn't even qualify to pour tea for Zhou the elder. If his elder sister hadn't taken that 100 yuan bride price back, then this captain would now be his brother-in-law. Even if his brother-in-law gave him just a bone from the meat, he wouldn't be starving in the snow until his vision blurred. Li Long sniffled the frozen snot, running his heart, feeling as heavy as a rock. Widow Wu stood at the edge of the crowd, her expression shifting and changing. She watched as the brigade leaders from the commune actively approached Li Liang to chat, letting out a cold snort from her nose as she turned her face away. A mere squad leader, what's there to show off? She muttered under her breath. My Dalong and Huzi will be 10 times stronger than him in the future. Qian Fugue circled the yard, but didn't see the dog, so he asked Li Liang, "Where's that mountain-sniffing hound of yours?" "Black Dragon is guarding the house." Li Liang swept his gaze over the people present. Li Long, Widow Wu, and Aunt He were all there. Before coming to the commune, someone had told him that a group who went hunting in Wild Boar Ridge never came out. Is it that group? He gestured with his chin toward Li Long and Li Hu, who were kneeling on the ground. Qian Fugue sighed, looking at the 4 people kneeling in the snow. Their cotton-padded jackets were torn in several places, the exposed cotton frozen into hard clumps. Xiaolong told you on the way, right? He lowered his voice. Early this morning, Li, who called his brother along with Yang Jianjun and Yang Aigua, plus Old Man Zhang's grandson Zhang Weigua, 5 of them went up the mountain. Then a white blizzard kicked up on the mountain, and on their way down they ran into a few 400 or 500-pound boars. Their tusks were this long. He gestured with his hands to show the length. The 4 of them got scared and bolted, leaving Old Man Zhang's kids stranded on the mountain. After hearing this, Li Liang's knuckles turned white from clenching. A 400 or 500-pound wild boar. These people really had a death wish. A thin, elderly man pushed through the crowd and dropped to his knees before Li Liang, the snow cratering under his weight. Xiaolang, you have to find Weigua. He's only 16. Old Man Zhang's voice tore from his throat. Li Liang bent down, hooked his arms under the old man's, and helped him up. Elder, I'll do my utmost. He understood what Qian Fugui meant. There were only 2 or 3 mountain-sniffing hounds usable in the village, and this dog was far faster at finding people in the snow. Qian Fugui wanted him to take Black Dragon into the mountains and bring the child back from Wild Boar Ridge. Qian Fugui tapped his pipe against the corner of the table, sending sparks flying that left a few black scorch marks. He swept his gaze over the faces in the room, his voice as heavy as frozen earth. Old Man Zhang's grandson is still up on the mountain. Every moment wasted adds more uncertainty. Li Liang turned his back, his eyes falling on the 4 figures huddled in the corner. He pointed a finger at them. They lost him. Let them go find him themselves. It was already pitch dark when they returned from Wild Boar Ridge yesterday, and now he had to tread that path again this morning. But this time what he carried on his shoulders wasn't a rifle. It was a human life. With seasoned hands like Qian Fugui and Zhou Lizhan by his side, Li Liang felt his legs had more backbone than yesterday. Li Xianghua gripped the doorframe tightly, her knuckles white, her lips trembling as if she wanted to say something. Widow Wu's face had turned the color of liver, her hands twisting the hem of her clothes, her nails nearly digging into the fabric. I don't agree. Wild Boar Ridge. That place, the white blizzard stings so bad you can't even open your eyes, my son. Shut up. Zhou Lizhan's voice crashed down like frozen stone, sharp and biting. She took 2 steps forward, her right hand arcing through the air, landing on Widow Wu's left cheek, with a crisp crack like a branch snapping in winter. Widow Wu staggered back half a step, her palm pressed to her cheek, her eyes wide as saucers. A searing pain spread from her cheek to her ear, and she stood frozen, her mind buzzing. This head of the household had actually struck her in front of everyone. Your 2 sons have caused enough trouble. How old is Zhang? A 12-year-old kid. Where is he now? Shivering in a snowdrift on Wild Boar Ridge. Zhou Lizhan's spit nearly sprayed onto Widow Wu's face. Didn't I tell you all? Without my approval, no one crosses that mountain. If something happens, I won't take responsibility. Li Long and Li, who stood a few steps away, their faces as pale as paper. Li Long's Adam's apple bobbed as he tried to pull his mother away, but Li Hu grabbed his arm. I laid down the rules long ago. If you don't listen, get out. I won't stop your sons from hunting on the mountain, but if they harm someone else's only child, this isn't over. Zhou Lizhan turned to glare at Widow Wu, the lines around his eyes carved like knife marks. Once I find the boy, Li Long and Li Hu pack their things and never show their faces around me again. Widow Wu felt her temples throb, the words drilled into her ears, but seemed muffled, as if through water. She opened her mouth, but only a choked sob escaped her throat. Mom. Li Hu's eyes reddened with desperation, his voice cracking. Just leave. Stop making things worse. Li Long gritted his teeth, his chest heaving violently, his eyes dry and aching. He knew Zhou Lizhan's temper better than anyone. Once words were spoken, they were like nails hammered and never to be pulled back. This job was probably lost for good. From now on, he probably wouldn't even dare set foot on those mountain trails. Li Liang leaned against the doorframe, his eyes flicking over the scene, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. A faint cold laugh escaped his throat like wind rustling through withered grass in winter. The shadows of those 4 people stretched long on the ground, intertwining like a tangled knot that couldn't be undone. Li Xianghua's cheek muscles were taut, her lips pressed into a thin line, her chest heaving violently, as if something was stuck in her throat about to explode. That howl was even more piercing, more unrestrained than before. Dad, Old Man Zhang's grandson, got lost on Wild Boar Ridge. I'm going into the mountains with Captain Qian and the others to find him. Li Liang patted his father on the shoulder, his gaze sweeping over his 2 younger sisters. You 2 go with Tong Yushu to the youth affairs office. Today's his first day, formally teaching second sister and little sister. Li Kangkai's brow furrowed deeply. That white blizzard on Wild Boar Ridge has been acting up lately. Don't push yourself just because you're young. Li Liang nodded, called out to Black Dragon, and headed toward the commune. At the assembly point, Qian Fugui looked up and saw a lynx cub wobbling along beside Li Liang on its furry little... He paused, startled. Captain Li Liang, you brought this little thing along too. The fact that Li Liang kept the lynx in Shuangshui village was old news. Qian Fugui had heard a thing or two. It has a sharp nose. It'll come in handy. Li Liang replied casually. Qian Fugui didn't press further, just nodded. Li Liang swept his gaze over the crowd. About 20 people, all broad-shouldered and thick-armed, their faces deeply lined like carved stone, their hands covered in calluses. These were veteran hunters who had weathered decades in the snow. Only the 4 in the corner stood out. Li Long, Li Hu, and 2 young men looking like fish eyes mixed among pearls. Li Hu's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Li Liang. If Li Liang hadn't called them useless, would his mother have taken that slap from Zhou Laoda? Who's he? Don't mess with him. Li Liang tugged at his younger brother's sheepskin sleeve, lowering his voice. He's not someone we can afford to provoke now. Li Liang was more clear-headed than his brother. Li Liang had just formed a team and become captain with Qian Fugui and Zhou Laizhan backing him up. That kid was riding a wave of success, armed with men and backing. Crushing them would be easier than killing an A. Li Liang had made up his mind. From now on, head steer clear of Li Liang. What he regretted most now was when Li Liang came to propose, he joined his older sister in making things difficult, insisting on 100 yuan bride price, a sewing machine, this and that. Each memory cut like a knife. He let out a long sigh, a puff of white mist dispersing in the cold wind. Second brother, why are you such a Li Hu was baffled. You don't know a damn thing, you reckless idiot. Li Liang kicked his brother in the leg, his voice dropping even lower. We're just wild rabbits on the mountain, and Li Liang. He paused, gazing into the distance at Li Liang's retreating figure, which stood before the crowd like an old tree, unyielding under the weight of snow and wind. He's more than just a leopard. That's a Siberian tiger. As his words fell, the sky began to spill heavy snowflakes, and the wind laden with icy pellets lashed against their faces with a biting sting. A gust of white wind swept over, chilling them to the marrow. About 20 people trudged forward against the gale, the snow already waist-deep each step, like dragging their legs through a mire. When they reached the foot of Wild Boar Ridge, the wind suddenly ceased. Zhou Laizhan shook the snow from his clothes and turned back to find Li Liang clutching a bulging burlap sack at his waist. He was taken aback. Young Li were heading up the mountain. What's with the sack? Li Liang patted the bag's opening and replied flatly, just picking up some mountain goods, seeing if there's anything good. Qian Fugui smirked, a cold, insincere grin spreading across his face as he shook the stiff felt hat on his head. The icicles clinging to its brim clattered down his collar, making him shiver and shrink his neck. Captain Li, he said, rubbing his numb frozen eyelids with the back of his hand, his voice laced with a resigned mockery. Look at this mountain. Snow has been pounding down for days, mixed with that white wind blinding everyone. In such conditions, what mountain treasures could you possibly dig up from the ground? Before his words had even faded, the hunters following them up the mountain seemed to have rehearsed it, grinning in turn, with low knowing coughs rumbling from their throats. Everyone knew it in their hearts. Li Liang, who had only recently been appointed captain, was still green when it came to the craft of laying traps and navigating the woods. Yet fortune seemed to favor him. Just days ago, a rabbit stumbled into his snare, a grouse fell into his net, and he even felled a yellow-furred roe deer with a single arrow. But luck, after all, is unreliable. In weather where even the wind through the old forest cuts like a knife, digging up mountain treasures, that was like fishing for the moon in a river, harder than scaling the heavens. Even the old timers who had spent decades roaming these hills in days when every breath froze into icicles and the white wind howled over Wild Boar Ridge couldn't spot a single dried frozen mushroom. The snow here was terrifyingly deep. A single step would sink you up to your thigh, as if the ground were layered with a dozen sheepskin mattresses. At the back of the line, Li Hu spat hard onto the ground and muttered under his breath, "Humph, just daydreaming." With the snow sealing the mountain, what bird's nest treasures could there be on Wild Boar Ridge? Yang Jianjun sidled up, grinning mischievously as he nudged Li Hu's elbow. Brother, who got a chicken feather stuck in your throat? Speaking so softly, Li Liang can't even hear a peep. Li Hu whipped his head around, his eyes bulging. He'll talk however I damn well please. What's it to you? If he couldn't handle that Li fellow, could he not deal with a sycophant like Yang Jianjun? At Qian Fugui's words, Li Liang merely pursed his lips and remained silent. He knew in his heart that today's coy talent still had a sliver of time left and used like a fire striker still tucked in his pocket. Meow, meow. The half-grown lynx cub at his feet suddenly perked its tail and let out two urgent cries. Li Liang followed. The little creature burrowed through the snow, finally stopping before a thick oak tree, its head an oak tree. He squinted, following the trunk upward. His gaze swept over the rough bark, and then his pupils. On the trunk about a man's height above the ground clung 7 or 8 fuzzy lumps like wooden knots resembling monkey head mushrooms. The words burst from his throat with barely contained excitement. What? Monkey head? Had Li Liang stumbled upon monkey head mushrooms? Really? Impossible. How could there be monkey head mushrooms? Qian Fugui and Zhou Laizhan's group clamored behind him, their footsteps crunching on the snow as they quickly gathered around the base of the oak tree. When they saw the clusters of wild mushrooms on the trunk, their shouts died in their throats, leaving only wide staring. It really is that stuff. My dear mother, so many. Which deity's dog did young Li step on? This luck is too uncanny. At the back of the line, Li Hu's face flushed with envy, his fists clenched until his knuckles cracked. His heart seethed like boiling oil, cursing repeatedly, damn it. Damn it all. How did this kid hit it again? If he had taken just a few more steps forward, he would have been the first to spot those monkey head mushrooms, and all those gleaming mountain goods would have been his. Yang Jianjun clicked his tongue in admiration, his face full of envy. Tisk young Li's luck is incredible. I just counted. On this one tree alone, there are 8 whole monkey head mushrooms. In the mountain runner trade, the rules were absolute. Whoever's eyes spotted the goods first owned them, and no one else was allowed to touch a single piece. Li Liang was the first to speak in the forest. He fixed his gaze on an oak tree where clumps of brownish-yellow things squeezed out from the bark crevices. Monkey head mushrooms growing on branches 3 or 4 meters high. His hand was already reaching out, twisting off the ones within grasp and tossing them into the sack, moving as if afraid they might escape. Above, 4 or 5 more clung to the thinnest branches out of reach from the ground. Captain Qian glanced at the canopy and urged him to abandon the high ones, saying they needed to find Zhang Weigua quickly. The path on Wild Boar Ridge was treacherous, and every extra minute meant greater danger. Liang didn't look up, only replied that it would be quick. He turned his face and shot a glance at the lynx cub crouched by his feet. The gray-brown ball of fur, only 3 months old, dug its claws into the bark and scurried upward. The hunters below were all stunned. Qian Fugui and Zhou Lizhan exchanged a look, both thinking the same thing. This young Li was going to use the lynx to gather the mountain goods from the treetop. In the forests of Changbai Mountain, so many treasures, pine cones, Lingji hazelnuts, grew high up, and mountain runners could only stare helplessly, lacking tools or the ability to climb such heights, no matter how tempting. But this little lynx was different. It was born to climb. Captain Qian clicked his tongue and admitted that Captain Li's skill had earned his respect. Picking monkey head mushrooms was nothing special, but taming a lynx as an assistant, that he truly envied. Zhou Lizhan stroked his chin, muttering about what method this kid had used to make the lynx cub obey him. Behind them, Li Hu and Yang Jianjun's group all stood with mouths agape, their eyes wide, as if they'd seen a ghost. Taming a lynx to gather mountain goods. Could that really work? The number of monkey head mushrooms in the sack kept growing. Liang bent down to pick up an oak leaf, rubbing its veins with his thumb, when 2 barks suddenly reached his ears. Heilong barked twice at the southern bushes, its tail wagging with a sharp slap. His heart leaped, and his feet were already moving in that direction. Pushing aside a clump of hazel leaves, his eyes suddenly lit up. At the base of a tree trunk, a dark, lumpy mass clung to the bark, its surface pitted and rough, like charred charcoal or solidified asphalt. Birch polypore. This was far rarer than monkey head mushrooms. You couldn't find more than a few pieces on the entire mountain. The sack soon bulged even more. The breathing of the hunters behind him grew heavy. Someone let out a dry swallow. Qian Fugui stared at the dark lump, his hand unconsciously tightening on his strap until his knuckles turned white. Zhou Lizhan looked away, pretending to gaze at the distant clouds, but the corner of his eye never strayed back. Li Hu shuffled his foot forward half a step, then halted abruptly, as if measuring the distance between himself and the forest suddenly fell silent, leaving only the sound of wind rustling through leaves, and a young lynx cub crouched on a branch, peering down at its owner's movements. Beneath a birch tree bent low by accumulated snow, black dragon frantically clawed at the frozen crust with its forepaws, a low growl rumbling from its throat. Liang trudged through knee-deep snowdrifts and immediately fixed his gaze on a dark brown protrusion at the base of the tree trunk. Its surface pitted and uneven, like stone lumps scorched by fire clustered tightly together. He crouched down, plunging his gloved hand directly into the snow. The touch was hard, carrying a gritty friction. This was a medicinal fungus growing on birch trees. Every winter, those white coat buyers from the town clinic would come to the countryside to collect it, claiming it could lower blood pressure and cholesterol. He pried at the clump of fungus with force. It weighed at least 3 or 4 gene. Black Dragon, step aside. He lowered his voice in a command, and the dog immediately retreated, half a step, ears still perked, watching his hands. Snowflakes splashed onto his face, jolting him with cold. In the distance, someone approached through the snow, footsteps crunching. Captain Li, what are you digging up? Qian Fugui's voice was wrapped in white puffs of breath. That tree is a birch. It's chaga, isn't it? Indeed it is. Black Dragon found it first. Zhou Lizhan followed behind, his 2 hunting dogs circling a snow mound, sniffing before pulling back. Standing 3 meters away, Qian Fugui watched as Liang pried the dark brown fungus clump from the tree root, unable to help smacking his lips. The snow's buried up to your waist, and you still dug this out. What luck? Zhou Lizhan didn't respond. He stared at Black Dragon's slender back for a long moment, his Adam's apple bobbing. Director Zhang told me that kid traded 2 gene of sweet potatoes and 20 gene of badger meat for this dog. His voice was low, as if afraid the wind would scatter his words. If I'd known Wu Shengli was going to kill this Mongolian sighthound. Useless. Qian Fugui cut him off. That kid's badger meat wasn't even warm, yet when he ran straight to Wu Shengli's place. Even if you'd carried 200 gene of badger meat over, it would have been too late. Zhou Lizhan clenched the dog leash in his hand, his knuckles turning white. Black Dragon leaped out of the snow pit, shaking itself, showering snow onto Liang's pant legs. The dog turned to glance at him, tongue lolling by its mouth, exhaling puffs of white breath one after another. Liang stuffed the chaga into his basket and patted Black Dragon's head. The dog's fur was as stiff as iron wire, pricking his palm painfully. He stood up, grinning at the group behind him, his teeth dazzlingly white in the cold wind. Zhou Lizhan turned and spat toward his 2 hunting dogs. Took Xiang only chases wild boar, doesn't recognize mountain goods. He muttered, though it was unclear to whom. A voice rang out in the snowfield, sharp and piercing, cut by the frigid wind. It really is that birch lump. Brother, take a look, at least 4 gene. Another voice chimed in, tinged with surprise and envy. That kid just dug up a few gene of monkey head mushroom, and now he's pried off such a big piece of chaga. No way, we've got to dig too. There must be more hidden in this forest. Yang Jianjun and Yang Aguo's eyes twitched as they watched Liang stuff the gray-brown fungus into his sack, their Adam's apples bobbing. Chaga could be traded for vouchers in the buyer's hands. In these times, a lump of medicinal herb was worth half a month's work points. Liang stumbled upon fortune. Why couldn't they? All around were birch trees, their trunks frozen stiff, snow piled past their knees, burying the roots solidly. To find chaga, they had to dig through the snow. It was like digging for sweet potatoes in winter. Reach in and find whatever luck brings. Li Hu stared at Liang's sack, his eyes nearly sparking with envy. He turned and shouted to the side, "Second brother, let's get to it." With that, he waded through waist-deep snow toward Liang. He wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but he knew that digging where someone had already trampled was better than blindly scratching around. Besides, in a few days they'd be driven out by Li's Han Brigade. The more dried goods he stockpiled, the better he'd survive the winter. An elderly hunter in the group watched the chaotic scene, his mouth opening and closing, finally letting out only a sigh. "You all, how can this?" "Hey." He turned to Qian Fugue, lowering his voice. "Captain, say something, will you? The most urgent matter is finding Zhang Weigua. How can we abandon the real task to dig tree lumps?" Qian Fugue's face darkened, his voice thick and firm. "Enough. Don't waste time here. Saving people is the top." Zhang Weigua had been left on Wild Boar Ridge for an entire night and a day. Whether head frozen to death or been mauled by beasts, no one could say, yet Li Hu and his crew still had the mind to forage mountain goods. As Qian Fugue's words fell, several hunters froze mid-motion, sheepishly withdrawing their hands. Liang stuffed the chaga into his sack, tightened the drawstring, and patted the bag. The snow pits around them lay empty. The others had scraped around for ages without even a sliver of fungus skin. This kid's luck is freakish. Why is he the only one finding anything? The group trudged uphill through the snow, stumbling with each step, snow reaching their waists, while several hunting dogs pushed forward, sniffing the way. A fresh layer of snow had fallen overnight, erasing all the footprints Li Hu's team had left yesterday. Tracking Zhang Weiguo's trail now depended solely on the dogs' noses. When they reached a patch of berry bushes, Liang paused. He recognized this place. Yesterday had dug up over 200 gene of yellow-haired wild boar here and knocked down a silly roe deer on the ridge beyond. His gaze swept to the side, to the spot where he and Liuzi had divided the meat. The bloodstains had long been buried clean by snow. Qian Fugue turned back and asked Li Hu, "Where did you take Zhang Weigua to chase prey yesterday?" Zhou Lizhan stood by his face, taut, his eyes cutting like blades across his two team members. Li Hu shrank his head, eyelids drooping, afraid to meet Zhou Lizhan's gaze. He swiveled his head, scanning the area, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. "Right here. That's where we ran into that big boar." On the vast white snowfield, only Qian Fugue remained, turning his head to scan the surroundings. Zhang Weiguo's shadow had vanished long ago. Suddenly, Black Dragon lifted its nose, sniffed the air twice, then burst into a series of short barks. Has that beast found something? Qian Fugue turned to stare at the dog. Seeing Black Dragon already striding in a direction, Liang quickly followed. The dog pressed its nose to the snow, sniffing intently as it walked, but stopped dead after a short distance. Liang bent down to look. The snow was trampled chaos, covered in wild boar hoofprints. Several pits had been dug into the dirt nearby, clearly gouged by boars' snouts and tusks. The hoofprints varied in size, densely layered, dizzying to the eye. Could it be? He muttered under his breath. Zhou Lizhan then came over, bent down to scan the ground, traces, his brows nodding tightly. "It's not just one big boar." His voice was very low. "It's a whole herd." Zhou Lizhan crouched down, his fingers brushing the imprints on the snow. Though the traces were a mess, had hunted for half a lifetime and had sharp eyes. "The hoofprints are fresh. The herd hasn't run far, probably holed up in this area." As he spoke, he gripped the rifle in his hand tighter. Qian Fugue also leaned in for a look at him. No blood and no signs of tearing or biting. This news brought relief to several people. Zhang Weigua had carried a weapon when he left, and the absence of struggle marks meant he was still alive. If a lone hunter encountered a herd of wild boars in the mountains, he would most likely be bitten to death or trampled to death. The fact that no struggling marks were left on this snowy ground at least proved he hadn't run into those beasts. The hoofprints go northeast. Let's follow this trail. Qian Fugue pointed ahead and took the lead. Liang glanced back once more at the chaotic boar tracks, his heart pounding with unease. Encountering a herd of boars could be called good news. That old man Zhang Weigua was probably being chased by those beasts right now, having endured the entire night. Whether he could even survive was uncertain. The group continued climbing toward the ridge of Wild Boar Mountain. The higher they ascended, the thicker the snow became, with no sign of any living creature around. Yang Jianjun gasped for breath and called out to the man ahead, "Captain Qian, we can't go any further up." He bent over, exhaling puffs of white mist that scattered in the wind. "Up there is the territory of black bears and Siberian tigers. If a tiger leaps out halfway, what can our few men do?" After trekking over 10 miles of mountain paths, everyone's legs felt as heavy as lead, exhausted and hungry. Snow had seeped into the dogskin boots of several hunters, soaking their wool socks as it melted, leaving their legs frozen to the bone. Snow had also gotten into Yang Jianjun's boots, and the soles of his feet had long gone numb. He knew that if they kept searching like this, his legs would surely be frostbitten. At 4 in the morning, snowflakes stung their faces like needles. Qian Fugue crouched behind a rocky outcrop, watching the trembling knees of the dozen hunters at his feet, a heavy sigh escaping his throat. He clenched his fists, recalling the promise he had made to Zhang Dabiao before setting out, thumping his chest. Suddenly Zhou Lizhan kicked a withered tree nearby, sending clumps of snow cascading down. Yang Jianjun, if you dare stick your tongue out again, it'll twist it off. He grabbed a handful of snow and hurled it at the middle-aged man who was shrinking his neck. Where did you and Li Hu lose him in the first place? It's Wild Boar Mountain, right? Then get your ass back there and find him. As his words fell, the hunters buried their faces, even lower, none daring to meet Zhou Lizhan's gaze. By then Li Liang had climbed to the hilltop ahead. Hei Long sniffed the blurred boar tracks in the snow, while Li Liang's boots crunched into the white blanket with each step. He neither turned back nor stopped. See that? Zhou Lizhan pointed at Li Liang's back, his voice low. That kid isn't even 20 yet, but he's faster than you old bones. And his hunting skills go without saying. Most importantly, he never once complained of fatigue. The hunters remained silent, only the north winds wail through the bare branches breaking the stillness. A bunch of cowards who want to turn back halfway. Zhou Lizhan's eyes narrowed into slits like an eagle watching a mouse. Qian Fugui's hand sweated in his cotton jacket pocket. He knew exactly whom Zhou Lizhan was cursing. Those hunters who wanted to descend the mountain, and even more so the freezing heavens. Last night's snow had fallen ominously. When the blizzard howled, even veteran hunters dared not step out. The temperature on Wild Boar Mountain was at least minus 30 degrees, compounded by the hungry Siberian tigers and boars lurking behind the thickets. That boy Zhang Weigua hadn't even spent proper time in the military. In such weather on such a mountain, what chance did he have to live? He was about to say more when he saw Li Liang halt. Hei Long's nose pressed against the ground, its tail suddenly stiffening. Li Liang turned and waved toward the foot of the mountain. Halfway up, the snow had already reached knee-deep. Zhou Lizhan stopped, his breath freezing into ice crystals on his beard. Let's push a bit further up. If there's still no sign, well, retreat. He lowered his voice, thumb rubbing against the gun barrel. Several hunters behind exchanged glances. Everyone understood what this meant. They couldn't risk the entire team for one man. Just then Hei Long suddenly stiffened its neck, its fluffy tail pointing straight up as its front paws dug into the snow. Li Liang raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Woof, woof. The dog's bark tore through the silent forest. Zhang Weigua. Qian Fugue tightened his grip on the rifle strap, his voice uncertain. No. Li Liang listened intently for a few seconds, his face darkening. It's wild boars. What Hei Long smells isn't human scent. It's a herd of boars. Woof, woof, woof. Several hunting dogs erupted simultaneously, their barks echoing through the desolate valley. That kid is trapped up ahead. Li Liang pointed to a gully on the left where a thicket bent under the snow. The boars have him surrounded. Zhang Weigua was still alive. The thought exploded in everyone's mind. A day and night and minus 30 degrees on Wild Boar Mountain with last night's blizzard that could bury a man alive. How could he possibly still be alive? That kid's fate is as tough as forged iron. Li Hu rubbed his frozen fingers, his voice trembling. He ran into a boar herd and came out whole. Yang Jianjun breathed warm air into his palms. Even a bear can't survive a night in this place. How did he hold out? Zhou Lizhan and Qian Fugue exchanged a glance. Both could read the same shock in each other's eyes. They had never seen anything like this in 30 years of hunting. Listen up, all of you. Zhou Lizhan yanked off his gun holster. Load the bullets. Release the safety. The click-clack of mechanical sounds rang out on the mountain path. A dozen hunters moved in unison, the metallic clatter crisp and sharp. Li Liang led the way, Hei Long darting at his feet, its nose skimming the snow, tail erect like a flagpole. 2 kilometers. 1 kilometer. 500 meters. Closer. Woof, woof, woof. This time it wasn't just Hei Long barking. The hunting dogs under Zhou Lizhan and Qian Fugui's care all bristled, low growls rumbling from their throats. This was the warning sound of hunting dogs spotting prey. There were many. Everyone heard the crunch of snow being trampled. Not the steps of one person, but the heavy hooves of a dozen beasts. Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence. It was the dull thud of a hunter's rifle echoing through the valley, shaking snow from the branches. That's Zhang Weigua's gun, someone shouted. The little brat is still alive. Grandpa Zhang's grandson. What a tough one. Zhou Lizhan charged through waist-deep snow, the rifle but pressed against his shoulder, racing toward the direction of the shot. Qian Fugue followed close behind, his breath scattered by the wind. Ah! Ah! Piercing screams came from ahead, not quite human, more like the death throes of a wild beast. Li Liang ran fastest. When he pushed aside the dead branches blocking his path, the sight before him made him stop dead in his tracks. In the snow, over a dozen wild boars formed a semicircle, trapping a human figure in the center. That person's face was smeared with blood and mud, but one could still vaguely discern the contours of Grandpa Zhang's features. Most striking was the leading boar. Between its hind legs hung 2 massive testicles swaying in the cold wind. The tusks protruding from its mouth were as long as an adult's finger, gleaming with an oily sheen. It crouched in the snow like a breathing black hill. Roughly estimated it weighed at least 600 jin. Someone muttered a curse under their breath. The air was thick with the stench of wild boar mixed with the smell of blood, making several young hunters retch. A thunderous crack tore through the forest's stillness, sending snow cascading from the pine branches. That wasn't thunder, it was a gunshot. Then a youthful scream that tightened everyone's heart exploded in the cold air like a frozen surface cracking. Several hunters followed the sound, pushing through waist-deep snow. When they brushed aside the last thicket their pupils contracted sharply, and the white mist from their mouths paused for an instant. Wild boars. A dozen of them. Their tusks jutted out from curled lips like rusted machetes, and the steel needle bristles on their backs gleamed dimly under the gray daylight. The leader was as massive as a moving mound of earth weighing at least 600 gene. It was rooting at a fallen figure with its snout. The figure's leg had been seized, blood seeped through the torn fabric, spreading like ink on the snowy ground. That's Zhang Weiguo, someone shouted, their voice trembling. He's still alive. He's actually still alive. They reckoned Zhang Debio's youngest grandson, barely 16 years old, had never joined any forest patrol team and had hardly even held a proper weapon. In Wild Boar Ridge, when heavy snow sealed the mountains, even veteran hunters dared not spend the night alone. The bone-chilling winds of -30 to 40 degrees could freeze the marrow in your bones, and encountering a black bear or a Siberian tiger left no escape route. Yet this half-grown boy had endured an entire night in this place and was still breathing. Liang stood at the edge of the crowd, squinting toward the snow-covered pine. Zhang Weiguo was desperately climbing upward. A deep gash marked his right leg, blood trickling down the pine bark. He steadied himself on a thick branch, turned, and raised a rifle, aiming the muzzle at the boars ramming the tree below. The gunshot echoed through the valley several times, but it hit nothing. The casing ejected into the snow, emitting a wisp of blue smoke. He tossed the gun aside. That was the last bullet. The shot failed to scare off the herd. The leading boar king let out a low growl, backed up a few steps, then charged violently into the pine trunk. Snow masses collapsed from the canopy, bouncing off its back. The other dozen boars followed suit, taking turns ramming the trunk with their sturdy shoulders and tusks, producing a dull, rhythmic thumping. They didn't seem to be hunting. It was more like they harbored a deep-seated grudge against this boy. The trunk shook violently, snow showering into Zhang Weiguo's collar and sleeves. He locked his arms around the branch, pressing his face against the rough bark, but his eyes never stopped scanning the surroundings. He was searching for a way out. Any path that could lead him out alive. If it were one of those idle loafers from the village like Yang Jianjun, they'd probably have wet themselves by now, legs too weak to stand. But this 16-year-old, having just fired a shot at the boar herd, still had the presence of mind to look around, steady his balance on the branch, and show barely any fear on his face. The expression on that face resembled a gambler calculating an opponent's hand at a card table. Liang stared at that profile for a long time, his Adam's apple moving, but he said nothing. The north wind, carrying shards of ice, rattled against the window lattice with crisp snaps. Liang fixed his gaze on the distant figure, his breath condensing into white mist in the frigid night. On the pine trunk, the curled silhouette was moving slowly. The hand gripping the bark was steady, clearly not the weak grip of someone barely holding on. The hem of the sheepskin coat was covered in frost, and a row of fine icicles hung from the brim of the hat, glinting coldly in the morning light. This kid has grit in his bones. Liang's voice was low, almost a mutter to himself. He saw the figure brace a knee against the trunk, use arm strength, and climb another stretch. The satchel straps scraped against the trunk, revealing a section of brown root-like object. Liang squinted, recognizing the shape. A rough outer shell with horizontal lines, fine tendrils hanging from the top. It was Angelica, the kind buried in the frozen soil of Changbai Mountain in winter, its earthy brown skin wrapped in dark red veins resembling ginseng, but with different medicinal properties. Snow rustled down from the branches, coating the figure's back. He was shivering violently, but his movements never ceased. His fingers dug into the bark's cracks, each step landing on a knot or depression, moving like a worm crawling slowly along the trunk. This whelp is a chip off the old block. Qian Fuguwei rested his weapon on his shoulder, his eyes not leaving the tree. He saw the sheepskin coat lifted by the wind, revealing a tattered cotton jacket underneath, patches still stained with dried mud. Zhou Lizhan pulled a half-smoked cigarette from his pocket and bit it without lighting it. He must have dug a snow den. As he spoke, the cigarette rolled between his lips. The north slope of Wild Boar Ridge is sheltered from the wind. The snow piles deep, dig 3 meters and then cover it with pine branches to block the wind. Qian Fuguwei snorted. Head still need fire. Matches have to be kept close to the body, wrapped in 3 layers of oilcloth. This kid has a dry heat to him. Zhou Lizhan spat out the cigarette. Look at his hands when he climbs. Steam rises from them, snow melts on contact. That means his body heat hasn't been exhausted. He must have stored dry firewood in the den and burned it through the night. Liang didn't respond. He stared at that back for a long time, recalling Uncle Zhang's winter coughs, the old man always sitting on the doorstep rubbing his knees. Angelica soaked in wine to invigorate blood and dissolve stasis. Uncle Zhang had said he needed to stock 3 gene before winter. But the snow came early this year, sealing the mountain paths. This kid. Liang's Adam's apple bobbed. Going into the mountains to hunt was a cover. Qian Fuguwei turned to look at him. Who goes hunting with a satchel? Liang pointed at the tree trunk. The rifle is slung across his back, the ammunition pouch tied at his waist. There's no reason to carry a bag in hand. Zhou Lizhan let out a soft laugh, barely a twitch at the corner of his mouth. So he's one who knows how to care for others. The wind suddenly shifted here, whipping pine needles and fine snow into their faces. The figure on the trunk had reached the 3rd branch, hooking his elbows over the thick limb and swinging his legs up. Sweat dripped from under the hat brim, instantly freezing into ice particles that clung to his cheeks. That face was pale to the point of translucence, his lips cracked, blood seeping from the fissures, and freezing into dark red scabs. But he kept moving. As his fingers grasped a higher branch, the sheepskin coat lifted, revealing a knife tucked at his waist. The sheath was made of birch bark wrapped with 3 coils of hemp rope. The blade showed a sliver of iron-gray cold light. Old Zhou said he narrowly escaped death. Qian Fugui gestured toward the tree trunk with a nod. Are you going to take him into Liang Brigade later? Zhou Liang didn't answer directly. He pulled his cotton jacket collar tighter against the wind, watching the figure who had finally straddled the branch. After a long pause he spoke. First, let's see if he can make it down the mountain alive. Liang suddenly said he will survive. Qian Fugui and Zhou Liang both looked at him. Liang pointed at the snow beneath the trunk. Look at the footprints. On the snow, the tracks stretching from afar were clearly visible. Each footprint was deeply pressed, evenly spaced with no signs of slipping. More crucially, the edges of the snow pits were neat, indicating each step was taken with clear intention, not the chaotic stamping of panic. He was near this tree last night. Liang crouched down, pointing at the faint impressions around the footprints. See, these are marks from squatting pressed into the snow by his weight. He waited here for at least 2 hours, only moving when the wind. Qian Fugui squinted, his gaze sweeping across the snow. The impressions were indeed there, half covered by fresh snow with grooves where fingers had dug at the edges. Zhou Liang was silent for a moment, then finally said, "Let's go. Time to head down the mountain." As he turned, the wind lifted his coat, revealing a gourd of wine tucked at his waist. The gourd's surface was frosted, glowing white in the morning light. The air was thick with the mingled scents of pine resin and decaying leaves. Qian Fugui crouched behind a Korean pine, the barrel of his old musket showing a dull iron-blue hue. He stared at the ragged figure halfway up Wild Boar Ridge. Zhang Weigua crouched behind a massive boulder with 3 pitch-black wild boars circling the stone, their tusks gleaming a sickly white in the twilight. That lad's got a tough hide. Zhou Liang's voice came from beside him, a half-smoked pipe clenched between his teeth, the ember flickering in the wind. To last a whole day on Wild Boar Ridge and still be breathing. That alone sets him apart from the common lot. Qian Fugui didn't turn around. His thumb rubbed back and forth across the rifle bolt. Of course he knew what was running through Zhou Liang's mind. Every hunter for miles around was desperate for promising recruits. Zhang Weiguo's ordeal perilous, as it had revealed a genuine hunter's instinct. But now was not the time to squabble over apprentices. The real threat was the dozen massive boars on the mountainside. And most striking of all was the boar king. Qian Fugui squinted, peering through the leaves to make out the creature's silhouette, weighing at least 600 jin, with bristles on its back standing stiff as steel needles. 2 tusks curved up from its lower jaw, each as long as a grown man's forearm. It didn't charge. Instead, it stood on a jutting rock at the slope's crest, a thunderous rumble rolling from its throat, as if directing its herd to tighten the encirclement. "Captain Qian, if I may speak plainly." Yang Jianjun crept over, bent low, his voice barely a whisper, though Qian Fugui could hear the tremor in it. "A dozen massive boars, every one of them 400 or 500 jin, and we've got barely a dozen rifles between us. Going into the hills for a few piglets was always a safe bet, but today's business." Before he could finish, a dull thud echoed from a distance, followed by the clatter of tumbling stones. Zhang Weigua leaned out from behind the boulder, the muzzle of his rifle still smoking. The most aggressive boar let out a screech and toppled backward, its legs scrabbling at the dirt before going still. But the others, far from retreating, grew more frenzied at the scent of blood. They began ramming their tusks against the rock sheltering him, sending chips of stone showering down. "Look at that, the kid's got nerve." Zhou Liang spat out his pipe and ground the ember under his heel. "And a steady hand. One shot, one boar down." Qian Fugui didn't answer. His back pressed against the rough bark, and he could feel sweat trickling down the groove of his spine. In over 20 years of hunting, had never felt so precarious in his position. A rash move would startle the herd. Once the boar's fight-or-flight kicked in, they'd turn and charge downhill. Of the dozen men here, few would make it back alive. "Captain Qian, you need to keep your men in line." Zhou Liang shot a sidelong glare at Yang Jianjun, his voice laced with barbs. Qian Fugui grunted from his throat. He knew Yang Jianjun was speaking the truth, but at a time like this, honesty only sowed doubt. Yang Jianjun was a good man in every way but one. He lacked spine. And yet his father had shared decades of friendship with Qian Fugui, or had been booted from the production brigade long ago. Yang Jianjun. Qian Fugui's voice dropped, barely a whisper squeezed through clenched teeth. "If you're scared, you can head down the mountain now. But Zhang Weigua is from Shuangshui village. Even if it costs me my life today, I'm bringing him back." Yang Jianjun opened his mouth, his face flushing crimson. The young hunters behind him exchanged uneasy glances, their knuckles white on their rifles. The boar herd on the slope seemed to sense the commotion. Several of the massive beasts turned, ears pricked, sniffing in their direction. "We need to lure the herd away." Qian Fugui's voice grew heavy. He tapped the barrel of his gun twice. "A direct fight would cost us dearly." Zhou Liang said nothing, merely propping his old musket on a tree branch. His eyes never left the boar king, his mouth set in a grim line, as if locked in a silent struggle with some unseen foe. The twilight deepened. Light in the woods faded, and the boar's outlines began to merge with the shadows. Another gunshot rang out from Zhang Weiguo's direction, followed by a boar's agonized squeal and the dull thud of rolling stones. Qian Fugui's mind raced, his eyes sweeping through the shadows of the trees, searching for usable terrain and cover. His deeply lined face flushed red and his clenched fists trembled slightly. Of the dozen hunters head brought up the mountain, more than half looked like wilted plants. Some standing, some squatting, a few even tempted to toss their bamboo spears to the ground. He hadn't expected that these men who usually bragged about slaying tigers and capturing wolves would shrink back so quickly when it came to the real thing. The mountain wind carried the stench of boar from the east, and pine branches crackled. Someone took a step back, their boot snapping a dry twig with a sharp crack. Zhou Lizhan narrowed his eyes, his dark face like a slab of raw iron. His gaze swept from left to right, lingering for a few seconds on the faces of those who had been shouting the loudest. Yang Jianjun shrank his neck. Li Hu bit his lip. And three unfamiliar men who had been clamoring about what to do if the boar herd charged stood nearby. You lot. Zhou Lizhan raised his musket, the barrel pointing at the thicket. Pack up and head back. The men he singled out went pale instantly. Qian Fuguei also raised his hand, pointing in three directions. Wang Dashan, Li Erga's son Dabiao. You're off the production brigade roster from now on. The three named men jerked their heads up, their Adam's apples bobbing, lips trembling as if to speak, but nothing came out. Wang Dashan's bamboo spear slipped from his hand and clattered onto the rocks. The color drained completely from Yang Jianjun's face. He opened his mouth, emitting a few garbled syllables, and finally managed to choke out, Brother Zhou. Zhou Lizhan didn't look back. He had already shouldered his musket and strode deeper into the woods. The six men behind him lowered the brims of their conical hats and followed with steady steps, not a single one glancing back. Qian Fuguei swept his gaze over Li Hu and the others, his voice carrying the bitter tang of rust. The road lies before you. Walk it yourselves. Li Hu rubbed his hands against his trouser, seems his eyes chasing the retreating figure of his elder brother Liang. Second brother. He yelled, his voice bouncing between the tree trunks. Second brother, come back. Liang's steps faltered for a moment. He didn't turn around, only tightened the strap on the quiver at his back and followed Zhou Lizhan. The figure at the very front never looked back. He wore a gray cloth shirt with a blade tucked at his waist, his fingers gently stroking the hemp rope wrapped around the hilt. Heilong trotted at his feet, tongue lolling, panting white mist, but its tail was stiff and straight, its ears pricked like two sharp blades. He could hear something breathing in the dense woods 30 paces ahead. Heavy heaving breaths like a bellows, occasionally punctuated by the dull thud of hooves pawing the ground. Liang's fingers tightened and relaxed, drawing the blade halfway out of its sheath before pushing it back. The metal scraped against the scabbard's edge, emitting a faint metallic hiss. The light in the forest dimmed, as if something had blotted out the sun. The pine needles carried a rank, musky odor that made one's nose itch. Heilong crouched low, a deep whimper rising from its throat. Liang raised his hand in a downward gesture. Behind him, Qian Fuguei and Zhou Lizhan halted simultaneously. The six men held their breath, rooted to the spot. The thicket 20 paces ahead shuddered violently. Several large dark shapes shifted among the branches and leaves, and the muddy ground echoed with heavy rhythmic pounding. Liang's right hand reached behind him, finding the heaviest, thickest arrow shaft in the quiver. His fingertips traced the fletching twice, his gaze fixed on a patch of quivering shadow among the branches. Heilong, he said, his voice low but clear to every man behind him, follow me. He took a step, his boots sinking deep into the wet moss. The motion of drawing the bow with his right hand was as fluid and natural as scooping the moon's reflection from the water. The bow's limbs curved into a full moon, the arrow's tip aimed at the constantly trembling shadow. Liang pushed the cartridge into the chamber, leading his black-furred hound as he stepped into the snow. The crushed ice beneath his feet crackled softly. From the distant tree-line came a low guttural grunt. Is your second brother's brain frozen solid? That whole area is crawling with wild boars, and he dares to walk right in. Yang Jianjun's voice was taut, the rifle strap cutting a deep line into his shoulder. Li Hu had already bolted forward, the sound of his boots crunching snow growing fainter. Guzzi, don't be a fool. Yang Jianjun looked left and right, only 4 or 5 men remained by his side. He cursed through gritted teeth, but still hoisted his rifle and followed. Running into a Siberian tiger halfway was no joke. There was safety in numbers. Zhou Lizhan hurried to catch up with Liang, lowering his voice. Boy, do you have a plan. A herd of over a dozen wild boars was enough to give even him, an old team leader, a headache. Just drive them away. Liang didn't look back. Qian Fuguei clicked his tongue behind them. This courage. This decisive, action-oriented nature. A hunter needs to be like this. He watched Liang's retreating back, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Anyone who could tame a hound like Black Dragon truly had something special in his hands. Zhou Lizhan snorted. Stop flattering him, he can't hear you. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You want young Li to give up on that idea. Qian Fugui's face reddened, and he let out a dry chuckle. On the other side of the thicket, the herd of a dozen wild boars finally stopped their chase. But they didn't leave. Instead, they circled a snow-covered pine tree. Clinging desperately to the trunk was a man whose face was as pale as the snow itself, Zhang Weigua. This man truly had no regard for his life. Yesterday, driven mad by hunger, he had stolen a piglet from the herd and roasted it on a fire right there on the spot. The boar king caught the scent, tracked him down, found its child reduced to bones, and immediately led the entire herd in a day-and-night pursuit. Zhang Weigua clung to the tree bark for dear life, stealing a glance downward. The boar king, weighing over 300 kilograms, backed up a few steps, lowered its head, and pawed at the snow. Damn it, this beast is going to ram the tree. Before he could finish, a dull thud exploded. The trunk shuddered violently, and a cascade of snow crashed down, plastering his face. Zhang Weiguo nearly lost his grip. His teeth cut into his lip, and the taste of iron spread across his tongue. The Boar King retreated, then charged again. This impact was even fiercer. The roots of the pine tore in the frozen earth with a rending sound. If this tree fell, the dozen beasts below with their tusks pointing upwards would tear him apart in a single bite. Sweat trickled down Zhang Weiguo's forehead, pasting his eyelashes together. He dared not raise a hand to wipe it away. His right hand was locked onto a branch, his left hand gripping the trunk, his knuckles white. The beast, its bristles as stiff as steel needles, backed up once more. Its powerful hooves churned through the snow, sending dirt flying. A dull thud sounded from the base of the tree. A sharp crack echoed, and the pine's trunk leaned another few degrees. Zhang Weiguo's throat tightened. His heart hammered against his ribs like a drum, the pounding making his ears ring. In this desolate mountain wilderness with no village in sight for miles, there wasn't even a ghost in this godforsaken place. He swallowed his Adam's apple, bobbing, but his throat felt as dry as if stuffed with cotton. Zhang Weiguo, don't move. Where had the voice come from? His eyes widened as he stiffly turned his neck. The area around the pine was a vast expanse of white, the snow reflecting a blinding light. There wasn't even a single bird in sight. Were his ears playing tricks on him? Just as Zhang Weiguo was about to speak, the gentle voice sounded again, southwest. He jerked his head around. Through the sparse branches, he saw several figures. Qian Fugui stood at the front. Zhou Lizhan carried a rifle, and there was that young man, Li Liang. Zhang Weiguo's eyes instantly grew hot. Captain Qian, Captain Zhou, and Brother Xiaoling. He was Zhang Dabio's grandson, and in the territory of Shuangshui village he had known these faces since he was a child. As for Li Liang, his grandfather had been singing his praises every day lately, saying that without him their family wouldn't have the frozen mushrooms gathered from Haixezi Mountain to eat. Someone was coming. The crazed Boar King charged the trunk again, its thick tusks gouging into the bark. The pine swayed violently, showering snow. 2 more charges, and this tree would snap. Li Liang stared at the beast, his arms steadily raising the rifle. To catch the bandits, first catch the king. If he could take down the Boar King, the crisis would naturally be resolved. Captain Li. Qian Fugui gasped, his voice. Their position was at least 150 meters from the Boar King. At such a distance, what accuracy could he possibly have? Li Liang had only been handling a gun for a few days. Zhou Lizhan also frowned. Having hunted for over a decade, he knew how much this distance tested one's marksmanship. Without 20 years of experience, no one would dare take that shot. He hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice. Young Li, how about we move a bit closer? Li Liang didn't speak, just shook his head. The gun barrel was aimed steadily at the beast, whose bristles were like iron spikes. Its hide was thick, one shot wouldn't bring it down. But if 1 shot wasn't enough, then 3 shots would be. Captain Qian, Li Liang's voice was soft yet exceptionally clear. Chamber your rifle. You'll need to borrow it in a moment. Qian Fugui was stunned for a second, then understood. He was all too familiar with the Tiger Head brand double-barreled shotgun in Li Liang's hands. 3 shots. Qian Fugui's eyes widened as he looked at Li Liang's profile. The young man's gaze was calm like a frozen lake. The Boar King let out a roar, its powerful forelegs churning the soil, sending snow and black mud flying. Its eyes were bloodshot bark fragments clinging to its tusks. The next charge was about to begin. The hunters gathered around Qian Fugui, staring at the double-barreled weapon at his waist. That was the one Li Liang had won in a bet last time. Its chambers could hold 2 loads of buckshot. With the old single-barreled rifle in Li Liang's hands, they had 3 shots total. 3 shots. Qian Fugui smacked his lips, a bitter taste spreading on his tongue. Was this Li Liang fellow planning to drop that Boar King with just 3 gunshots? He's insane. Qian Fugui muttered, a lump of cold air caught in his throat. That beast weighed at least 300 kilograms, its hide as thick as old bark. At this distance, even hitting it once would be a stroke of luck. Even if he did hit it, the buckshot might not penetrate deep enough to be fatal. The double-barreled gun looked intimidating, but the spread of shot lost its power over distance. If he could creep another 50 paces closer and aim from behind a tree trunk, he might have a chance to punch a hole in the boar's skull. But from over 100 meters away, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Still, Qian Fugui loaded the old single-barreled gun, his fingers tracing the wood grain on the stock, his palms slick with sweat. What is Li Liang doing with his gun raised? At this distance, has he lost his mind? Is he trying to get himself killed? If that boar doesn't get hurt and charges back, who's going to stop it? Hot over 100 paces, if he can hit it, he'll swallow the gun barrel on the spot. That kid doesn't even know how to shoot, just you wait and see. The wind rolled over the ridge, carrying a dry, icy metallic smell. Snow pellets stung his face. Suddenly, a gust of blinding snow rose from the bottom of the slope. The mountain forest was drenched in a misty, milky haze, obscuring everything from view. Zhou Lizhan turned to look at Li Liang, his pupils contracting sharply. Li Liang stood there, the rifle but nestled in his shoulder, his eyes locked onto the Boar King rooting in the snow. He did not move. Snowflakes settled on the brim of his hat, on his shoulders, on the gun barrel, forming a thin white layer. He was like a stone embedded in the frozen earth. Zhou Lizhan's lips began to tremble, his voice squeezing through his clenched teeth. This stance. He saw Li Liang almost merging with the swirling snow around him. Li Liang was a rifle, and the rifle was Li Liang. There was no boundary between man and iron. The wild boar let out a grunt and charged headfirst into a snow-covered pine, the trunk cracking under the impact. Liang pulled the trigger. Bang! Buckshot tore through the falling snow. Qian Fugui's mouth hung open, his throat dry. Did he hit it? The blizzard continued to howl the world before them, a sheet of white, and no one could tell if the shot had found its mark. A piercing shriek exploded from within the wind and snow. Qian Fugui shuddered, his voice rising. He hit it. Liang actually hit it. Zhou Lizhan whipped his head around to look at Liang, disbelief blazing in his eyes. Over 100 meters away, with the blizzard blinding them, shooting at a frenzied boar. How could he have made that shot? But that scream could not lie. Liang had indeed found the beast's bone. Incredible. Zhou Lizhan slapped his thigh. That shot was masterful. As the blizzard laden with ice crystals swept through the pine forest, Li, who rubbed his eyes and nudged his brother beside him with his elbow. A guttural sound rumbled in Liang's throat. His eyes were wide as saucers, and his lips trembled for a long while before he could squeeze out a sentence. I didn't see that wrong, did I? That shot. Did it really hit? It looks like it hit. Before Li Hu could finish, Liang grabbed his sleeve, his fingertips turning white. The distance was so far and the wind was blowing so fiercely. How could this be possible? Who? Look. Hurry and look. Liang's voice suddenly rose, his finger stabbing towards the front, his arm trembling. He hit it. He really shattered that big cannon's eyeball. Li Hu looked in the direction his brother was pointing. The blizzard parted like a curtain, revealing a gap. That thick-skinned, tough-fleshed boar king, a brood of at least 600 gene, had a bloody mess for a head. Where its right eye socket should have been, there was only a gaping hole, with shredded flesh hanging out. Liang's shot had pulverized its eyeball. The piercing shriek echoed through the snow-covered pine forest of Boar Ridge, shaking the accumulated snow from the treetops, which fell with a rustle. With its right eye destroyed, the boar king went berserk, driven mad. Its tusks churned in its mouth as it rampaged, wildly charging in every direction. The other boars nearby were terrified out of their wits, scattering like headless flies. The snow churned up by their hoofs flew straight into the men's faces. Excellent. Qian Fugui slapped his own thigh, his voice startlingly loud. That marksmanship is incredible. In all his long years, having hunted for half his life, he had never seen such a sight. From over 100 meters away, with the blizzard raging, he had still managed to hit that beast's right eye. This accuracy was even more seasoned than his own, an old hunter's skill. Qian Fugui turned to stare at Liang, his eyes full of astonishment. Captain Li was born for this trade. The fate of a hunter is woven into his very bones. He pondered repeatedly. This young man was only 20, and his marksmanship had already reached this level. Give him a few more years, and he would surely surpass all bounds. I misjudged him, truly misjudged him. Captain Li's success isn't due to luck, it's genuine skill. Qian Fugui's voice turned somber. That's right, the Li lad has real skill. In all my years, I've never seen a hunter with a steadier hand on a gun. Zhou Lizhan picked up the thread, a note of emotion in his voice. He recalled when he was 20, he wouldn't have dared to boast about hitting a stationary target from 100 meters, let alone a living creature. It's impossible. Liang, he actually hit it. Someone gasped. He blinded that boar. How did he do it? How exactly did he do it? Liang himself seemed less than satisfied. He licked his lips and muttered, a bit off, but it'll do. He had intended to drop the boar king with a single shot, but the beast was still howling and thrashing on the ground, seemingly full of life. It seemed he would need another shot. On the branch of a snow-covered pine, Zhang Weiguo lay prone, his pupils contracting sharply. This shot of Liang's, like a magic trick, made his heart pound wildly. Oh no, that boar has gone mad. Zhang Weiguo glanced down from the tree. The boar king its right eye hit was maddened with pain, becoming incredibly ferocious. It lowered its head again and charged at the base of the snow-covered pine. The sharp crack of breaking branches exploded in the forest. The trunk of the snow-covered pine began to tilt, bark peeling and flying off as something rammed into it. Zhang Weiguo's face was drained of blood. He heard the sound forced from his own throat, sharp and inhuman. That tree couldn't hold much longer. Liang's arm was already level, the muzzle steadily aimed at the remaining eye of the distant beast. The moment he pulled the trigger, the gunshot shattered the stillness of the dusk. The boar king's scream tore from the depths of its throat, a harsh metallic screech. Qian Fugui almost dropped. He saw the young man hit again, still from over 100 paces away, still with a seemingly casual aim, yet the shot precisely lodged into the boar king's other eye socket. You kid. His words caught in his throat. Before he could finish, the rifle was smoothly taken from his hands. Liang's movements were as if practiced 1,000 times, raising the gun, aiming, and pulling the trigger, 3 steps flowing into one continuous motion. The shot whistled out, striking the soft hide on the boar king's neck. The beast, which had been rampaging in fury, suddenly froze, its limbs locked in place, as if petrified. At the back of the group, Li Hu's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He saw that man from his village who had barely handled a gun before take 3 shots from 100 meters away, each one finding flesh. 3 shots had directly killed the boar king. When his brother Liang clapped him on the shoulder, the warmth of his palm brought Li Hu back to reality, but the cold sweat on his back had already soaked through his undershirt. Li Hu recalled his year in Lizhan Brigade, waking before dawn every day to practice marksmanship with Boss Zhou. His fingers blistered and calloused, but from 50 paces he could only hit the target 2 or 3 times out of 10. There were 7 or 8 others in the team who couldn't even manage that accuracy, considering themselves lucky to even graze the target's edge in 10 shots. But this man, named Liang, wasn't shooting at paper targets. He was hitting a 600 living creature on the mountain, and every shot struck a vital point. An icy wind cut through the forest, making their ears ache. Li stared at the gun-wielding figure at the front of the group, his atoms, apple bobbing several times. He opened his mouth, but in the end no sound came out. Liang's heavy sigh fell on his ears. He knew his younger brother was shaken by those 3 shots, that overwhelming sense of defeat welling up from his bones like winter water flooding over his head. When the dark mass in the snow crashed down, it kicked up a cloud of white dust. The Boar King's flank still rose and fell faintly, but its murky eyes had completely lost their light. Li's knees went weak. He stared at the massive carcass, his throat feeling as if it were clogged with a red-hot piece. Half an hour ago, he had still been thinking about how to make Liang bow his head before him, how to outshine him in front of everyone. Now that thought seemed as ridiculous as a 3-year-old claiming they could overturn a mountain ridge. Over 100 meters. Snowy weather. The wind howling in from the north, numbing their faces. In this damned weather, that man had shouldered his rifle, his hand not even trembling. The instant the gunshot rang out, a spray of blood blossomed from the Boar King's eye socket. Li closed his eyes. He did the math for himself. 100 times. 1,000 times. 10,000 times. It wouldn't matter. It wasn't a matter of practice, it was a matter of whether one had that innate gift. Liang was born with that gift. Li who could break his fingers trying and still never grasp it. Yang Jianjun's lips trembled, his voice squeezing out through clenched teeth. Even Captain Qian might not hit that target in 10 shots, but Liang took it down with 1. Yang Igwa said nothing, his gaze fixed on the figure holding the rifle in the snow, a hint of something unspoken flickering. He recalled scheming last night over how to get some meat from Liang, but now the sweat on his back had soaked through his cotton. Remember what I said? Yang Jianjun's hand pressed down on his younger brother's shoulder, the force turning his knuckles white. From now on, steer clear of Liang. Zhang Weiguo, perched on the snow-laden pine, finally caught his breath. He had been holding it for so long his face turned purple. After the gunshot, the massive Boar King crashed onto the snow, and he felt the very branches tremble. The remaining dozen or so boars circled the fallen king, emitting sounds that were a mix of wails and howls. Without their leader, the herd seemed to lose their spirit, milling about in confusion, unsure which way to flee. Zhang Weiguo swallowed hard, his throat dry as sandpaper. He saw Liang already thrusting the rifle barrel into the snow to cool it, thin wisps of white smoke curling from the muzzle, twisting into delicate threads in the frigid air. Li turned and walked back toward the village. His steps were heavy, each one crunching loudly on the hard snow. He didn't look back at the Boar King. Over 600 gene of meat lying there, enough to feed the entire village for a winter, but right now he had no mind for it. All that remained in his thoughts was that single shot. The blast. The blood spray. The collapse. 3 actions, clean and sharp, like a smooth pebble picked up from a riverbank, with nothing superfluous. This kind of feat was beyond Captain Qian, beyond any old hunter in the production brigade. Liang had done it. After walking a distance, who suddenly stopped, looking up at the gray sky. Snow began to fall again, fine icy crystals stinging his face with a biting cold. He took a deep breath, and the pent-up frustration in his chest seemed to dissipate with that single gunshot. Second brother. Yang Igwa called out from behind. Li didn't answer, just kept walking. A trail of deep footprints was left in the snow, quickly half covered by the fresh fall. The north wind whipped snow pellets against his face like knife cuts. Over a dozen dark shapes rampaged across the snowy ground, their hooves churning up foam of snow mixed with mud. A few of them shoulder-high and massive, snuffled close to the fallen body. Their tusks nudged the stiff, lifeless flesh, which showed no sign of movement. The coppery scent of blood wafted into their nostrils on the wind. The beasts, each weighing 300 to 400 gene, suddenly snorted terror, flashing in their eyes before turning to bolt into the thickets. In just a few breaths, the boar herd vanished into the deep forest. The largest one led the charge, followed by a trail of frantic hoofprints. Beneath the snow pine, only the mountain-like carcass remained. Snowflakes settled on its coarse bristles, piling up thicker and thicker, gradually covering the dark red seeping from its wounds. Ran away, a man wrapped in a sheepskin coat stammered. My heavens, that kid scared the boars off. 3 shots. Just 3. A 600-gen beast dropped like that. The hunters raised their torches, the flames illuminating their excited faces. Someone even jumped up and down a few times, the snow crunching underfoot. Shut the hell up. Qian Fugui's thunderous roar shook the snow from the branches. Keep howling like that, and you'll bring every bear and tiger down on us. Then none of us will make it off this mountain alive. He was right. Deep in Wild Boar Ridge, all kinds of fierce beasts lurked. The blood from the Boar King was so thick it could be smelled from half a mountain away. Black bears, leopards, Siberian tigers. Any of them could track the scent. Not to mention the wolf packs, far more cunning than the boars. The hunters fell silent instantly. But their knuckles were white from gripping their spears, their eyes fixed like nails on that. Someone licked their lips, a gurgling sound in their throat. 600 gene. More meat than a family of 5 could eat in an entire year. Yet no one dared to step forward. That was Liang's prize from the Fire Dragon Commando. Touching it would be suicide. From now on, I'm sticking with Captain Li. He'll be happy just to drink his soup while he eats the meat. How do you think he trained that marksmanship? A 200 bore down with 1 shot, and the king with 3. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. When Zhang Weiguo slid down from the snow pine, his legs were trembling like sieves. His face was as pale as the snow, his fingers too numb to bend. Having crouched on the freezing branches for so long, his limbs had long lost all sensation. As his feet touched the ground, distant dog barks echoed through the valley, followed by a few more urgent howls. The branches in the thicket were still swaying, the boar herd's roars already fading into the distance. Liang patted the back of Black Dragon's neck, and the dog finally averted its intense gaze, the low growl in its throat gradually subsiding. When the commotion first erupted, Black Dragon's back had tensed in an instant, its claws digging deep furrows in the mud. If Liang hadn't held its collar firmly, it would have already bolted after the dark shadows. A dozen boars crowded together, and among them 7 or 8 old ones with bellies nearly scraping the ground weighed at least 400 gene each. Their tusks jutted from their mouths, gleaming a cold white in the morning light. Liang recalled Captain Qian's hunting dogs plus Captain Zhou's, maybe 4 or 5 in total. If they had charged, those sharp tusks could have ripped their bellies open. Black Dragon was skilled, but it couldn't take on a whole herd alone. It could track and dig, but this dog was too valuable to risk its life in a fight. Stepping over the trampled grass stems, Liang approached the massive carcass. The boar king lay on its side in the mud, its limbs still twitching slightly. Dark red fluid oozed from the 2 bloody sockets where its eyes had been, and the gunshot wound on its neck pulsed with blood bubbles, staining the surrounding soil a deep brown. In his mind, he reviewed the 3 shots left, right eye neck. His hand had been as steady as an iron clamp when pulling the trigger, each shot more accurate and lethal than the last. The gunfire had not only felled the beast, but also brought an extra benefit. Liang glanced toward the edge of the woods. Li Hu's group had likely fled far by now. This scare should buy him a few days of peace. They had been chattering in his ears constantly like summer flies that couldn't be shooed away. Brother Liang, a young voice called from behind, breathless with excitement. Zhang Weiguo ran over, his face still beaming with a smile. He couldn't hide his clothes covered in grass seeds and mud stains. Everything all right? Liang gave him a quick once-over. This kid was Grandpa Zhang's youngest grandson, 4 years younger than Liang. They had grown up together in Shuangshui village, and Liang knew his character well. Grandpa Zhang had once introduced Liang to Zhang Weimin, a favor he always remembered, and it made him look upon Zhang Weiguo with fondness. The fact that this kid could endure a freezing night in the ravines of Wild Boar Ridge without a word showed a tenacity that commanded respect. Even more commendable was his filial piety. Liang's gaze fell on the satchel slung over Zhang Weiguo's shoulder. The cloth bag was bulging with a dried grass stem poking out from a corner. He didn't say it outright, but the implication was clear. If you keep venturing deep into the mountains alone, your grandpa will be worried sick. Liang said, glancing at the satchel. Zhang Weiguo lowered his head, his ears reddening. I understand. We all thought Li Hu's gang had tricked you into the mountains, but it turns out you were specifically looking for Angelica. Zhang Weiguo looked up, chuckling twice. Those dimwits Li Hu and Yang Jianjun think they can fool me. My grandpa's illness flared up again these past few days. I wanted to go into the mountains to find some Lingji and Angelica, brew them for him to drink, and ease his discomfort. You've got a good heart, kid. Grandpa Zhang didn't raise you for nothing. Liang lightly punched Zhang Weiguo in the chest, then suddenly recalled something, and asked, so how did those wild boars end up at odds with you? Zhang Weiguo scratched the back of his head, smiling sheepishly. I stole one of their piglets and roasted it. Liang stared at him for 2 seconds, opened his mouth, but found no words for a moment. Then how did you manage to stay in Wild Boar Ridge for an entire day, He rephrased his question. Zhang Weiguo hoisted the strap of his satchel and began recounting the previous night's ordeal. He had hidden in a crevice in the rocks while the wild boars spent half the night ramming the entrance, but couldn't drag him out. Later, the roar of a black dragon lured the herd away, and he fled downhill in the dark. As he spoke, he mentioned encountering a wild ginseng plant along the way, wanting to dig it up, but fearing the darkness would obscure his vision, so he marked the spot instead. Liang listened without pressing further, turning to inspect the wild boar king. The black dragon had already drawn close, its nose skimming the bloodstains on the ground, sniffing twice before lifting its head and emitting a low, guttural rumble from its throat. The morning breeze swept over from the mountain hollow, carrying the earthy scent of soil and vegetation. In the distant woods, several birds chirped intermittently, as if still startled and unsettled by the gunshots from earlier. The mountain wind whipped snowflakes into his collar. Zhang Weiguo shrank his neck, yet his eyes blazed like twin flames, fixed intently on the man before him. Back when I had nothing to do, I loved digging snow caves to nest in. Yesterday I got turned around in the woods and ended up carving out a snow den, gathering firewood to scrape through the night. He rubbed his frostbitten fingers, his breath dispersing into white vapor as the wind tore it apart. Liang's brow furrowed into a knot as he cast a sidelong glance at the strapping youth. Compared to that coward 6, this kid was a reckless daredevil with guts big enough to sail a ship. Brother Xiaolong, could I? Zhang Weiguo stepped half a pace forward, his boots crunching in the snow. Speak. My grandpa says you've put together some fire dragon squad. I want to tag along with you, eat well, and live the good life from now on. The youth's voice carried a brash warmth like freshly cooked corn porridge. His mind still replayed the scene from moments ago. Snow-laden pine branches shaking violently As Li Liang raised his rifle, his wrist, as steady as if forged from iron. 3 thunderous shots rang out almost as one. The first bullet pierced the wild boar's left eye, the second bit into its right socket, and the last tore through the thick hide of its neck. That black mountain beast weighing a good 600 jin crumpled into the snow after 3 hits, its limbs twitching a few times before falling still. Zhang Weiguo had grown up handling guns alongside his grandpa Zhang Dabiao, and hitting 3 or 4 out of 10 shots was already considered a stroke of luck. The display Li Liang had just put on, 100 paces away, every shot true, each bullet aimed at a vital spot, set his heart ablaze. You want to follow me? Li Liang turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the youth's face. Zhang Weiguo nodded frantically like a chick pecking at grain. All right, but you need to clear it with your grandpa first. Zhang Dabiao had been a battalion commander back in his army days, and this grandson, just turned 16, had always lingered under the old man's watchful eye. As the saying goes, a tiger father begets no dog son. Zhang Weiguo's performance on Wild Boar Ridge today, daring to brave the woods, resourceful and unflinching in action, showed the makings of a true hunter. His marksmanship still needed honing, but at his age there was plenty of time to practice. The Fire Dragon squad had just been established with only 6 as its sole member and was sorely in need of hands. With Zhang Weiguo volunteering himself, Li Liang had no reason to turn him away. But the boy wasn't yet old enough for an ID card, so he had to at least inform Grandpa Zhang. What? He's going to cause trouble with you. Zhou Lizhan and Qian Fuguei stood nearby, exchanging glances, their eyes wide as saucers. Qian Fugui's lips curled into a bitter smile as he shook his head. Captain, Zhou, looks like your plans are about to fall apart. Zhou Lizhan clicked his tongue. Well, Li's boy has snagged another bargain. He added with a chuckle, this kid's got incredible luck, stumbling upon a boar king, and now a promising recruit showing up on his doorstep. All the good fortune falls into his lap. His words carried a teasing tone, but his face showed no trace of anger. Zhang Weiguo's gaze at Li Liang shone as brightly as a freshly fired bullet. Anyone could see that those few shots had won the youth over completely. Zhou Lizhan exhaled a heavy breath, his throat bobbing as he muttered under his breath, can't compete. Can't deny my age. He squinted at the layered mountain shadows in the distance, feeling that the time had come for new blood to shoulder the burden of these vast peaks. Qian Fuguei sighed as well, then turned to Li Liang and asked, Captain Li, what should we do with this big boar? Aside from being able to eat and drink, Zhang Weiguo bore no injuries. Qian Fuguei also listened to his account of the night on Wild Boar Ridge, how he found shelter, built a fire, and endured until dawn. Since the boy was safe, the rescue mission was complete. But a new problem arose. The boar king lying in the grass weighed at least 600 jin. According to commune rules, if a brigade organized a hunt, those who contributed counted it as a workday, earning 10 work points each. Whoever bagged the game could, in addition to work points, receive an extra share of meat. However, Li Liang didn't belong to Xuanshui village or Lizhan brigade. He had his own independent squad. This boar belonged to the Fire Dragon squad. In other words, it was Li Liang's alone. No one else had the right to touch it or claim a share. The original purpose of this mountain trip was to find the missing person, not to hunt. Qian Fugui's eyes lingered on the meat, glued to the boar for a long while. With only half a month left until year-end, Xuanshui village still owed neighboring villages 3,000 to 4,000 jin of meat, debt incurred from the lean years before. The borrowed meat had to be repaid, and the deadline was fast approaching. Qian Fuguei wanted to claim this 600 jin boar to ease the commune's burden for the year-end debt settlement. But this decision wasn't his to make, it required Li Liang's approval. Li Liang swept his gaze across the faces around him. All eyes were fixed on the boar like starving wolves staring at steaming bones, itching to carve up the meat on the spot. He turned to look at Zhou Liashan, who gave a slight shake of his head and a meaningful glance from the corner of his eye. Li Liang understood and spoke in a measured tone. Captain Qian, this boar is too heavy for me to handle alone. Could you help me process it? After dividing the meat, they'll keep 100 jin and the remaining 500 can be converted into work points. He chose a prudent approach. In these times when hunger drove people to trade even their own daughters for money or grain, Li Liang didn't want to gamble with human nature. Even toward Qian Fuguei and Zhou Liashan, who greeted him with smiles, he remained cautious. 600 jin of wild boar meat. He might as well sell it to the commune in exchange for work points. Year-end work points could be traded for money and grain, so it wasn't a loss. Qian Fuguei stood in the midst of the crowd, his palm pressed against the coarse bristles of the wild boar, his fingertips sensing the lingering warmth beneath the hide. This beast weighed at least 600 jin, its tusks jutting diagonally from the corners of its mouth like 2 rusted curved blades. The hunters formed a circle, their eyes glued to the meat, their throats involuntarily bobbing. Captain Li's plan is solid, someone murmured. When hunting in the mountains, choosing the right partner was crucial. Several hundred jin of meat spread across the mountains could tempt a man into crooked thoughts. Years ago, the Wang brothers from behind the ridge went into the mountains. The elder never returned, and the younger came down claiming they'd encountered a bear. But some had seen the younger brother selling meat all winter long. Qian Fuguei patted the boar's hind leg, looked up at Li Liang, and said, let's do it that way. 500 jin of meat turned over to the commune at 10 work points per jin. Once we descend the mountain, I'll add 5,000 work points to your record. Gasps rippled through the crowd. 5,000 work points. Enough for a strong laborer to toil for a full year and a half. Li Liang said nothing, merely nodding. Zhou Lizhan tucked the item back into his waistband. Li Hu rubbed his palms together, and no one raised any objections. The commune's rules were clear: 10 work points for a day's labor with extra for any game caught. Those with skill earn more. It was only natural. The stench of blood is too strong. Zhang Weiguo has been found too. Let's head down the mountain now. Qian Fugui bent down, tore off a few vines, and in a few swift moves wove a frame to carry the meat. Over a dozen hunters strained together, chanting in unison as they hoisted the wild boar. As the beast swayed, blood trickled down the vines, leaving a dark red trail across the muddy ground. Halfway down the mountain, Qian Fugui suddenly halted and turned to Li Liang. Almost forgot something. The commune recently set a new rule. Whoever tops the work point tally by years and gets an extra reward. The prize is a sewing machine voucher. Li Liang's steps faltered. The commune was so impoverished that even last month an elder had starved to death on the Kong. How could they possibly offer a sewing machine voucher as a reward now? He glanced at Qian Fugui's back. The man's shoulders bore the weight of the vines, and his voice amidst labored breaths sounded remarkably calm. Whose idea was this? Li Liang asked. Qian Fugui didn't turn around, only let out a chuckle. Take a guess. A mountain wind gusted up from the valley, chilling the ears. Li Liang looked down at the path beneath his feet, where pebbles rolled under his soles with a faint grating sound. Several thoughts crossed his mind, but he pressed no further. In those days, a sewing machine voucher was more precious than grain coupons. Without the ticket, money alone couldn't buy the item. And such a voucher could be traded on the black market for a bag of flour, 3 packs of fine cigarettes, or even a favor. The hunters continued their descent, their footsteps echoing in a steady rhythm along the mountain path. Li Liang followed at the rear, watching the boar's tail sway on the stretcher, its tip caked with mud that had already dried to a grayish brown. Reaching the foot of the mountain, the village's cooking smoke had already begun to rise. Someone spotted the procession and shouted, "Captain Qian has bagged a big one." The cry spread like a stone thrown into still water, rippling outward. Villagers poked their heads out from doorways, their gazes tracking the wild boar as it moved. Barefoot children scampered behind the carcass while adults stood under the eaves whispering in hushed tones. Who looks like that Li family boy? A 600 boar king. How long will that last? Their voices were soft, but the wind carried every word clearly. Li Liang didn't look back. He quickened his pace, skirted around the group, and pushed open the door to his own yard. In the deep winter, the snow on the ridges outside Shuangshui village had already reached waist height. Li Liang squinted at the crooked line of footprints ahead in the snow. Last night's blizzard had struck without warning, but thankfully it had stopped before dawn. He tightened the carrying pole on his shoulder. The wooden bar groaned under the weight, and the wild boar hanging behind must have weighed at least 200 jin. Li Liang, are you really aiming for that sewing machine voucher? Zhou Lizhan sidled up, his breath puffing out in white clouds in the cold air. Li Liang didn't answer. His mind was fixed on something else. The news Qian Fugui had announced at the meeting yesterday. The commune would evaluate work points at year's end, and the top earner would receive an extra sewing machine voucher. Once the news spread through the village, even those near starvation dragged themselves off their Kong beds. Have you heard? Zhou Lizhan lowered his voice. That voucher was secured by Captain Qian from the county seat. Cost him a huge favor. Li Liang kept walking, snow crunching under his feet with each step. He now understood why Qian Fugui had invested so heavily. The village was plagued by famine, and several people had already starved. Without some incentive to drive the hunters to bring in more game, they might not survive the winter. In the city, those 3 turns and 1 ring. The 4 big items cost 200 to 300 yuan to gather, Zhou Lizhan continued. Even a bicycle voucher alone is enough to make people fight over it. Only activists get a chance at one during the year-end evaluations at Statron factories. You've seen Zhang Weiman's forever brand bicycle, right? Why do folks in Shuangshui village bow and scrape to him? Just because he owns that bike. Li Liang had indeed seen. That black bicycle with its gleaming bell and chain that rattled as it spun always drew the eyes of the entire village whenever it rode along the muddy road at the village entrance. Many in the city still walked to work. Zhang Weiman was lucky. That year the steel rolling mill exceeded its procurement targets, and he was named an activist. Zhou Lizhan licked his cracked lips. Tell me, how precious is a bicycle voucher? Even more precious is a sewing. Li Liang finally spoke. If I took that thing to the city's black market, it'd fetch a good price, wouldn't it? Zhou Lizhan paused, then rubbed his hands with a grin. You've got a sharp mind, kid. But trading on the black market is risky. Getting caught wouldn't end well. Li Liang didn't elaborate. He bent down and touched the frozen bristles on the boar's leg. The beast had fallen into a trap. Just before dawn, its howls waking half the village. Once carried down the mountain, it would yield at least several dozen jin of meat. Qian Fugui played this smartly, Li Liang said, straightening up and gazing at the wisps of cooking smoke rising from the distant village. Using a sewing machine voucher as bait to push the hunters into working harder. Once the meat comes in, the whole village can hold out a few more days. Exactly, Zhou Lizhan agreed. But if you ask me, no matter how precious a sewing machine voucher is, it's not what the hunters need most. A new rifle or a few hundred jin of flour and rice would be far more practical. Filling our bellies is what matters these days. Li Liang agreed silently, but said nothing. He looked up at the sky. Gray clouds hung low, threatening more snow. The group carrying the boar trudged downhill along the footprints they had made earlier. The waist-deep snow made every step a struggle. The wooden poles pressed down on their shoulders, sinking into the snow with each stride. As they rounded a mountain bend, Liang glanced back at a gnarled claw-like tree, its branches sheathed in icicles that gleamed coldly under the dim sky. Near the village entrance, he spotted Qian Fugui, standing on the threshing ground surrounded by a few people. The man held a yellowed piece of paper, waving it for all to see. "See that?" Zhou Lizhan whispered. "That's the sewing machine voucher." Liang glanced at it briefly, then looked away. His mind was already calculating something else. If he got that voucher, how to sell it. He knew a few contacts in the city's black market, but he needed a safe route. When the boar was carried to the threshing ground, Qian Fugui ordered it weighed. The iron scale swayed twice before settling at 237 jin. Qian Fugui nodded in satisfaction, murmuring, "Good, good." Liang stood at the back of the crowd, watching as 4 or 5 men hauled the boar away. A dark red trail of blood stained the snow, soon to be buried under fresh flakes. "You can all get lost now," Liang suddenly called out to the men carrying the boar. Someone in the crowd froze, then laughed. "Liang, you've got some nerve, huh?" Liang ignored him, turning to walk toward his own yard. Zhou Lizhan caught up, lowering his voice. "Are you really going to compete for first place?" Liang didn't reply, only quickened his pace. In the yard, his mother was boiling water at the stove, a few vegetable leaves swirling in the pot. "Back?" she asked without looking up. Liang grunted, settling down on the threshold and knocking snow off his shoes. His gaze fell upon the decrepit sewing machine in the corner, its head broken for 2 years, never repaired. If he could get a sewing machine ticket and fix the one his father left behind, it might still come in handy. He recalled the yellowed slip of paper in Qian Fugui's hand, its edges curled, stamped with a few red characters. As night fell, someone at the east end of the village struck a gong, calling for a meeting. Liang threw on his cotton coat and stepped out, trudging through snow that buried his ankles. The threshing ground was already crowded. Qian Fugui stood on the millstone, holding the sewing machine ticket. Under the torchlight, the characters on the paper glowed red. "Comrades," Qian Fugui cleared his throat, "the rules have changed this year. The top scorer in work points besides grain will receive this sewing machine ticket as an extra reward." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Someone asked loudly, "Can this ticket really get a sewing machine?" Qian Fugui nodded. "Of course it can. Black and white, the factory recognizes the ticket, not the person." Liang stood at the edge of the crowd, watching the ticket sway under the torchlight. He pinched his fingers inside his sleeve, thinking about which path to take into the mountains tomorrow. The wind picked up again, making the torches flicker. Someone added a few dry branches to the fire. Sparks flew up, landed in the snow, and hissed out. As he descended the ridge, Zhou Lizhan's gums began to itch. The anger had been building all the way, and he had to vent it before his feet touched level ground. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Li Hu and Liang, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. "You lot get out of here now." Those men had nearly cost Zhang Weigui's his life in the woods. Though they were punished, quitting halfway had torn a rift in the entire team's morale. Zhou Lizhan had endured the whole journey with his lips pressed tight. Now that his feet were on solid ground at the foot of the mountain, he naturally wanted to kick out all the eyesores. Li Hu stepped forward half a pace, his mouth opening. "Boss, who's he?" Liang reached out to stop him, side his voice laced with helplessness. "Go home." He knew his leader's temper well. Once words were spat out, they were nailed to the wall, impossible to pull down. Trying to make him relent. No chance. Li Hu forced a bitter smile, the flesh on his cheeks twitching. Reluctant as he was, he had no choice but to follow his second brother and move in the opposite direction of the team. After being expelled from the Lizhan brigade, they could only pick up their hunting bows again and scrape a living in the mountain. Qian Fugui wasn't idle either. He waved his hand at Yang Jianjun and the others, his gesture like shooing flies. Those men had behaved just like Li Hu in the mountains, and Qian Fugui had already crossed their names off the production brigade. Yang Jianjun bit his lip, frowning with regret, but in the end, he turned and walked away. Before leaving, he couldn't help glancing at Liang, a trace of fear in his eyes. Liang stood nearby, his face expressionless. His gaze passed through those men as if looking at thin air. Those who stood by and did nothing in times of peril carried no burden in their hearts. They weren't worth a moment of his attention. Zhang Weigua also wore a stern face. The things had heard from Brother Xiaoling stuck in his throat like a thorn. These men had watched him surrounded by wild boars, their only thought being to flee down the mountain. Zhang Weigua, go tell your grandfather the good news, and don't forget to set off firecrackers. Qian Fugui called out. In Shuangshui village, any team that brought back game from the mountains had to blast firecrackers to let the whole village know. Bringing back something from the mountains was a gift from heaven, a great joy, and they needed to attract good luck. This tradition had been passed down from the elders, in old custom of the fishing and hunting villages around Changbai Mountain. Moreover, with the village now suffering from famine, every household surviving on wild vegetables, unable to even get a piece of cornbread. This trip into the mountains was originally to find Zhang Weigua, but by chance they had downed a 600-pound wild boar, an auspicious omen from heaven. Let the villagers come to share the meat, laugh a little, make some noise. It would at least give them a moment to breathe. By the time the team reached the village entrance, Zhang Weigua and his grandfather Zhang Dabiao had already been waiting for a while. Weigua light the firecrackers. As soon as he saw the hunting team enter the village, Zhang Dabiao shouted to his grandson. Crackling firecrackers exploded, startling the sparrows on the treetops into a fluttering frenzy, as lively as New Year's. Firecrackers. Who's getting married today? I didn't hear about it. It's Captain Qian. They're back from hunting. they're back, and they've brought game. The villagers of Shuangshui, as if pulled by the same string, poured out of their courtyards and sprinted toward the village entrance. When they got close, everyone froze in place. Such a huge wild boar. My God, did Captain Qian and Captain Zhou catch this today? Didn't Captain Qian go to Wild Boar Ridge to find Zhang Weiguo? How did he bring back a big boar along the way? A cloud of green smoke burst beneath the old locust tree, scattering debris like torn red paper. A black-haired beast was tied to a wooden frame, its tusks longer than a man's finger, lying there lifelessly. Someone reached out to touch the bristles, rough as steel needles. This must be over 600 pounds, right? An old man muttered, his eyes glued to the meat. Captain Qian really did it. I've lived this long and never seen such a big boar. Enough to share the meat. Shuangshui village is saved this time. The crowd buzzed like a stirred-up hornet's nest. In a small village of dozens of households, catching such a large beast meant every family could get a few pounds of meat. 100 pounds would be turned over to the commune, and the rest divided among the families, enough to last half a month if rationed. In these famine-stricken times, this was their hope for survival. Zhang Weiguo pushed through the crowd, his voice raised. You've got it wrong. This boar king wasn't caught by Captain Qian. The buzzing suddenly stopped as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. It was my brother Xiaoling who caught it. Someone blinked. What's Zhang Weiguo saying? The boar wasn't caught by Captain Qian. Brother Xiaoling. Which brother Xiaoling? The only one in the village with Liang in his name is that kid Li Liang. Li Liang. The voice was laced with disbelief, like biting into a raw walnut. Qian Fugui shifted the rifle on his shoulder and exchanged a glance with Zhou Lieshan, both suppressing a hint of helplessness. Zhang Weiguo's shout hit the crowd like a shovel plunging into a hornet's nest. That boar king was killed by Li Liang. The crowd was silent for a moment, then erupted like a boiling pot. Dozens of eyes turned in unison toward the young figure, standing shoulder to shoulder with the two captains. Tall, with sharp features, calm eyes beneath his brow, and a slight curve at the corner of his mouth, neither arrogant nor timid. Li Liang. That wild boar king, weighing at least 600 pounds, its back bristles hard as steel needles, tusks protruding half a span from its mouth. This thing was brought down by Li Liang. Murmurs rumbled in the villagers' throats. No one wanted to believe it. Someone elbowed their neighbor, whispering Zhang Weiguo was just a brat with a loose tongue. Could his words be trusted? How many times had Li Liang fired a gun? In terms of hunting experience, he couldn't even match a fraction of Qian Fugui. How could he take down such a beast? At the back of the team, a plump, attractive woman was supporting a slightly stooped old man. The woman was Bai Xiuji, and the old man was Master Bai. Father. Bai Xiuji covered her mouth, her voice trembling as she whispered, that claim about Weiguo. Did Xiaoling really say that? She stared at the wild boar as if gazing at a moving mountain. Blood still dripped from the boar, its bristles matted with grass clippings and mud, the sheer weight of its prone body having carved a deep hollow into the ground. Old Master Bai squinted his clouded eyes, his gaze settling on Li Liang in the distance. His throat bobbed as he said, that boy Weiguo, I've watched him grow up, and I've never seen him lie. This massive beast 10 to 1 was taken down by Xiaoling. He paused, then added, by seniority Xiaoling still ought to call me uncle. Bai Ziyu's gaze clung to Li Liang's silhouette, his broad shoulders standing steady between the two team leaders, not boasting and gesticulating like the others, only occasionally turning his head to say something to Zhou Lieshan. The light in her eyes kindled gradually like fresh firewood added to a stove. In this land of Shuangshui village, the man who brought back the most game was the pillar of the hunters. Which woman wouldn't be stirred by a man who could stand toe-to-toe with a boar king or a black bear? She bit her lower lip, her fingers unconsciously tightening around her old father's arm. Li Liang caught that mechanical sound in his ears, his gaze unconsciously sweeping toward the back of the crowd. There indeed he spotted Bai Xiuji and old Master Bai. Over there someone couldn't hold back and shouted toward the front, Captain Qian, say something. Is what Weiguo said true or not? Did Li Liang really take down that big boar? Qian Fugui exchanged another glance with Zhou Lieshan, the wry smiles on their faces impossible to conceal. Qian Fugui cursed inwardly. What kind of spell did Li Liang cast on Zhang Weiguo? The kid didn't even leave a graceful way out for me, the captain. But on second thought, he couldn't blame Zhang Weiguo. That lad was only 16, a greenhorn barely past his youth, knowing nothing of social graces. Qian Fugui cleared his throat, the cough landing like a stone in a muddy pond. The villagers were arguing around the boar, some saying the beast was the captain's kill, that he was jumping out to claim credit for fear of losing it. Zhang Weiguo's not wrong. Qian Fugui's voice cut through the noise. This big boar was indeed taken down by Captain Li alone. He paused, his gaze flicking toward Li Liang, then added, and finding Zhang Weiguo today on Wild Boar Ridge, that was all thanks to Captain Li. Captain Li's marksmanship. Qian Fugui raised his voice. Even I have to concede defeat. He suddenly turned to Zhou Lieshan. Isn't that right, Captain Zhou? The muscles in Zhou Lieshan's face twitched as if pricked by something sharp. He cursed under his breath that Qian Fugui, humiliating himself is one thing, but he's dragging me down with him. Yet on reflection, this fellow Li was likely destined for greatness, and souring their relationship wouldn't be wise. Zhou Lieshan gritted his teeth and forced out a sentence. Captain Qian speaks the truth. Li Liang's marksmanship is indeed formidable. 3 shots to finish off this boar king. He swallowed, his voice rising another notch, and, from over 100 meters away, The words of the two captains sealed the matter. That boar king was Li Liang's sole trophy, and they had also sung his marksmanship to the skies. The villagers erupted. Really? When did Li Liang learn to shoot like that? Has Captain Qian ever lied? This has to be true. Even Captain Zhou admitted defeat. How accurate must Li Liang be? Captain Zhou is the best shot in Shuangshui village, renowned for miles around. Is Li Liang really more skilled? Li Liang is only 20. Both captains are bested by him. Imagine what he'll achieve. I remember Captain Zhou's heaviest boar was 538 jin. Li Liang's is at least 600. He's broken the village record. Widow Wu's eyes must be on her feet. She pushed away such a fine son-in-law. Don't mention Li Xianghua's family. It's bad luck. A dozen strong men hoisted the boar with poles. The scale creaked, ropes biting into the hide, pale blood seeping through. 605 jin. Someone shouted the number, rolling through the crowd, shifting every expression. 605 jin. Li Liang had taken down a 600 Fivijin boar king with 3 shots. That number shattered the record Zhou Lizhan had set years ago. That year Zhou Lizhan was 42 when he hauled back that 538 jin boar, and the whole village beat drums and gongs to welcome him half a li away. But Li Liang was only 20 this year. The heat from the gun barrel hadn't yet dissipated as he stood at the edge of the crowd, the red soil of Wild Boar Ridge clinging to his soles. A 20-year-old hunter. This was top-tier skill in the village. At this age he was still a few years shy of his prime. Given time, Li Liang might even surpass the 600 Fivijin record he himself had just set. Qian Fugui narrowed his eyes, shifting his gaze from the massive boar to Li Liang. What he saw was not merely a hunter, but a future hunting king who would shake the 4 corners. Thank goodness, Qian Fugui mused. Thank goodness Li Liang is from our Shuangshui village. The relief in his heart was unstoppable. If this had been another village, a greenhorn picking up a gun for the first time and dropping a 600 jin boar, his eyes as captain would have been red with envy. Below the Changbai Mountains on Black Bear Ridge and the greater and lesser Xing'an ranges, each village and hamlet had its own designated hunting grounds clearly demarcated. Hunters made their living on their own turf, never stepping across to a neighboring village's hills. Anyone who crossed the line to steal another's livelihood would end up in bloodshed. At the foot of Changbai Mountain, villages that lived by fishing and hunting were always hard as nails. No blood meant no end to a feud. If a neighboring village ever produced a hunting prodigy, their own village would be overshadowed, and the best game in the mountains would be divided up more unfairly. In these times, whether in mountain hamlets or cities, food was scarce. Everyone wanted more meat, more rations, enough to last another day, to spare another life from starvation. Qian Fugui shook his head, casting aside those thoughts, and barked at the men nearby. Don't just stand there, divide the meat. Remember, leave 100 jin for Captain Li. This trip into the mountains to find the missing man had been exhausting. His hunters were hungry and tired, and his own bones felt like they were coming apart. Several hunters with hand axes stepped forward and set to work around the great boar. With many hands, it didn't take long for the 600 jin beast to become dozens of meat cuts of varying sizes. Qian Fugui picked up the largest piece and set it at Li Liang's feet. Captain Li, this 100+ jin is yours. Li Liang nodded at him. This 100 jin of meat could later be sold to Zhang Weiman for some goods, or a portion given to the female-educated youth Tong Yushu as payment for his 2 younger sisters' schooling. On the other side, the villagers, men, women, young and old, could no longer contain themselves and surged forward in a wave. Qian Fugui frowned and roared, line up one by one. There's enough for everyone. The captain's words still carried weight. At his shout, the pushing villagers obediently formed a long line. After setting aside Li Liang's share and the commune's portion, about 400 jin of meat remained. Shuangshui village had 35 households in total, so each family could get over 10 jin. Eaten sparingly, this meat could last them half a month. Qian Fugui felt that being the brigade leader was simply about ensuring his people had food in their bowls. Which brigade leader would stand by and watch their neighbors starve? Thank you, Captain Qian. Many thanks, Captain Qian. Captain Zhou has worked hard too. Voices of gratitude emerged one after another from the queue. Each household sent its head, and almost none returned empty-handed. Zhang Weiguo, supported by others, stood beside his grandfather Zhang Dabiao, his gaze fixed on Li Liang across from him. The old man's eyes reddened as he gripped Li Liang's hand, forcing out a few words. Xiao Lang, for this. We must thank you. After piecing together the entire mountain journey from his grandson's account, Zhang Dabiao finally understood what had true. Had it not been for Li Liang leading the search across the mountain during that mid-slope crisis, his only heir would have perished on Wild Boar Ridge, either frozen stiff or torn apart by those tusked beasts. Li Liang had arrived at precisely the right moment, raising his staff and striking down, wrenching that life back from the jaws of death. To Zhang Dabiao, this young man was the savior of the Zhang family. He turned his face away, his voice deepening. Weiguo, kneel. Zhang Weiguo's knees did not hesitate. With a thud, the old man added another command: 3 kowtows. Zhang Dabiao had fought the Japanese, shouldered a rifle, and crawled out of piles of corpses. He knew the weight of things. That day on the mountain, when over a dozen adult wild boars surrounded Zhang Weiguo, Li Liang's charge with the club was a gamble with his life. For that alone, even if it meant making his grandson kowtow or sacrificing his own old bones, he would accept it. Those who survived the anti-Japanese battlefield understood better than anyone how heavy a life was. Li Liang waved his hand and bent down to pull Zhang Weiguo up. Grandpa Zhang, please don't be like this. I grew up under your watch. Weiguo is a few years younger than me. I am like his elder brother. It's only natural for a brother to go looking for his younger brother. Zhang Dabiao raised his cane and gave his grandson a sharp whack on the rear. Did you hear that? Hurry up and thank your Xiaolang Ge. If he hadn't risked his life going into the mountains, the wild boars would have devoured you clean. Zhang Weiguo obediently lowered his head. Thank you, Xiaolang Ge. The old man knew in his heart that his grandson had gone into the mountains to dig for medicinal herbs to treat his injury. But he was already old, half his body in the grave, and he cared for nothing. Yet if something happened to his grandson, what face would he have to meet the ancestors below? In Zhang Dabiao's life, he had one granddaughter and one grandson. Zhang Weiguo was the sole remaining shoot of the Zhang family. The name Weiguo had been given by Regiment Commander Li back then. The regiment commander had patted him on the shoulder and said, Dabiao, this grandson of yours has the makings of a general. When he grows up, make sure he joins the army, serves the country, is worthy of the people, and worthy of this name. If his grandson had truly been lost in the mountains, how could he explain it to the old regiment commander? Zhang Dabiao took a deep breath and laid it out plainly. Xiaolang, this grandson of mine, is useless. You are the brigade leader. Take him under your wing from now on. If he doesn't obey, just discipline him. Consider it my doing. Li Liang listened, his mouth twitching, unable to find words. The old man's temper truly marked him as a soldier under Regiment Commander Li and as the battalion commander who had once faced the enemy blade with a broadsword. Old Zhang's palm patted his knee, his bony knuckles slightly pale. With Weiguo following you, I feel at ease. Just as Li Liang was about to respond, he saw Zhang Weiguo pull something out of his pocket. It was a small square piece of paper, its edges softened by sweat. When Zhang Weiguo pressed it into Li Liang's palm, his fingertips still trembled slightly. Once the paper was in his hand, Li Liang could see clearly. It bore the words bicycle coupon in the center with a drawing of a classic bicycle and a red stamp on the right side reading First Commercial Bureau of Baishan City, Jilin Province. Shuangshui village fell under Baishan City's jurisdiction, so the coupon was valid locally. A bicycle coupon. Li Liang's breath caught. At the county supply cooperative, one of these could be exchanged for a brand new bicycle. The cheaper ones cost 150 yuan, while the more expensive ones could reach over 200. A newly hired apprentice in the city earned only about 20 yuan a month, saving for over half a year, without spending a cent, would barely afford one. The hunters of Shuangshui village didn't even have a salary. Of filling their stomachs for a year was considered good fortune. Where would they find spare money to dream of a bicycle? Let alone the coupon itself. Without it, even with money, the sales clerk wouldn't give you a second glance. Those city workers who saved up enough still trudged to work on foot every day, didn't they? Those wanting to buy a bike could only hope to win a bicycle coupon as a prize during the year-end evaluations. If this coupon were taken to the county market, people would fight over it. Selling it for several dozen yuan would be easy, and if a well-off buyer showed up, it could even fetch over 100. Pork was only 60 or 70 cents a catty, over 100 yuan. That was the price of a fat pig. Grandpa Zhang, Li Liang pushed the coupon back. This is too precious. Oh, I can't accept it. The old man's wrinkles deepened as he chuckled twice without responding. Zhang Weiguo pressed Li Liang's hand back, down, his voice low but steady. Xiaolang Ge, there's nothing valuable in our home. This coupon was left by one of Grandpa's old comrades who visited 2 years ago, and it's been locked in the cabinet ever since. Old Zhang had been a battalion commander in his youth and became a veteran cadre after liberation. This old comrade had traveled a great distance to visit, and he was likely a high-ranking official as well. Getting a bicycle coupon was no trouble for him. What's a coupon compared to a life? You found Weiguo, you saved his life. My grandson's life is far more precious than that bicycle coupon. Old Zhang said with a grin. Xiaolang Ge, if Grandpa gives it to you, just take it. After saying that, Zhang Weiguo added, we still have several more of these coupons at home. Li Liang was momentarily speechless. Several more. Several more. This wasn't like cabbages growing in the field, easily grabbed by the handful. He knew it must have been a gift from the old man's comrade. Unable to refuse, Li Liang finally accepted the coupon. Then, I want stand on ceremony, Grandpa Zhang. Weiguo was now his brother and had joined the Fire Dragon Brigade, making them family. If he refused any further, the old man's explosive temper would flare up, and he'd think Li Liang was looking down on him. Just as Li Liang pocketed the bicycle coupon, Qian Fugui happened to catch a glimpse. Captain Qian was standing there distributing meat to the villagers. The moment his eyes landed on that coupon, they went wide. A bicycle coupon. Uncle Dabiao was far too generous giving away such a precious thing. But upon reflection, it made sense. In this mountain search for Zhang Weiguo, Li Liang had been the pillar. He had found the person, killed the wild boar, and saved the life. With such great merit. What was a bicycle coupon? Envy truly makes one green with envy. Captain Qian's eyes burned with jealousy. Since the establishment of Shuangshui Commune, he had been the production brigade leader for over a decade, dreaming of riding a bicycle. Swinging his leg over, sitting on the seat, pedaling around the village a few times. How majestic, how impressive. A bicycle, the hallmark of a cadre. But alas, Captain Qian was unlucky. When a coupon was finally approved from above, what do you think happened? Good heavens, it was a sewing machine coupon. What rotten luck. He was a grown man, his son already old enough to shoulder a rifle and hunt in the mountains. What use did he have for a sewing machine coupon? That was women's business, it was utterly useless to him. Thus, when Captain Zhang stuffed the bicycle ticket into Li Liang's hand, Captain Qian's envy surged within him fiercer than the wild bees in the mountains, his eyes burning with a scorching heat. Captain Qian, are you alright? Your eyes are so red. A villager there to collect meat noticed his bloodshot eyes, and it's nothing. The wind is strong, it blew something into my eyes. This wind was indeed no small matter, more biting than a blizzard, carrying a sour sting that burrowed straight into the eyes. Just keep it safe. You've got real skills now, a good shot, and you've built up the Fire Dragon team. From now on, with more game to sell to Wayman, save up enough money, take this ticket, and go into town to buy a bicycle. With that bicycle, securing a wife would be as good as done. The old man had calculated it perfectly. The 3 rounds and 1 sound were the bride price's hard currency. That iron beast standing there would have your status written on its wheels. If Li Liang really brought one back, forget just Shuangshui village, the neighboring hamlets, even the whole Baishan town would be in an uproar. With his face, his hunting skills, his marksmanship, and a sturdy bicycle to match, matchmakers from 10 miles around would wear down his doorstep, jostling to throw girls into his arms. Brother Liang, grandfather is right. You need to get a move on. Zhang Weiguo was still chewing meat, his words carrying a barb. This kid who had just been snatched from death's door at Wild Boar Ridge had the nerve to be urging him to marry. Li Liang didn't respond. He had saved the brat's life, carried him down the mountain, and now he was being nagged about finding a wife. The anger welled up in his throat, but he forced it down. It's still early. Let me save up a bit more first. He flicked the knife in his hand, his gaze falling on the patch of blood on the ground. Villagers coming for meat gathered around in 2s and 3s, grinning at him. Those smiles were like the wild azaleas on the hillside, dazzlingly bright. The eyes of a few older women were fixed on him, burning hot enough to melt a person. A chill ran down Li Liang's spine. Why were these people smiling at him? That older woman stared without blinking, as if she were sizing up her own future son-in-law. Li Liang, my sister has a daughter, just turned 18, very pretty. The woman sidled up, circling him, her gaze sweeping him from head to toe, as if weighing the value of a beast of burden. Want Annie to set up a meeting? This was like throwing water into a pan of hot oil. It caused an explosion. Other elders scrambled over, each trying to outshout the others. Captain Li, my daughter works at the supply and marketing coop. She's 22, a city girl. Want me to introduce you? My younger sister is still free. Big eyes, fair skin, wide hips. Good for bearing children. Marry her, and your kids won't go hungry, and neither will you. Little Liang auntie wants to play matchmaker. My cousin's daughter is a cadre at the factory. She teaches Chinese. One day you'll bring her around for you to see, alright. Li Liang, my sister, just lost her husband. She's a widow. Her looks are more tempting than Li Xiang was, and she knows how to take care of a man. How about? Li Liang opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. On the edge of the crowd, a woman stood in the shadows, her nails digging into her palms. She watched the aunties and uncles swarm Li Liang, rattling off names of girls. Virgins, widows, shop assistants, teachers. With each name, her heart skipped a beat. She couldn't wait any longer. This thought, like a needle, pierced her mind. She stared at Li Liang's back. The man in the center was scratching his head, his ears burning bright red. He mumbled in response, I need to go home and talk it over with my dad. His voice was muffled as if dug out from... Old man Zhang stood to the side, stroking his beard, the crow's feet around his eyes crinkling as he watched the scene with a smile. His leisurely demeanor was like that of someone enjoying a good show. The night wind swept in from the mountain hollow, carrying the wild scent of grass and earth. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Li Liang's nose. He turned his head to avoid the face of an older woman leaning in close, her face powder smelling like moldy bran. Another man's elbow nearly jabbed his ribs. In his hand, he clutched a crumpled piece of cigarette paper with an address scrawled crookedly on it. I am going to go chop some wood. Li Liang took a step back, his heel catching on a stone. No one paid his words. Those voices kept drilling into his ears, livelier than the wild bees in the forest. At noon on the day after the wild boar was felled, 3 door panels were set up on the threshing ground of Shuangshui village, and butcher old Liu's cleaver glinted coldly in the sun. As the blade embedded itself into the backbone, it made a dull, crisp sound. Flecks of meat splattered onto his blue cloth apron, the grease spreading into dark brown rings. This young man has real skill. An older woman in a gray cotton jacket nudged her companion with her elbow, jerking her chin towards the crowd. My neighbor's daughter, old Zhang from the supply coop, graduated from middle school, can work an abacus like lightning. She'd be a perfect match for little Liang. Oh, come on, what's so special about that? Another old woman in a liberation-style cap snorted. My niece is an accountant at the textile mill, makes $28.50 a month, and she's been to high school. The matchmakers' voices clattered like sparrows on the drying ground, a cacophony of chirps. They flipped through their rosters with a rustle. The women's director of the next village had a daughter who was a just-returned educated youth. There was one at the West Town Elementary School whose father was supposedly in the County Education Bureau, and the female worker with the perm at the Statone machinery plant. Each name mentioned was met with a hushed gasp of admiration. Li Liang squatted by the stone roller, fiddling with a stalk of green foxtail, twirling the tip between his fingers. The sun burned the back of his neck, and sweat dripped from his chin onto the ground, forming small craters in the dust. He looked up at the eager faces, his lips moving, but only managing a faint smile. The old man stood 3 paces away, tapping his cane on the ground. Just give us a straight answer. Are any of these girls worse than that Li family girl? They've got city hooker they eat from state rations. Are you going to pine for just one tree? Li Liang put the foxtail stalk in his mouth, the bitter taste spreading on his tongue. Let's wait a while longer. What's the hurry? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a chill shot down his back, as if he were pinned by something sharp. He turned his head instinctively. At the very edge of the crowd, a gaunt figure was staring fixedly at him. The woman had high cheekbones, her lips pressed into a thin line, her eyes gleaming with a venomous light. Li Xianghua. She was hiding behind a few half-grown kids who were watching the commotion, her fingers twisting the hem of her blue cloth jacket, her nails nearly piercing the fabric. The sun stretched her shadow long and thin like a needle stuck into the earth. What's the big deal, eh? A low hoarse growl rumbled from her throat, so quiet only the haystack beside her heard it. It's just a wild... What's so great about that? She glared at the backs of the matchmakers, her jaw clenched so tight it ached. The woman in the gray jacket was tugging Li Liang's arm, her face creased into a chrysanthemum-like smile. Little Liang, tomorrow Auntie will take you to meet her. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Li Xianghua spat viciously onto the ground. The spittle disappeared into the dust in an instant. Are you... Her voice was squeezed out from between her teeth. A pauper who can't even scrape together 100 yuan bride price. Marry him and drink the northwest wind. Are your daughters that unwanted? Yet her gaze was drawn as if by a string to the meat on the door panel. Blood seeped into the wood grain, gleaming a dark red in the sunlight. The fat was as white as lard, the lean meat clearly marbled, carrying the wild, untamed scent of the mountains. As old Liu's knife came down, the chunks of meat knocked against each other, making a damp, muffled sound. Her stomach let out a loud growl. The sound was so loud it even startled her. Li Xianghua quickly pressed her hand to her abdomen, yet her eyes remained glued to the chunks of meat. The wild boar weighed over 600 jin. After skinning and deboning, the net meat still came to about 400 jin. Every household in Xuanshui village received nearly 10 jin. Even the poorest family, cripple Wangs, took away a piece of rib meat. She didn't want to get close. Li Liang was right there, and if he saw her, that damn fool would surely mock her. What could he say? He'd probably grin using that nauseatingly smug tone and say, "Oh, Sister Xiang was here to get meat too." But the meat was almost gone. The last piece hung on the scale hook, streaky with fat and lean, the skin still bearing a thin layer of oily sheen. That was the piece Zhou Lizhan had reserved for his own family. The whole village knew the brigade leader's household collected theirs last. Her mouth was stubborn for a while, but her stomach refused to obey. Li Xianghua could picture that piece of meat in the pot, first blanched to remove the gamey smell, then stir-fried with scallions and ginger. The fat sizzled in hot oil, its edges curling into golden brown rolls. The lean meat soaked up the sauce, and with each bite the juices trickled down the corner of her mouth. To hell with it, this is the village's meat. She jerked her head up as if she had made up her mind. Brigade Leader Qian is handing it out, every household gets a share. Who am I afraid of? She strode toward the meat stall, moving quickly as if afraid she might change her mind. Just then a woman's figure burst into her view. She wore a floral print polyester blouse, her hair braided into a pigtail with a red string at the tip, and walked toward Li Liang with a beaming smile. Li Liang smiled back as he approached her. The distance between them shrank, and he even reached out to pat her on the shoulder, appearing quite familiar. Li Xianghua's feet suddenly froze. What's she doing here? Her eyes narrowed, pupils contracting like needlepoints. Didn't she marry into the city? Her husband works at a stay-tone factory, earning over 30 yuan a month. A sour taste rose from her stomach. Why is she so close with Li Liang? The matchmakers were still chattering around Li Liang, some already pulling out photos and gesturing. Li Liang was squeezed in the middle, and the smile on his face stung Li Xianghua's eyes. Why did he get to smile so happily? A man who couldn't even find a wife. Why did he get to smile so smugly? Her feet unconsciously edged toward the meat stall, her ears pricked up, trying to catch what Li Liang and that woman were saying. The crowd's noise drowned out their conversation. She only saw the woman covering her mouth to laugh, Li Liang laughing too, their shadows merging together on the threshing ground. Li Xianghua. A hoarse voice suddenly exploded in her ear. She whirled around, meeting a pair of sharp eyes. Zhou Lizhan stood behind the meat stall, his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing scars on his arm from wild boar tusks. A cleaver was clenched in his hand. Brigade Leader Zhou. Li Xianghua's voice softened, forcing a smile onto her face. My mother sent me to get the meat. She pointed at the stall. Only the last piece remained, the one Zhou Lizhan had set aside for his own family. The pigskin still had a few unshaved bristles, and the meat left a wet mark on the wooden board. Zhou Lizhan followed her gaze for a moment, then turned back, staring at her for 2 seconds. His expression didn't change, but the hand gripping the cleaver tightened. Take it, he said, his voice devoid of warmth. Last cut right down the middle, fair. As Li Xianghua reached out to take the meat, her fingertips touched the cold pigskin grease, smearing onto her hands, slick and slippery. She could feel Zhou Lizhan's gaze still boring into her back like a thorn. But the weight of the meat pressed into her palm, heavy and solid. She turned to leave, but her steps hesitated. Out of the corner of her eye she saw that woman in the floral blouse slipping something into Li Liang's hand. Li Liang looked down and smiled even more brightly. Li Xianghua tightened her grip on the meat, grease seeping through her fingers. She didn't look back, hurrying into the depths of the alley, her footsteps pattering on the stone slabs, as if chasing something or fleeing from something. Zhou Lizhan waved his hand, the gesture like shooing away a buzzing fly. Li Long Li Hu. Those two younger brothers of yours botched the job on the mountain turntail and ran back halfway dragging others along with them. This meat, you get none. Leave. Li Xianghua's face changed instantly. She stepped forward, her voice rising. Brigade leader, Zhou, every household in the village got a share. Why am I the only one left out? Her fingers clutched her closed knuckles, turning white. What my brothers did has nothing to do with me. You can't punish me just because they acted foolishly. You're targeting me, discriminating against women. That mouth of hers had fully inherited her mother. Widow was talent. Once the words left her lips, black could be twisted into white and wrong could be twisted into right. Zhou Lisan's mouth curled downward, and he let out a cold snort. Having scrambled through these mountains for half his life, he knew exactly what kind of person Widow Wu was. As the old saying goes, like father, like son, a mouse's offspring knows how to dig holes. What good could come from Widow Wu's daughter? He couldn't be bothered to look at her face anymore, and turned away. Old Zhou, what's going on here? Qian Fugue heard the commotion and hurried over. On the other side, Li Liang also noticed the disturbance in that direction. He frowned. Xiaolang, what's up? A woman's voice sounded in his ear, tinged with curiosity. They'd been chatting warmly just moments ago, having agreed she'd cook him a feast tonight. Nothing. Li Liang shook his head. Just saw someone who turns my stomach. Turns his stomach. The woman turned to follow his gaze, landing on Li Xianghua, who was confronting Zhou Lisan. Widow Wu's daughter. I think her name is Li Xianghua. A flicker of understanding crossed her eyes. Oh, the one who asked you for 100 yuan bride price, and then called it off. She scanned Li Xianghua from head to toe, a smile on her lips, but a critical glint in her eyes. She's not much to look at either. Not even as pretty as your sister. That face is too long, skin dark and spotted, tsk. Thick waist, short legs, and those two lumps on her chest are flat and scrawny. Clearly never had enough to eat. She deliberately thrust out her chest, arching her back straight, flaunting her proudest curves before Li Liang. Xiaolang, be honest with me. Between her and me, whose is bigger? A flash of milky white light crossed Li Liang's vision. Yours, sis, definitely yours. That's more like it. Sis hasn't spoiled you for nothing. Li Liang muttered inwardly. Sis, why compare yourself to someone like that? They're not even in the same league. Ding. She affection value 300. Ding. She affection value, huh? Why did it jump so much all of a sudden? Li Liang stared at the flickering numbers, his heart clenching. 3 affection triggers, netting 300 points. This number reminded him of that female educated youth named Tong Yushu from a few days ago. Equally straightforward, equally decisive. He looked up, meeting those smiling eyes. The woman suddenly turned around, her eyes shimmering like hooks that caught his gaze. Tell me, between me and that bitch. As she spoke, a curve played at the corners of her mouth and fine lines rippled at the edges of her eyes. It was the charm of a woman who had borne children and weathered the years. Her waist, though not as slender as a young girl's, had a plump, rounded fleshiness. Her chest, under the coarse cloth clothes, was full and bulging, like ripe fruit straining the fabric. Her skin, not fair, glowed with a healthy honey tone, smooth and firm, as if still carrying the warmth of the kitchen. Li Liang's throat moved. Li Xianghua. His mind flashed to that perpetually stern face. Always going on about 100 yuan bride price, as if marrying him was the greatest favor, always saying, my brother needs this, and my brother needs that. As if Li Liang wasn't a person, but an ATM, never deigning to look him in the eye. Even when he worked himself to the bone for work points, she still saw him as nothing. But the woman before him. She had wiped his runny nose when he was a child, secretly slipped him cornmeal buns in their youth, and now she had come to him on her own, washing his clothes, cooking his meals, speaking in a soft, gentle voice. She always carried the faint fragrance of soapberries, and when she smiled, her eyes curved into crescent moons, warming his heart. Li Liang didn't hesitate. The words tumbled out. Of course you're the beautiful one, sister. He paused and added, what is Li Xianghua anyway? She's not even fit to hold your shoes. As soon as the words left his mouth, a commotion erupted around them. Li Xianghua stood not far away, hands on her hips, confronting Zhou Lisan. Her shrewish demeanor had drawn the attention of all the villagers who had come to watch the spectacle. Isn't that the daughter of Widow Wu? The one who demanded 100 yuan bride price from Captain Li? She's got some nerve talking to Captain Zhou like that. Accusing Captain Zhou of discrimination against women. Has she lost her mind? Good thing Li Liang didn't marry her. A crazy woman like that. Whispers surged like a tide. Some shook their heads, others curled their lips, and a few pointed at Li Xianghua and laughed outright. Zhou Lisan was an old hunter from Shuangshui village commanding dozens of men. For years his word had been law in Lisan Brigade, and the hunters obeyed him without question. Now with someone accusing him of discrimination to his face, those loyal men could hardly contain themselves. Li Xianghua, what are you yapping about? Our big brother acts according to the rules set from above. Who's discriminating against you? Widow Wu's girl, keep talking nonsense, and he'll tear your mouth apart. Your two useless brothers didn't listen to the big brother, caused trouble, and nearly got Zhang Weigua killed on Wild Boar Ridge. The big brother handled it by the book, but you call it discrimination. Get lost. You don't deserve this meat. The hunters of Shuangshui village were all broad-shouldered and sturdy, standing like small hills. They surrounded Li Xianghua, the pressure bearing down on her from all sides, making it hard to breathe. Her face was as black as a pot, but she still craned her neck stubbornly. That matter with my brothers is long over. Zhang Weigua came back safe and sound, didn't he? What's the big deal? The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. You expelled my brothers from Lisan Brigade, and now you won't even give my family any meat. Why? Just because my mother is a widow and easy target. Captain Qian used to say that when the commune distributes meat, every household gets a share. Why does everyone else get some, but not us? And you still say there's no discrimination? Her shrill voice echoed across the threshing ground. More and more onlookers gathered, some whispered among themselves, others shook their heads and sighed. The air was thick with the aroma of pork mingled with the smell of firewood sweat and a faint underlying odor. Liang stood at the edge of the crowd watching the woman who had once stirred his heart, now throwing a tantrum like a fishwife. Suddenly he felt he had made the right choice. Li Xianghua no longer cared about saving face. Ever since Liang had called off the engagement, no one in Shuangshui village had come forward to arrange a match for her. Her brothers had been expelled from Lisan brigade, she had failed to get any wild boar meat, and today, she had witnessed Liang surrounded by a group of aunties introducing him to girls walking and laughing shoulder to shoulder with that woman. The fire in her chest had finally exploded. It had scattered everywhere. Not far away, Liang frowned as he glanced at the hysterical figure. In just a few days, how had that woman's features become so harsh? Just looking at her made his stomach churn. He shook his head gently. Any man who married a woman like that would be planting a landmine in his home, as sooner or later it would blow up and cause chaos. A wife should be chosen for her character. An emotionally stable woman is the one you can build a life with. Sister is still the best. His gaze fell on that graceful white silhouette. Sister was not only good-natured, but her temper was as calm as the waters of the Songhua River. She had never lost her temper with him. He couldn't imagine her ever acting hysterical or crazy. In his memory, she was always the big sister next door with the smiling crescent moon eyes. What she said was just too harsh. Captain Zhou was following the commune's rules, she's twisting things around so unreasonable. Spitting on the ground would be more reasonable than her. In all her years, sister had never seen anyone like Li Xianghua, who could turn black into white and shamelessly throw a tantrum. Your brothers caused trouble and nearly got someone killed. Captain Zhou gave them a lesson. What's wrong with that? Your family, Li Xianghua, as their eldest sister, you're not blameless for the near-death incident, and you still want meat. Dream on. Not to mention this meat was hunted by Liang. How did you have the nerve to come asking for the wild boar meat he hunted after demanding 100 yuan bride price from him? And when you didn't get the meat, you accused Captain Zhou of discrimination. Pa, aren't you ashamed? This Li Xianghua is so disgusting. She bullied you before, and now she's cursing Captain Zhou. Sister clenched her fist. He'll deal with her. She started walking toward the meat stall. Liang initially wanted to stop her to tell her not to provoke that crazy woman and get into trouble, but he swallowed the words. Thinking better of it, he realized sister was a woman too, and she had eaten more salt than Li Xianghua had eaten rice, she might not come off worse. So he simply crossed his arms and leaned against a post to watch the show. Sister was gentle-natured and kind to him, but when she encountered someone she didn't like, her demeanor was no joke. In her youth, she had a nickname in the village, White Yiksha, and it wasn't for nothing. Captain Zhou is acting according to our Shuangshui village's regulations, and there's nothing wrong with that. Sister's voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. The team rules clearly state that anyone who commits a serious offense must be reported to the whole team and expelled. Those who are not team members are not entitled to meat. Several wooden boards were set up on the open ground at the village entrance with the wild boar meat divided into piles according to household. Every family that came to collect their meat had a man registered in the production brigade's hunting team. Qian Fugui rubbed his hands together as he approached, his face creased with a sycophantic smile. Li Xianghua, I know you're upset. Your brothers caused trouble and Captain Zhou expelled them. Taking it out on him won't help. How about this? Don't touch Zhou Lisan's share. He'll let you take my 10 jin of ribs home. He nodded toward a stack of thick rib cuts nearby, still loosely wrapped in oil paper. Zhou Lisan stepped forward in one stride, his arm blocking Qian Fugui's chest. Captain Qian, the rules cannot be broken. He turned and barked at the hunters behind him, move aside, and they parted like a curtain, creating a gap. He walked up to Li Xianghua, his face as rigid as iron, his voice low and suppressed. There's meat. Tell your brother Li Hu to come and get it himself. Li Xianghua's face changed color instantly. Just as her lips parted, a sharp voice cut in from the side. Captain Zhou, why give her the meat? This meat was hunted by our Xiaolong trekking over the mountains. Her two brothers didn't lift a finger. What right do they have? The voice was drawn out, soft yet grating like a knife scraping across a tile. Besides, a family that demands 100 yuan bride price doesn't exactly look like they're starving. With all that money, their grain jars are probably full. How can they have the nerve to come begging for meat here? Li Xianghua, don't you